Chapter 3. Badiou's Event and the Globalization of Intifada. Intellectual life in the Federal Republic of Germany in the late 1960s and early 1970s must have been characterized by hedonism hungry for experience and a whimsical love of reading, if we are to believe the majority of chroniclers who have recently published books about that period. Whether the literary scholar Helmut Letten self-critically evokes a longing for intellectual authorities in his 2012 volume, Such nach dem Handorakel, Search for the Hand Oracle, whether the historian Ulrich Rolf evokes the unity of reading and libido in his memoir Wiedersehen mit den Siebzigern, Reunion with the 70s, published 2 years later, or the cultural historian Philipp Flesch looks back on the post-60s-80s as a long summer of theory in his Chronique de Revolte. Chronicle of the Revolt, published in 2015. A cross-generational stream of warmth from better times runs through all of these works. When apparently everyone was somehow young, free and desirable, the books were radical and the films were blatantly avant-garde. From every new Goddard, every Marxist reading circle and every second volume of Edition Scherkamp, the public heard politically refreshed variations on Rilke's You Must Change Your Life. People received and discussed until late into the night, made love without any rules of consent and, if they were lucky, were awarded a professorship for life after a few years. To a present day in which academics are afflicted by persistent yawning fits when reading their own work, in which every text is praised as super interesting and insanely exciting, in which no argument is possible without a quoted list of speakers, and in which the new Clint Eastwood is absolutely preferable to a weekend seminar on critical theory, the post-60s years must indeed seem like one long summer. But even the summer today is different from the one in Eric Romer's films, in which everyone is always on vacation, the girls are pretty, funny and witty, the men are thoughtful and friendly and the conversations are as gentle and unpredictable as life itself. Just as summer today is presented as a horse cure that ends in endless disgusting weather instead of snowflakes, today's chroniclers of that theoretical summer love the chubby-cheeked thirst for action of those involved, who always wanted to do something with their thoughts instead of just reflecting to themselves, and preferred to act collectively rather than as individuals. This retrospective preference means that not only is the difference between the awakening phase of the late 60s and the social torpor and political fanaticization of the 70s blurred, but also that the regressive, infantile and prepotent aspects of the time of revolt are pushed into the background compared to the fact that thinking, reading and writing were obviously somehow enjoyable at the time. Where Letten works through the 68's desire for critical instruction and Rolf conjures up the pleasure of the text in the style of the pedagogical eroticist, Felsch is attracted by the harmony of thinking, writing and improvisational project-making, for which the Merv Publishing House is emblematic in his book. As a testimony to the afterlife of its spirit, the publishing house becomes the late legacy of the 68 generation, while a look at its history based on current experiences could focus on what has been problematic about Merv from the very beginning and, precisely because of this, promising for the future. In terms of experience, there were certainly similarities between the founders of Merv and the student rediscoverers of critical theory from the 68 generation. The founder of the publishing house, Peter Henty, born in 1936, who founded Merv in February 1970 with his wife Merv Lohian, whose first name became the name of the publishing house, and friends Rudiger Maliering and Michael Kwiatkowski in the West Berlin district of Schönberg, had studied law, completed his obligatory period for members of the student left in the company at the Siemens Works in Spandau and, after moving to the Institute of Philosophy, had worked as an assistant to Jacob Taubes at the Free University since 1965. Henty's father, a soldier in the Wehrmacht and at times a staunch National Socialist, worked as a judge in Berlin before and after the Second World War and, from the late 1960s onwards, acted as a representative of the West German judiciary in trials against Fritz Teufel and Rudi Dutschke. Like many other protagonists of the student upheaval of the 60s, Henty adopted his father's ascetic austerity, but turned it against his worldview, which was rejected as reactionary. From the mid-60s, he worked as a German editor of Joseph Stalin's writings and was also enthusiastic about the Sex Bowl movement, which was based on Wilhelm Reich and whose rigid polygamy also inspired the communards. The fact that Henty almost always had a copy of Minima Moralia in his pocket at the time, according to a popular collage of his contemporaries, reinforces the impression that the Merv founder was an adept of Theodore W. Adorno typical of the time. Merv Verlag's practice of publishing texts in German, Italian and French as pirated editions in questionable translations, and without taking copyright practices into account, also seems like an echo of the fact that Adorno and Horkheimer's Dialectic of Enlightenment and Max Horkheimer's essays from the Weimar Republic and the early period of exile in the 1960s, which were much sought after by the student left, circulated in the Federal Republic as pirated editions. But what was a makeshift solution for iconic critical theory texts, viewed skeptically by their exponents, became a marketing principle for Merv. Even the professionally produced Merv volumes from the 80s and 90s, when the publishing house no longer saw itself as a socialist collective as in the beginning, but as a pioneer of a new concept of media, imitated the pirated image of the early years with their small format and primitive print image. Theoretically, Merv had never had anything to do with the fashion for critical theory in the late 60s anyway. Instead of works by Adorno and Horkheimer, which they virtually avoided, Henté and Loian published basic texts of Italian post-operaism and French post-structuralism in the early years. Although many of its exponents paid homage to a militant concept of political practice and were openly anti-Zionist, Gilles Deleuze and Félix Guattari were supporters of the Arab liberation movement and admired Palestinian terror. The latter was considered less an opponent of critical theory than its French and therefore somehow more contemporary counterpart, as it was no different to the German Jews who had emigrated and was concerned with identity criticism. This short circuit made it possible to praise the writings of Deleuze and Guattari, Jean Baudrillard, Jean-François Lyotard and Michel Foucault, published by Merv as a zeitgeisty variant of the ostensibly bourgeois and commercial edition Suhrkamp. The opposing and contradictory ways in which French post-structuralism was received in the Federal Republic found expression in the 1980s in the fact that the same authors were published in parallel by different publishing houses, each of which stood for different forms of political appropriation of this thought. The Merv Publishing House, which dispensed with commentaries and epilogues, compiled partial chapters taken from books, scattered essays and interviews by Baudrillard, Virilio or Foucault, for example, into volumes that gave the impression of being original first publications, but at the same time conveyed the charm of improvisation. For example, the volume Foreign, published in 1978, combined texts by Paul Virilio on the cultural history of the automobile, childbirth and the history of the horse. The volume Cool Killer oder Aufständerzeichen, published in the same year, compiled magazine articles and interviews with Baudrillard with a chapter from his book Pour une critique de l'économie politique du signe, which has not yet been translated. While Merv decontextualized and dehistoricized the post-structuralist original texts in order to aesthetically preserve their appearance of rebellious contemporaneity, Suhrkamp published books by Foucault, The Order of Things, Surveillance and Punishment, and Deleuze/Guattari, Anti-Oedipus, in academically usable reading editions in those years. Mathis and Seitz Verlag, on the other hand, began a little later, against the background of its own reading of Georges Bataille's works, to bring Jean Baudrillard's oeuvre to the public as an authentic testimony to a right-wing critique of reason. Both, the compatibility of supposedly radical thinkers such as Foucault with scientific discourse, which Suhrkamp recognized early on, and the insight into the irrationalism of post-structuralist theory, seem more appropriate in retrospect than the anarchic improvisational cult that Merv still pursued in the 1980s around scientific stars such as Baudrillard, who had objectively become mainstream. In the 1990s, Merv transformed its spontaneous impartiality in questions of copyright and its publication style, based on decontextualization and montage, into a self-image as a publisher of new digital media, represented in its theoretical program by authors such as Friedrich Kittler and Dirk Beecker, and in literary terms by Oswald Wiener and Reinhold Goetz. In 2006, when Peter Henté gave up his work at the publishing house to move to Thailand, the publisher's archive was purchased by the Karlsruhe Center for Art and Media. The Marxist legacy that Merv had long upheld performatively lives on today, only in all kinds of obscurantist shrunken forms, for example in the publisher's preference for texts of so-called accelerationism, which seeks to promote the collapse of capitalism through the forced acceleration of technological processes. In fact, the historical references to Marxism, the first volume published by Merv in 1970, was a translation of Louis Althusser's Das Kapitallesen, have since been eradicated. The publishing series, which used to be called Internationale Marxistische Discussion, is now called Internationaler Merv Diskurs. The fact that Marxism, even when it was still called something else, was no more than a splinter of an intellectual historical context that rapidly disintegrated from 1968 onwards, only comes into view in retrospect, when the Merv volumes appear as what they always were, the somehow cooler, but less readable version of the paperbacks from edition Suhrkamp, which neatly processed what appeared at Merv in raw material debris, as it were. In fact, neither Suhrkamp nor Merv were places of theoretical blossoming, but rather testimonies to the withering of Marxism, in whose dreary mud postmodern leftists are now poking around for lost treasures. The academic midwives of postmodernism in the Federal Republic were not descendants of the 68, but philologists who had become allergic to the dust of the archives. Their publishing home address was not the Merv Publishing House, which since the 70s had been bringing the intellectual loosening up exercises of the steamy chatterboxes Lyotard, Baudrillard and Deleuze/Guattari onto the market in pirated prints and poor translations, but the conservative publishing house Ferdinand Schoening, which published works on Weimar Classicism, German Romanticism and church history. There, in 1980, the literary scholar Friedrich A. Kittler published the epical volume Austrübung des Geistes aus den Geisteswissenschaften, Expulsion of the Spirit from the Humanities, in the Universitätsstaatsbücher series, which brought together programs of post-structuralism as a prelude to a retread of philology and hermeneutics. Kittler, 37 years old at the time and still largely unknown, included the abbreviation of his middle name, which later disappeared from his publications, in the author's line as a kind of mutilated homage to his family history. It was Adolf, and in Kittler's publications it became Friedrich A. Kittler, in a perhaps unintentional but significant evocation of his secret antagonist Theodor W. Adorno. If Wiesengrund, Adorno's first surname, which has become an abbreviation, stands for the incommensurability of the Jewish experience, which can no longer be pronounced as a matter of course, but is all the more effective in secret, the abbreviation of Kittler's second first name echoes an ambivalence towards German history, without which Kittler's work is as incomprehensible as the triumph of post-structuralism in the Federal Republic of Germany at the time. Kittler was born in Saxony in 1943, the son of grammar school principal Gustav Kittler, whose middle name was also Adolf. In an interview published in Die Welt on January 30, 2011, just under 6 months before his death, Kittler said that his father was named after the Swedish King Gustav Adolf because he was born on the anniversary of the Battle of Lutzen, where the Swedish army defeated Albrecht von Wallenstein's Catholic troops in 1632. Because his father did not like the name Gustav, he only used the middle name, but when he wanted to give his son the now completely different-sounding first name Adolf in 1943, he had to obtain special permission, because without it, every fifth newborn would have been called that. After the end of the war, his father was removed from the teaching profession by the Soviet occupying forces, and in 1958 the family moved to West Germany, where Kittler, who had previously received private tuition from his father, attended a grammar school in the Black Forest and studied German, Romance languages and literature and philosophy in Freiburg from 1963. Kittler described himself as a child of the Second World War with an emphasis that contrasts sharply with the mixture of concealment and rationalization with which older colleagues such as Hans Robert Jauss, who were far more directly influenced by the National Socialist era, later considered that epoch. In the Welt interview, Kittler recalled that one of his doctoral students was a lieutenant colonel in the Luftwaffe and represented a genuine ethic of war. As a child, I always spent my summer vacations on Usedom. That's where I stumbled across the traces of bombs at Peenemünde, which nobody was allowed to talk about in the GDR. Later, in California, I read Pynchon's Ends of the Parable and the scales fell from my eyes. It was American postmodernism that first sharpened his eye for the traces of what had been suppressed in the GDR, not for the extermination of the European Jews, about which Kittler wrote nothing, but for the Allied victory over the Germans, which was only really a liberation for their victims. Kittler was no less guileless when he recorded that his family were among the defeated, even though they had achieved admirable things. My older half-brother was a radar electrical engineer during the war. My uncle bled to death in a Russian prisoner transport vehicle. My father was mobilized in August 1914 as a regular infantryman, and by 1917 you can see him as a lance corporal and military geologist. During the Second World War, as a major in France, he looked at which bridges could be used by which type of tank. So the Kittlers were skilled craftsmen, technicians who worked, looked and checked, and were at best disturbed by the Russians, as Kittler's general term for the Soviets was. In the same interview, he explained that, unlike many of his generation, he never had any serious conflicts with his father, but suffered under the real socialist educational doctrine. At home we were German nationalists, but at school I had to pretend we were communists. The child of a German nationalist family, with male relatives versed in military strategy, who suffered as a pupil under the drill of the Socialist Democratic Republic and was able to emigrate to Heidegger's homeland as a promising young man, is exemplary of the deviant, reactionary milieu in which post-structuralism prevailed in the Federal Republic of Germany in the 1980s. Gerhard Kaiser, Kittler's teacher in Freiburg and involved in expelling the spirit from the humanities with his deconstructivist reading of a painting by the classicist Asmus Carstens, had experienced National Socialist Germany, which Kittler only knew from stories, as a teenager and began his studies in the GDR at Humboldt University before moving to West Germany as a political refugee in 1950, similar to Kittler. He later taught in Saarbrücken and Freiburg, and his research focused on the media archaeological view of epochs and figures in German cultural history, which Kittler also focused on. Prussianism and Pietism, Weimar Classicism, and authors of German realism, such as Gottfried Keller and Konrad Ferdinand Meyer, in whose works Kaiser was already interested, which became the focus of Kittler's work, reading them as traces of a history of discipline and pedagogy in which writing and logos function as media for the embodiment of domination. The historical materialistic sounding thesis that all so-called spirit is the effective embodiment and therefore the content that philology and hermeneutics have been searching for since their emergence in the context of theological exegesis of writing, rather than in texts, can be found in the technologies and media of writing and reading, turned into a contempt for the logos in Kittler and his associated intellectual exorcists, which was no less connected to the tradition of German evil than the idealism it declared war on. All post-structuralists who established themselves at German universities in the 1980s agreed that behind education and training, silent reading and bound speech, school and university rhetoric, behind the entire arsenal of bourgeois teaching and learning techniques, there were insidious disciplinary strategies which, as their most perfidious product, had produced the modern subject unjustly upheld by the Enlightenment. Literary texts were seen as the venue for such disciplining. On the one hand, a privileged medium for constituting and mobilizing the subject, on the other, the site of its unintended but inevitable self-dismantling. Under this premise, Kittler and Kaiser had already attempted to deconstruct the German tradition of the Bildungsroman in 1978 in a study on poetry as a socialization game in Goethe and Keller. The rediscovery of Heinrich von Kleist under the auspices of a left-wing Carl Schmitt in the 1987 study The Birth of the Partisan from the Spirit of Poetry by Kittler's brother Wolf, who, as Kittler noted in an interview, followed the same intention, proud of his function as lieutenant of the reserve in the radio troops, as well as the habilitation by Kittler's student Norbert Boles on extremism between the world wars, published in 1989 under the title Excerpt from the Disenchanted World. The search for collectively effective pedagogical inscriptions and traces of the bourgeois disciplinary approach to the body in canonized literature united German post-structuralists of different generations. This view had already shaped the anthology Ursinen, published by Kittler and the literary scholar Horst Türk in 1977 as a prelude to Ausübung des Geistes aus den Geisteswissenschaften. It determined the deconstructivist re-exploration of Kleist by Wolf Kittler or of Kafka by Hans Helmut Hebel, in his 1983 Habilitation die Zeichen des Gesetzes, as well as the discovery of a different Goethe era initiated by Johann Horisch in 1992, which was revolutionary instead of classical, overthrowing the subject instead of strengthening it. The rereading of the literary canon pursued by German post-structuralists and the opening up of previously unknown or outdated authors such as Adalbert Stifter, Wilhelm Raab or Robert Walser has certainly brought about decisive changes in German studies. Because their protagonists were not cultural scholars but trained philologists, they were able to show philology, which had become ossified in exegetically routines, what it would be capable of if it took itself seriously, to allow the texts to speak in voices other than the familiar ones by taking them at their word, to show what is written in them without ever having been read. Precisely because they were attractive for good reasons in a literary scholarship that was only able to emulate the canon, the members of the Kittler Youth, as Kittler's group of students in Freiburg were called, half mockingly, half admiringly, were also able to spoil the academic milieu in a particularly lasting way. For the post-structuralism they advocated did not simply reproduce the hostility to reason that was already inherent in this school of thought in its place of origin, France, but took it to extremes in a genuinely German sense. By narrating the prehistory of bourgeois society along the lines of the German literary canon as an endless history of discipline and correction, from which only Kleist's partisan, Hölderlin's madness or the extremism of the avant-garde offered a way out, they possibly ignored more completely than hermeneutics what could not be reconciled with the history of the European bourgeoisie in German history and allowed the prehistory of National Socialism to disappear in a negative anthropology of the bourgeoisie. In doing so, they turned the dialectic of the Enlightenment, which was the concern of critical theory, into a history of the decline of the Enlightenment in the spirit of German intellectual hostility. And that is why the difference between Kittler's and Adorno's name abbreviations is a difference of the whole. Franz Kafka was neither a leftist nor a crank, but a realist and therefore a fantasist, from whose notes we can learn more about the concept of progress than from so-called committed artists.
His diaries contain the following note: I kept my thoughts on the present out of sadness and fear, out of sadness, for because the present was so sad to me, I believed I could not leave it before it dissolved into happiness, out of fear, for just as I was afraid of the smallest present step, I also considered myself unworthy of seriously judging the great male future with responsibility, which also usually seemed so impossible to me that every small step forward seemed to me like a fake and the next one unattainable. It was easier for me to admit miracles than real progress. This is answered by the sentence from the Octavo booklets: the Messiah will only come when he is no longer necessary, he will only come one day after his arrival, he will not come on the last day, but on the very last day. In the unreconciled world, the last day, more apocalyptic threat than messianic hope, is also subject to the curse of the qualityless passing of time, from which stepping out would rather be a prerequisite for profane redemption, that very last day, namely the one that has arisen from chronic time, on which the sadness of the present, which perpetuates its own emptiness, would have dissolved into happiness. Instead of theologizing history, Kafka takes the Theologomena at its word, as an index of this worldly negativity, of bad imminence. This world cannot be followed by a hereafter, for the hereafter is eternal and therefore cannot be in temporal contact with this world. No continuity of development can be conceived between the negativity of the existing, whose bad infinity parodies eternity, and its emphatic counter-concept. What would truly mediate between the two would be the leap from one to the other, the leap out of the line of death that Kafka defined as the law of movement of his writing, not work on the endless change of the existing with chubby-cheeked zeal, but its abolition through the happiness that cannot be in it. It is hardly coincidental that Kafka does not conceive of real progress as a process, but rather, in reference to the gesture of the step into the next, which nevertheless seems unattainable, almost as its opposite, as a sudden act that interrupts the bad return of the same. But if all mere progress is recognized as falsification, as the continuation of the false, the real progress that would be important appears as a miracle. As a profane one, of course, which people would have to bring about themselves and which would require neither the hands-on hand of the revolutionary worker nor the supervision of the ethicist of responsibility, characters in whom the inmates of social movements could easily recognize their own block watchmen if they wanted to, but rather the experience, sharpened by sadness and fear, of being imprisoned in a present that cannot lead to happiness, but can only dissolve in it. Kafka described this negative act in relation to his writing with the image of the standing storm, which in turn brings to mind Walter Benjamin's Angel of History, who turns his back on the future, into which he is driven by a storm blowing from paradise that has caught in his wings. He has turned his face towards the past. Where a chain of events appears before us, he sees a single catastrophe that incessantly piles rubble upon rubble and hurls it at his feet. Although he wants to wake the dead and put together what has been shattered, he cannot do so because the storm that we call progress will not let him linger.
What appears to the forward-looking gaze as a chain, as a sequence of action and reaction in linear time, the angel recognizes as a single catastrophe in which not the one produces the other, but the whole destroys itself. In place of the events strung together like pearls, the pile of rubble growing into the sky appears, a mocking parody of the Tower of Babel. Benjamin's angel finds himself in the situation of Kafka's standing storm. The way out into the past, which drives him before him as it were, is just as blocked to him as the way out into the future, into which he is forced blindly and powerlessly anyway. The lingering, the transcendence of linear time in the experience of the fulfilled moment, is prevented by the same storm that creates the desire for it. Benjamin summarized this constellation, at once a historical philosophical allegory and a rejection of any positive philosophy of history, elsewhere in the formulation that revolution is the emergency brake rather than the locomotive of history. This, too, is not aimed at reinterpretation, but at redeeming the concept of revolution, which means turning back and overthrowing at the same time and presupposes the remembrance of those who have died senselessly, and there is only senseless dying. The resurrection of the dead, which the angel desires, the life element of all critical thought, would be redeemed by real progress, which would still bring the most ephemeral, anachronistic, to its rightful place. Kafka and Benjamin were not familiar with the concept of deceleration, but were associated with circles that can be regarded as harbingers of the sustainability ideology, against which their concept of revolution as interruption is more brittle than progressism. Life reformers and communitarians, with whom Benjamin was familiar through his reform pedagogical teacher Gustav Weinken, Kafka through his vegetarianism, and both through their connections with German Jewish anarchist groups, had been practicing in counter-social niches since the turn of the century, which would turn out to be avant-garde in the 1980s at the latest, attempts at a slower, more attentive, more actual and thus better life, in which the renunciation of the fruits of destructive progress, which were recognized as lazy, was supposed to produce joy and pleasure as if of its own accord. What even then, organized in suburban enclaves and sectarian communities, had traits of a group therapeutic laboratory experiment, has today become a conformist self-technology. Precisely because the lingering that one longs for has become objectively impossible, it is practiced in contemplation biotopes. Precisely because no one can enjoy anything anymore, if only because of the glaring lack of suitable objects, they have to be taught enjoyment skills, because happy sleep exists at best as a childhood memory, it is induced through a balanced diet, relaxation training and sleep apps. Because everyone is constantly chattering stupidly and always rushing around, everyone needs their yoga class, their fruit yogurt, their Bionade, their totally relaxed weekend relationship, their minute of quality time, or, as it is aptly called, their time out, in which nothing really moves, especially not in the mind. Of course, the time out that people prescribe for themselves today, so that everyone can survive their own collapse and look forward to the next one, has nothing to do with the interruption that Benjamin's and Kafka's notations are aimed at. When it is necessary to pull the emergency brake, it is not advisable to trance through the corridor in silent contemplation. Rather, all attempts to rehabilitate slowness, which Sten Nadolny praised in a book in the 1980s, Attention, whose sustainable economy was discovered by urban planner George Frank in the 1990s, and Perception, which Christoph Turk, who mutated from anti-German catchphrase maker to homeland protector at the turn of the millennium, recommended as an antidote to the agitated society, are under the spell of the threat of death that continues to emanate from society and is more oppressive than ever. Narrow-minded adherence to the empty hope of the future, postponement of the threat by reorganizing the economy of time, euphoric panic acceleration of the end. These three strategies remain after the disintegration of the revolutionary hope that once again shone through in Kafka and Benjamin. The first is embodied by the overall sovereign of civil society, whose representatives sit on every committee and in every plenum. The second by social ecologists, therapists and mediators who second them. The last and most dangerous by the postmodern propagandists of the event, the self-appointed exponents of the counter-sovereign, who lie to Benjamin and Kafka's longing for humanity, to leap out of the perennial catastrophe, in order to legitimize the collective longing for the end. People are no longer supposed to reach for the emergency brake to save themselves from the end, but the event is supposed to bring about the end here and now. This is no longer just the secret wish of narrow-minded progress optimists and sustainable decelerators, who are therefore getting on better and better with their Badiou and Rancière reading entourage. In view of this alliance, a miracle is actually more likely than real progress. No time of year is better suited to the mass mobilization of left-wing professional youth than the Berlin summer. The unmistakable mixture of neighborhood heat, party noise and the smell of barbecues keeps the self-proclaimed precarious bohemians sufficiently mentally dimmed during these exhausting months. No superfluous major event is left out so that they can meet themselves and only themselves in 100 similar variations. Only those who perceive the announcement of 48 Stunden Neukölln not as a threat, but as an advertisement and consider the transformation of cafés into big screen-centered classrooms to be an enrichment of public life, can summon up the audacity to invoke communism in a place designated as a stage for the people. Communism, it is naively and conformistically suggested, is basically nothing more than an endless happy communal experience and therefore a matter for the people. Anyone who disagrees with this is a spoilsport or, as the most popular term of abuse today is, a critic. It is part of the critic's nature not to accept anything and to prove every little joy a sham. The critic is a notorious rightist because he is notoriously right. According to the prevailing opinion today, communism, on the other hand, is to hallucinate the good in the worst, an idea in the greatest nonsense and a revolutionary spark in the repetition of the same old thing. There is no other explanation for the mixture of freedom rhetoric and denial of reality that was recommended to representatives of politics and culture at the Volksbund in Berlin last weekend, spread across various panels under the label of communism, as a future perspective suitable for consensus. As it is somehow communist to think together theory and practice, as they say, the entire weekend was divided into theory and practice panels, performance artists for the practice, discourse producers for the theory. Whereby, of course, the practice must somehow be saturated with theory and the theory must be whimsical and performative. With a view to the desired broad impact, the inevitable postmodern popular tribune Slavoj Zizek, Alain Badiou and Antonio Negri were cast as chief thinkers, who have theatrical entertainment value if only because they are unanimously regarded as representatives of an intellectual minority by the absolute majority of left-wing adepts. We no longer need to know anything about Negri since his juxtaposition of empire and multitude, of parasitic global finance capital and productive world community, has become an integral part of apocalyptic crisis rhetoric on both the left and the right. What we should know about Badiou and Zizek is that both discovered Christian fundamentalism and its usefulness for the purpose of a supposedly left-wing movement politics at a mature age. Zizek, whose earlier psychoanalytical excursions into new and old popular culture, from Wagner to Matrix, sometimes provided original insights, has now mutated into a kind of Christian Leninist and propagates asceticism and self-discipline as the authentic path to freedom.
In a warm-up interview published in the TEZ newspaper in time for the start of the Congress, he went on record to say that the left should no longer leave the affirmation of discipline, willingness to fight and sacrifice to the extreme right, ranting about Diet Coke, beer without alcohol and cookies without fat as symptoms of decadence, lamented the inauthenticity of a society in which everything had become fake, and attested that the German leader had been a coward, to adequately summarize his idea of communism in the sentence that Gandhi was more radical than Hitler. Badiou, on the other hand, has for some time discovered Paul, of all people, as the mastermind of the revolutionary event and, like Zizek, attests to the progressive function of Christian anti-Judaism in the fight for a universalism that can apparently only be conceived as a fight against the individualism of Judaism. The philosopher Cécile Winter, also a guest at the Volksbund, became famous in France for her assertion that Claude Lanzmann's dictum that the Jews were not persecuted and murdered by the National Socialists as just any outsiders, but as Jews, itself followed the Nazis' point of view. All three are united in the conviction that the view held primarily by critical theory, but also by Jean-Paul Sartre, for example, according to which the confrontation with the anti-Semitic delusion itself is the a priori of all communism, must finally be abandoned in the name of the idea of communism itself. Only in this context can the absurd rehabilitation of Christianity, which Badiou and Zizek pursue and which should actually be an abomination even to conformist cultural leftists, be adequately understood. Anyone who wants to know could have known all this long ago. The anti-Judaic and negationist elements in the thinking of Winter and Badiou were already described in detail 3 years ago in an essay by Philippe Zard in the French magazine Pluriels. The anti-Jewish passages deleted from the German translations of Zizek's books have been available for anyone to read in the online magazine Perlentaucher for a few weeks now. The fact that only a few anti-German flyers referred to the exorcism of anti-Semitism that they all practiced at the Volksbund event makes it clear how corrupt the concept of communism propagated here is to the core. Apparently, the idea of communism, which the Congress bore in its title, is itself only conceivable as an authoritarian communal project based on the exclusion of the non-identical, whose representatives have always been the Jews. The more illusory the free association of individuals envisaged by communism, the determinate negation of any concept of community, appears today, the more euphorically its authoritarian substitutes are acclaimed. Wherever the idea of communism may be preserved, its friends can increasingly only be recognized by the fact that they stay away from such events. He is the star of philosophical Maoism, the shelves of libraries and bookshops are filled with his numerous books and pamphlets, and the left has found in him an intellectual mastermind and powerful opponent of French neoconservatism, Alain Badiou. It has therefore long been appropriate to subject this master thinker to a scathing critique. Badiou's impressive calculation is that there is no politics without a subject. The existence or non-existence of the political subject is therefore the central problem of his philosophy. As the Marxist that he wants to be, Badiou naturally only considers the proletariat and, because they are somehow supposed to be the same thing, the people as subjects, neither of which, unfortunately for him, display any particularly revolutionary will. Instead of falling back on the Marxist distinction between class per se and class for itself, i.e. explaining why the workers or the people are objectively the revolutionary subject, but why this theoretical insight has not yet reached their heads, as is usually the case among Marxists, Badiou takes a different path. Following in Heidegger's footsteps, he spares himself the conceptual penetration of society and goes straight to existential analysis. This is reflected in his concept of politics, which is why it is necessary to begin with a few fundamental remarks on the relationship between the state, capital, and the proletariat. Precisely where the traditional variant of Marxism adheres to the theoretical definition of the proletariat, it is right in the face of any attempt, born of embarrassment, to expand its concept socially. The proletariat is neither a people, a stratum, a milieu, nor the disadvantaged masses, but the class that is forced to sell its labor power as a commodity for lack of other sources of income. This objective definition, aimed at the essence of society, remains correct even if the proletariat as a revolutionary subject has dismantled itself and thus survived. The fact that this failure is linked to social changes does not justify an arbitrary extension of the concept. The proletariat as a class exists as long as the reproduction of capital is based on the accumulation of surplus value. The attempt to grasp the concept not through its position in the reproduction process, but sociologically or psychologically, means introducing provisions into the concept that help to disguise the coercive character of society. The fact that the solidarity of the proletarians does not transcend countries and nations has to do with the fact that, as variable capital, they do not get beyond the trade unionist consciousness deplored by the communists. The failure of the communists, and in particular that of the communist parties, resulted from their success in their attempt to radicalize the struggle beyond concrete wage disputes through politicization as a reaction to this trade unionist consciousness. Precisely because the party succeeded in elevating the struggle to the political level, to the struggle for the state, it had to fail, because it only succeeded where the socialization of the means of production under the auspices of the state and the nation succeeded. The victory of the communists meant the nationalization of the movement to abolish domination, and thus its failure. Thus, the communist path proved to be a detour into the bosom of the nation and a catch-up modernization, in the course of which the proletariat was sublated by the state, providing for the common good. At the latest, since the proletariat has been allowed to vote, or, as is still the case today in some Eastern workers' states, it is supposed to be the legitimizing basis of the state itself, the state also defends its interests. By opening up the state to the proletariat, what was already predetermined in the definition of the nation as the third estate was actually achieved: the community of working and productive members of society, in polemical contrast to the lazy and parasitic members of society. As a mediator between the workers' and employers' associations, the state sovereign is the ideal overall capitalist, and as the national overall planner, the real overall capitalist, who represents the interests of variable and fixed capital, pacifies national unity and shifts competition between nations to the international level. Nor does the sovereign only join these interests afterwards, when they have already been socially formed, but is already present in every single act of exchange. He is the presupposed third party who watches over the fulfillment of the consensual wills laid down in the exchange contract. Only the quid pro quo of the exchange of goods makes the sphere of freedom and consensus possible as a condition of the sphere of production based on coercion and obedience. The freedom of the market is the freedom to choose one's own master. As the owner of his labor power, however, the worker also has an interest in his labor contract being fulfilled. The contract of labor for money therefore presupposes the social contract, even if historically this was first imposed on the rule by philosophy and realized by the bourgeois revolution. Where the appropriation of surplus value no longer took place by force but mediated by exchange, theory reenacted the process of capitalist reproduction that synthesized the individual wills and declared a posteriori what was already the case a priori, the voluntary agreement of all commodity owners subject to capital. Even then, however, the subject of the social movement is not the individuals, but capital, which is realized through the subjects. Unity is blindly established through its opposite, the separate individuals who only come into contact with each other through the market. If capital also needed non-capitalist preconditions, it subsumed them and reproduced them out of itself. This also applies in particular to violence, which was successively banished from society and monopolized in state institutions. The mute compulsion of conditions is usually sufficient to compel workers to wage labor. However, it is not enough for sovereign unity to exist ideally in and through the precondition of mediation. It requires an individual incarnation, especially in times of collectively perceived insecurity, in order to guarantee unity even if mediation does not succeed. In a state of emergency, therefore, the violence mediated by law emerges immediately and asserts the unity of the whole. The class state, which excluded the proletariat, was a paradoxical, thoroughly atavistic construction from the outset. It was already obsolete the moment it appeared, because modern classes could only emerge when forced labor was replaced by the wage labor of the contract-free worker. The fact that the whole of history is a history of class struggles, as stated in the Communist Manifesto, only makes sense as a polemical exaggeration which, disregarding the specific form of the respective rule, makes the atavism of capitalist society recognizable. The domination of one class over the other is only a manifestation of traditional domination that contradicts the concept of humanity, which first became concretely conceivable as a historical possibility through the capitalist development of the world. On the other hand, the class state really existed historically and even continues to exist where the state encompasses both classes. But the idea of the class state hypostatized a historical constellation of class struggle that obscured the possibility of reconciliation between proletariat and bourgeoisie in political unity, as well as the expected transmission of the class struggle into a bitter war against the internal and external enemy, creating unity. For sociopolitical integration into national unity with the simultaneous continuation of class division is only one side of the coin, the other being the declaration of enmity against the enemy threatening unity.
Seen from today's perspective, the proletariat was never revolutionary, if by this is meant equality that should enable the proletariat to go beyond the hypothalamus of capital and its political form through its position in the production process alone, but merely politically excluded and socially disadvantaged. The fact that the proletariat once wanted to bring about the revolution can only be explained by this position. Rather, special, historically contingent developments must be taken into account. However, criticism, which acts as the head of the revolutionary will, presupposes this will. Only if critique views its object from the perspective of the necessity of its abolition can the spell of the blind fatum of domination be broken. Even if the will itself cannot be theorized, because it is the absolutely self-evident, critique must still explain why the proletariat did not make the revolution, why it integrated itself into the National Association of Rule Against Reason at the price of the redistribution of wealth and the leveling of inequality, reconciled itself with the aggressor and together with him struck out in blind frenzy against those who, imagined as the anti-people, formed the negative of political unity. With this integration, critique also threatens to become pure description and thus further theoretical duplication, because it has lost its subject. If it wants to be more than a nostalgic retrospective, it can no longer start from the subject of history, because its subjectivity is almost completely permeated by the state subject of capital. It must turn to the objects of this subjectivity in order to capture in complete negativity that which is constantly in danger of being overrun by domination. Adorno called this the non-identical, that which is not absorbed in the concepts, but which language reaches, in that thinking nestles up to it in ever new constellations in order to make it speak. What is good is that which is unraveled, that which finds language, that which opens the eye. Adorno. According to Andreas Hetzel, Badiou allegedly agrees with Adorno on the idea of the non-identical, because he does not think of the subject as the subject of its own decisions, but as the result of a decision for which it is not responsible. Like Adorno, he tried not to subsume the non-identical under categories, but to recognize it in its non-identity. This recognition is to be achieved by the subject projecting itself into an irreducible openness, deciding in favor of the passively suffered decision that happens to it ex nihilo. The common ground thus seems to be that the subject is no longer conceived as the master of itself. But while Adorno sees individual autonomy as the goal to be striven for, Badiou affirms social heteronomy as the actual true existence. While Adorno places his hope in language in order to think with the concept against the concept, Badiou tries to escape language. Through the formalization of mathematical symbols and the axiomatic laws of set theory, being should be completely graspable, and this without linguistically grasping the multiplicity that is not identical with identity. This is precisely what Badiou tries to avoid, because it leads to a loss of being. Axiomatization is necessary so that multiplicity, which can be left in the implicit of its counting rules, can be grasped without a concept, i.e. without implying being is one. For Badiou, true being is not the identifying principle of being as one, but nothingness. In this way, Badiou wants to renounce conceptual thinking in order to escape the totalitarian power of identification. Badiou's starting point is also the false reconciliation of the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, which for him has done away with the nationally integrated proletariat. Badiou is an enemy of the state who hates the state in particular for incorporating the mass of citizens subject to it. For Badiou, this integration means one thing above all: stagnation, which stands in contrast to the permanent revolution that he himself wants to unleash. The goal of this revolution is the constitution of the mobilized masses of people and workers, constantly kept in motion, as a revolutionary subject. For Badiou, the starting point is the situation constituted by the state, in which an event can take place due to a lack of integrative power. Quote, "A subject identifies itself only at the point of lack, as emptiness or lack of being." Quote, end. The revolutionary subject can therefore only be constituted when a social group feels a lack and is simultaneously excluded from the state. As soon as the lack is remedied, i.e., an improvement in working conditions has occurred, for example, the game starts all over again. So that only the proletariat or the people are ever constituted as the subject by this lack, Badiou simply axiomatically stipulates that the workers and the people must constitute the revolutionary subject, which spares him any further explanation. Distorted by the language of ontology and mathematics, his theory proves to be a flat theory of impoverishment, which simply locates the revolutionary impetus where a mass is not yet integrated by a lack. Badiou calls this mass the proletariat. Consequently, for him, every popular demonstration, every workers' strike and every violent action, insofar as they articulate a deficiency in the given situation and are carried out in a strictly egalitarian manner, is a potentially revolutionary event to which the appointed theorist only needs to give a name in order to pave the way for the revolutionary subject to be constituted. However, Badiou wisely leaves it up to the future and thus to success to decide whether it really is a revolutionary event. In other words, whether an event is a true event cannot be seen in the present. Only in the future will it have proven itself to be such, or it will never have been one. The followers of the event would have to fill the time gap in between with confident faith. They carried nothing with them but their faith and the name of the event, which also served as a sign of recognition. Those who, clinging to the name in this way, set out on the path to realize the subject were freed from any standard by which to measure their behavior. Their only concern should be loyalty to the subject. However, in the absence of any yardstick other than their own commitment, faith becomes a wager and fidelity a game of a bank. Whoever makes such a bet can lose nothing but gain everything. Unfortunately, like the carrot held out to the donkey, this everything is unattainable and forever on the way. For the lack that the event reveals is structurally tied to the incomplete situation. The more that the workers want and for which they are demonstrating exceeds the given situation, but the movement towards its realization always runs the risk of contributing to integration and thus to stagnation. The axiomatic assumption that the workers are always those who are not represented in the situation prevents the situation from ever being completed. The lack is embedded in the structure of being itself and cannot be remedied by any historical event. This ontologization of social relations ensures Badiou's eternal revolutionary potential. However, even in its abstract non-historicality, the formally given axiomatic cannot deny its own historicity, namely the bitterness over the lost revolutionary subject. Badiou stands for this experience with his own person and with the group in which he is active. This group, the Organisation Politique J, is particularly committed to the rights of undocumented foreign workers, i.e. those without work permits or passports. For Badiou, these workers take the place of the classical proletariat. Today they are supposed to be the unrepresented, the excluded, from whom he hopes for a revolutionary uprising. Now that the proletariat itself has been integrated into the situation and, according to Badiou, no longer refers to any lack, new unsatisfied masses are needed who are still prepared to revolt. Should they also succeed in remedying the lack of the situation, then another mass of unrepresented people would have to follow in their footsteps in order to take up arms anew against the representation in which they do not appear. The new, which will have been introduced into the situation on the path of permanent revolution, is a complementary element of an infinite multitude. According to Badiou, those who inscribe themselves in the infinity of the movement by remaining faithful to the event become part of infinity themselves and therefore immortal. In this sense, the event celebrated by Badiou as the birthplace of the new is nothing other than the infinite return of the eternal same. It is obvious that such an ontology has more in common with Heidegger than with Marx and Adorno. But Badiou wants to distinguish himself from his master, J, through a minimal difference, J. Heidegger, according to Badiou's accusation, wanted to liberate being from all beings and thus disregarded the minimal difference that prevents being from ever presenting itself in its entirety beyond the moment of the event. Only during this brief moment of the event is the gap between being and existence bridged. Heidegger, on the other hand, attempted to restore being through a violent process of the return of a lost origin. His mistake was not to have conceived being as nothing and thus as real generality, but to have started from an original fullness. What reveals itself in an event, however, is not fullness, but lack. Because the lack, or more precisely, the emptiness that the proletariat, for example, is said to have been, opens up a view of being as nothing itself, the truth of the event is only indirectly linked to the particular situation.
Because of this only indirect connection, it is not a particular, but an eternal or an arbitrary truth, that is not bound to any preconditions and is therefore universal. Heidegger, the accusation continues, has determined being positively and thereby particularized it. It was only because the National Socialist seizure of power wanted to be a German revolution that it differed from a true event, and Heidegger could be wrong about it. The rupture that the seizure of power signified was not formally different from an event, and Badiou does not even seem to be sure of this, for elsewhere he says that it is only probable that Nazi politics was not a process of truth. In another passage, Badiou tries to summarize the difference between true and false events as follows. He distinguishes between two ways of thinking the new and in particular the new man, one as restitution, the other as production. In the first case, the definition of the new man is rooted in mythical totalities such as race, nation, earth, blood, soil. The new man is a collection of predicates, Nordic, Aryan, warrior, etc. In the second case, however, the new man is declined against all shells and against all predicates, especially against the family, property, and the nation-state. Heidegger was concerned with restitution, whereas he was concerned with the creation of the truly new, that which has never existed before. As far as Heidegger's criticism of his National Socialist commitment is concerned, Badiou is certainly right, as Emmanuel Faye has recently shown. Some of Heidegger's statements also suggest the historical existence of an ideal earlier state in which there was no oblivion of being. However, particularly in view of his commitment and his creative period during National Socialism, it is wrong to present Heidegger as a reactionary. On the contrary, Heidegger was a revolutionary who hoped for salvation in the future through the creation of the new, German human being, which had yet to be achieved. For him, revolution and original thinking formed a peculiar combination. The events and happenings of history are first and always the future. The future is the beginning of all events. The original and genuine reference to the beginning is therefore the revolutionary, which through the upheaval of the ordinary brings the most hidden law of the beginning back into the open. The conservative remains stuck in the historical, only the revolutionary reaches the depth of history. Martin Heidegger, Fundamental Questions of Philosophy. Restitution is not conceived by Heidegger as a return to a past state, but the beginning is itself conceived as a future one that can only be achieved through revolution. In the attempt to catch up with being through the revolutionary movement in the future, Heidegger is therefore in complete agreement with Badiou. The objection that, in Heidegger's case, what is to be caught up is an original and initial one, also necessarily applies to Badiou, for being, which is detached from beings, even if it is to be nothing, is always already prior to it, otherwise it could not be revealed in the event. So if Heidegger did not look back, but forward, the supposed difference that remains is the position on the predicate or the determination of being as fullness or as nothingness. Badiou's criticism of Heidegger makes his own conception of being clear. While Heidegger supposedly regarded being as a catchable, fixed quantity, Badiou is concerned with remaining true to being through an infinite movement. Because it is itself infinite and eludes any representation, it cannot be caught up with. Any attempt to do so would necessarily lead to excesses of violence. Instead, an attempt should be made to capture existence in its fleetingness through a constant beginning. The infinite movement must begin in ever new acts, at ever new points. The biggest problem of such a movement that moves from point to point is its duration. Badiou is unable to give it duration through institutionalization because the movement is supposed to be in opposition to the finite nature of institutions. For Badiou, family, property, and the nation-state are the shells of community that do violence to the infinity of being. Through the use of predicates, political language ascribes characteristics to the community that make it exclusive. In contrast to the universal collectivity of workers, state communities are closed collectives. For Badiou, as for Lenin and Mao before him, the state is merely the obstacle that the brutal finiteness of power operations places in the way of the infinite mobility of politics. Against the political nature of the state, the consistency of politics must be established through discipline and loyalty. The greatest obstacle to this is nature, because the subject is made up of individuals who possess natural, i.e. bodily needs, which constantly put them in danger of betraying a political line, because resting in the service of goods, service de biens, offers itself. Revolutionary politics can therefore only arise where individual interests and needs are sacrificed in favor of the whole. How Badiou envisions a revolutionary politics against the state can be seen in his comments on Rousseau. Rousseau is particularly suitable for this because, according to Badiou, he laid out the modern concept of politics forever. In an argument with Alain Finkielkraut, he describes his own position as that of a Rousseauism of infinity. Rousseau's social contract begins with the famous words, "Man is born free and everywhere he finds himself in chains. He who thinks he is the master of others is more his slave than they are." How did this change come about? I do not know. What can make it legitimate? To this question I believe I have an answer. Quote end. Rousseau therefore does not want to explain how freeborn people became subjects, but how this state can be made lawful. The task that Rousseau has set himself is to legitimize the rule of man over man. Right at the beginning, he emphasizes that slavery and law are mutually exclusive, i.e., slavery cannot be a legal state. The problem for Rousseau is therefore as follows: how can a form of association be found which defends and protects the person and goods of each member with all their common strength, and by which each one who joins all the others nevertheless obeys only himself and remains as free as before? His solution envisages a social contract through which people form a body politic that is animated by their common will. According to this contract, everyone would be obliged to submit to the leadership of this will and to completely divest themselves into the collective body. In this way, everyone becomes a part of the common will and at the same time a member of the collective body, which receives its orders from that very will. This body, endowed with a collective i.e., is the sovereign. With regard to the members, we speak of the people as a whole, but as individuals, the participants in sovereign power call themselves citizens or subjects when they are subject to the laws of the state. The individual is split up by the common will, he is both master and subject. However, as subjects obey their own commands, they remain as free as before. The problem is solved: man's rule over man is legitimate, because the chains he wears are the chains he has put on himself of his own free will. Badiou shifts the emphasis of Rousseau's question by understanding the legitimacy of rule not as a problem of legitimacy, but in terms of existential politics. Legitimacy here refers to existence and in particular the existence of politics. For Badiou, Rousseau's social contract is an event through which politics begins to exist. It is an event through which the truth of the being of politics is revealed in the act of the constitution of the people. However, this idea of the being of politics is also the decisive difference to Rousseau's theory. It is so decisive because the idea of the being of politics makes any attempt to grasp politics as a mediated relationship impossible. Badiou does not conceive the becoming of the subject as the mediation of a prior self with an equally prior social or cultural order, but rather according to the model of a Fichtean act of action, in which a subject sets itself, whose freedom is based on nothing other than this setting. Badiou understands the social contract not as an agreement of the will of individuals, but as the revelation of the being of the people, which is constituted following the event of the social contract. Quote, here lies a deep general problem: can the event be understood as a function or a mediation? This question, incidentally, has pervaded the entire epoch of revolutionary politics. For many of its believers, the revolution is not what happens, but what must happen in order for something else to happen. It is the mediation of communism, the moment of the negative. For Paul, on the other hand, just as for those who consider the revolution to be a self-sufficient sequence of political truth, he is an arrival, he is what interrupts the previous regime of discourse. In and of itself, the Christ is what happens to us. End of quote. Such a conception is radically opposed to the goal of all bourgeois contract theories to justify rule through the wills and goals of the people. Although Badiou is right when he refers to the non-historical character of the social contract, he misses the intention of the social contract, to impose a reasonable justification on the unreasonable state in order to make it intelligible.
Consequently, it is not the will but the lack of preconditions of the social contract that becomes the pivotal point of further argumentation. Only through its non-necessity does the social contract become an event in Badiou's sense. Freedom is no longer understood as an insight into necessity, but as a renunciation of all that is necessary. Politics that realizes freedom in Badiou's sense is in itself its only goal. It knows no morality, because morality belongs to the order of the situation that thwarts the event. For Badiou, the people is the truth of this accidental being which can only maintain itself through the procedure of self-referential fidelity to the event. This politics of truth is pure movement and therefore has no structure supported in being. Thus, The nothingness of the event can be interpreted as the actual being, which is positioned against the state that manages the necessities, because je necessity is always apolitical. The state is status and stasis, the opposite of procedure. Movement and act. It has no being, no truth, no people, and is therefore apolitical. By presenting Rousseau's concept of politics as eternally valid, Badiou no longer situates the norm, which he himself signifies, historically. Detached from its socio-historical preconditions, it becomes a hypothesis that needs to be constantly put to the test. Instead of interpreting Rousseau's social contract as an attempt to legitimize bourgeois rule against the nobility, Badiou uses it as a model for a communism that has yet to be achieved. However, the collective expression of the sovereign people, the common will, is nothing other than the ideal expression of all commodity guardians united in the collective, which may still have had an emancipative character in Rousseau's time, but has long since become a dark reality today. For Rousseau, it was the anticipation of an ideal general capitalist who represented not only the will of the owners of fixed capital, but also that of variable capital. This generality was only realized through the extension of the right to vote during the 20th century. Badiou's concern is now to extend the circle of those who participate in the common will beyond that of citizens, not by expanding the state, but by withdrawing state powers from society. However, he can only achieve this generalization by abstracting from the natural preconditions of the will even more radically than Rousseau and the Jacobin Marxists. Wealth, interest and happiness are therefore not categories of Badiou's ontology. The individual has to surrender completely to the collective of those who are seized by the truth. Badiou grants him as little right of resistance as Rousseau. The constant will of all members of the state is the general will, through it one is a citizen and free. And in another passage, Rousseau is even more explicit. Finally, in order that the social compact may not be a meaningless piece of paper, it silently preserves the agreement that can give strength to all other provisions, according to which anyone who refuses to obey the general will be forced to do so by the whole body. Which means nothing other than that he will be forced to be free. Unlike Badiou, however, for Rousseau, in addition to freedom and equality, the preservation and well-being of its members is also a purpose of the political association. However, the decision as to whether or not there is a danger threatening the association is not up to the individual. And because life is no longer merely a gift of nature, but a conditional gift of the state the state can also dispose of the lives of its members. Rousseau only sees a limit to this power of disposal being reached when the state dissolves, because it is no longer administered by laws authorized by the common will. Citizens would then regain their natural freedom and would no longer be obliged to obey the state. However, this obligation to obey has preconditions in Rousseau that no longer play a role for Badiou. For Rousseau, as for the Bolshevists, social equality as the basis of the social contract was of particular importance. This equality in turn presupposed a certain degree of wealth. A civilized society can only exist where the work of each individual generates a surplus product. The abundance of the individual produces what is necessary for the public. It follows that the bourgeois state can only exist as long as people's labor produces more than they need. However, Rousseau also sees the danger of revolutions arising with wealth, which is why he recommends that the government should consume the surplus itself in order to preserve equality. It should not cause any disturbance to the social equilibrium. The economic existence of every citizen of the Commonwealth should be as equal as possible to that of every other citizen of the Commonwealth. This means, for example, that with regard to wealth, no citizen should be sufficiently wealthy to be able to buy another, and no one should be so poor that he would be forced to sell himself. Rousseau was divided on the important question of who should organize production, the private owners or the state. One can therefore summarize, Franz Neumann states, that Rousseau saw either equal distribution of private property or common property as a condition for his political order. However, the generality of the law, which was particularly important to Rousseau and which is the decisive basis of the rule of law, is more compatible with a social order in which the state sets the framework conditions for accumulation than with one in which the state intervenes in this process through special measures. It is therefore not clear from Rousseau whether the common will is based on many small private owners or whether it administers common property. From a Marxist perspective, the bourgeois state arises from the contradiction of class interests. If the different interests disappear with the establishment of social equality, the state dies as an instrument of rule by the propertied class. Fully implemented democracy is transformed from bourgeois democracy into proletarian democracy, from the state, equals a special power for the oppression of a particular class, into something that is actually no longer a state. Lenin. Rousseau's abhorrence of parties and associations as a means of enforcing particular interests against the common interest is consistent with this idea. Franz Neumann also interpreted Rousseau in this sense as a theorist of state absolutism. And precisely for this reason, according to Neumann, the ultimate consequence of Rousseau's theory is that in a society based on political freedom and social equality in the manner described, the state necessarily becomes superfluous, because the fundamental conflicts are absent. Rousseau himself saw this connection with great clarity. In the draft constitution for Corsica, he writes, "When private property is both weak and dependent, the government needs little power and directs the people, so to speak, with a wave of its finger." It is not for nothing that this is reminiscent of Lenin's demand that the state should be so simple that even a cook could run it. For Badiou, too, the goal of communism is the withering away of the state. But in contrast to Rousseau, Lenin or Neumann, Badiou refrains from any social or economic precondition of the state. No idea of political freedom, social equality or individual happiness should serve as a guideline for politics. Wealth as a basic condition for the satisfaction of bodily needs simply does not occur to him. The fact that Badiou wants to recognize his own conception of popular sovereignty in Rousseau's conception despite these differences is primarily due to the common will, which is the supporting element of sovereignty in Rousseau and gives the people a collective ego. It expresses itself through general laws on which the whole people vote and which always refer to the whole people. But here too, Badiou is at odds with Rousseau because he abstracts from the individual even more radically than Rousseau. Rousseau makes the decisions of the common will dependent on the majority of its members. According to Badiou, this foundation of the common will in the majority decision arises from Rousseau's mistaken belief that the sovereign decision of the common will must be secured by an empirical form of legitimacy. Badiou's solution to the problem of the common will does not envisage legitimization, but rather authorization through the existence of politics. Rousseau linked the common will to legitimacy and did not base it on the essence of politics itself. The essential thing, however, is to connect politics with the truth. However, this truth is nothing other than the sovereign people itself. For politics is ultimately the existence of the people. For Rousseau, on the other hand, a homogeneous social structure is a prerequisite for the common will. It is only through this homogeneity that the individual wills united in the common will become similar, even before they enter into the social contract. This social agreement enables the agreement of their wills in the contract. If the people have constituted themselves through the contract, the individual wills that contradict the sovereign common will can nevertheless be thought of as fundamentally in agreement with it. Since the sovereign is composed only of the individuals who form it, it will not and cannot harbor any intentions that would be contrary to its own jus. The weight of an individual vote depends on the size of the society, which is why Rousseau prefers smaller societies. This preference is due to the desire for the greatest possible convergence of social living conditions and interests. It is intended to ensure that the majority always makes the best choice for each individual.
This very concrete participation of the individual in the common will contradict Badiou's ontology. Thus, although Badiou follows Rousseau in the division of members into citizens and subjects caused by the common will, they again diverge from each other in the definition of the citizen. For Rousseau, citizen and subject refer to the same member in different positions. As a citizen, he is part of the sovereignty, i.e. part of the common will, which codecides on the laws, whereas as a subject he is subject to the state, which executes the laws. The division permeates each individual member so that the terms refer to each other. According to Rousseau, due to the same social conditions, everyone has the same interests on the whole, which is why an individual can make a mistake about the best way to achieve their own welfare, but not the majority. The common will is the sum of all particular interests, disregarding the extremes. The individual who represents such an extreme particular interest must be forced to be free in his own interest, which he only misjudges. But even this justification of an educational dictatorship is still too closely tied to the empirical existence of individuals and their interests for Badiou. For with Badiou, the citizen is an activist who remains faithful to the event and thus maintains the existence of politics in time. Without the activist's fidelity, politics would disappear immediately after the event. The common will that this event inaugurates is the de-fidelity operator that activists must internalize if politics is to exist as a procedure beyond the event. For Badiou, this operator is not the result of a vote, but a category of the being of politics founded in the event, which is in an immediate relationship to every citizen. A politics exists when an internalized common operator divides the special wills. Citizens should not only be able to see whether their interests are covered by the common will or whether they represent a deviating particular interest once the result of an election has been determined, but should be able to separate themselves from their interests in advance. According to Badiou, they should consciously anticipate the collective will of the people by remaining faithful to the event. Obedience to the common will is the mode in which civic freedom is realized. This common will is not the result of a decision-making process to establish an ideal common interest, but an ideal non-interest. The citizen as an activist must not have any individual interests. Only the subject has interests and as such must obey. The category of interest does not belong to the order of the event, but to nature. This makes it understandable that for Badiou the measure of the duration of politics is the insistence of the division of the individual. For only as long as there are citizens with a selfless interest, who belong to a different dimension than the interested individual, can there be politics. A man is not a political being, for the accident of politics is a supernatural event. Rousseau determined that the common will could only express itself through general laws that related to the people as a whole. This would guarantee the formal equality of all members before the law. However, it is a dilemma of popular sovereignty to be able to vote on the laws but not to be able to execute them. Thus, the sovereignty of the people requires the power of the state. Because the establishment of a state government does not refer to the whole people, but only to the monarch or the few persons of the government, it can only be done by an individual act, not by a law which must always refer to everyone. This birth defect threatens to discredit the government from the outset as unlawful and therefore illegitimate. Rousseau countered this danger by a sudden transformation of sovereignty into democracy, without noticeable change and only through a new relationship of all to all. The citizens, who have become officials, pass from general acts to special treatment, and from the law to its execution. Through this transformation, the people transfer their power, but not their will, to the executive bodies. A representative representation of the people by the government is thus excluded. According to Badiou, this distinction between will and power leads to a denationalization of politics. But here too the difference to Rousseau becomes clear. For the latter, the rule of law, alongside social equality, is the condition under which individuals submit to the state. For Badiou, the law cannot enter into a connection with the state because it is connected to the truth. The state is not based on truth, but on knowledge, with the help of which it attempts to encyclopedically grasp a given situation in its particularity. Truth, on the other hand, guarantees the generality of the being revealed in the event. Although for Rousseau the state is supposed to be bound by general laws, Badiou opposes it to these. It can be shown that every particular regulation in turn refers politics to the state and subjects it to the constraints of state jurisdiction, but not to law and truth. The radical separation of will and power, of general sovereignty and particular state, leads Badiou to bring about a disjunction between sovereignty and state. However, because the sovereign politics of the people must also act in special situations, Badiou distinguishes between two forms of democracy: democracy as a form of state in which the state is sovereign and legitimizes itself through consensus, and the form of mass democracy, whose goal is the collective that has come into its own and with the unseparated authority of the infinite. This democracy, which is removed from the consensual figures of the state, must be linked to the generality of a political regulation as such. At this point, Badiou avoids speaking of the law, because this is obviously linked to the state, and instead speaks of the general political rule. It makes a connection between the general and the particular possible, as a subordination of the particular to the general, thus accomplishing what the law is supposed to accomplish but cannot through the illegitimate executive. But in what way can the democratic subject of politics execute the political regulation? This connection takes the form of situations that make inegalitarian statements impossible. Badiou wants to make the rupture that Rousseau identified in the individual act of delegating power to the government disappear by removing sovereignty from the state. Sovereign democracy should realize a generality that was prevented by the boundaries of the state. In contrast to the state, the subject of politics is strictly egalitarian and thus truly universal. However, individuals can only become part of this generality if they submit to it unconditionally. A democracy understood in this way should ensure that no predicates can be put into circulation as political designations or categories that formally contradict the idea of the impossibility of inegalitarian statements. Badiou wants to explicitly distance himself from Carl Schmitt with this political rule of generality. Schmitt attempted to define democratic generality, which necessarily includes forms of exclusion in the democratic space. And not only that, for him the whole can only constitute itself in its identity form if it distinguishes itself from a presupposed other. His attempt to distinguish himself from Schmitt resembles an incantation intended to conceal the shortcomings of his own conception. But Schmitt, like Badiou, is a theorist of civil war, and the substantial homogeneity that Schmitt makes the basis of his concept of democracy with reference to Rousseau is a concept homologous to Badiou's consistency. Although Badiou opposes this very consistency in the name of the inconsistent masses of the excluded, if the masses commit themselves to the event, this commitment and loyalty to it become the criterion of belonging. In this way, inconsistency becomes consistency, and only if this is given can the subject assert itself. Badiou's criticism of Schmitt, that he represented a particular point of view based on an ethnic or otherwise substantial unity, misses Schmitt's point. For Schmitt was indifferent to what the unity was based on as long as the unity existed at all. He understood political unity as a fighting unit and assessed it according to its ability to stand together as a unit in battle and to mobilize all forces for the struggle. The state was merely a historical phenomenon of unity and could be sacrificed if necessary, ignoring its legitimacy. A sentence by Schmitt can be cited as proof of this, which is often used as evidence to the contrary: the sovereign is the one who decides on the state of emergency. This definition does not determine who the sovereign is, but how he can be recognized. It does not provide an answer, but rather poses a question: who has the power to end the revolution, or, which is just another name for it, the civil war? Only if someone is found for this task, and this does not necessarily have to be the one who is designated for it due to his position within the state, it will also have been an exception, will order and thus unity be able to assert itself. Badiou does not perceive this revolutionary, albeit counter-revolutionary impetus of Schmitt's theory and simply books Schmitt as a conservative, right-wing state theorist, which is why he does not notice that he agrees with Schmitt precisely where he criticizes him. Because he sees himself as anti-state and anti-racist, he always considers himself to be in opposition to Schmitt. A good impression of Schmitt's assessment of the state at the end of the Weimar Republic is provided by his article Staatsethik und die pluralistische Staat, State Ethics and the Pluralist State, from 1930. The article begins as follows: the most widespread and thoroughly prevailing assessment of the state today is best characterized by the title of an American essay, by Ernst Baker from 1915, The Discredited State. Even in very strong states whose foreign policy power and domestic political order is not endangered, in the United States of America and in England, the traditional ideas of the state have been vividly criticized since the war, and the old claim of the state to be the sovereign unity and wholeness has been shaken. In France, syndicalist theorists proclaimed as early as 1907, "The state is dead." End of quote. Schmitt also made it clear in this essay that the battle for the state was not waged for the sake of the state, but for what it institutionally guarantees. It is of course possible to limit the word state, historically, to the absolute state of the 17th and 18th centuries. And he continued, then it is easy to fight it ethically today. But what matters is not the word, which has its history and can become unfashionable, but the issue, namely the problem of the political unity of a people. And this is endangered by the disintegration into different parties and groupings. They deny the state what is part of its absolute core competence, namely the right to decide on war and peace, on life and death. A political group therefore acquires the character of a state if it is able to bind its members to itself so intensively that it can dissociate them from the unity of the state, and a life and death struggle with other groups becomes possible. Every social group, regardless of its nature and substance, becomes political to the extent that it participates in the decision or even concentrates the decision within itself. Because the political has no substance of its own, the point of the political can be gained from any area, and every social group, church, trade union, corporation, nation, becomes political and thus state-like when it approaches this point of highest intensity. A concept of the political conceived in this way is oriented towards the extreme of a possible civil war and the associated question of whether the members of the political entity, whatever its nature, are prepared to go to their deaths for it. Badiou's own distinction between state and sovereignty corresponds to Schmitt's differentiation between state and politics. The sovereignty that Badiou, with Rousseau, claims for the people is the militant unity of all activists in the struggle against the apolitical state. During the Weimar Republic, Schmitt still tried to bring the political together with the state, but the distinction between state and politics alone opened up the possibility for Schmitt to drop the state in favor of true political unity, which concentrates the sovereign decision within itself. Just how far Schmitt departed from the classical conception, for which George Jelinek can stand, becomes clear when one looks at Jelinek's definition of state and politics. Political means state. In the concept of the political, one has already conceived the concept of the state. Georg Jelinek, Allgemeine Staatslehre. Such a conception of politics as a sphere of action related to the state, which is still common today, was no longer possible for Schmitt. He took the social groups that moved below the state level and threatened to dissolve it far too seriously. To regard them merely as enemies of politics and opponents of the state, and then to treat them as a police problem, would have been to trivialize them. Such a view seemed all the more absurd, however, as these criminals also seemed capable of big politics, i.e. war. Moreover, they not only acted domestically, but also on an international level as the international proletariat and Soviet power. Schmitt therefore reversed the relationship, making the political a prerequisite for the state. The concept of the state presupposes that of the political. Through polemical demarcation from the existential enemy, the state was to regain the unity that it had lost through social differentiation. Like Rousseau, he declared the people to be the sovereign political entity on which the state was based, in the hope of overcoming social pluralism by differentiating it from the enemy. With the transfer of power to the National Socialists, Schmitt finally dropped the state and moved on to conceptualizing political unity as an immediate expression of the dormant being contained in every great political movement, of the people. According to Schmitt, the people thus became independent of the institution of the state at the point when they committed themselves to anti-Semitic politics by electing the National Socialists. Today, the people is the normal concept of political unity. With the completed separation of state and people, Schmitt took exactly the position that Badiou supposedly claims against Schmitt today. Badiou defines the political, from which he differentiates his concept of politics, very succinctly. The fiction of the political is a sinister fiction, and all the more so because it establishes the true evaporation of politics. At its core, this fiction is that of the union, the bond, the relationship. It articulates sovereignty over the community. The political is philosophically defined as the concept of the communal bond and as its representation in an authority. The theory is obviously variable depending on whether the emphasis is placed on the genealogy of the bond, on its contractual self-foundation or its natural descent, or whether, on the contrary, the emphasis is placed on sovereignty and its representative or organic power to guarantee the law of totality. And always the difficulty of the political philosopher is to discover that there is no transitivity between the nature of the communal social bond and its sovereign representation. The political wanders between bourgeois society and the state. Badiou distinguishes between two related fictions of the political, that of the social bond, which constructs a common origin or agreement between the members of a political unit, and that of representative sovereignty, which guarantees unity through its power. The political is incoherent between these two poles, the bottom of origin and the top of representation. The problem lies in the fact that there is no transition between the unity of the social bond and that of sovereign representation. The political is not what it promises, i.e. not a closed, but essentially an inconsistent unity. The crisis of the political diagnosed by Badiou does not mean misfortune for him insofar as it opens up new possibilities for politics. Where the political withdraws, a new space is created for politics. Quote, what the crisis of the political reveals is that all quantities are inconsistent, that there are neither Frenchmen nor proletarians, and that because of this fact the figure of representation, like its opposite, the figure of spontaneity, is itself inconsistent. Quote end. Thus, just like France, the proletarian party or the proletarian state are based on the fiction of the political. They presuppose a uniform mass of French people or proletarians that does not exist. It is precisely this inconsistent mass that is the point of reference for politics. However, no politics can be made with an inconsistent mass, i.e., Badiou must find a way to transform inconsistency into consistency without succumbing to the fiction of the political. The solution is Marxism. Marxism is the consistency of a political subject, of a heterogeneous political capacity. It is the life of a hypothesis. The extreme danger in which this consistency finds itself proves itself in the subjective experience of this danger. The proof of this capacity at the limits of inexistence requires that one exist with it. A Marxist is therefore the one who is in a subjective position in the destruction of Marxism, who pronounces in an imminent way what must die and who consequently dies himself, thereby ordering this death as a recomposition of politics. Badiou is not concerned with rejecting all consistency, but with exchanging the fiction of consistency for real consistency. Like the phoenix from the ashes, politics should emerge from the death of the political. To achieve this, the fiction must first of all be actively destroyed in order to be open to the real movement of the working and popular masses. The pivotal point of the argument is the already known mass events that are supposed to accomplish this miracle of transforming an inconsistent mass into a consistent one. In particular, the free trade union movement Solidarnosc in Poland and the uprising against the Shah in Iran are cited by Badiou as such events. For Badiou, they are proof of two things: that the political is in crisis, and that the masses can attain a real rather than a merely fictitious consistency. However, this means first of all that the historical episode of Marxist state politics has come to an end. Badiou clearly recognized this in 1985 and thus earlier than many others. As since the end of the Cultural Revolution in China, the great historical pulsations of the masses, at least, no longer refer to Marxism. Look at Poland or Iran. Because of these facts, there is an expatriation of politics. Its historical territorialization is no longer transitive. The era of self-reference is closed. Politics no longer has a historical home. Quote end. Seen in this light, the crisis of the political consists in the disintegration of revolutionary movement and revolutionary theory. Marxism as the theory and practice of a subject must, if it wants to rise again, turn to the pulse of the masses from whom it has become alienated. Or in the words of Mao, it must learn again to serve the people. According to Badiou, in order to restore the category of the subject, it is necessary to establish a fixed point, that is itself an unconditional, an event. But how does the collective subject, which identifies with the event, solve the problem of belonging? Who is a worker and who belongs to the people if no one is to be excluded? Badiou's egalitarian politics is also based on the distinction between friend and foe. He measures membership of the collective in terms of the extent to which one is gripped by the revolutionary truth, which is characterized by a dissociation from the environment. In his book on the logics of worlds, Badiou therefore introduces the existential intensity as a correction to his conception of the name, which coincides with Schmitt's idea of intensity. According to Badiou, the people or workers' collective includes those who have been seized with particular intensity, which can be seen above all in the struggle against the enemy. Worker is the generic name of everything that can evade the hegemony established by finance capital and its servants in an organized form. End of quote. The fact that the enemy is only mentioned here in all passivity has to do with the fact that we find ourselves in an intermediate epoch dominated by the enemy. But this dominating external enemy also threatens to wear down unity from within. Not only does it dominate the state, it also seduces the activists who have already been converted to the event. Quote, any loyalty to an authentic event names the opponents of its perseverance. In contrast to the ethics of consensus, which claims to avoid the rift, an ethics of truth is always more or less activist, militant. For its otherness in relation to established opinions and knowledge is expressed concretely in the struggle against all kinds of attempts to break into it, to corrupt it, to return to the immediate interests of the human animal, the human being not seized by the truth of the event, to be sarcastic towards it, and to suppress the immortal who appears as subject. The ethics of truths presupposes the recognition of these attempts, and thus the unique operations of naming enemies. End quote. The show trial against the traitors in one's own ranks is already inherent in such a statement. What is also striking about it, however, is the emphasis on one's own otherness and the extreme demarcation from the enemy that accompanies it. Badiou is doing exactly what he accuses Schmitt of doing, defining the identity of the subject and the exclusion that goes hand in hand with this. It is precisely the threat from the enemy that makes it necessary to count one's own ranks, and it seems good that Badiou can also find organizations among his own that have already gone on the attack. Even in the case of organizations whose universalism is constrained by their religious allegiance, the nature of their ties to the people would have to be determined. Hezbollah in Lebanon, Hamas in Palestine. In another book, Badiou shares the results of his investigations. And who would have thought it? He can attest to Hamas and Hezbollah's established national roots and massive attention. It comes as no surprise then that Badiou, unlike Israel, attests to all other modern states that which, according to his theory, they cannot achieve. The modern conception of a state is an open conception. A country is made up of all the people who live and work there. We have to accept as a rule of peace that a national entity be a kind of creative patchwork. There is no reason at this point to make a Jewish exception. End quote. It is important to note that the French organization in which Badiou is involved, the A Organisation Politique, advocates the slogan "Whoever lives and works here is from here." Badiou thus acts as if he and his organization have already achieved in France and all other modern states what he is fighting for in vain, namely the legal recognition of the sans-papiers, the illegal workers. The universal united front that Badiou dreams of requires a common point of identification, an enemy that opposes both the unity of the people and the unity of all peoples. As an antipode, he is the negative realization of the paradoxical unity that is sought. He is both a particular people and universal and not bound to any people. Badiou has named two enemies as ciphers for this antipode, Israel and finance capital. However, these two enemies cannot be separated from each other, but are incarnations of one and the same enemy in different arenas. Badiou's polemic against Sarkozy allows us to study what an analysis of the present that links these arenas looks like for him. In his book, What Does the Name Sarkozy Stand For?, he compares him with the Nazi collaborator Pétain. The comparison between Sarkozy and Pétain is not, as Badiou points out, a comparison of individuals, but of the particular circumstances of state rule over the masses. Badiou pompously calls these similarities their transcendental. Quote, "I say that the mass subjectivity that carries Sarkozy to power and supports his actions has its unconscious, historical national roots in Pétainism. This is what I call a transcendental, something that, without appearing on the surface, our situation bears no resemblance to Pétain's rule, configures a collective disposition from afar, gives it its order." End of quote. Because Badiou has an instrumental relationship to historical facts, he can speak of a Pétainist transcendental before Pétain. This Pétainist transcendental is characterized by its opposition to a revolutionary movement and therefore first appeared in 1815 after the French Revolution. A post-revolutionary government reinstalls itself in the wake of foreign powers, with the strong support of emigrants, disempowered classes, traitors and opportunists of all kinds and the consent of a weary people. It declares to restore public order against the anarchy of the revolution. Sarkozy was therefore not Pétain, but Sarkozy's transcendentalism was a Pétainist one. Badiou sets out 5 criteria for the Pétainist transcendental, which is a typically French matrix, and has remained the same throughout France's history. 1. The servility before the powerful of the day. If Pétain proved his subservience to the Nazis, Sarkozy, whom Badiou calls the rat man, reveals an unreserved obedience to the potentates of globalized capitalism. The military situation is a matter for the Americans, the internal situation for the big financiers, etc. The political function of the comparison becomes clear here. Not only could the Americans and the financiers be compared to the Nazis, but the French government and Sarkozy in particular are also portrayed as puppets of foreign powers to whom he is selling the nation. Point 2. The idea of an immoral crisis that shifts the blame for the financial crisis onto each individual, while the servants of the state are relieved of responsibility. In this way, morality takes the place of politics and especially against that which is made directly by the people of the people. Because the crisis is moral, renewal in no way presupposes the energy of a political mobilization of the people. For Badiou, politics in the emphatic sense is always mass politics, which presupposes the collective mobilization of the masses. 3. The paradigmatic function of the experience of foreign countries. This refers to the supposed orientation of the French government towards a foreign model. Foreign countries had successfully overcome the moral crisis and could therefore serve as a model. For Pétain, the Nazis were the model to be copied, from whom he had learned that radical action must be taken against the arsonists of moral crisis and decadence. Sarkozy and his compliant intellectuals of the Nouvelle Philosophy, whom Badiou calls the rats, oriented themselves in parallel to the Nazis of the present day, namely George W. Bush, Tony Blair, and the Chinese. Their lesson is, the only way to escape the moral crisis is to use new and powerful means of police and repression, severe restrictions on the right to strike, cuts in public spending, and other constants of the friends of order to suck the masses of ordinary people dry. Then and only then, when the rich are super rich and the poor are pauperized, will we be able to celebrate the return of public morality. Sarkozy may be the rat man, but he is ultimately just a cheap copy of the real dark forces abroad, who will not rest until the poor have been completely exploited. 4. The propagandistic creation of a catastrophic event that has exacerbated the moral crisis. In reality, this event had a revolutionary character, which made the propagandistic lie necessary. For Pétain's Pétainism, it was the Popular Front. Finally, for our president, May 68 is responsible for a crisis of values that also calls for a reconfiguration of our entire unhappy country, which is in accelerated disintegration, on the Bush or Blair model. Quote end. The action always lies with the revolutionary movement, it stands at the center, from which the whole event is explained. For the present, May 68 is the central revolutionary event. The obsessive desire to fit all historical events into the same scheme becomes abundantly clear at this point. After all, the Popular Front was formed because of the threat posed by fascist movements and states or National Socialism. 5. The fifth element refers to race. Under Pétain it was clearly expressed, put an end to the Jews, the foreigners, the Negroes. Today it is expressed more slyly. It would therefore take a trained ear to hear the same thing. What Badiou deals with here under the heading of the Pétainist transcendental has all the elements of anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. For the situation is summarized as follows: instead of serving the people, the government is the servant of sinister foreign powers. Together, they pursued only one goal: to suck the population dry. They constantly lied to the masses about their real situation and devised disasters to make them compliant. Whatever happens, it is based on a sinister plan by the gay powers of the day. The Pétainist transcendental thus fulfills several purposes for Badiou. Although Badiou insists on an absolute separation of morality and politics, it serves him to morally discredit Sarkozy by analogizing him with Pétain. It also provides an explanation of the past and present, why there are rich and poor and why the rich are getting richer. This is all happening because the rat man and his rats wanted it that way. What comes across here in the language of the professor as transcendental is a remake of the classic priestly deception in a peculiar combination with the protocols of the elders of Zion. Anyone expecting a scholar who calls himself a Marxist to elaborate a political economy, or even a critique of the mute compulsion of circumstances, will be disappointed by Badiou. In his view, objective conditions are caused exclusively by the subjective will of those in power. They want everything that is bad. The fact that the nouveaux philosophes, the rats who help the rat man sell out to the foreign powers, are mostly Jews, suits Badiou's declaration of enemies well. After all, his aim is to desacralize the word Jew, and thus the sensitization to the history of their persecution and murder. We should be allowed to say again what the conspiracy theorists of the 19th century openly propagated: the Jew is to blame. The transcendental forms a formal matrix in which the rulers of the world were the Nazis yesterday and are the Americans today, which is why the victims can also be the Jews yesterday and the Arabs today. The historical events are arbitrarily inserted into the scheme and made fungible for the desired result. The conflicts of the present make it necessary to deny the former victims their status as victims. The word Jew must be adapted to the current world situation, in which the Jews are supposed to be among the world's rulers, and given a new connotation accordingly. For the strategist Badiou, peace in the Middle East is therefore only possible if the Holocaust is forgotten and Israel refrains from using the label a Jewish to characterize its state, because this label makes Israel the new National Socialism. Seen in this light, the slogan of the Organisation Politique, "Whoever lives and works here is from here," can be read to mean that anyone who fights against finance capital, as a cipher for the Jews, whether in their own country or on the international stage against Israel, should be welcome everywhere. The different national and ethnic identities do not represent an obstacle in this struggle, but are seen as a diverse expression and differentiation of the same endeavor. On this collective path, we turn identities into a means of putting political experiences and their universality to the test. As a perspective on the single world, identity becomes the support of what the Maoists call an exchange of experience. This unity of identities resembles the colorful bazaar on the Mavai Marmara, the flagship of the Free Gaza flotilla, which Norman Page enthusiastically reported on. The fight against the Jewish state actually manages to unite everyone who would otherwise not come together: queers, radical Muslims, leftists, and neo-Nazis. According to Badiou, an individual incarnation of the collective subject, which he also calls the legislator or subjective form, and which is able to intervene in events, is required in order to coordinate the fight against this untimely enemy and to be able to wage it in the long term. The legislator transforms the collective event into a political duration. It is the intervener in the environments of popular assemblies. Badiou distinguishes between two forms of interveners: 1. The state revolutionary, such as Lenin and Mao, and 2. The leader of the masses, such as Spartacus or Muntzer. The fact that Badiou leads the state revolutionary, of all people, does not seem to be compatible with his entire endeavor, since he wants to unleash a revolt against the state. But the state revolutionary and the rebel are only two sides of the same coin. One leads the revolt from within, the other from without. Quote, "What constitutes the transmundane subjectivity of the figure of the state revolutionary is that he attempts to enforce the separation of state and revolutionary politics, with the particular tension that he attempts to do so from within state power. The figure in question therefore exists only on the condition of this separation." Quote end. For Badiou, Mao is an exemplary model of such a state revolutionary leader, who transformed the inconsistency of the state into a theory and practice of permanent civil war. For Badiou, he is at the top of the ancestral gallery of mass uprisings against the state in the 20th century. If Leninism with Stalin led to the ossification of the masses in the state, Mao first led the masses into it, and out again with the Cultural Revolution. According to Badiou, Mao is therefore a paradox, the emblem of the party state in search of its overcoming, the military chief preaching disobedience to the authorities. It is therefore not surprising that Badiou's theory reads in many respects like a remake of Maoism spread out like a professor. If you read Robert J. Lifton's book The Immortality of the Revolutionary, about Mao Zedong and the Chinese Cultural Revolution today, you will inevitably experience a sense of déjà vu. Lifton characterized the Maoist idea of the immortality of the revolutionary as follows: "By revolutionary immortality, I mean the shared sense of participation in the permanent revolutionary fermentation process and the transcendence of individual death through an indefinite living on within this continuous revolution." End quote. The revolutionary becomes part of a great family that reaches back to the point he understands as the historical beginning of his revolution and extends infinitely into the future. This artificial family tends to replace the biological one as a form of immortality. End quote. It is not difficult to recognize this artificial family as the collective subject that has set out on the path of eternal truth and rewards the individual member with immortality. For Mao, too, immortality beckons only as a reward for joining the artificial family that maintains the permanent revolution beyond his death. However, immortality can only be guaranteed if body and soul are sharply separated from each other, because only the soul is able to continue to exist within the artificial family even after biological death. It is therefore in constant danger from the biological body, just as Badiou's citizen activist always tends to stray from the path of truth due to bodily interests. This danger is concretized in the China of the Cultural Revolution by a modern revisionism, which connects the internal, the revisionist deviant within its own ranks, with the external enemy, Stalinism. For Badiou, this role was played by the Jews in general and the nouveau philosophes, in particular, who stood in opposition to the resistance of the revolutionary subject as a dark subject. Quote, "The new philosophers, for example, who denied the presence of communism in the ideal sense and preached a resigned acceptance of capitalist parliamentarism, could only exist against the background of a revolutionary activism that gripped an entire generation between 1966 and 1976. Quote end. Revisionism is placed at the center of a demonology in order to exorcise death with it. The accused monsters and devils, for Badiou it is the errats, embodied negative immortality, and incarnations of evil. During the Cultural Revolution, humanist ideas in particular were seen as a deadly influence of revisionism, which could seduce the revolutionary into making a comfortable life for himself. It was associated with a rediscovery of individualism, which was devalued by the Chinese mass media as survival philosophies. Humanist principles that place human life above all else are seen as agents of death, demons that must be exorcised before their deadly emanations destroy everything. End quote. Badiou directs the same polemic against the ethics of human rights, which seek to preserve human life and for this very reason enshrine it in its mortality. Between man as a possible support for the contingency of truths or man as being toward death or being for happiness, it is the same thing, one must choose. Badiou 2003, 52. The idea of immortality goes hand in hand with the fear that the revolution could not last because its guarantor, the artificial family, could not protect the esoteric existence of the revolutionaries from the lure of the body or, as Badiou puts it, they would fall into the service of goods. The demonic enemies of the revolution are symbols of death, to which the revolutionary striving for immortality reacts with its search for rebirth. The entire cultural revolution could therefore be seen as a desire for the renewal of communist life. In other words, it is a call for the restitution of revolutionary immortality. Lifton 1973, 49.
Badiou seeks to achieve this restitution through the death of Marxism. The purging of its own ranks is the necessary precondition for the success of the rebirth. For this and as a model, an avant-garde is needed in the form of the purest of the pure, who can resist any temptation and are endowed with sufficient power to protect the artificial family from the death that comes with defilement. In China, the People's Liberation Army served as a model for the fusion of power and purity, Lifton 1973, 69. It was supposed to have eliminated all bureaucratic and bourgeois impurities. The highest ideal of this army was the brave soldiers. This ideal also reappears in Badiou's work in the form of the unknown soldier as a model of sacrifice, Badiou 2007. Badiou sees himself as the last representative of 20th-century French philosophy, whose central problem is said to have been the relation of thought to its living subsoil. He modestly regards himself, like Muhammad, as the seal of the most influential theoretical development of the century. Lacan, Althusser, Foucault, Derrida, Deleuze and other well-known theorists stand in their lineage, but Badiou places Sartre at the beginning, with whom he shares a Maoist commitment. But even during his liaison with the Maoists in France, Sartre was clever enough to keep enough distance to contradict them on crucial points. When Sartre was asked about his differences with the Maoists, he had just taken over the editorship of a Maoist newspaper. He replied, "There are several. I only ever quote one point because that is the most important one for me. It is Israel." The interviewer asks again, "So you are not, like the revolutionary left, in favor of the destruction of Israel?" Sartre replies, "No, I am against it. But for a solution that gives the Palestinians their full national rights." And he contradicted the Maoists on another point. It was not right to talk about a new occupation of France and a new resistance. They, the Maoists, draw a parallel between the period when France was occupied by Germany and the struggle against capitalist exploitation and repression. I think this analysis is wrong. End quote. With regard to Badiou, these statements by Sartre are astonishing because he is still trying to win over the masses today with the same slogans and the same enemy images as the Maoists did back then. At the beginning of his History of China's Cultural Revolution, Badiou writes, "I'm there, I'm still there." We can only hope that he remains largely alone in this. All the difficulty of philosophy could be seen in understanding the conservatio sui or the conatus, as Spinoza called the principle of self-preservation, as a subject-object relationship, rather than as substance or being or some other entity, however designated, fate, God, structure, etc. Which is usually, as Manfred Dahlmann so accurately and tirelessly criticizes, presupposed by the separation of subject and object. Even the binding of every consciousness to the individual body, which is nevertheless irrevocably given, does not offer a first insofar as it is only possible to speak of it through the separation and consciousness only recognizes itself through it as being bound to a body. The significance of the polis and its philosophy for the concept of truth lies in the dissolution of the assumed first, a given identity. For it is in the area of composition and separation that the false and the true take place, says Aristotle's Organon, and from this follows judgment as unity, originally as affirmation, then as negation. Self-preservation should therefore be defined in such a way that it cannot be taken as a self-evident unity, but must always be regarded as something to be produced or gained. something that must first be produced from the manifold and separate. At this point, thinking, which requires virtual unity in order to grasp multiplicity at all, is always threatened by what logic calls a circular argument. It is therefore all the more important to consider it conversely as a synthesis, Kant, or result with its becoming Hegel, in order to continue to perceive multiplicity and separation as such in reflection, as well as to formulate antinomy and contradiction. In this way, the approaches of Marx and Freud take on an almost paradigmatic significance, insofar as they quite consciously set the physical character of reproduction as the vanishing point for this epistemological problematic. Although all material components and processes that testify to social or cultural causality belong to nature, which they change by virtue of such causality, even if it is only the electronic transmission or storage of information, no real synthesis results from this. Nature for the consciousness of individuals, themselves nature down to the individual synapse of their nerve cells with which they think, whatever they may delude themselves into thinking by wanting to conclusively derive their actions from it. Society and culture are therefore in certain respects only terms for this void. To follow the intricate ways in which it is nevertheless produced, be it as a relation of production or as an ego, so that subject and object emerge here as related to one another without already being inferred from the other, assuming, that is, that people have natural drives whose object of satisfaction is not determined by nature, forms the inner connection between the critique of political economy and psychoanalysis. Marx already wrote in the Paris manuscripts of 1844, "Man lives from nature, that is, nature is his body, with which he must remain in constant process in order not to die." That the physical and spiritual life of man is connected with nature has no other meaning than that nature is connected with itself, for man is a part of nature. Through the concept of abstract labor as the substance of value, it can finally be demonstrated with Marx of Capital that nothing but morality remains of labor if, as happens in reality under the capital relation, that process is abstracted from. Just as Freud explained that nothing but work remains of morality, it is not reflected that every consciousness is constantly confronted with the psychic representatives of the body, i.e. with the drives, the stimuli originating from within the body and entering the soul, as a measure of the work requirement imposed on the soul as a result of its connection with the body. It is no coincidence that both thinkers come from Judaism, however much they sought to distance themselves from its religion, which, with its sharply drawn line between the concept of God and human existence, alongside the polis, is the great master in placing separation before any unity, and contrast, the concept of the subject coined and adopted in the tradition of Heidegger, which from the outset was one without an object, proves to be only the most immediate expression of the fact that the conditions of reproduction do not come to consciousness, that they lie, as it were, behind the backs of the individuals, which, however, deliberately concealed by this tradition, is only possible if they themselves consciously turn their backs on them in order to follow all the more compulsively the form of thought of presupposing some kind of unity to the subject-object relationship or putting it in its place. In Lettres et Lunent, Jean-Paul Sartre discussed in detail just how much insincerity, mauvaise foi, lies in this presupposition of all ideology. Strangely enough, however, he only succeeded to the extent that he avoided explicating the principle of self-preservation. One could perhaps say that he no longer comes to grips with the question of the conatus because he also takes Heidegger as his starting point and develops his own thinking as a kind of immanent critique of being and time, which, however, deliberately or involuntarily translates the latter's concept of being with the human existence, of the individual, in order to abolish the associated concept of time, being unto death, le faux, c'est la mort, before it was elevated to mythical status by French existentialism in the post-war period. The resistance was an ideologically inconsistent political resistance movement. It took its name from the title of an anti-fascist pamphlet. Resistance was the name of a pamphlet that was privately printed and distributed in small numbers during the occupation, which called for resistance against the German occupying power and was seen by the Nazis as a continuation of the war against Germany. The trial against the initiators of the pamphlet, held in February 1942 in the German military prison in Frasnes near Paris, was a staged trial with a verdict that was fixed from the outset. At the end of the trial, the defendants were shot for the most serious offenses against the German army and the German people. Most of them were employees of the Musée de l'Homme in Paris, a renowned ethnological museum. All of the defendants had confessed to their collaboration on the pamphlet, presented their anti-fascist sentiments as a necessary consequence of their commitment to enlightenment and truth, and emphasized their respect for German culture. In his verdict, Court President Ernst Roskathan praised the well-edited pamphlet, which carefully compiled the facts, but was therefore dangerous. According to eyewitnesses, he shook the hand of one of the defendants in a friendly manner after the verdict was announced. The cynical event not only illustrates the mixture of pragmatism, sadism and megalomania typical of National Socialism, but also points to the often suppressed fact that in those days you didn't have to be left-wing or anti-German to be an anti-fascist. This is made clear by the example of the poet Boris Wilde, the main defendant at the time, whose work has now been rescued from oblivion by the publisher Mathis and Seitz through the publication of his prison diaries and letters. Wilde, who was born near St. Petersburg in 1908 and moved to Estonia with his family after the Russian Revolution in 1917, studied natural sciences, worked as a printer and librarian, but also wrote poetry and prose under the influence of Rainer Maria Rilke and Russian symbolism. He described himself as an adventurer and liked to use Russian bird names as his pseudonyms. In 1930, he emigrated to Germany, and 2 years later to France, where he became friends with André Gide, through whose recommendation he was offered a position at the Musée d'Homme. Irin Lot, whom he married in 1934 and who enabled him to rise into the upper middle classes, is the addressee of most of Wilde's diaries and letters. Contrary to what one might assume, there is no obvious break between Wilde's work written in prison in 1941 and 1942 and his other poetry. The experiences of expulsion, war, exile and the struggle in the resistance resonate at most as echoes from a distant country, especially in the diaries. Instead, the notes bring together philosophical maxims, fragments of thought, mystical reflections and rhapsodic reading impressions. In their mixture of provisionality and decisiveness, they are reminiscent of the aphorisms of E.M. Chiron and Guido Serenetti. In prison, Wilde reads Goethe, Nietzsche and the Bible, and studies Russian philosophy, Buddhism and ancient Greek philosophy. But prison does not become a monastery for him. In his enforced seclusion, he also discovers the prison that the world has become for him. The retreat into the inwardness of reading, which could rightly be described as escapism, is at the same time individual resistance, because it protects the ego against the disintegration promoted by the circumstances of the time. Thus Wilde, who considered himself a bohemian in his bourgeois life, became a scholar in prison. It was his payment to the world that prevented him from becoming what he wanted. Society develops the intellect, but has a tendency to suppress the personality, which in turn sometimes takes revenge on society. However, by emptying the forms of the letter and the diary, which seem to be geared towards biographical self-reflection and communication, of any immediate reference to the day-to-day, in Wilde's work they come to themselves in a new way. Before it became a medium for meticulously recording one's own life, the diary was the preferred form of introspection, for example among the great mystics. And the letter still served the French Enlightenment philosophers as the most important means of philosophical reflection. By drawing on its early, buried possibilities, Wilde transforms it into a new form of expression of resistance. His reflections on death, which for him is not just the absence of life but a power in its own right, on Christianity as the origin of the idea of the individual self, on the experience of repentance as the source of morality, or on the difference between human and animal life, may appear in themselves to be socially distant speculations that are close in subject matter and diction to later existentialism. In truth, they are an ongoing debate about society and, when read correctly, make existentialism transparent in terms of the experience on which it was based and which its representatives all too often concealed after 1945. Wilde himself was executed in 1942, as were his co-defendants. Philosophy before the advent of existential ontology was still characterized by thinking together freedom in the subject and the self-preservation of the individual, which in turn was understood as part of a whole, in a wide variety of projections and systems. Spinoza wrote that no one could transfer his natural right or his ability to conclude freely and judge everything to another, nor could he be forced to make such a transfer. Kant emphatically states, Je sapere ode. Have the courage to use your own understanding, and in Hegel we find the pronounced sentence, in thinking I am free because I am not in another, my movement in concepts is a movement in myself. When Spinoza speaks of judgment, Kant of understanding and Hegel of concepts, self-preservation as the epitome of the faculty of judgment is always implied, however hidden. What is revealing about Sartre is that when he upholds freedom in being for itself, he by no means denies that there must be differences in what it may decide in each case, and the concept of situation is supposed to counter them, for that would also sublate freedom itself. But, according to the first impression left by this philosophy, in order to do justice to truth and truthfulness, holding on to freedom no longer involves categorically distinguishing between reason and unreason, understanding and understandinglessness, right and wrong concepts. It is precisely this distinction, without which, according to a common criticism of Sartre, the choice is merely an immediate leap without criteria that can no longer be described as a choice at all, that undoubtedly points to self-preservation as synthesis. And Spinoza expresses this most clearly, i.e., as Ethica, in the striving of our spirit, no virtue can be conceived before the virtue of self-preservation and truth. Lettre et l'honnête insists precisely on this virtue. However, Sartre can only express it negatively. Death is the senseless. He refuses a positive reference except in the completely abstract concept of the future, which, however, is determined by not sublating the subject-object separation, in order to make it clear, in direct contrast to Heidegger, that, as Manfred Dahlmann writes, in the relationship of freedom to what is external to it, philosophically and historically in the relationship of soul and body, there is no third thing that could be logically or inherently placed in front of it. Sartre criticizes such hypostatization by seeming to reject any attempt at synthesis. In its place is a confrontation in the subject namely with objects to which it must concede the same capacity for reflection as itself. In the gaze of the other upon itself, it recognizes itself as one who looks upon it as its other in the same way as the other. It is impossible for man to switch off the reflection that sets in during this confrontation. It accompanies him constantly, analogous to Kant's determination of the ego, even if differently than Kant thought, or at least suggested, in relation to the transcendental subject, which can be conceived as a generalized form of the ego, only in the particular individual bound to a body, i.e., not in a transcendental general. It is therefore completely absurd to equate Sartre's philosophy with that of Max Stirner. The latter's only one so to speak, only ever stares into the mirror and regards it as his property, unaware of the fact that he is again only trying to imitate the gaze of the other. It is no wonder, however, that Hans G. Helms regressed from an extremely talented student of Adorno to a Marxist in the philosophical format of the DKP through a Sartre polemic based on this equation. Lettre et l'honnête resists the need to shift the unity of ego and reflection into a third party external to the ego, be it substance, transcendental subject or world spirit, and in this sense, someone like Charles Taylor understood Sartre quite well. He rejects lettre et l'honnête because, very much like Carl Schmitt, he always wants the collective identity to precede the subject. The critique that can be discovered in this phenomenological ontology is thus aimed at what previous philosophy has, if not suppressed, then on the contrary transfigured in its concept of reason. As soon as the unity of ego and reflection is shifted into a third, the conservatio sway of the ego is also always regarded as a means, whether by God or community, state or leader, and can be exchanged in their name for something else that is opposed to it, the willingness to sacrifice. The misery of Sartre's political commitment lies in the fact that he expected Marxism to be able to distinguish between right and wrong concepts, which turned out to be a fatal error, or rather, to use Sartre's term, an insincerity. For the view of the other is now obscured by the collective of the working class or the colonized peoples. In some central passages of his critique of dialectical reason, and in essential parts of his great Flaubert study The Idiot of the Family, however, he succeeded in freeing himself from this. All the more reason for today's Marxists, such as Alain Badiou, to seek to connect with the politically committed Sartre, and to disavow or suppress lettre et l'honnête. The history of the political Sartre is the history of a failure, wrote Jean Amory, adding indirectly that one can only be happy about this. When Jean-Paul Sartre visited Berlin for the first time since the end of the war on the occasion of the performance of his play Les Mouches in January 1948, he met the population in an open-minded and forward-looking manner. This was probably due not least to the fact that he had experienced the German occupation in France as the continuation of an ongoing vacation. The armistice agreement with Germany, de facto the declaration of surrender, was signed one day after his 35th birthday, on June 22, 1940. Prior to this, his assignment at the weather station of the 70th Artillery Division in Essy-les-Nancy, Lorraine, which had been an unexpected vacation time for him, had come to an end. Before the Campaign Agreement was signed, Sartre's unit was captured by German troops. The captivity had lasted 8 months, which Sartre seems to have perceived less as a time of privation than as a continuation of the time out during the drôle de guerre. According to his biographer Annie Cohen-Solol, Sartre was sociable and happy even in captivity. When he was brought to Stalag 12D near Trier by the Germans in a cattle wagon, he was, according to Cohen-Solol, in ye absolute peace of mind and was ye the only one year who lyrically reflected on the beauty of the landscape ye. His work at the station had left him plenty of time for literary work, which he was able to build on during his imprisonment. Sartre's everyday life at that time is documented in the Carnets de la Drôle de Guerre, a diary published posthumously. The fact that the Drôle de Guerre resembled a vacation not only for Sartre was due to the fact that the French army had not been prepared to wage a war of aggression in 1939, but saw its function solely in protecting the Maginot Line, i.e. as a purely defensive task. The ill-equipped French military had little to contribute to relieving the pressure on the Allies. Just 1 year after the beginning of the Drôle de Guerre, the Compiègne Agreement sealed that étrange de fate, to which the historian Marc Bloch, who was also deployed as a soldier in the war against Germany and fought for the resistance until he was shot by the Gestapo in June 1944, dedicated a book that was published posthumously in 1946. Bloch's self-image as a secular Republican Jew had been deeply shaken by the defeat. Unlike Sartre, Bloch had dealt intensively with questions of military strategy during the war. The étrange de fate, he explains in his study, following on from Clausewitz, was caused by France's inability to think war by underestimating the modernity of German warfare, as a result of which France conducted the Second World War as a reenactment of the First and was completely surprised by the speed of the Wehrmacht's attacks, its flexible changes of position and the devastation of air warfare. Bloch's keen sense of the caesura that June 1940 marked in French history, his criticism of a peace policy that confronted Nazism too late, and his appeal to intellectuals to engage with the history of modern warfare in the light of recent events went largely unheard. It was not until Raymond Aron, a former school and university friend of Sartre's and, since the late 1940s, a cue for Sartre's bourgeois conservative opponents, updated Clausewitz's texts in 1976 in Penser la guerre against the background of the Bloch confrontation and emphasized the necessity of a preventive war policy to defend bourgeois democracy. Sartre never made a similar departure from left-wing revolutionary pathos in favor of solidarity with the West. Unlike Bloch, Sartre had become acquainted with everyday life in National Socialist Germany, as if in a field study. Through Aron, he had spent a year studying in Berlin in 1933-34 and was able to register the modernity of the National Socialist movement, which was a movement of youthful awakening, brutal detraditionalization, and regressive disinhibition. Cohen-Solol describes Sartre's observation of the huge parties, of which apparently only Germans are capable. Foaming streams of dark beer, intoxication, small plump women, exposed and appetizing, all inhibitions fall, people sing, dance, touch each other, make a racket, they are part of an atmospheric, slippery mass amusement. In Berlin, Sartre witnessed an SA goon squad knocking a French fellow student's cap off his head and heard Goebbels shouting on the radio. While Aron gained the certainty in Berlin that the fight against National Socialism was the most urgent demand of the time, the experience of the hedonistically rioting mob obeying, without orders left hardly any traces in Sartre's work even after 1945. His reflections sur la question juive from 1946 still reproduce dogmas of Marxist theory of derivation, when analyzing anti-Semitism and therefore fail to take into account the specifics of National Socialism or the Holocaust. This becomes clear with the concept of work and the working class. Sartre does not address the integration of workers into the national state and the negative sublation of class antagonism under National Socialism, nor the transformation of labor into extermination in the camps. Instead, he states seriously, there is hardly any anti-Semitism among the workers. On the contrary, the majority of anti-Semites belong to the middle classes, that is, to people who have as high or higher a standard of living than the Jews, or, if you like, to the non-producers, entrepreneurs, transport companies, traders, liberal professions, parasites. The fact that the fetishization of productive labor is constitutive of modern anti-Semitism should not be brought to the fore any more than the anti-bourgeois impulse of National Socialism, where the proletariat is to be absolved of complicity in the extermination of the European Jews. However, Sartre's fascination with the existential philosophy of German provenance only developed after his stay in Berlin in 1933-34 and survived the end of the Second World War. During his time as a prisoner of war, when Sartre did not have to do any labor service, he was able to obtain a copy of Heidegger's Being and Time from the head of his barracks, Abbé Marius Perrin. After he was released in 1941 thanks to a certificate of favor, he founded the resistance group Vis Socialisme et Liberté together with Simone de Beauvoir, which bore the unity of left-wing revolutionary and anti-fascist commitment, which Aaron had declared his rejection of at the time, in its name. During a bicycle trip through unoccupied southern France, he wrote Les Mouches and Lettres et Lunette. Socialisme et Liberté disbanded as early as 1942 because Sartre and Beauvoir had not succeeded in establishing contacts with resistance groups. In the fall of the same year, Sartre was offered a teaching position at the renowned Lycée Condorcet in Paris, which had become vacant following the forced retirement of his Jewish predecessor. During this time, he wrote Hugh's Clause, which, like Les Mouches a year earlier, was performed and censored in 1944. The censorship regulations for the theatre were handled comparatively loosely by the German occupation due to its popularity among the population. Even during the occupation, Sartre was able to live so well from his income as a writer that he resigned from teaching. On October 28, 1945, Heidegger wrote to him after reading the study Lettres et Lunette, which was written under the influence of Being and Time. Your work is dominated by such an immediate understanding of my philosophy as I have never encountered anywhere else. I very much hope that we can enter into a fruitful discussion and thereby clarify essential questions. The meeting between Heidegger and Sartre never took place. In 1947, it was Heidegger who distanced himself from Sartre's interpretation of his thought in L'existentialism est un humanisme in his letter on humanism. Sartre, on the other hand, refrained from any political distancing from Heidegger throughout his life, probably also because he was aware that the contrast in political positions was based on similarities in thought, which would have made it necessary to revise his own philosophy of freedom if he had criticized Heidegger. Although Sartre's philosophical distancing from Heidegger can be read as coded political criticism, he never clearly commented on Heidegger's support for National Socialism. It was therefore not a foreign mission in the service of Allied re-education, but an intellectual homecoming when Sartre traveled to Berlin from January 29 to February 5, 1948, during the brief threshold period between the Allied victory over National Socialism and the founding of the two German states, on the occasion of the performance of Les Mouches. The fashion for existentialism in Germany at the time of the clear-cutting or zero hour was explained by the fact that, in contrast to the re-education measures of the Allies, which were experienced as foreign domination, something familiar, the existential philosophy of the interwar period, returned in the guise of cosmopolitanism. The youth gathering around Sartre in early post-war Germany restaged the youthful Heidegger enthusiasm of the 1920s on a politically unencumbered object. The resentment of the young Germans gathered around the magazine Der Ruf and in Group 47 against the American occupying power coincided with Sartre's anti-capitalism, as well as with the effect of earlier Heidegger followers against parliamentary democracy as alien rule. The view suggested by Adorno that existentialism in the young Germany could only be understood as a renaissance of the existential philosophy of the interwar period was not an unfair judgment of the philosophical opponent, but was based on experiences in early post-war Germany. It was not the critical theory that had ascribed a reactionary content to existentialism, but the German cultural establishment had discovered existentialism after 1945 as a progressive revival of the existential philosophy of the 1920s. The Kahlschlag was a return to the origins. In response to a letter from Heinz Mauss, who regularly reported to him on everyday life in defeated Germany after the end of the war, Max Horkheimer wrote from California on December 10, 1946, "What you write about the intellectual situation in Germany coincides only too precisely with our impressions here, fragmentary as they may be. The fact of a blind and unconscious collapse, which came about mechanically, as it were, and not through the opposition of a higher social form, is taking shape in our consciousness. What we see is partly an eclectic rehashing of the past, especially of humanity and idealism, and partly a faded metaphysics, which to a certain extent represents the complement to the materialistic hype of positivist science. If anything is to be improved, all this would have to be expressed very clearly, concretely and without the haze of the struggling people, in which the difference between the victims and the others already seems to be blurred in Germany today." End quote. In an unsent version of the letter, Horkheimer explicitly made Sartre responsible for its enthusiastic reception in post-war Germany. When we hear that Mr. Sartre, who himself has already sold out Heidegger, is now being consumed by those who do not dare to approach the authentic Nazi figure of existential philosophy, then one is capable of no other reaction than open indignation. On August 31, 1946, after reading Lettres et Lunent, Horkheimer described Sartre, to Norbert Gutermann, as a charlatan. He uses Hegel's words and concepts as a kind of termini technici. He is a schoolteacher trying to make people believe that he is a medical man disguised as a philosopher. End quote. The metaphor of disguise and imposture corresponds with the impression of unreality that pervades Horkheimer and Adorno's accounts of their first encounters in post-war Germany. Horkheimer interprets this impression, which is based precisely on the evocation of authenticity in the haze atmosphere of struggling people, as a symptom of the historical constellation. As a sign that the collapse of National Socialist Germany took place blindly and unconsciously mechanically, as it were as a result of Allied superiority in the war rather than through the confrontation of a higher social form. The worst, which had become reality in National Socialism, had been interrupted but not overcome. The preservation of elements of progress in the historical process was replaced in Germany during the Zero Hour by an eclecticism of historically liquidated forms of thought which, frozen into thought formulas, preserved the bad. Horkheimer saw the fashion for existentialism as an expression of this. The performance history of Les Mooches confirms this interpretation. Although supposedly a play about the resistance, it was a German drama, at least in terms of stage history. It was premiered under German occupation on June 3, 1943, in the newly Aryanized Theater Sarah Bernhard, which had been renamed Theater de la Cite due to the Jewish origins of its namesake. Sartre's play was the first premiere in the renamed theater. The first performance in Germany had taken place on November 7, 1947, under British occupation in Dusseldorf under the direction of Gustav Gründgens. The director's career had also contributed to the extraordinary response to the production. As a protagonist of theater modernism in the Weimar Republic, who made a career at the Schauspielhaus am Gendarmenmarkt under National Socialism, despite his productions being perceived as dissident and was denazified after 1945, Gründgens embodied seemingly better aspects of the German past, as well as the demonization that necessarily clung to the remnants of aesthetic modernism in the Third Reich. Compared to the Dusseldorf performance, the one in Berlin was aesthetically less high caliber, but was given its own nimbus by the status of the city divided between the Allies. Director Jürgen Felling, like Gustav Gründgens, had been on the Nazi artists' list of those pardoned by God, but paid for this prominence after 1945 with a lack of success. His choleric temperament made him unpopular in the Berlin cultural scene. Like Gründgens, he was committed to the formal language of the theater of the Weimar Republic, albeit at a fluctuating level. Although the Hebel Theater was located in the American zone, the events accompanying the play were organized by France. The head of the Cultural Commission, Felix Lusset, had invited Sartre to Berlin. In the years between 1945 and 1948, the French occupation policy in Berlin contributed significantly to the fact that existentialist theater reached a mass audience in Germany. This occupation policy must be understood against the background of France's status as a belated Allied power. When the occupation territories were defined in the fall of 1944, no French zone had been planned. It was only separated from the British and American zones in July 1945. In Berlin, the cultural nation was given Reinickendorf and Wedding, districts in which neither theaters nor opera houses, publishing houses nor museums were located. France reacted to this degradation by giving greater importance to cultural policy in the French zone than in the British and American zones. The Mission Culturelle, which Lusset headed, was the first Allied cultural mission and was comparable to the German Institute during the occupation. Despite their supervisory role, both institutions were based on a mutual cultural recognition of France and Germany, and both saw their goal in promoting contacts with the local intelligentsia. The enthusiasm for existentialism, which the intellectuals of the Zero Hour welcomed as a compensatory offer that met their needs, was matched on the French side by the desire for satisfaction in view of the role as an occupying power that was perceived as shameful. France also exported its cultural policy to other zones. Initially, it was very close to the Soviets, who reactivated their Popular Front policy and recruited untainted representatives of the German bourgeoisie. However, the other Western allies also welcomed the French promotion of culture as a contribution to the reconstruction of democracy. As an author in the tradition of German existential philosophy, who was regarded as an exponent of the French resistance, Sartre was predestined for a high-profile appearance in Berlin. Simone de Beauvoir, who accompanied Sartre on his trip to Berlin, wrote about it in her letters to the American writer Nelson Algren in a way that shows the concealed closeness to Germany in her repeated identification with the defeated. After her arrival in Berlin on January 29, 1948, she explicitly described the situation of the Germans under Allied occupation in comparison with the situation of the French at the time of the occupation. The arrival was unpleasant.
The Germans had to wait until all the French had disembarked before they were allowed to leave the train. This also reminded me of the occupation, and you feel worse when you're on the side of the occupiers. For Beauvoir, the fact that the first occupation was part of the prehistory of the second and that French people under the Germans, if they belonged to a group they did not like, were threatened with worse things than Germans under the Allies, was anathema. For her, the analysis of the historical constellation took a back seat to a kind of occupation shame, which rationalized the guilty conscience of having obtained an occupation status despite the estranged defeat by empathizing with the occupied. It seemed to me, she wrote on January 31, 1948 about the Berlin population's perception of the French, that we were just as hateful as they were at the time, and being on the occupying side makes you feel all the more uncomfortable. The fact that the occupiers were by no means unanimously hated by the French population and that this relative sympathy had encouraged collaboration was denied. The occupiers were always evil, the occupied always pitiable. This moral, in which anti-imperialist resentment was already in immediate motion, shifted the discomfort of French intellectuals in the face of their failures during the occupation to France's position as an Allied power, which had after all fallen to the country despite rather than because of its role in the Second World War. It was precisely as belated allies that the French were the first to conquer the post-war German hearts, which were more important to Beauvoir than the German deeds to which the Allied occupation was the answer. The Allies, she complained in a letter dated January 29, wanted to prevent people, especially writers and journalists, from coming to Berlin and experiencing real German life. Beauvoir ignored the fact that the French had had ample opportunity to experience a real Germans during the occupation, because she saw her mission as being to make up for lost time in the resistance. We have to fight to see something. It is good that I see Berlin, and it is wonderfully interesting and pathetic. But Berlin had already been interesting and pathetic at the time of Sartre's stay on the threshold of the Third Reich, the original of existentialism, the existential philosophy of the interwar period, which was a combative and heroic one, lived on in Beauvoir's image of Berlin, right down to the vocabulary. Probably because of their high expectations, Sartre and Beauvoir were disappointed by the reality of the post-war German theater. The contrast between the staid dilettantism of the rebuilt stages and the idealism of new beginnings, in whose name cultural life stood, characterized Berlin's cultural policy at the time. Wolfgang Schivelbusch summed it up in the formula, smallness of art, greatness of the situation. Beauvoir described the disappointment retrospectively in her book La Force des Choses, published in 1963. The play had been staged in an expressionist style. The stage set seemed to come from hell. The Temple of Apollo resembled the inside of a bunker. I didn't like the performance. But the audience applauded enthusiastically because they were being asked to free themselves from their remorse. In his lectures, which I didn't attend because I preferred to wander among the rubble, Sartre repeated that it was better to build the future than to lament the past. On January 31, she wrote to Algren, "What an appalling thing. The play was a disgrace. The director deliberately turned it into a nihilistic play, cutting out whole scenes and directing the actors in such a way that the opposite of what Sartre wanted to say came out." Beauvoir was unintentionally describing the relief function that Les Mouches fulfilled in Berlin. The expressionist stage design drew on elements of modernism that had been irreparably shattered after 1945, but could be innocently revived in the vocabulary of existentialism with its pathos of the situation. The bunker metaphor transposed the scenario of the play into the Berlin rubble landscape of the time. Beauvoir, however, apparently only perceived these changes as aesthetic errors, as violations of the author's intention, instead of recognizing that Felling's production had remained true to what Sartre wanted to say, and had thus unintentionally brought the political problems of existentialism to light. building the future instead of lamenting the past, self-liberation of the people from remorse. Beauvoir did not understand that the ahistoricity of Sartre's existentialist program already contained the nihilism that she was only accusing the production of, and that the audience had applauded precisely this nihilism, because she herself saw the Germans as a victim people. We talked to the students, she recalled in La Force des Choses. No books, not even in the libraries, nothing to eat, the cold, and a nagging question: is it fair to make us pay for this, we who have done nothing? The banality that hunger, cold and deprivation were the consequences of necessary acts of war rather than a subtle calculation of penance must have systematically escaped a view that saw the ruined city not politically but as an existential situation. The existentialization of the political also shaped Sartre's own interpretation of Les Mouches, which he circulated as early as 1943 in the year of the first performance and related to the situation of the German population under Allied occupation in Berlin. A transposition that should not be misunderstood as a sharpening of focus. Even in the announcement text for Les Mouches in the first edition of the play from 1943 and in an interview conducted in the same year, an extortionate heroism can be heard, in which the tragedy of fate, as Sartre's term for the ancient tragedy, is replaced by the tragedy of freedom. The fact that Sartre does not understand tragedy as a form in which the collision and contradiction of the individual's claim to freedom with a world unconsciously created and maintained by the individual takes shape, but rather understands it immediately as an aesthetic medium of expression of freedom, has to do with the blackmailing moment of his concept of freedom. For Sartre, freedom means neither the empirical possibility of individuals to choose between different actions, nor a state in which the inverted forms of freedom in contemporary society would be transcended and sublated. Rather, freedom in Sartre's sense is determined by the inescapability of having to commit oneself to all the consequences of every action one takes. The initial question of Les Mouches was, how does a person behave towards an act that he has committed, for the consequences of which he vouches, for which he takes responsibility, even though he dreads this act? Murder is the model for this concept of freedom. In Les Mouches, Oreste kills not only the tyrant Aegisthi but also his own mother Clytemnestra, who had become Aegisthi's lover, in order to free his hometown of Argos from the rule he had established with Jupiter's approval. With his deed, he frees the inhabitants from the plague of flies, which represent the oppressive power of remorse by means of which Aegisthi was able to maintain his rule. Abandoned by his sister Elector and the population after his deed, Oreste is tormented by the flies, but stands by his actions as a free man in the existentialist sense. Whether and for what reasons human actions are approved or rejected by other people is of secondary importance for this concept of freedom. Rather, it tends to appreciate collectively disapproved and gratuitous actions as an authentic expression of freedom.
Central to such freedom is the abandonment of man, who has no excuses for his actions, a figure of thought that Sartre adopted from Heidegger, whose anti-Christian resentment he shared, in the text L'existentialism est un humanisme, published in 1946 and published in German in 1948, for the purpose of apologizing atheistic existentialism in relation to Christian existentialism. Such a concept of freedom differs from that of critical theory in that it does not view freedom as the interruption of a causality that is unconsciously realized by human beings and tautolized to the logic of madness, but as something that human beings are condemned to from the outset because, since there are neither justifications nor excuses for their actions, they are responsible for everything they do. What comes across as an objection to attempts to rationalize one's own actions through excuses, in reality represses every trace of the unconscious and semi-conscious, of what has not been reflexively processed, from the actions of individuals in order to condemn and elevate all people as the sole authors of their actions in the gesture of the supreme judge, who cannot be judged. The pathos of this elevating condemnation already hints at what is then carried out in the figure of Oreste, who comes to himself as a matricide. The ideal type of Sartre's free man is not the citizen who can trade and express his opinion without having to fear for life and limb as long as he does not violate the rules of civilization, but the criminal who stands by himself precisely by breaking the rules. Even those who have never committed a crime in their lives are declared perpetrators. In L'existentialism est un humanisme, Sartre sees his goal as imposing on every human being the total responsibility for his existence and summarizes his concept of freedom, modifying the dictum "Je become what you are" handed down from Nietzsche via Heidegger, with the words, "Man is nothing other than what he makes himself to be." This formula cannot even be saved as a criticism of self-imposed immaturity. Rather, it aims to erase any memory of the fact that people, as individual living beings endowed with sensuality and spirit in a specific constellation, always find themselves first before they should make sure themselves into something, transcending those conditions in the fortunate case, in other words, to erase the experience of corporeality, history and society, of objectivity itself, which is always the coagulated result of people's actions, but at the same time stands opposite people as a third party that embraces them. As urgent as the appeal to responsibility is as a reminder of individual freedom in an unfree society, any ethics of responsibility always remains a symptom of this lack of freedom. Substantial freedom would be irresponsible, devoid of the compulsion to take responsibility. Sartre's free man, however, is locked into his freedom like the ancient man was locked into his fate. The fact that the emphasis on freedom and responsibility goes hand in hand politically with relativism and irresponsibility was evident in the Berlin discussion. Although Sartre emphasized in relation to Les Mouches that both the play and its reception had to be explained by the circumstances of the time, the circumstances of the time formed no more than the background against which he outlined his philosophy of freedom, which was strangely unaffected by those circumstances. This unaffectedness has its systematic reason in the fact that Sartre's concept of freedom only recognizes the past as the disturbance of a self-design that is completely oriented towards the future. Related to the infantile delusion of grandeur, according to which the world only begins for every human being with his or her own birth, for Sartre the historical and biographical past only comes into view as a past future. The past is nothing more than the constantly changing result of what past and present people have made of their former future. If its legacy weighs heavily on the present, it is only because people have made the wrong decisions in choosing what became of their future, and have thus created an inverted present that can in turn be productively changed by present people through the right choices. This concept of freedom, as Sartre calls it in L'existentialism est un humanism, is indeed characterized by optimistic hardness, a hardness that primarily seals itself off against an insight that is decisive for the skepticism of critical theory towards the concepts of progress and revolution. That, because every present is shaped by the past from which it sprang, the past co-determines the concept of the future that every epoch projects with regard to itself. Sartre never seems to have asked himself whether certain people in certain constellations have not created a reality through their actions that can no longer be transformed into the past by any choice and can thus be split off from the present. To put it more concretely, whether the extermination of the European Jews has not removed the basis of the relationship between future, past and present in his philosophy. Sartre's work is characterized by a tactical approach to historical pasts. In an interview about his 1959 play Les Séquestres d'Altena, which he wanted to be understood as a statement on the torture practiced by the French colonial power in Algeria, he replied to the question of why he had dealt with the problem of torture using the example of National Socialism and set the play in Germany. If I say that the Nazis were guilty of torture, no one will contradict me. Sartre was not interested in the function of torture under National Socialism, and how it differed from torture in other regimes. The Third Reich merely provided him with a backdrop to deal with a contemporary problem in a less politically offensive way. Such disinterest in the specifics of National Socialism lived on in Sartre's declarations of sympathy for the Palestinian assassination attempt on the Israeli Olympic team in Munich in 1972, and in his solidarity visit to Andreas Baader in Stamheim in 1974. The crisis of the concept of revolution, the core experience of critical theory, since the negative sublation of class antagonism in National Socialism, apparently did not become a problem for him. In L'existentialism est un humanism, for years after the events in the German extermination camps became known, he still conceptualized as a virgin future that awaited man and was to be shaped by him. Virginity, however, does not only mean openness, it means untouchedness, as if the imaginability of the future were not affected in toto by what the name Auschwitz stands for. Only on this premise could Sartre in Berlin compare the situation of France under German occupation with that of Germany under Allied occupation. In both cases, one is tormented by an offense that concerns the past. In 1943, they tried to convince the French that they only had to look at their past. In contrast, we claim that the true French had to look to the future. Those who wanted to work for the future had to become active in the resistance, without regret, without remorse. In today's Germany, too, the problem of guilt arises, the guilt of the Nazi regime. But this guilt is a thing of the past. This guilt is tied to the crimes of the Nazis. Just thinking about this past, agonizing over it day and night, is a barren, purely negative feeling. How many and which Germans tormented themselves day and night in 1948 because of the crimes of the Nazis? Whether the talk of guilt for the Nazi regime did not delegate and rationalize the guilt of the German population for the extermination of the Jews to ominous rulers. Whether the relationship between guilt and remorse in the case of members of the resistance who accepted the death of innocent people as a result of their actions was no different from that of Germans who worked to eradicate the opposite race from the globe, those who, 3 years after the victory over National Socialism, declared the associated guilt to be a thing of the past felt absolved of such considerations. By making National Socialism a thing of the past, there is no need to reflect on the reasons for the failure of the resistance. In his appeal to the ability to turn to the future, which was addressed not only to the Germans, but to the Germans as human beings, so to speak, Sartre also sought to exorcise France's shame in the face of the estranged fate. In contrast to Bloch's call to react to the estranged fate through insistent self-questioning, in Berlin he repeated his appeal to the French people to just straighten up instead of throwing themselves into a state of remorse and shame. The latter had been the aim of the Nazi campaign between 1940 and 1944, to convince the French that we had sunk to the lowest level, that we had lost the war because of the Popular Front, that our elites had abdicated. The argument that Sartre here imputes to the Nazis, by which he means German occupiers, French collaborators and Vichy politicians alike, had been put forward during the occupation by Pétainists who claimed that the strategy pursued by the Vichy government of moving closer to National Socialism, while preserving the remnants of state sovereignty, was superior to the Popular Front strategy. The assumption that it was the intention of the National Socialists to make the French population sink into remorse in the face of their defeat explains the dejection that had set in France after the estranged fate as the effect of manipulation by the occupiers, instead of taking it seriously as an impulse of historical judgment, as Bloch did. For Sartre, however, remorse is only ever an obstacle to reflection, which is itself formed on the model of practical action. It is mere passivity, looking into the past.
Only a sense of responsibility could lead to action for a fruitful, positive future, and this was in danger of being prevented in Germany in 1948, as it was under the German occupation in France, by a policy of remorse. In such a blueprint for the formula, and turn towards the future, devised a year later by non-existentialists, French intellectuals sought to overcome their shame at suddenly finding themselves in the role of occupiers by empathizing with the defeated, who had an even more urgent interest than themselves in eradicating morbid remorse. The protagonists who came together on February 1, 1948, the premiere had taken place on January 8, to discuss Les Mouches all spoke against the background of experiences that Sartre had not had, without this divergence being explicitly made a topic of discussion. Due to his good knowledge of German, Sartre did not have to translate the German language statements of his interlocutors, however, he himself answered in French throughout. In addition to Felling and Lusset, the author Gunther Weissenborn, who acted as moderator, the art critic Gert H. Theunissen, the journalist Walter Karsch, the pastor Wolf-Dieter Zimmermann, the lawyer Peter Alphonse Steniger and the translator Eduard Roditi, who interpreted the conversation alternately with Lusset, took part in the discussion. Steniger, a member of the SED after the end of the war, was the only participant with a history of Jewish persecution. Dismissed from the judiciary in 1933 and expatriated 2 years later, he obtained Czechoslovakian citizenship but remained in Germany. He evaded joining the organization Todt in 1944 by fleeing to Silesia. Weissenborn, who had fled to the USA in 1936 but returned a year later and worked as a dramaturg at the Schiller Theater, was persecuted as a member of the political resistance. He was sentenced to death in 1943 for supporting the Red Orchestra. At the time of the event, he was editor of the satirical magazine Eulenspiegel, which was founded in 1945. Zimmermann belonged to the Confessing Church during the Nazi era, while the left-wing Catholic Theunissen, a contributor to the magazine Consternation, which was discontinued in 1935, was the founder of the Free Cultural Association, which was created in the American sector. Karsch, once a writer for the Weltbund and banned from writing by the Nazis, co-founded the Tagesspiegel in 1945. Roditi, the son of Sephardic Jews, had made a name for himself as a translator of St. John Perce's poems. In his function as cultural envoy, Lusset emphasized in his introduction that the discussion, because it brought Sartre together with opponents of existentialism, was an example of a democracy, as a contentious cooperation of a free spirits. In his opening statement, Sartre gave this prime example of the joy of discussion, which was recommended to the German population as a democratic alternative to both the cult of the leader and the convivial conversation inherited from the bourgeois culture of the 19th century, a remarkably different accent by emphasizing that he regarded the following discussion as an example of authentic democracy, and as a path that leads to a better understanding of the people. The exchange of opinions based on the exchange of goods had thus been de-Americanized, as it were, by the main character before the discussion began. Only authentic democracy creates agreement, the inauthentic perpetuates pointless dispute. The fact that, despite the polemics with which Sartre was confronted during the discussion, such an agreement could be celebrated in the end was made possible by the personal choreography, in which Steniger played the Marxist and Theunissen the Christian, while Karsch, Felling and Zimmermann positioned themselves in between. Weissenborn, after all the only German participant with an emigration biography, only intervened as a moderator. Steniger was also addressed not as a former anti-Semitic persecutee, but as a supporter of socialism, i.e. not with regard to his past, but to his future in the SED, as if Sartre's theorem of projection had been the inspiration for the dramaturgy of the event itself. The exclusion of Jewish experience of persecution was expressed in a formulation by Felling, who described the choreography of the dispute with the words that Sartre sat like the world child, between the prophets Theunissen and Steniger. Goethe, for whom the world was existence, also saw himself as a child of the world, the most admirable German existentialism imaginable. This established the division of roles, which staged the dispute over existentialism as one between Christians and Marxists, in a revocation of the 19th century dispute between theology and young Hegelian criticism of religion, from which the Jewish experience of persecution was excluded. At the same time, Sartre was brought closer to the German cultural sphere, as a French Goethe, as it were, who was predestined to create understanding between the opposing parties. In fact, however, agreement was only reached on a single point on which there was no dissent and on which even the National Socialists would have agreed with the Young Democrats: the inescapability of atheism in the present. The dissent on the assessment of National Socialism was not resolved, but rather eschamatized. Only in Steniger's contributions did this dissent at least resonate, and even in them it remained tamed by the unbroken affirmative recourse to the class theory of Marxism. Nevertheless, Steniger began by stating that the success of Sartre's play in Germany was largely due to the fact that it formulated a general absolution, and asked him in a thoroughly German tone, "Are you aware that by fighting against repentance, you are preventing the German people from self-reflection and self-responsibility, and thus from a truly active renewal of their moral existence?" Although he conceded that the National Socialists may have wanted to evoke remorse in the population during the occupation in France, two forms of remorse had to be distinguished. In post-war Germany, there was a tendency to suppress remorse, and in view of this, the play appeared to be an expression of inappropriate indulgence. On the other hand, groups that lived under the yoke, as was the case with Jewish citizens everywhere under National Socialism, should be relieved of remorse. These people must not continue to suffer today, and there is a duty to turn them into responsible individuals. Steniger's suggestion that the critique of repentance should be understood in terms of the self-empowerment of the surviving victims of Nazism was not taken up by Sartre, however, and he rejected the reference to the historical difference between the situation in France during the occupation and that in Germany at 0 hour. By emphasizing the primacy of the ontological over the historical dimension of repentance, both situations were of course completely different, but had not a few common elements, including that the offense repented of concerned the past in each case. In the sense of Adorno's critique of Heidegger, the concept of the situation serves to ontologize the ontic. The situations differ only historically, but not ontologically. Their ontological commonality is prior to the historical difference. The idea that the annihilation of the European Jews could have removed the basis for the primacy of the ontological, which the Heidegger student Karl Jaspers had worked through in The Question of Guilt 2 years before Sartre's visit to Berlin, had evidently not penetrated Sartre's concept of the situation. In his remarks, he only included Steniger's view, which testified to unadulterated social revolutionary pathos, that there were millions of people in Germany in 1948 who were aware of the guilt of the population and were prepared to fight for the three freedoms distinguished by Sartre: individual freedom, which Sartre called metaphysical freedom, artistic freedom, and social freedom, of which Steniger, unlike Sartre, prioritized the third over the other two. This change in the order of precedence appeared similar to the reversal of the primacy of history and ontology during the debate as a matter of taste, the result of a choice rather than the realization of truth. The fact that the assumption of existentialism, according to which existency precedes essence, because only that which is realized through actions has validity, precedes a relativization of the concept of truth, can be illustrated by the main point of contention in the debate, the connection between existentialism and atheism. Gert H. Theunissen, for example, justified his criticism of Sartre's commitment to atheism, in contrast to Gabriel Marcel's Christian existentialism, with the words that essence is prior to existence, while a freedom that realizes itself solely in deeds is in truth blind. People no longer know what they should adhere to. But freedom must have a goal. The commitment to Christianity is thus itself legitimized here as the result of a choice. The Christian commitment is profaned and instrumentalized, declared to be a goal that can be set by free decision, a means to which one can adhere. The coercive character that Christian faith has, not least in Kierkegaard, through its connection to the experience of indivisible truth, which commands the inwardness of the individual, as it were, is replaced by a purely inner-worldly calculation. But Sartre's atheism also participates in the degeneration of theology into a means by dissolving the moment of coercion of thought by the object, by its objectivity, into the concept of choice, and thus also recognizes the rejected Christian faith as the result of a choice in which the subject misses itself instead of realizing itself.
This is why Sartre did not even think of reproaching Theunissen in Berlin with the idea that his understanding of faith was no longer a faith at all, but completely socialized, due to its being intertwined with the principle of choice. On the contrary, Sartre had to save the concept of choice as a basic ontological determination, which is why, instead of reproaching the Christian for the deprivation of his Christianity, he ennobled him as an existentialist who recognized himself as a Christian. On this basis, agreement was reached. Many Christians, said Sartre, say to the atheists, you have chosen to be atheists, you have chosen not to believe in God. But the same people don't want the same thing said back to them. They too have chosen. They have chosen to believe in God. And Theunissen echoed, Mr. Sartre. They have chosen. You have chosen man without God. I personally have chosen God. Your choice brings with it a burden, just as mine does. Your choice opens up opportunities for you, just as mine does. In his concluding statement, Sartre sealed the alliance between atheist and Christian existentialism. I have been told that the Christian prophet is sitting here on one side of the table and the Marxist prophet on the other. There may be two paths to liberation, but there is very probably also a third. Both Marxist and Hegelian dialectics speak of synthesis. In our view, this is the only way. This path consists of combining the value of personality and the concept of freedom, as it is based on the Christian heritage in our current society, with the emancipation, the social and political liberation of the working person. We existentialists are working on this concrete liberation. With this atheistic revolutionary sermon, the disturbance that Steneger had caused with his criticism of the unhistorical character of Sartre's concept of repentance had been removed, and the debate had finally become a ghost speech, a new edition of a 19th-century critique of religion. By means of this reenactment, the contemporary worldview reaffirmed itself by way of the controversy. Contemporary not only in the contempt for repentance as an unruly conservative effect, but also through the commitment to life without truth, with the depotentiation of the Christian commitment to the option. Both articulated the post-Nazi normal state. Fighting repentance as a reminder of the past was already part of everyday National Socialist business, as was the dismissal of Christianity as an outmoded relic. It was therefore not a contradiction, but consequent that Sartre was thankfully dismissed from the Young German discussion group at the end of the event by Weissenborn as a philosopher and resistance fighter. This episode should not be forgotten in the history of sobriety, which is increasingly praised rather than criticized in the early Federal Republic, and to which Sartre's optimistic toughness formed the Francophile complement. With regard to the French translation of the first volume of his Theory of Communicative Action, published in 1987, Jürgen Habermas explained in an interview with the Nouvel Observateur, between 1945 and 1955, we experienced the opening up of a world that had previously been closed. I was confronted with expressionist painting for the first time at the end of the war. And what could I not say about literature? About Sartre. For us, he was the most eminent representative of philosophical literature. There was Thomas Mann, of course. There was Hermann Hesse. But we were particularly influenced by Sartre. No doubt because you could see his theater. Incidentally, my admiration for Sartre has never diminished. I find it strange that no one in Paris takes him seriously anymore. His philosophical work remains of paramount importance. Sartre still has a lot to say to us today. That many expressionists were enthusiastically drawn into the First World War, after whose incomparably more barbaric reprise in Germany, existentialism, a way of thinking gained popularity that was a reprise of the stalest variant of that expressionism right down to its vocabulary. That from 1945 to 1955, when Sartre's theatre could be seen there, Thomas Mann could not be seen in Germany because he did not want to return, and that Sartre's support for the young Germany was in sharp contradiction to Mann's attitude. Habermas does not see this because the EUEG in whose name he speaks is the EUEG of the left-wing HJ generation to which he belongs. Only this EUEG was able to experience the post-war years in Germany as the opening up of a world that had previously been closed. For Adorno, Horkheimer, Lowenthal, Krakauer and other German Jewish founding figures of critical theory, the culture that Habermas innocently thought he was discovering for the first time was irreparably damaged, which is why Habermas' assertion that since 1945 Germany has, finally, caught up with the Western tradition in the area of political culture would have seemed absurd to them. When news of the extermination camps reached them in California, Adorno and Horkheimer increasingly referred to the writings of Nietzsche and Schopenhauer, while they largely erased the traces of Marx's class theory, which Sartre followed on from much more immediately than critical theory after 1945, from the dialectic of enlightenment. In order to get to the bottom of what had happened, it seemed necessary to go back behind the history of bourgeois society, as Auschwitz could not simply be derived from the critique of political economy. This had reached its limits in the event. Habermas, on the other hand, in 1985 in the Philosophical Discourse of Modernity, bracketed the immense influence that Nietzsche's thinking had had on critical theory under the reservation of irrationalism. Although Habermas recognizes in Nietzsche's thinking the effort of a reason that transcends itself, he sees the danger of the Enlightenment turning into counter-enlightenment, which he believes to be discernible in the dialectic of enlightenment, the blackest book of critical theory, as being primarily due to the affirmative reception of Nietzsche. For Habermas, only postmodernism appears as a post-Nazi revival of Heidegger's existential philosophy in Western Europe. Sartre, who immediately after 1945 had enabled the continuity of Heidegger's reception in Germany beyond the end of the war, was hardly perceived by him as a Heideggerian. Yet Sartre's polemic against conscience, in which the legacy of Heidegger and Nietzsche resonates, contains an indication of the way in which thought and political action are intertwined in Sartre's work. The Jewish-French philosopher Vladimir Jankelevich, who had refused to set foot on German soil since 1945 and denied the possibility of German-Jewish reconciliation in view of what had happened in his 1971 pamphlet Pardonner, hinted at these interrelationships in the last interview before his death in 1985. In it, he understood Sartre's thinking since 1945 as an expression of concealed remorse and judged that Sartre's commitment after the war was a kind of pathological compensation. He invested everything in the post-war. He looked for dangers that were no longer dangers, and he felt it. Defying the police in a demonstration is good, it's better than nothing, but if you were Sartre's age and could do your duty in the war, why wait? Simone de Beauvoir has told how he rushed to the barricades at the moment of liberation, looking for strong impressions, to see what was happening, but he did nothing, he went on performing the flies. End quote. And the need to stage an anti-fascist resistance struggle with changing political opponents, which was intended to compensate for the weakness of the resistance during the National Socialist era. Sartre's pathos of commitment met with the representatives of the young post-war Germany, despite the differences in their backgrounds. To fend off political dangers precisely where there are no longer any, while the real dangers are played down. To rush to the barricades at precisely the moment when there is almost nothing left to fight. In such a habitus, French existentialism, which was not a philosophy of the resistance but a philosophical rationalization of its failure, converged with the pathos of departure of the 0 hour that Habermas experienced in his youth.
Quote, in Germany, engagement often boils down to blather, to what everyone says, or at least latently what everyone would like to hear. Adorno. Engagement has become a non-word, an imperative that is no longer directed against the terror of society, but on the contrary executes this terror, as a terror on pigeon feet, which consists of wanting what you have to do anyway with all your fibers on top of that. Today, engagement stands for the merging of work and everyday life under the sign of the utmost will to perform, and, also, physical willingness to do anything and everything. Engagement means the unrestrained decisionism of the superfluous, the unconditional will to take part in any nonsense as an intern, volunteer, trainee, no matter how great, with sect-like devotion and tireless diligence. To finally accept some form of employment as the fulfillment and at the same time endless continuation of an agonizing initiation. Engagement is no longer voluntary, but the result of panic, and all the more so if the character of the activity carried out directly reflects the superfluousness of the person manically practicing it, and this is particularly true of jobs that, as the jokes so aptly put it, have something to do with media and communication, i.e., anything in the field ranging from corporate training to marketing to how to literature. Panicked engagement thus takes up, albeit without understanding, the experience of the potential superfluousness of all, which has matured from a hunch to a silent certainty, an experience that historically caused the society of citizens to initially merge into that of gangs, which in turn seems to be increasingly disintegrating into an amorphous and volatile network of micro-cliques. In fact, what Horkheimer stated in The Jews and Europe applies more than ever, that it is no longer the aimless mechanism of the market that decides on the well-being of individuals, i.e. that it does them the honor of ignoring them as persons, but that it is the cliques that decide who is allowed to belong to them and who is not, and no longer according to criteria of usefulness, but only according to those of unconditional willingness and ultimately only from the point of view of mental similarity, the verdict of the market on how someone may live, the verdict on well-being and misery, hunger and power, which the ruling economic groups also always had to reckon with, is now made by themselves, noted Horkheimer. And even if it is currently not a question of living on or being murdered, nothing has changed in principle in post-war corporatism, timely initiation into the apparatuses, in order to then strike the right balance there between detachment and devotion. This determines the allocation of life chances much more than ideas or talent ever could. Exceptions from the pioneering days of the digital revolution only confirm this rule more, from where this neo-feudality of clan and guild has always been unbroken, i.e. in universities and public administration in general, it has long since spilled over into the world of privately organized work, at least in terms of its legal form. A media sample from the pre-Christmas period, for example, shows how holistic work has become, holistic in the sense that it demands, as the jargon of actuality has long since suggested, the whole person, and not just predetermined and determinable quanta of their working power. On the newsstand, Stern, December 14, 2011, ran the headline, "Work is the New Sex." Millions of Germans work with lust and dedication, while the new Focus offshoot Focus Schule. Das Magazin für engagierte Eltern promised to tackle children's motivation problems with pseudo-scientific business training methods, hammering home the message that motivation is much more important for success than talent. At the same time, the first job application training courses were being held for 12-year-olds as a service provided by secondary schools. While a quick browse through job advertisements in the services sector revealed that hardly any of these advertisements were without engagement, of course, but also enthusiasm, initiative, or above-average commitment, The line between job advertisement and sectarian recruitment was often blurred. Identification with the product was demanded as well as dedication to the team. A Mannheim-based corporate communications agency took the cake by promising applicants a musketeer-like atmosphere. A recent article in the Welt supplement Junge Profis, 24. 3, 2012, in which Henrik Berggren, founder of the Berlin-based internet company Readmill, a platform for so-called social reading, gave an insight into his life and that of his colleagues. Our office should also be a place where our employees want to spend weekends, drink beer and do great work, wrote the committed man, adding, "I find the term work-life balance completely meaningless. If this difference doesn't exist for you, you can already tell that the entrepreneur is not speaking here as a descendant of the fat, cigar-smoking bigwigs of the communist caricature, but as a descendant of the life reformers of the pre-war era and even more so as an epigone of the alternatives of the post-war era, especially those ideologues of self-managed companies, who were supposed to force personal life and economic survival together. With the consequence, of course, that this very self in turn formed the working capital and ultimately saleable qualifications formed the limits of the possible development of the person. The relabeling of the realm of necessity to that of freedom not only damages its concept, but even its very possibility, leisure in the literal sense, and all the more so because the totalitarian attack on time that is not work was and is carried out in the name of freedom. Get involved was the motto of self-managed work, which in turn drew its political legitimacy from the protest movement, which had made precisely this engagement a measure of how sincere someone was about the revolution, socialism, or at least the other life, or concrete utopia. In a number of alternative companies in West Berlin, the commitment to political engagement outside of working hours was one of the core requirements of the workforce, which had to consist not of colleagues but of like-minded people. Even back then, those involved did not really want to accept the fact that back in the 1960s, one of the seemingly fickle and overly delicate people, Adorno, had reminded them of the weakness in the concept of engagement because some of his slogans could be parroted by his mortal enemies. The fact that it was about decision per se would even cover the National Socialist "only sacrifice makes us free." In fascist Italy, Gentile's absolute dynamism also proclaimed philosophically related things. The mobilization from the left did not care about such objections and, over the years, spread to curricula, schools, kindergartens and ultimately to the normal middle-class family and thus to the majority of all children and young people. For the readers on whom Focus Schule relies, i.e. the parents of today's project learners, interns and trainees, have gone through this school of engagement that formed the protest movement and its eco-pacifist degenerates. In a nasty sense, a theoretical concept, that of the committed intellectual, has really taken hold of the masses and become a material force. And not by chance, this concept already had a tendency towards coercion when it was still, as it was decades ago, celebrated as a prerequisite for social liberation, be it that of the proletariat or that of mankind itself. After all, it always boiled down to the fact that the outside world should be perceived as the only compulsion to act, as a mere stimulus of subjective excitement and thus as an imperative to act. An imperative that is actually related to anti-intellectual resentment, as it does not tolerate weakness, reluctance, or at least a moment of reflection. The role of the intellectual thus inevitably led to permanent pamphleteering, the forerunner of today's project work with its countless meetings and memoranda and prototype of so-called civic engagement. One must not look away, it was said at the time, one must address the issue, one must shake things up, admonish, commemorate, demand, agitate, sign, if possible without ceasing. For a long time, however, there was little to suggest that the prototype of the fully mobilized service worker of the post-Fordist age would one day emerge from the reserve that the bourgeois class that had come to power had initially granted its professional intellectuals, for example in the days of Friedrich Schiller. For the defining characteristics of the intellectual were originally the distinctive self-restraint, the ostentatious renunciation of interfering in the daily business of the political committees of the bourgeoisie, and the coquettish impotence that confined itself to the field of culture, dedicating itself to the true, the good and the beautiful, i.e. to the aesthetic education of the human race, after the political had petered out in the everyday life of capital.
And yet in this experience of powerlessness, which formed the basis of the intellectual's self-stylization, as heralds of ideal humanity, removed from the masses and everyday life, lay the manifestation of the real powerlessness to which the self-activity of the expanded accumulation of capital was to condemn all its character masks sooner or later. And so Schiller was followed with some necessity by Schopenhauer, precisely the latter's misanthropic and ultimately even self-preservation negating rejection of any participation in the world determined by the agonal principle, his almost far Eastern-like reduction of needs and renunciation of any expression of will as far as possible, can be interpreted as a sign of the utmost willingness to adapt to the exploitation of value, which is highly averse to the material and thus to beings, as fitting into an eternal circle that only ever assumes material form transitory and reluctantly, in order to then dissolve it again as quickly as possible into the per se formless general equivalent. This readiness for nothingness, which Schopenhauer proclaimed and demanded in a definitive rejection of Schiller's aesthetic moralism, and whose resounding academic success proves the experience of powerlessness of the entire bourgeois class encoded in it, also contained within it the readiness for everything. Schopenhauer's renunciation of the will did not override it, but prepared the ground for the will's objects and goals to become equally valid and equally valid. In other words, the ground for the G beyond good and evil, G for the revaluation of all values, G for the detachment of the will from the moral test, the ground for Nietzsche, whose philosophy with a hammer, G intellectually prepared the transition from cartel capitalism to the authoritarian state. For the latter intervened as a willful actor in the hitherto free play of forces, at least on paper, set limits, rules and goals for anonymous exchange, and imposed rights and duties on citizens that they would never have possessed nor had to fulfill as exchange citizens. While the intellectuals' reservations had hitherto been the cultivated addition to the exercise of bourgeois power, dependent as they were on the business of their families and the whims and financial possibilities of the sovereigns, the increasing state regulation seemed to open up entirely new fields of employment for intellectuals. Fields that were close to power, indeed, that could give them the practical illusion of planning, directing and shaping, a reversal of previous conditions. Now, the fate of industry seemed to depend on the actions of state bureaucracies and no longer the other way around. It wanted to look as if the hour of a new type of aristocracy, G. Enderwitz, had struck, the high song of which Nietzsche had just sung, and which has therefore been periodically pulled out of the intellectual satchels ever since. What should characterize this new man, according to Nietzsche, would be his unrestricted commitment to the will, and to an unrestricted one at that. It represents the vital elan that must not be curbed in its creative and destructive power by a slave morality, by Christian considerations, for example. A commitment to power as the demiurge of world events and a commitment of those who believe themselves to be called to exercise this power. A phantasmagorical but not unfounded reversal of the previous power relations between the educated and the working classes, the intellectual and the pragmatic part of the bourgeoisie, which declares the former to be the leader, the giver of direction and the beneficiary of the event, while the latter, together with the proletariat, simply has to ensure that the event called the expanded reproduction of capital continues. That second part, the great mass of the plebs made up of his slave natures, naturally lacks, due to their material egoistic limitation, the view of the whole that Nietzsche and his enthusiastic adepts still claim today for the intellectuals who are removed from the economic process. In fact, the reluctance to accept the constraints of the merely economic has remained the tenor of intellectual social criticism. A criticism that does not apply to the mute compulsion of conditions per se, but only to the fact that these conditions all too often simply refuse to fit into the statist self-image of an intellectual class which, because it provides the leading personnel of the state bureaucracy, actually considers itself to be the state. Nietzsche's scourging of the moneybags and hucksters' souls thus permeates all the countless suads that lament the restriction of the spirit and culture by mammon and economism, which are currently particularly fond of lamenting the fact that Europe's supposed surplus of ideas does nothing to counteract the actual underfunding of its state budgets. This vitalistic turn by intellectuals, i.e., those who are responsible for the production of ideology in the broadest sense, from school lessons to strategy papers to the production of plays, the victorious entry into the arena of the will to power, coincides with the end of the liberal age. As crazy as Nietzsche's presumption definitely is, especially since it had projected the masterman not as an elevated bureaucrat, but as a distinguished consumer, it also incorporates a real shift in the balance of power, from the committees of the productive bourgeoisie to the bureaucracies of the activated state. Nietzsche does not conceive of his energetic man of will as the return of the muscular barbarian of prehistoric times, nor does he model him on the extinct aristocrat, but rather portrays him precisely as the possessor of those soft skills that are the basis of success, indeed essential for survival, in the apparatuses of the state and mass organizations of all kinds, and whose mastery is all the more indispensable for initiation into today's service rackets. There is not much to add to Enderwitz's list. It is no longer simple physical fitness, an open willingness to use force and straightforward physical assertiveness that characterize the new style aristocrat, but highly developed mental agility, the ability to exert objective pressure and secret terror, and the mastery of complicated psychological manipulation mechanisms. Where the old-school man of power has only himself and his weapons, the new-school man of power has the whole world as his stage and his weapon, on and with which he can play out his power games celebrated as sublime psychological tests of strength and virtuoso intellectual mirror fencing. But as much as the intellectuals and the apparatuses of the state and mass parties seem to be made for each other, they also needed a legitimization that they could not draw from themselves. They must act not only for their own good, but in social representation. And it was by no means the weary bourgeoisie, branded as selfish, that offered itself in this respect, but rather the fresh proletariat, whose organizations had made the primacy of the state over the economy their program with their demands for the people's state and the dictatorship of the proletariat. So the proletariat, or in the terminology of the right-wing version of the committed intellectual, the worker actually represented the ideal ally or better, vicarious agent. Didn't the masses actually have to strive, just like oneself, to free themselves from the humiliations and slights that the impersonal evaluation by the market had in store, in the worst case as a declaration of superfluousness or in the better as a consignment to precarious subsidization? The fact that many decades later, in the dawning twilight of real socialism, Hungarian intellectuals referred to the substitution alliance with a catchphrase, the intelligentsia, on the road to class power, and even cited it as a year-defining characteristic of socialist society, made it clear late in the day what Bolshevism was all about, viewed purely from the perspective of sociology, and why an intelligentsia that had awakened to social activity had been so outrageously committed to it, and for the most part of its own free will. Georgy Conrad and Ivan Selenai were as dry as they were nasal when they stated, in order for the idea of scientific socialism to become the immediate program of intellectual class power, the socialist movement had to develop into Bolshevism precisely under the social conditions of Russia. However, only the end could cast such a realistic gaze on its own beginning, realistic insofar as the GNU Man project was congruent with the elevation and empowerment of the intelligentsia as its own social class. However, the particular gain in power as an increasingly independent class was not the motive for the intelligentsia's alliance with proletarian ideology, but rather its result, which was then laid bare in the great disillusionment of the post-Stalin era. The motive was rather the lure of one's own participation in a will that shapes the world, that invalidates the actual, soulless and disembodied will of valorizing value, that, in other words, compensates for the insult of excluding the autonomous subject from the decision about its social life, which the educated bourgeoisie, as the first fraction of their class, felt and had to deal with mentally. In other words, a will that has become a state, which transcends what it itself executes as an authoritarian state, the powerlessness of all.
This concept of the state that has become will draws on the original sources of the educated bourgeois self-image, takes revenge on the liberal contempt for professional ideologues, and yet, in the appearance of the utmost freedom of the will to shape the bureaucracy and the party, pursues the total subjugation that is integral statism. Its attractiveness for the committed intellectual is therefore not accidental and subject to personal or time-related fashions, but rather a recognition of the similarity of self-definition on the one hand and raison d'etat on the other. Both are united by the culmination of pure and absolute subjectivity, which leaves objective difficulties or weaknesses of the empirical subjects underneath. Both are united by the greed for the victory of subjective will over objective impossibility, but this precisely would be the most apt definition of Stalinism, namely that it only depends on the individual, that his willingness to sacrifice decides everything in a positive sense, but his betrayal also decides everything in a negative sense. Stalin was thus only the supreme demiurge, the artist tyrant, as Boris Groys put it, who subjected the whole of everyday life to an overall plan with a will of steel, to which all party members and all Soviet people had to conform. The state became a Gesamtkunstwerk, the GNU Man its content. As a sign of its world historical engagement, art completely forfeited its autonomy. In this, socialist realism was absolutely progressive and devoted itself solely to the monument and the hero. A characteristic trait of the literary heroes of the Stalin era is their ability to achieve glorious deeds that obviously transcend human powers, and they owe this ability to their refusal to encounter life in a formalistic way. This refusal enables them to overcome tuberculosis through willpower alone, to grow tropical plants in the tundra without greenhouses, to paralyze the enemy with the sheer force of their gaze, etc. In reality, the Stakhanov movement increased labor productivity several dozenfold without the use of any additional tools, solely by the effort of the workers' will. The slogan of the time became, "Nothing is impossible for a Bolshevik." Any reference to facts, technical possibilities and objective limits was treated as pusillanimity and lack of confidence, which was unbecoming of a true Stalinist. The personality cult that the XX Party Congress of 1956 so ostensibly deplored had, contrary to what Nikita Khrushchev wanted to make himself and others believe, nothing to do with the empirical person of Stalin, but with the fact that Stalin, as a kind of living utopia, embodied the striking example for the world of what the will can do, namely everything. Stalinism is totalized voluntarism and at the same time a post-apocalyptic homage to Nietzsche, because in Stalin's paradise of the working people, one will no longer prevailed over the others, but all merged into one, that of the proletarian party, communism, and its supreme guard. He and those who made themselves like him were able to break every shackle of earthly necessity through free action. The new humanism that Stalin had his ideologists and artists preach had nothing less in mind than the generalization of Nietzsche's still elitist Superman. In the constitution of this new man, the lived dream of by no means only Soviet artists and intellectuals. The two other ideological characteristics that had previously shaped the political character and social self-image of the educated bourgeoisie were abolished alongside Nietzsche, the willingness to do anything, pupated in Schopenhauer's renunciation of the world, and also the pathos-laden belief in the aesthetic cultural educational task of culture, which points back to Schiller and his Schaben als moralische Anstalt. The question of how close or how far away Stalin was from the committed poets, philosophers etc. of those years, who had freed themselves from the siding of bourgeois society and thus their activity from ineffectiveness in the feuilleton precisely through engagement for the cause of the people. The worker or the proletariat thus proves to be nonsensical. The relevant debates in the field of committed art miss the point. Stalin was flesh of their flesh, Stalinism the utmost consequence of the will to engagement. Indeed, one is tempted to claim that for progressively minded intellectuals there was no way around Stalinism unless they were prepared to criticize the outlined concept of engagement itself. But that in turn would have meant remaining purely negative, even defending the Western rudiments of hated liberalism and renouncing what made engagement so attractive, in addition to, at least credibly imagined, political and administrative significance in the authoritarian state. It was probably primarily and above all the aura of the herald of a new man and a new life that was so irresistibly alluring. In this way, the intellectual could feel like a revolutionary subject, a provisional substitute subject of world history, even and especially in the face of the increasingly obvious crisis of the proletariat, as the one who exemplifies or at least demonstrates how engagement works, and who continues to believe that his claim is covered by the anti-colonial revolutions, just as it was previously covered by Red October, in 1965, for example, in a plea for his profession, an existentialist writer stylized himself and his peers as individual generals, who first informed readers of their being in the world. Since he, the intellectual, knows that he is not yet human, the task is to create, within himself and outside of himself, the new human. Stalinism in the concept persists even without Stalin's name still being mentioned. Adorno does not have to mention it in his critique either. In the preface to Negative Dialectics, Fichte's is completely sufficient. As for Fichte, all objectivity is indifferent to existentialism. The idea of absolute freedom to decide is as illusory as ever that of the absolute ego, which releases the world from itself. The absolute subject cannot escape its entanglements. The fetters it wants to break, those of domination, are one with the principle of absolute subjectivity. Neither the crisis of integral étatism nor that of the proletariat, which nevertheless had to be represented, could therefore do any harm to the concept that a committed intellectual equals a new man. On the contrary, it is precisely these crises that prove that this new man is created less through politicized art and state terror, but more through the simple fear of one's own superfluousness, heightened to the point of silent panic. The cult of the will has always been first and foremost a cult of willfulness. Existentialism was its political-philosophical manifestation in that it elevated engagement to a human virtue in itself, no longer viewing it in terms of an object yet to be chosen by the subject, but as a general mode in which man first becomes man. Engagement is therefore an existential, does not belong to a concrete object, a being, but forms the essence of being par excellence. Conceived in such a human way, the proletariat and world revolution become dispensable, and even the concrete utopia, or the other life, which as surrogates initially compensate for the loss of the great goals, become unnecessary. Finally, in the post-ideological age, engagement no longer has to refer to a better or different future, but rather justifies itself as the ethos of an all-encompassing willingness to perform, which views each office day as Stakhanov once viewed the 5-year plan. Work has become a holistic obligation instead of an 8-hour split-off from everyday life, without the need for encouragement from philosophers or Bolsheviks, whose role is now played by coaches for everything and anything. Although they preach a secularized form of engagement, subjectivity remains as absolute as ever. Nothing foreign, objective or cool is allowed within their sphere of influence. Marketing concepts are lived, business ideas are loved, products spring from philosophies. In short, the sale of labor power is internalized as the fulfillment of being. Distance is not tolerated anywhere, neither at work nor from work. Herbert Marcuse had already envisaged this state of affairs long before it actually occurred. At the end of The One-Dimensional Man, he noted, "What is frightening is the organized effort not to recognize the intrinsic right of one's neighbor, to prevent autonomy even in a small, reserved sphere of existence." And further, the expansion in all forms of cooperation, communal life and pleasure has penetrated into the interior of the private sphere and has practically eliminated the possibility of that isolation in which the individual, thrown back on himself alone, can think, ask and find out something. How much more true this is now that even the separation of workplace and home has become obsolete, and the industrious spend their free time in a state of universal readiness in a way that was hardly known from piecework even half a century ago. Dogged pseudo-activities prepare body and mind for the relentless and actually long unnecessary struggle for survival, and not only in trendy and prestigious sports, no, even relaxation and wellness, whether yoga, herbal steam baths or pilgrimages, are becoming a stage in the great mobilization of even the last reserves. What is the result? First of all, once again, only a negative realization, that it would be absurd to want to counter the engaged society with even more engagement, that opposition in the mobilized world could rather mean listlessness, not letting oneself be carried away. Articulating reluctance when necessary would certainly be more unruly than the pose of the intellectual representative of the blinded masses or the contemporary successor pose of the solitary critic who has to make serious decisions against the mass consensus. To avoid any misunderstandings, this does not of course mean conforming to this consensus. On the contrary, it would mean not critically aping how this consensus comes about, in concrete terms, not falling into a miniature version of the role of the public role model of a critic, i.e. pretending that it all depends on you. Criticism would therefore not mean co-bullying, not co-cocking, but rather criticism would have to openly insist on the privacy of its motivation, and this, incidentally, would also be the character of the person who could be relied upon even under totalitarian rule, according to Hannah Arendt's considerations in this regard. It will not be those who need the public pose, nor probably the particularly courageous, but those who are not prepared to alienate at least the remainder of their private autonomy, because in case of doubt they will be the ones who attach importance to not living with someone who has dirt on them, namely themselves. Hannah Arendt wrote, "But the best of all will be those who know at least one thing for certain, that as long as we live, we are condemned to live with ourselves, whatever may happen." At the end of May 2011, two rebels talked about our present for Die Zeit in Berlin. Richard David Precht says, "Our present is obviously a time of transition. We are experiencing a crisis of legitimacy for political parties in all Western democracies. And we are experiencing a global crisis of legitimacy in the financial sector. It is time for a new social contract. The old one has been consumed. Is democratic civil society open to renewing it?" Stephen Hessel says. My favorite French sociologist and philosopher Edgar Morin says, "We are on a threshold." I feel the same way. We need a new departure, and it is likely that before a new departure, both in philosophy and in politics, there is a feeling among citizens that things can't go on like this. In order to cross the threshold, we need new fundamental values. Precht says, "What are the values that have been used up?" Hessel says, "The values of money, of waste, and the values of production. Well, we are against them. But what are we for? What are our fundamental values?" Precht says, "In the future, too, it will always be about the same core values: security, freedom, justice, recognition, meaning. I hear the cheerful proclamation of the coming new, there the self-assurance that the future will not seriously threaten the familiar ever same." The two roles played by Richard David Precht and Stephen Hessel for two newspaper pages do not appear to be seriously at odds with each other. Precht is the author of a bestseller, Who Am I, and if so, how many? Hessel is also a best-selling author, his 15-page booklet Time for Outrage sold around 500,000 copies in France in the first 2 months after its publication in December 2010. According to Wikipedia, Precht is an advocate of a new civil society. Philosophically, he is close to American communitarianism, the idea of democratizing society through greater civic public spirit. He sees the commitment of business and politics to constant economic growth as harmful and a threat to prosperity and well-being. The fact that he plays the voice of reason in a chatty dialogue with Hessel, reminding the emphatic prophet of the principle of reality, is merely a dramaturgical trick to put Hessel in the right spotlight as a poet for the stage. In terms of content, the call for rebellion and the assurance that everything will remain the same are seamlessly and smoothly integrated in both cases. They go well together. Both are conformist rebels, which means, experienced conformists. Hessel's booklet is advertised by Ulstein Verlag as follows: Stephen Hessel's polemic moves the world. With powerful words, he calls for peaceful resistance against injustice in our society. Against the dictatorship of financial capitalism, against the oppression of minorities, against the destruction of the environment on our planet. But the blurb conceals the heart of the pamphlet, the indictment of Israel. Hessel's restraint is entirely in keeping with his public demeanor. He by no means speaks about Israel in the manner of an obsessive zealot at every available opportunity, but only when it seems opportune. Otherwise, he likes to spend evenings reciting poems by Hofmannsthal. And so, after 9 pages of relaxed parleying about the forgotten values of the resistance and the virtue of being indignant, Hessel nonchalantly and casually lets the reader of his pamphlet know under the heading My Indignation on the Palestinian Question. At the moment, I am most indignant about the conditions in Palestine, in the Gaza Strip, in the West Bank. This is just as reminiscent of the necessarily bland self-disclosures in pupils' poetry albums in the 1980s as it is of today's ubiquitous self-descriptions on Facebook. I don't like Israel, I'm outraged by the conditions in Palestine, so-and-so likes this. All of this is stupid and evil, but it is not unusual. Hessel does not cause offense, his phrases are polished mainstream. This is why his extraordinary success since he came to the attention of a broad public with his pamphlet at the age of 93 needs to be explained. Why has it been received so enthusiastically by the whole world that Hessel has been tirelessly talked about on talk shows ever since, especially in France, and can hardly save himself from event invitations? If his anti-Israeli stance does not deviate from what can be heard everywhere anyway, and he himself was only known to a few people before his renewed commitment against Israel, then the reason for his current popularity cannot be found in one or the other alone, but must lie in this connection, the fact that a Stephen Hessel in particular is committed against Israel, that somehow seems to be the scoop. Stephen Hessel's claim to fame is based, on the one hand, on his origins. His father, the writer Franz Hessel, was a friend of Walter Benjamin. His parents' love triangle with his mother's lover, Henri-Pierre Roche, was later immortalized by the latter in a novel that François Truffaut turned into his film Jules and Jim. Roche, in turn, was a friend of Marcel Duchamp. In short, Hessel was the child of genuine bohemians who were active in the Berlin and Paris scene of the interwar period. He was surrounded by an aura of cosmopolitanism and nonconformism, which at the same time was paired with a clear elite consciousness, a combination from which the figure that Hessel plays so diligently arises mathematically, so to speak, that of the friendly, grand old gentleman, for whom nothing is more important in life than a poetry. Perhaps it is therefore no coincidence that, although he likes to flirt with a tirelessly asserted poetic nature, he later opted for a career as a civil servant and diplomat, like a child of hippie parents who escapes from chaotic family circumstances into the security of a clearly regulated existence, and yet carries with him throughout his life the narcissistic wound of not being able to match the artistry of his admired parents.
Reading his autobiography Dance with the Century, published in 1997, gives the impression that Hessel had been preparing all his life for his role as a wise old man who remained young at heart and cultivated a complicit and intimate relationship with youth. He is a kind, grand old gentleman, but thanks to his nonconformist origins, he has nothing of an authoritarian patriarch. He is the kind of father everyone wants, our father, whom you don't have to rebel against, but whom you can cuddle, and who does exactly what we want him to do. Yes, he seems to be waiting for us to call out to him. Come with us, you belong to us. If we love him for it, he will parade through the streets with us and shout, "He Israel, murderer." But why do people want him to be the anti-Israel dad? The unplayful, bohemian flair plays an important role, but Hessel's appeal would be incomprehensible without his second biographical distinction: his participation in the French resistance, his imprisonment in the Buchenwald concentration camp, and his work as a United Nations diplomat after the war. In 1941, Hessel joined the Gaullist resistance in London. In 1944, he was captured by the Gestapo during a mission in Paris and deported to Buchenwald shortly afterwards. There he escaped execution with the help of Eugen Kogon, who enabled him to swap his identity for that of a prisoner who had died of typhus. After further stops in the Rodelborough and Dora-Mittelbau subcamps, he managed to escape from a train evacuating the camp at the beginning of April 1945. In 1946, he took up a secretarial post at the United Nations and in this capacity was present at the meetings for the adoption of the Declaration of Human Rights in 1948. There is a persistent rumor, repeatedly circulated by Hessel himself, that he himself was involved in the formulation of the declaration. However, he himself has admitted that this is not true. Stefan Hessel created a glowing legend for himself, the legend of a life in the service of human rights and of resistance against the power of money and liberalism, into which he wove his time in the resistance. The unruly part of his life that cannot be completely ironed out is his time in the concentration camp. Consequently, he does not mention it at all in his edification booklet. His indignation is not directed at the concentration camps, and certainly not at the Shoah, which he completely ignores in his autobiographical self-disclosures if at all possible. Stefan Hessel is outraged that his experience in Buchenwald will not submit to his compulsively affirmative thinking. In his incessant, pastoral invocations of the positive, you apparently only have to put him in front of a camera and he willingly recites his same monotonous formulas with the same unaffected, otherworldly smile. He comes across as a maniac who wants to stop the fall into depression. Although he repeatedly adorns himself with the illustrious names of critical philosophy, he repeatedly mentions Benjamin, Sartre, Merleau-Ponty. For all his emphatic commitment to France, it is rather a very German heritage that he relies on when it comes to sealing himself off from experience. Because his unconcerned narcissism, my natural optimism, which makes me believe that everything desirable is possible, led me more to Hegel. Hegel's philosophy gives meaning to the long history of mankind. Human freedom progresses step by step. History is a succession of upheavals, and therefore challenges. The history of societies progresses until, in the end, man has attained his complete freedom, and thus the democratic state has emerged in its ideal form. Hessel cannot stand negativity. Wherever it shines through, it must be covered over, or neutralized in a poisonous embrace. When you turn the pages of Emport Uke, you are left spitting at first, because the frontispiece is actually a reproduction of Paul Klee's Angelus Novus, together with a reference to Benjamin's interpretation of the painting, which Hessel refers to in his text in a completely unmediated way, without this being in any other than a purely antithetical relationship to the rest of his text. Hessel's text relates to Benjamin's melancholy like a hostile object that must be rendered harmless by enclosure if it is otherwise of no use. Hessel tells Precht, in my generation, it was nice that the bad was clear. It was clear what we were fighting against. Today we have to fight against many things at the same time. But we don't really know how. The Nazi era, a happy experience. It was something beautiful, a wonderful gift for which Hessel is grateful. The resistance made him a man. I wish all of you, every single one of you, a reason to be outraged. That is precious. When you are outraged by something, as I was outraged by the Nazi mania, you become active, strong and committed. You connect with the stream of history, and the great stream of history takes its course thanks to the commitment of the many towards more justice and freedom, even if not to the unrestricted freedom of the fox in the henhouse. In each of Hessel's sentences, his insistent commitment to emphasis, to enthusiasm, to poetry is always firmly strapped into a conformist corset, with which he tells us that all the rousing euphoria is aimed at punishing the fox. Hessel's indignation is not directed at the current of history, but at those who do not want to merge with it. Quote, today we can state, the permeable German occupation policy still allowed an open cultural policy at the end of the war. People in Paris were allowed to perform plays by Jean-Paul Sartre or listen to Juliette Greco. If I may venture a bold comparison as an affected person, I would say that the German occupation was relatively harmless, if you compare it with today's occupation of Palestine by the Israelis, for example, apart from exceptions such as arrests, internments and shootings, including the theft of art treasures. It was all terrible. But it was an occupation policy that wanted to have a positive effect, and that's why it made the work of us resistance fighters so difficult. End of quote. It is obvious that Hessel is talking about the situation of those involved in the resistance with the arrests, internments and shootings, not about the deportation and extermination of the Jews. Finally, there was the atrocity of art theft. The quote comes from an article by Hessel based on Conversations, which the FAZ published in January under the title Wie ich Buchenwald und an der Lager überlebt, How I Survived Buchenwald and Other Camps. Here, Hessel once again talks about the subject, which he otherwise no longer likes to talk about, and the tone is suddenly different. The suddenly positive assessment of the German occupation stands in stark contrast to the otherwise resolute opposition to the Nazi delusion in the flaming appeals. The staunch confidence of the resistance fighter has also disappeared. Hessel does not want to make it explicit that the positive work of the occupying power was based on anti-Semitism, with which it was able to build a bridge to the population. The fact that he instead makes a comparison with Israel at this very point indicates that his fixation on the Jewish state stems from a sense of guilt and his autobiography. Hessel writes about the time at the beginning of the occupation of France, before fleeing to England via Algeria and Portugal. There are also blank spots in this long-suppressed phase of my life that I can hardly explain to myself. What did anyone know about the Jews and the persecution they were subjected to? What had become of the rest of my family, the cousins and uncles living in Germany? What happened to the École Normale, my fellow students, my teachers? This strange gap in my memory, this uncertainty about my identity, was to last until my arrival in Lisbon in mid-March 1941. Even later, Hessel never spoke of those he had lost sight of. I also keep the memory of the arrival of a transport of Jews evacuated from Auschwitz in Dora in a hermetically sealed corner of my memory. I later learned that little Simone Weil was among them. Everything distinguished these people from us, who, God knows, looked ragged and miserable. But they were phantoms, blinded by their decay, who walked through the room without leaving a trace. Ghosts. Before the slightest bit of empathy can arise, even if only in retrospect, Hessel is primarily concerned with distancing himself and insisting on the irrevocable difference. In doing so, however, he not only distances himself from these peoples, but also from his own father, who was at least Jewish by origin. His father's family had converted to Protestantism at the turn of the century. Franz Hessel died in the south of France in 1941, after which there is never again any mention of Jewishness in Hessel's autobiography, although his wife Visha was Jewish. Hessel came to Buchenwald as a political prisoner, and as such benefited from the solidarity of the Reg Kapos, which enabled him to survive. These rescue operations were often only possible by sending someone else to their death instead of the person they were rescuing. In the FAZ article, it becomes clear how much the Buchenwald period in his life represents a stark contrast to his bright world, based on the denial of the persecution of the Jews, in which involvement in the resistance was a romantic male adventure. A camp, a concentration camp, is a school. You could even say it's a desolate school. You learn to survive, and in order to survive, you accept that the system is based on brutality. And that's the terrible thing for me about the camps. And I think it's still like that today in all the camps of our time. Because there are other camps all over the world, and unfortunately more and more of them. A camp simply means that people's dignity must not be taken into account. There is simply no other way, otherwise you can't go on. You have to experience the other person as an object and not as a personality. That's why every capo, every prominent person, whoever they are, whether they are a camp elder, block elder or parlor duty, is in danger of becoming inhuman. His unconditional will to adapt, which is never prepared to separate the necessary external adaptation to an inhumane situation from the inner attitude that the individual can have towards it, leads him to exactly the opposite conclusion to that drawn by Primo Levi, who was imprisoned in Auschwitz as a Jew. Levi repeatedly emphasized that the most important prerequisite for his continued life in the camp was his decision to see himself and his fellow prisoners as people and not as things. Levi insisted on the opposite: things have to be different, otherwise you can't go on. In the text, Hessel criticizes Primo Levi and Jorge Semprin for portraying the capos too negatively. However, this rejection of the negative immediately leads him to reinterpret the reality of quite banal manipulation as a sign of humanity. A group of prisoners reached us from the east. There were a lot of corpses among them. We would get a piece of sausage if we pulled these corpses out of the wagon, undressed them and put them on a pyre. That was a particularly bad experience. But the capo's offer was the result of a strange form of good-naturedness. If you don't want to starve to death here and want an extra piece of sausage or bread, you just have to do it. And I went along with that. As hair-raising and mean as what Hessel says in this text may be, it is the only self-disclosure by him in which something like a rupture comes to light. But it is a rupture that Hessel does not want to reflect on. He can only spit it out and swallow it down again. With his anti-Israel pamphlet, Stefan Hessel has achieved star status in the blink of an eye, which seems to make him unassailable, as Andreas Vanazada wrote in the Taz on January 29. It would be foolish to say anything against Stefan Hessel these days. So please don't expect me to do the same here. Stefan Hessel embodies European innocence. You can't have anything against him. Part of this attraction that he exerts on the tired, passive-aggressive European, who recognizes his own passive aggression in him, is that he maintains a tactical relationship with his Jewish identity. He only ever brings it out, as Alain Finkielkraut has noted, when it comes to attacking Israel and declaring himself unsuspicious of anti-Semitism. He is an un-Jewish Jew who, through fortunate circumstances during the Shoah, was able to choose to ignore the Shoah. In this, the non-Jewish Europeans probably feel some kind of kinship with him, and at the same time they can use him better than any other Jewish key witness against Israel as a shield for their desire to annihilate the Jews. It would be foolish to miss this opportunity. When an event with Hessel and other Israel haters planned at the Parisian elite university École Normale Supérieure to support a campaign to boycott Israel, which Hessel incidentally supports with the proceeds from his pamphlet, was prevented at the beginning of the year, the FAZ was fuming on January 17 under the headline ban in Paris. January under the headline ban in Paris by ministerial order and at the request of the French Central Council of Jews, a Paris event with Stefan Hessel, whose pamphlet Emport Uk has now sold more than 1 million copies, has been cancelled. A declaration of bankruptcy of human rights policy. And Bernhard Schmidt assisted on Trend Online. The harsh stance of the more right-wing sections of the Jewish institutions against Stefan Hessel provoked incomprehension or resentment in broad circles due to the man's personality and motives, which are widely considered to be of integrity. The infantile 93-year-old with the motives of integrity, who, as the journalist Elizabeth Levy has noted, is regularly apostrophized in his public appearances as "you're the youngest of us all at 93 is, as a convinced leftist, the new integration figure of an anti-Semitic left that has always known that moral anti-capitalism and outrage on the Palestinian issue must be inseparable. What is actually anti-German? One asks oneself more and more frequently in times in which scourges of humanity, such as anti-Americanism, hostility towards Israel and the abandonment of the individual freedom of other countries' inhabitants for the sake of peace appear not to be particularly German, but pan-European and, under the aegis of a Nobel Peace Prize winner, also American. For a few years, détente seemed to be the order of the day in Germany. Since those who for decades had always answered the question of what was German exhaustively on behalf of their compatriots, the spokespersons of the essentially West German resistance in matters of ecology and peace, are now buried or retired, It seemed for a while as if the specifically German aggression against civilization had been lost in an international resentment. It seemed that the younger generations no longer had any real interest in penitent pastors like Helmut Gallwitzer, and that neither the Reformed Catholic screeching of Jut Ranke Heinemann, nor the notorious admonitions of the professional sister Inga Eicherscholl, the moralizing of Heinrich Boll, the incredibly shallow statements of the always business-minded Walter Jentz, or the completely botched poetry production of Erich Fried, would be suitable as a stimulus for nurturing progressive attitudes. Their work coincided with the years from the first peace movement at the end of the 1950s to the nuclear accident in Chernobyl in 1986, years in which many demonstrations were held and even more inwardness, alternatives and resistance were written and sung about. In the 80s and 90s, however, the corresponding performances and attitudes of popular groups such as were mocked so much by popular groups such as Die Arzt and subjected to derisive laughter in Titanic that peace campaigners, ecologists and life reformers seem to have become so stale since 1990 that their belated revenants from the GDR civil rights movement, men like Sebastian Flugbeil, whose beard was shaved off by Wiglaf Drosti's barber from Bebra after he was murdered, and women like Freya Klyer, who sold homemade dresses, cabaret and expressions of dismay, were just tolerated like poor relatives from the provinces. But none of it was true. Those who were thought to be dead are among us and have managed to create an everyday consciousness of all Germans in separation from the world, whose wearers can do without the original sound of the old ancestors to some extent and their outfits completely. Where there is no longer an opponent in sight and no protest can point to a reasonable core that may well lie at the beginning, being German means being obscene, i.e. seemingly quite unsuspectingly, but penetratingly using everything that is capable of arousing disgust in other people or offending their sense of shame. The decision to phase out nuclear power in June, which the opposition feared for a long time, could end up being reversible and not lie over the country like an eternal fate with no half-life, will do nothing to educate people about nuclear technology and the dangers it poses, and certainly nothing about the relationship between people and technology. Instead, facts are being created whose accuracy no one is allowed to judge. It became clear on September 18, 2010, when a family protest of at least 300,000 headstrong, a cross-generational family outing marched through Berlin to protest against the banal extension of the operating life of some nuclear power plants, and since the accident in Fukushima, it has become a certainty. It is about the consolidation of an authoritarian and collectivist civic morality with frugality and a sense of community, which Inga Eicherscholl and her ilk have always stood for, and which makes us fear the worst. Although half of the Federal Republic of Germany had already laid down its credo against Ronald Reagan, whose government was described as Californian fascism by the Swiss mastermind Max Frisch, when it came to peace in the Bonn-Rhine meadows in 1983, while the other half only mumbled something about freedom with difficulty and little conviction, and from 1986, because of Chernobyl, the majority were united in their rejection of nuclear energy. It is new that in spring 2011, in Germany of all places, the entire political spectrum is in opposition to a system called the nuclear lobby behind the system, which must be hiding somewhere. The fact that there are no longer any parties, only opponents of nuclear power, is a shrill signal. The fact that the whole world is looking with increasing bewilderment at a country that presumes to missionize the world as a great teacher is no longer noticed by the German public. The decision to phase out nuclear power was as good as made after the serious accident in Chernobyl, but who cares? In the months following the Fukushima accident, it was necessary to go one better, and if the generally beneficial balance between Germany and France, as initiated by Konrad Adenauer and Charles de Gaulle, is recklessly put at risk due to feared supply shortages in France caused by a lack of energy exports from Germany. This is accepted across party lines just as easily as German activists in the 1970s and 1980s saw their quite comparable intention, which would have been tantamount to an ecological invasion, not as a threat to European peace, but as a regional emergency exercise against the threat of nuclear death.
Only French repression and the Franco-German security partnership prevented them from crossing the border en masse to protest against France's nuclear policy, being against war, which must be a nuclear war of Hiroshima proportions even if, as happened in Iraq in 2003, hardened uranium-loaded shells punctured Saddam's tanks, is the prerequisite for the commitment against the peaceful use of nuclear energy. Talking about the dangers emanating from a nuclear power plant and referring to Hiroshima goes without saying, and so the obscene images and scenarios of nuclear death are similar. Here the devastation caused by the bomb, there the meltdown. The declaration of opposition to nuclear energy as a national existential is unmistakably German and was by no means only made in the early 1970s in connection with the first major protests against the planned nuclear power plant in Whyl, nor in the 1950s. When Christians, trade unions, social democrats, communists, and the inevitable intellectuals warned against the stationing of nuclear weapons in front of the German Hiroshima. Not even May 8, 1945 was the beacon when a whole nation of internal emigrants went into passive resistance against death and annihilation, i.e. occupation and foreign domination. The Great German Obscenity began in February 1945 with a poem launched by the Nazi press. Those who have forgotten how to cry will learn it again at the fall of Dresden. This cheerful morning star of youth has so far shone to the world. I know that there are plenty of good spirits in England and America who were no strangers to the divine light of the Sistine Madonna and who weep bitterly at the extinction of this star. And I personally experienced the destruction of Dresden under the Sodom and Gomorrah hells of the British and American airplanes. I stand at the starting point of life and envy all my dead spiritual comrades who were spared this experience. This last publication by the German Nobel Prize winner and Nazi collaborator Gerhard Hauptmann was not only a model for Joseph Goebbels in its mendacious pathos, its obvious enthusiasm for the end of time, and its unambiguous apportioning of blame for the result of 6 years of German cultural hegemony in Europe. The cheerful morning star of youth was largely reduced to rubble in February 1945, and the Baroque building fabric in particular was largely destroyed. But the approximately 25,000 lives lost were not enough to present Nazi Germany to the world as the true representative of Western culture and a victim of terror. Goebbels calculated that a blown-up Baroque style would only shake up the world in connection with hecatombs of dead, preferably refugees from the German eastern territories already conquered by the Red Army, and multiplied the number of victims, which was calculated largely correctly within a few days, by a factor of 10. At that time it was already too late to persevere, but with his intellectual comrade Hauptmann in his marching baggage, Goebbels had passed on a party mission for the period after National Socialism to the receptive people and created a lasting monument to himself. Since then, people in Germany have been making doom and gloom. Since then the horror, the violent death, has been conjured up as a collective experience in words, images and sounds, supposedly as a reminder that such things will never happen again. Such invocations, however, do not dissolve any doom. No cleansing effect prepares for repentance and new confidence. Instead, mind games are compulsively created that spread and sing about death and more death in obscene vividness. Dresden as the central starting point of all German protests from Goebbels and Hauptmann to Irving and Meinhof and on to Georg Friedrich and Margot Kassmann is an indication that the constant apocalyptic invocations cause a complete blunting of real suffering and at the same time mobilize the age-old longing for the downfall of the Occident in futile resistance against terror alien to the culture. Hauptmann, who had just finished his Archaizing Atrides tetralogy in 1945, in which, according to Kindler's literary dictionary, the classical humanist image of Greece, as conveyed by Goethe's Iphigenia in Taurus, gives way to the depiction of a chaotic, cruel and hate-filled world, had long since abandoned the Occident as an idea in favor of a universal celebration of the dead. Since then, German remembrance has been based on an eternal, chaotic, cruel and hateful world, as if it had not been the German one, and does not simply offer death and annihilation for cleansing, but combines it with the order to finally destroy even the memory of a friendlier world. Hauptmann and Goebbels' necrophilic Gesamtkunstwerk no longer changed the outcome of the war. But the trail was laid that led to David Irving's bestseller The Fall of Dresden. The title alone is a literal. Hauptmann quote, as well as to the Dresden Church Congress at the beginning of June 2011, at which Margot Kassmann painted the death and misery of people from the Third World in all its detailed brutality to the shuddering congregation as the very downfall whose perpetrators are we, who were supposedly committed to Western culture. Together with flautist Hans-Jürgen Hufeisen, she celebrated the event, the three wise men from Argentina, Afghanistan and Liberia, blessed are those who make peace on June 3, 2011, her birthday. According to the FAS of June 5, Kassmann first read out the story of Tamba from Liberia, who had to watch soldiers shoot his father, rape his sister and shoot his screaming mother before they finally chopped off the boy's right leg. The story is accompanied by images of child soldiers projected onto a screen. This is followed by the story of Samir from Afghanistan. In turn, images of the tanker trucks in Kunduz that were bombed and burnt out at the behest of the German army are shown. Samir's father and 2 brothers died in this bombing. Thirdly, through the voice of Kassmann, Juanita from Buenos Aires, who is looking for her daughter Eva, who was probably raped and murdered during the military dictatorship, has her say. According to the liturgy, these 3 wise men of our time are on their way to Bethlehem, on their way to peace, on their way to Jesus' manger. And here, as in the fictional example at the beginning, the listeners should stand up after each story and find their own personal gesture of mourning. Some hold their arms up, others let them hang down, some look up in sorrow, others look down. FAS. The visitor should experience suffering and emotion, horror and shudder. Before the catharsis sets in at the end, the cleansing. Tagesspiegel, July 6, 11. It is almost superfluous to point out that Kasman's appeal for peace culminated in an offer to pray together with the apocalyptic horsemen of the scorched Afghan earth, the Taliban. Those civilians in the Kunduz region who shared the cargo of a captured tanker truck with the Taliban appeared to Kasman as the same innocent victims of bomb terror as we, who no longer need to emphasize this in Dresden. The Air Force, which attacked in Kunduz because German policy had ruled out the necessary use of ground troops to destroy the Taliban unit in question due to the spiritual and moral air sovereignty of the Kasman Germans, thus becomes a now German, albeit foreign determined, revenant of Bomber Harris. Instead of lamenting the superfluous victims of a warfare that shies away from taking effective action against the horror that is the Taliban and tribal rule in Afghanistan and advocating an appropriate military deployment, we are intoxicated by the fact that possibly 140 people have been burned alive. Kasman's numerous Dresden congregation emphasized this with personal gestures of mourning and felt their own skin burning. She felt like a victim of rape and saw her closest relatives collapse under the gunfire of an inhuman enemy. One feels at the mercy of the enemy, laments one's own powerlessness, and stands up to an enemy that is so abstractly painted that it can simply be labeled the force. But behind power lurks technology, and behind technology lurks the technocrat. What was true for the victims of Kunduz was already true for those of Dresden. Soon after 1945, it was not war that was seen as insidious and inhumane, but its most modern form. Instead of fighting man against man, machines were directed against people. Instead of going at each other's throats with bayonets, weapons controlled from a great distance took over the killing in the 20th century. Anyone who has them and uses them against a technically inferior opponent is morally condemned. From the unjust bombing war, which people from Goebbels to Grotwohl were used to calling Allied bombing terror, we follow the trail of destruction, or, to use the words of a German specialist in the reappraisal of bombing terror, conflagration, and expand our findings into a general indictment of technology, which has been taken out of people's hands and become the property of soulless executioners of the final Sodom and Gomorrah hells. In the first years after the defeat, people in the FRG sang about the downfall of Dresden through a small shift, and Bomber Harris's air fleets were replaced, beginning in the 1950s, by Little Boy, the Hiroshima bomb. No one took offense at the fact that a country that had brought millions of deaths across the entire Pacific region and whose leadership was still able in the summer of 1945 to urge the population to resist in the final battle openly and unchallenged took the side of the victims with its special bombing deaths. Nobody questioned the survivors of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the Hibakusha, about their participation in a criminal war. It was enough for them to show their sick bodies to conceal the fact that before August 1945 these same bodies were pitiless war machines or humble, toiling mothers.
Above all, it seemed, was the horror of a technology that could actually wipe out humanity. All the Germans had to do was fall in line and capitalize on the sometimes sensible discussions. Since then, the question of guilt, the question of how it all began, and the suggestion that once a technology has become conceivable, it cannot be stopped, but can only be controlled, have been out of the question. The legitimate questions about the logic of deterrence and the potentially fatal chain reactions in the event of a conflict, about the ability of those responsible and the control over them, disappeared in the redundant lament of "Je never again," and, most recently, in the blustering statement by an American president that nuclear weapons should be banned worldwide. Now that they exist, it is important to ensure that they do not fall into the wrong hands. This unpleasant and yet only sensible approach to the issue of nuclear weapons no longer applies, because the distinction between the owners of and aspirants to the atomic bomb has long since been blurred. Since then, the victims have primarily been the Japanese and the Germans, followed by other colonial and post-colonial peoples. All those who have the bomb appear indiscriminately as aggressors. Because it all began in the USA, and the Nazis had also tried their hand at it, everything has basically been said. Everything else is left to pedagogy, which, as a pedagogy of fear, cannot conjure up its own powerlessness and thus its own irresponsibility powerfully enough. From 1981, because of the so-called NATO rearmament decision, the activists of the peace movement set about presenting scenarios of horror in schools and youth facilities, senior citizens' leisure centers, and, of course, at church and trade union events. Using media technology that was still inadequate at the time, images of the city closest to the event location were superimposed on images of the destroyed Hiroshima and the dead and surviving victims. In addition, there were maps with the circles of destruction. Up to 3 kilometers all dead, up to 10 kilometers the earth irretrievably contaminated, radiation sickness, cancer, death and deformity for the survivors and their unborn offspring, and the monstrous figures such as atomic bomb over Frankfurt. 500,000 dead immediately, another 2 million in the Rhine-Main region within 3 months, etc. This educational program was published in 1983 in an appropriate form as a novel for young people aged 12 and over. In these memories of a 13-year-old at the outbreak of the nuclear war over Germany, it goes like this throughout. I looked away. I looked across the rows. There were people lying next to people, men, women and children all mixed up. Injured, mutilated, burnt. Most of them had their skin hanging down in shreds. Some lay in their vomit, others in their blood. It smelled of excrement and urine. And as if in waves, sometimes louder, sometimes quieter, then swelling again into wild cries, the begging, the moaning, the wailing of the dying of thirst for water wafted out into the street. End of quote. The book about the Hessian bombs, with Frankfurt at the back, Fulda at the front and a small town in the Rhone in the middle, is called The Last Children of Skuenborn and was written by an enterprising primary school teacher called Gudrun Poswang. Since the mid-1980s, it has also been forced on 12 to 14-year-olds as school reading. He was Ms. Poswang who followed up her last children's book with a double of Skuenborn in 1987, clearly topping her first bestseller. She published Die Wolke, The Cloud, a book whose circulation is now at least 1.5 million, not least because of its permanent presence in the literary canon for German lessons. The Cloud is based on a nuclear accident in Grafenrheinfeld in Lower Franconia. The population goes on the run, traffic breaks down, the police are powerless and chaos breaks out. In Asbach, people who had swerved to the other side of the valley before Oberwegfurth tried to get back onto the main road. A double queue stretching through the whole village to the other side of the valley was jammed in front of the junction, where 5 vehicles were wedged into each other. Among them was a bus with a trailer that was on fire. On the sidewalks on both sides of the intersection, the occupants of the cars were gesticulating and shouting at each other. Janaberta understood that the bus driver had tried to force his way across the intersection. Now the burning bus was upside down and blocking the entire highway. The children's faces were glowing in the heat. It stank of burnt paint and rubber, and the bus passengers, older people all, coffee run passengers, stood terrified at the side of the road. End quote. In the further course of the mind game, at least 18,000 people die within a very short time, including those who are shot by the police or the army because they want to leave contaminated restricted areas. Hundreds of thousands, probably millions, fall ill from radiation sickness and the country sinks into poverty and misery. In 1986, the Ukrainian downfall in Chernobyl failed to materialize, as did the contamination of German breast milk and the predicted thousands of disabled or even stillborn babies. At least 5,000 people died after the Chernobyl disaster. Among them were a particularly large number of disaster relief workers, the liquidators, who were unscrupulously exposed to lethal radiation for far too long and with little protection by a totalitarian and inefficient system that has never been interested in protecting human life. But a pedagogy of fear operates differently. It writes and lies its way through the circumstances to suit its supposedly noble goal. In Gudrun Poswang's book, it sounds like this from the mouth of a positive heroine. Chernobyl was still too little, Almut replied. And who knows? Maybe even Grafenrheinfeld is still too little. You can always imagine even bigger accidents. DW 152F. Anyone who had to read The Cloud as a child has been well briefed and today, after Fukushima, is doing their job as a journalist who is fully committed to the warning, like the nuclear activists in German senior citizens' meeting centers almost 30 years ago or the staff of Gudrun Poswang's novel. It's cold mind games, the purpose of which is to finally think the unthinkable. To be on the safe side. In the country report on Deutschland Radio Kultur on May 30, 2011, it sounded like this: traffic jingle/traffic spokesman. The A61 Hockenheimspire, the A5 and the A67 from Darmstadter Kreuz to Kreuz Waldorf are closed in both directions for the duration of the evacuation from the Biblis area. Only residents with an evacuation notice can use the slip roads in the restricted area. The police urgently request that the colored evacuation notice be clearly visible behind the windscreen so that clearance at the checkpoints runs smoothly. Traffic jingle/speaker 2, this is a thought experiment. We ask local residents and recognized experts, what if a nuclear meltdown occurred at the Biblis nuclear reactors? The worst case scenario. In the middle of Germany, in the Rhine-Main-Neckar Grossraum. Millions of people live here, they work for the world's largest chemical company, make Palatinate wine, build cars in Russelsheim, export pharmaceuticals from the small town of Ingelheim all over the world and attract tourists from there to the most German of all picture-book towns, Heidelberg. An uncontrollable nuclear accident in Germany. Since the reactor disaster in Japan, even stubborn nuclear advocates no longer want to rule out a Fukushima on German soil. The only thing that helps is to finally think the unthinkable. For safety's sake. The responsible citizen is just as well informed as Deutschland radio editors, from the mind game of a certain Gudrun Poswang from 1987, but many still lack the everyday willingness to panic. Speaker. Nicholas Hauser and his father sit in the shade of an oak tree in front of their Sundays in an ice cream parlor. They live in Biblis, a town of 9,000 inhabitants. Although they live in the immediate vicinity of Germany's oldest nuclear power plant, they never think about a possible disaster. That's why they first have to think about what they would do in the event of a meltdown. Nicholas, the best thing to do is to flee in the opposite direction to where the nuclear power plant exploded and then move to another country or flee away before you get an overdose of radiation, a fatal one. It always depends on which way the wind is blowing, I guess. So I don't think it helps to bunker down or anything like that, because sooner or later you have to get out. The radiation is there, that doesn't help.
Nicholas and his father, so the message goes, don't yet have what it takes to be scared citizens. They eat their ice cream despite Fukushima and the proximity to Germany's oldest nuclear power plant, and seriously believe they can still get away with it. In order to scare the citizens of Biblis for good, to make them realize that they should imagine even bigger accidents, a man was sent into the race after Fukushima who was spared by the barber of Bebra after all, Sebastian Pflugbeil, who today heads an ominous Society for Radiation Protection, one of the many agencies for spreading nuclear fear. The amount of radioactivity that escaped in Fukushima is many times greater than in Chernobyl, said the president of the Society for Radiation Protection, physicist Sebastian Pflugbeil, on Wednesday in Berlin at a congress marking the 25th anniversary of the Chernobyl reactor disaster on April 26, 1986. And nothing is burning in Fukushima, Pflugbeil said. Rather, radioactive particles were gradually dispersed over a radius of 300 to 500 kilometers. As the population density in the area around the Japanese nuclear power plant is much higher than at Chernobyl in Ukraine, the damage would also be considerably higher. Pflugbeil estimates that around 1 million people lost their lives as a result of the Chernobyl disaster. However, reliable figures are not yet available. Pflugbeil did not want to give an estimate for Japan. Rheinische Post Online, June 4, 11. If someone deliberately tells the lie that more than 1 million people died as a result of the Chernobyl disaster and says that the damage in Fukushima is much higher than in Chernobyl, then his estimate is that at least 3 million people will die in Japan because of Fukushima. This kind of thing goes unchallenged over the airwaves, even though or because it surpasses Goebbels' falsification of the Dresden deaths many times over, Suzanne Messmer published The Chronicle of a Shock in the TASS newspaper on March 18, 2011 under the title More Than a Doomsday Fantasy. Underneath, she correctly states in bold print, anyone who read Gudrun Poswang's Die Wolke as a child will now encounter familiar fears again. Messmer absorbed what Nicholas from Biblis missed out on at school, and so, unlike frivolous ice eaters, she can still remember a catastrophe that took place at school and at home as a contemporary witness. It's a strange coincidence that in a few weeks it will be 25 years since the Chernobyl disaster. I was 14 at the time. We were no longer allowed in the playground. At home we had iodine tablets, dissolved dried milk powder and, which was quite good, ravioli instead of fresh vegetables. For days, my mother removed the top layer of soil from the vegetable garden and took the dirt away in a wheelbarrow. In German lessons, we read Gudrun Poswang, both terrible books, Die letzten Kinder von Skuenborn and Die Wolke. I can still remember many sentences from them today. My sister had no eyes. Where they should have been, there was nothing but skin, ordinary skin. In the age when books of encouragement came along, as the FAZ aptly put it a few days ago, these were real fearmongering books. For Messmer, there is no longer any difference between Hiroshima and Nagasaki and Chernobyl or Fukushima, which is why Die letzten Kinder von Skuenborn is simply Wolke to her, as it was to her FAZ colleague. He explained, Die Wolke was awarded the German Youth Literature Prize in 1988, a political issue, because the prize is awarded by the Ministry of Family Affairs, so Rita Sussmuth awarded the prize to a book that sharply criticized the nuclear policy of her cabinet colleague Klaus Topfer. Above all, however, it has since been read by all generations of German schoolchildren. This is probably one of the reasons why the book is so deeply anchored in the collective memory of today's 20 to 45-year-olds. And that is why it now automatically underpins the headlines from Japan with images from what we have read, so that we at least have an idea of what it means when the population has to flee from a nuclear cloud, even if no reader would be naive enough to confuse Tokyo with Fulda or 2011 with 1987. Today, no one would be able to ignore the live ticker of the catastrophe, not even in Majorca. But today, readers of the cloud anticipate the misery of the evacuees from reports of leaked radioactivity long before the real images go around the world. At a time when the so-called courage book was invented as a genre of children's literature, Poswang's young adult novels, The Cloud as well as The Last Children of Skuenborn, can justifiably be described as fearmongering books. There is no consolation to be found in them. This is precisely the reason for their effect on young people. March 15, 2011, someone who has nothing wrong with the fact that events are anticipated on the basis of a fearmongering book, that truth and fiction can no longer be separated and that the whole thing can be traced back to a large-scale indoctrination of 12 to 14-year-olds, cannot even think that it would be desirable for children to draw some courage for life from their books. Even the self-confidence to create something beautiful themselves or with others, instead of being calibrated for death and doom from the outset. We can still do a lot together, the great poet and graphic artist F. G. Wechter titled a picture book in which a little pig, a little bird and a little fish play with each other in the air, on water and on land because their friendship as children is greater than the arbitrarily drawn boundaries of nature, which they outweed. Perhaps this is an encouraging book. In 1986, after the nuclear accident, it would certainly have been the right one to distract children from the panic-stricken atmosphere emanating from their parents buying dried milk and cooking ravioli. The fact that the same Wechter in 2005, terminally ill and certainly not free of fear of death, was able to create an idyll of almost perfect beauty with Full Moon, which in all ironic seriousness sings bizarrely of reconciliation in love with private life in rhymed Berlin dialect, makes the difference between a courageous and friendly person and a mega-hero of panic and fear of life like Gudrun Poswang. In 1975, when the peace movement had taken a break, the anti-nuclear movement was not yet a real mass movement and the fall of Dresden and other Allied war crimes were no longer discussed in public in the FRG. F.K. Wechter received the German Youth Book Prize in the picture book category for Werkanen nach viel Zusammenmachen. Today, comparable books of encouragement no longer stand a chance. Gudrun Poswang was aware of the objections to her pedagogically motivated exaggerations. She has a negative hero say, just think of the hysteria that broke out here after Chernobyl. And if you ask me, it's the same people again today for whom the disaster can't be big enough. For denunciatory purposes, she follows the correct statement with, nuclear power opponents, do-gooders, all the green trash who want to send us back to the Stone Age. DW 222, to make it clear from which corner such objections come, Grandpa Hans George adds, I'll just say this much. There were politicians in this country who would have handled the whole thing so discreetly that this incident would not even have been noticed here in Schlitz. And no member of the press would have dared to snoop into the matter. DW 223, Suzanne Messmer from the Taz took a similar approach when she thoroughly discredited a central criticism of the fearmongering culture. I go to the State Library in Berlin again, the most beautiful library in the world. I find texts that discover powerful maternal curves in the nuclear reactor and in the fear of the atom, the fear of the destruction of the symbiosis, of detachment. Oh well. Another funny sentence, the atomic threat also has a regression-promoting effect because the parental figures fail in the face of it. This comical sentence finds its confirmation in Jana Berta, the 14-year-old parentless Poswang heroine of The Cloud, as well as in the constant accusations directed at her forebears that they should have known its generalization. Just as if the silence of the grandparents about their participation in the Nazis had been the same as the once naive joy of some parents about the promises of nuclear energy or their doubts about the catastrophic scenarios of the admonishers and penitents. In Poswang's book, a passerby says of two children visibly suffering from radiation sickness, man, they've got it. The 14-year-old Elmar responds with a sermon, maybe not you? It's gone down here too. It's gone down everywhere. Not that bad? Not life-threatening? Who said that? The Home Secretary? The politicians? You can count on it, the soil, the air, the food, everything is contaminated. Even if you don't look like you've been scalped, you're programmed for cancer. What are 400, 500 kilometers in a super GU? The only question is which cancer will break out in you. And among your grandchildren there will be fantastic freaks. They are also programmed. This is followed by the threat of an apocalyptic judgment by the children and grandchildren, from which the adults will never recover. Prepare yourselves for their question as to how it could come to this. DW 140F.
This is the regression that allows the adults to take refuge in the role of the accusing child and the children, steeled in their pauses, to stand up morally against their parents. The generations are chained together in fear, without parents and children still being distinguishable. Education does not take place in this way. Instead, there is a community of fate. The small attempt by parents to let their children grow up without unnecessary fear, without prematurely introducing them to unpleasant realities, simply without the fear of death, this little bit of parental autonomy is snatched away by the Pozhuang Germans, among whom it is no coincidence that there are so many educators who threaten parents with their own children. In Pozhuang's own words, it sounds like this: so we writers should ally ourselves with the children. If we can make them understand the burning problems of our time, perhaps they would then be able to solve these problems later, soon. To solve them? Because the future belongs to them, if we can leave them anything worthy of the name. That's why I write for children. This mistrust of parents instilled by disaster literature is the gateway to a higher education than the parental home can provide. You can't take children seriously enough, regardless of whether you write a fairy tale, a story from the real world, or a science fiction story for them. They also have no trouble digesting political, ecological, or historical topics if they are presented in an age-appropriate way. I don't think they'll thank us if we lock them up in a literary ghetto and pretend that the splinter in Waldy's paw is the most terrible thing a child's soul can encounter, while they see starving, tortured and murdered people on the screen every day and hear adults excitedly discussing weapons of mass destruction. End quote. As the government is willing to torture and shock young people because it is beneficial, the parents who might reject this are initially denounced as the administrators of a ghetto hostile to reality and completely incapacitated by state-sanctioned interference from outside. Identification with the pupil Janaberta, Dr. Gabrielle Runge informs German teachers in a brochure published as Materialien zur Unterrichtspraxis, increases the consternation and fear of the readers. This fear is not resolved, because the threat posed by nuclear power plants remains. Teachers must consider whether they can expect younger pupils in particular to read The Cloud alone at home. Gudrun Pozhuang, born in 1928 and a refugee child, prescribes harshness and banishes the childhood in which Waldy's injured paw really does trigger tears, and the horrors of a threatening world, or a world that is often stylized as a threat in the first place, must remain outside. She begrudges the children their reading experiences with F.K. Wechter's beautiful and comforting books by inflicting indigestible rations of war on children's souls, and pleads for conditions that have long existed in the academic middle class, in which children are obscenely fed hunger, torture and murder via foreign journalism by parents who have nothing better to do than to discuss, i.e. conjure up doom in the presence of their children. Today, many an intimidated father may go to the demonstration with his daughter simply because he is far more frightened by the nasal chatter of the 12-year-olds from the recess class than by Fukushima and its consequences. Mesmer from the Taz, who finds the reference to regression so funny, becomes very serious when she talks about another idol of her youth alongside Ms. Pozhuang. But what is true? The lightning, the fireball, the blast wave, these are forces the likes of which had never been seen before. Monsters, a tremendous amount, a lot of energy is released. That's how Blixebargeld once described it with his Einstürzen Neubauten. It's worth reading the first two verses of the song Furio. By means of pressure and body heat, our confusion becomes a nuclear fusion and a tremendous amount of energy is released. It may be that it is of no use but it accelerates and if it only accelerates what passes anyway that is no offense quite understandable and one more reason for Furio. The nuclear fusion image in the deliberately cynical text, which is not about technology but about the strangeness between people, is placed in a context with Fukushima and Pozhuang, and in the politicized charge of the apolitical text, all that remains in relation to the nuclear death that is imagined everywhere is the pleasurably apocalyptic credo. If only it accelerates what will pass anyway. Pozhuang's doomsday books each begin with a quotation from another author. In The Cloud, it reads as a warning and threat against those who think differently. Now we will no longer be able to say we knew nothing about it. If we do nothing about it today, tomorrow they will thank us for our silence and our reason, everyone has to think about what they can do. Each in his own place, this time we won't forget. DW 11. It comes from a large format advertisement, which of course appeared in Die Zeit on May 23, 1986, and was signed by a then notorious cartel of signatories led by Inga Eicherscholl. In the teaching materials, Gabrielle Runge advises her readers under the heading, Realism of the book What Can We Do? The teacher introduces the author Inga Eicherscholl and reports on the advertisement in Die Zeit. The text statements failure of technology, failure of politicians, questions about one's own responsibility are elaborated. The last children of Skuenborn are preceded by an alternative genesis in the sign of nuclear doom by Georg Zink, who already had everything ready in pseudo-verse at the beginning of the 1980s with this work entitled Offer for Conversation, which Margot Kassmann so obscenely offered for sale this year at the Dresden Church Congress. Georg Zink, born in 1922, pastor, publicist of edification literature and once a popular speaker of the word on Sunday, wrote Pa Zwang this poetic introduction to the youth book. On the seventh day, there was peace, at last. The earth was desolate and empty, and it was dark above the cracks and fissures that had burst open in the dry earth's crust. And the spirit of man wandered as a ghost of the dead over the chaos. Deep down in hell, however, the exciting story of the man who took his future into his own hands was told, and the laughter roared up to the choirs of angels. End quote. What he meant by the laughter from hell about the downfall of civilization, which is obviously closer to him than the choirs of angels, was explained by Pastor Zink exactly 20 years later on March 21, 2003, in his brother Jürgen Flieg's program Fliege. On the occasion of the war in Iraq, a German group had come together, and Zink had this to say about resistance and the possibly justified tyrannicide of Saddam Hussein: "A normal American is not capable of that. He would have to have the courage that the young Palestinian suicide bombers have to blow themselves up. I admire them for the fact that their cause and the cause of their people and their religion, or whatever, is so important to them that they lay down their lives for it. These are not suicides, these are brave young people who are fully committed to their cause." End quote. In a few sentences, written in Germany's Hour of Destiny, when the people rallied behind their anti-American peace chancellor, the obscenity of Germany's longing for doom is expressed as a werewolf's hellish lament over the so ardently desired demise of the real object of hatred that has always been meant. Just as the kamikaze killer was recognized and admired in the Hiroshima survivor from the very beginning, who stood up for whatever, at any rate against civilization and for scorched earth, the anti-Semitic suicide killer is the only legitimate tyrant killer, and not only for Pastor Zink. The tyrant is that race in which American cowardice and technical superiority is expressed just as much as the objection to a nature that has been upgraded to existential status and can only produce chaos, hatred, and endless killing. Gerhard Hauptmann, who in a pseudo-tragic gesture was in reality satisfied that he had personally experienced the destruction of Dresden under the Sodom and Gomorrah hells of the English and American airplanes and survived, did not envy his dead spiritual comrades who were spared this experience. Like the Pa Zwang Germans after him, he wanted to present proof of the futility of any effort to even strive for something better than unspiritual nature, something other than the naturalness of the total national community state. This is the education after Dresden, which is quite consequent on nuclear energy. We are Hibakusha, but not everyone has to realize that right away. Hibakusha? Asked Jana Berta. She learned that this was the name of the survivors of Hiroshima, which the survivors of Grafenrheinfeld now also bore. DW 131. We are all supposed to be survivors and outcasts, victims whose revenge on society is carried out by 14-year-old Elmar through the prophecy of millions of cancer deaths, but which is practiced far more actively by devoted butchers who do to the Jews what a German left-wing party does not yet dare to praise openly.
Every experience must be prepared. Through books and films, for example, wrote Suzanne Messmer in the Taz. In the FAZ Readers Forum on March 15, 2011, Alexandra Meyer proved that it is possible to defend oneself against brutally enforced experiences, and that one does not have to go out as a German Hibakusha to murder Jews by proxy. I hated this book even as a child. Of course, in the wake of current developments in Japan and looking back at Chernobyl, you can see that nuclear power, just like other forms of energy generation that cannot have such devastating effects quite so quickly, is not as safe as portrayed, just as nothing in this life is safe. But this book has given millions of children anxiety-filled days and nights and conjured up the nuclear end times. Even as a 10 to 12-year-old, I wondered why nobody moved to another country and why other nations didn't come to the aid of Germany. But Ms. Pa Zwang's books were not about reality, but about pure dark green fearmongering. Among other things, these books have led to the fact that I will never vote for the Greens, as far as can be foreseen. Thank you once again for that, Ms. Pa Zwang. End quote.
The fragmented world spirit needs young faces if it wants to present itself as progressive. It is the time of child activists, the avant-garde of authentic protest, be it Greta Thunberg, who has become the face of the student strike against climate change, or Genesis Butler, who serves as the child mascot of a campaign to convert the Pope to veganism during Lent, or the student activists from Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida, who are demonstrating for stricter gun bans after a shooting rampage at their school, or Ahad Tamimi, the media-presentable representative of a family of notorious murderers of Jews. School protests have an affinity for the media, which is what makes them so interesting for interested adults who suspect it, even in their defense. Although a school strike is not a strike in the strict sense of the word, it suggests that a strike is taking place, that something serious is being done. Any attempt to explain that it is somehow a strike after all, as it is in school that the workforce is formed or shaped, fails to recognize that education is free in very few countries, but is generally a commodity for which payment is required. It is precisely here that the so-called strike proves to be what it is, a boycott. Even the detour via compulsory schooling, a late achievement in bourgeois society, identifies the Friday for Future as a form of protest of postmodernism and the global north. Unsurprisingly, the Global Climate Strike for Future turns out to be a First World protest. The TAS newspaper has recognized Greta's media potential and hastens to take the young activist very seriously. Many refer to Greta Thunberg as a child in order to trivialize her and her cause. But she is a young woman. It doesn't seem to bother her that she herself repeatedly emphasizes that she is a child. Voted Woman of the Year in her country of origin, Thunberg, who was nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize last week, announced, "And it's also funny that I'm so young, I'm still a child." It can hardly be denied that it is precisely Thunberg's youthful age and childlike appearance that contribute significantly to her popularity. However, this does not mean that the young activists are not up to the debates conducted in the media, which are usually so undercomplex that even children and young people can conduct them without losing their level. Rather, Thunberg's popularity shows that the role reversal has long since taken place when children dictate to their parents what they can eat, where they can travel and what they can buy. What was once a privilege of parents' generation, namely to persuade their offspring to make sacrifices, exercise moderation and act responsibly, has now become a means of pressure in the hands of school children. This is by no means to deny that many critics are indeed completely off the mark. The Parkland students have been accused of being actors. Even Henrik M. Broder, who attempted to censure Greta's efforts as a child abuse is not only making a somewhat mean argument, but is also fundamentally wrong. He completely underestimates the symptomatic personal initiative of a generation that has grown up in the attention economy. Even and especially the pathologization of Greta as mentally disturbed is as denunciatory as it is wrong. After all, the teenager is above all a typical representative of a generation that does not choose a Sheldon Cooper as its idol by chance. It is a generation that he gets involved by, for example, walking around the family home and switching off the lights to save the climate instead of starting to smoke, consume alcohol, draw a line or explore the illuminated night a little longer than allowed. Greta Thunberg and Genesis Butler are representatives of a generation that, instead of breaking the rules of adults, dictates even more rules to them than vice versa. So if anything, we should criticize abuse by children who set out to manage the managed world even more and more profoundly, or in Thunberg's unfortunately completely credible words in an interview with Der Spiegel, "Just some people claim that my parents brainwashed me. But it was the other way around. I brainwashed my parents. I convinced them to stop flying and to stop eating meat." Smiles. Many of the new political youth stars are reminiscent of those children of left-wing parents who announce in adolescent protest that they want to become a policeman instead of a punk, but ultimately embark on a career as a social education worker, in which both sides are wonderfully accommodated. These teenagers are little adults. This is reflected in the way Genesis Butler, then 10 years old, answers the question of why she became a vegan activist with a formulation that sounds like the memoirs of an 80-year-old. I think, mostly, I just love animals so much, I've loved them my whole life. In the face of such children, even Pippi Longstocking, completely desexualized and purged of immorality by the publishers, suddenly becomes the epitome of a resistant childhood. Every impulse of criticism is infantile, be it the childish sense of justice, which radically applies the principle of equivalence that has just been internalized and thus becomes the telos of the just exchange, or even the defiance of the principle of reality as such. However, anyone who never transcends this impulse will criticize just as little as someone who completely leaves that childhood behind. Adorno emphasized that the critic is faced with the choice of also becoming an adult or remaining a child, and has already provided the answer in the supposed choice. The critic remains in a very specific way something third, or in the words of the same thinker elsewhere, not to become an adult without remaining infantile. For today's generations, however, who hardly know the contrast between infantile and adult anymore, Greta, as a teenager who looks like a child but talks like an adult, is indeed the perfect symbol. Nevertheless, the talk of instrumentalization has an element of truth that even left-wingers would hardly deny if it were, for example, about the children who have to walk alongside their parents in the March for Life. It always seems that only the other side is instrumentalizing, but the fundamental question is, who gets the big stage? Because the means of production and media capitalism are still in the hands of adults. Despite this, the active students are surrounded by an aura of immediacy, characterized by childlike, youthful purity, which was already elevated to a pseudo-corrective in the treacherous children's question in the fairy tale, The Emperor's New Clothes, Consequently, politicians such as Emmanuel Macron and Frank-Walter Steinmeier are embracing the strikes that are praised as commitment, and demonstratively taking the side of the school children. The fact that the supposedly rebellious pupils are happy to shake the outstretched hands of politicians is also one of the special features of this protest movement. Will we be able to look our children in the eye if we don't also pay our climate debt? Asked Macron in his most recent speech on Europe, in the style of the over-the-top rhetoric of the young climate activists. After all, even the head of state, who has been criticized for his hedonistic lifestyle, does not want to be one of those politicians that Thunberg vilifies as the greatest criminals of all time. You have to try very hard not to perceive the implicit message contained therein. Politician Michael Kramer, Green Party, was more explicit when he announced, there are people who deny climate change. There are people who deny the Holocaust. There are people who deny that fine dust and particulate matter and CO2 and nitrogen oxides are harmful to health. That's part of it. The Tagesspiegel was even more explicit in its characterization of Brazil's new president, who had announced that he would continue to cut down the rainforest. From Germany, which was deforested centuries ago, came the comment that this man's attack on the green lungs of the planet made him a potential killer of humanity as a climate killer. From this it could only follow, according to a more recent, global understanding of international law, the national sovereignty of a country ends in the case of the most serious, genocidal human rights violations. These are the lessons of Auschwitz. Or from Pol Pot. The threat of the destruction of the Brazilian rainforest as an attack on the future of the planet should probably call the global community into action. When so much is at stake, petty questions such as the PR model of the world saviors are superfluous. The Stockholm daily Svenska Dagbladet revealed that the climate activism inspired by Thunberg has long since developed into a lucrative business. Ethics, morals and credibility are seen as important factors in the marketing of green products and financial services. Swedish businessman Ingmar Renshag, who says he discovered Greta when she held her Friday demonstration in front of the Swedish parliament in 2018, also took advantage of this. He photographed and filmed the teenager and circulated the professionally edited material via social media and internal company channels, later used her name to promote his company We Don't Have Time, which he founded in 2017 and whose business objective, according to its own statements, is to generate viral environmental content, but which is also associated with the trading of CO2 certificates. Thunberg, whose likeness regularly adorned the company's advertising brochures, was also appointed to the board of its foundation. After the connection became known through research by Svenska Dagbladet, the schoolgirl and the businessman ended their extremely successful collaboration for both sides in January 2019. Greta Thunberg had long since achieved international fame with professional support. The young company We Don't Have Time, a statement that any stock market trader would probably sign up to immediately, had managed to issue shares worth 10 million kroner, just under 1 million euros, with Greta's support. The temporary connection to the financial world has not damaged the young activist's image. Thunberg is simply doing everything right at a time when school is too bad to preserve any of the old promise and too good to really prepare her for the emptiness and lack of salary of today's professional life. In the course of her protest, she will make more and earlier important contacts, for example with Bono and Christine Lagarde, acquire more soft skills than her school friends during their later internships in a subdepartment of the EU Environment Agency or a regional initiative. She is learning to merge an issue, a face and a name into a brand. She learns everything you need in this country for a career in the association and foundation-enriched field between left-wing radicalism and the International Monetary Fund. We don't play truant. We're active, the hyperactive protest students say again and again. There is no question that today's educational content and systems make the objection that students would rather go to school and learn something clever in order to change the world absurd in a highly practical way and on a daily basis. However, those who, faced with a choice between school and climate protest, opt for the cinema, the pub or Houellebecq's new novel, i.e. consumption, would be most likely to refuse to perform. It is in this sphere that what can ideally be called taste is formed. Greta, who babbles on and on about our civilization, but at the same time can only understand food as fuel, only proves her lack of any power of judgment. Satisfied hunger and taste are related to each other like security and freedom. Although even Kant noted that taste only comes after hunger has been satisfied, in terms of content, the movement led by Thunberg primarily propagates a morality of renunciation, which elevates an ascetic or a sustainable lifestyle to the ideal, which includes less, but conscious air travel and lots of vegan food. Thunberg's quite populist statement fits in with this. Just some people say that I should study to become a climate scientist so that I can solve the climate crisis. But the climate crisis has already been solved. We already have all the facts and solutions. All we have to do is wake up and change. None of the protests are against the capitalist mode of production but, if at all, are about cosmetic corrections or the contemporary continuation of this through better, changed people. Left-wing activists like to quote Lenin's dictum that if the Germans were to make a revolution, they would first buy a platform ticket. Yet the cliché of the German who loves order and punctuality, which goes back to the Prussian authoritarian state, became obsolete with National Socialism at the latest. With this, which was the German Revolution that some still expect from the future, the contrast between order and anarchy, bureaucratization and disorganization, state terror and state collapse has been negated just as much as that between work and destruction. The social character of the Prussian civil servant did not come into its own in the Third Reich, but was stripped away, so that what had remained hidden beneath it could come to light. Since then, the Germans' best-known export has been the incomparable spontaneity with which they offend civilized neighboring states and treat the whole world as an antechamber of their own sovereign. Since the late 19th century, such statehood has corresponded to an art of dissolving boundaries, which instead of working through the aesthetic form aims to explode it, instead of distancing itself from the audience, aims to melt it into the aesthetic event. In other words, an art that constitutes itself by rejecting the division of labor that it nevertheless presupposes, both that between aesthetics and politics and that between recipients and producers. Richard Wagner's Gesamtkunstwerk and Hugo von Hofmannsthal's aesthetics of the festival were bourgeois manifestations of such striving for the dissolution of boundaries, their corniness and gigantomania reflecting the fact that their creators could initially only imagine the transgression of the arts as their expansion, as pathetization and totalization. The show stages became palaces, the stages huge, the sensory stimuli overwhelming, the crowds of spectators unmanageable. Nowadays, since the machinery of outdoing that was necessary back then seems cumbersome and pompous and the boundary between public and private no longer needs to be crossed artistically, because it has been cashed in on by real society, the tendency towards the Gesamtkunstwerk takes on other forms. The height of the times, it is incarnated in the Swiss director, playwright and Badiou student Milo Rau, who is more popular in this country than in his country of origin. When Rau received the Peter Weiss Prize in the theater category for his work at Schauspielhaus Bochum last Tuesday, the civil society announcer Carolyn Emke summed up what Rau was being honored for his global humanist commitment and his decidedly political productions.
Humanism, itself already an existentialist phrase, is no longer enough. It has to be plastered together with commitment and globalism so that no one confuses it with old-fashioned cosmopolitanism, and there is already a consensus that plays only deserve admiration if they are thoroughly corrupted by political opinion. The model for Emke's global humanist commitment is the freelance legionnaire who sets out into the middle of barbarism without a state mandate or private interest in order to offer it to the neglected rest of the West as a model for development. Rau embodies this type in exemplary fashion. He can do anything, is never ashamed, has experienced everything and suffered through everything, but nevertheless craves new experiences, transgressions and provocations, just like the experience-hungry monster that Germans imagine the philanthropist to be. His artistically and politically motivated travels have taken him halfway around the world, but never to places where pleasant people like to live. In 2015, he went to the Congolese civil war zone to recruit participants and witnesses of the mass murder for his play, Congo Tribunal, while reporting trips took him to Rwanda, South America, Iraq, and Syria, to get up close and personal with the fighters of the Islamic State. As an adventurous traveler in the service of theatrical ethnography, Rao operates as a multifunctional ego corporation that not only takes care of the production, but also the reception, criticism, and propagandistic exploitation of his own artistic output. In 2007, he founded the International Institute of Political Murder (IPM), a production company managed by himself, which coordinates the production and evaluation of his artistic works with an entire staff. As a sociologically, art-theoretically and ethnologically experienced lecturer in directing and cultural theory at various universities, this year he was awarded the Poetry Lectureship for Drama at Saarbrücken University. He himself orchestrates the perception and interpretation of his works. In the 2018-19 theatre season, for which he was appointed artistic director of the National Theatre Ghent, he wants to establish a global popular theatre. Last November, he staged an assault on the Reichstag in Berlin 100 years after the storming of the Winter Palace in St. Petersburg, which historians believe marked the beginning of the October Revolution. Prior to this, Rao had staged his General Assembly at the Berlin Schaubahn, a theatrical simulation of a civil society UN General Assembly, which, like an imaginary world parliament, was intended to give a voice to oppressed minorities across the globe, a subversive act that was funded by the German Federal Cultural Foundation with €100,000. Some delegates of the Schaubahn Parliament also gave speeches at the storming of the Reichstag, all of them favorite children of German civil propaganda. A Roma speaker denounced the discrimination of ethnic minorities in Europe, an American whistleblower denounced the militarism of the U.S. Army, and then the Reichstag was stormed with slogans such as "The time for spectators is over," symbolically of course, and not in defense but in denunciation of parliamentary democracy. There was no mention of the previous history that resonates in the name of the place. Recalling it would probably have made some people all too aware that Rao's intervention theater only inherited the aesthetic avant-garde of the Weimar Republic insofar as it took up its anti-democratic, proto-fascist impulses and merged them with the most reactionary form of German mass spectacle. Against this background, what Rao has to say about the greatest political danger of the present is no longer surprising. After the Islamist mass murder of the editors of Charlie Hebdo, he published an article in the Swiss newspaper Tagesanzeiger with which he finally endeared himself to German hearts. Under the headline, Je suis Charlie, therefore I am me, he mocked the dead and survivors with the words, "There is something in the West that I would call cynical humanism. We bomb the Muslim world with drones, and at the same time we are shocked when 17 people die in Paris." Colonialism is a reality. So are the drone deaths, and the attackers saw them on the internet. Facts that fed their hunger for heroism and ultimately their radicalization. While he thought he recognized in the marches for freedom of expression that self-assurance of a Europe that closes itself off from the outside and unites itself from the inside, a nationalist and therefore evil project, Rao admired in the confessional video of IS attacker Amdi Coulibaly, the calmness reminiscent of wisdom, this self-confident habitus for which there was no reality in his life. Bourdieu's concept of habitus has come down to such desecration of corpses in the mouth of his most fashionable disciple. Political madness and terrorist murder are evil but understandable gestures of distinction by the marginalized. Islamist terror is the answer to the colonization of the Orient. A global humanist delirium that is always preferable to the cynical humanism of the West.
In mid-March 2021, Der Spiegel reported under the headline "Just Screwing," promoting, firing that the media company Axel Springer had launched an internal investigation into Bild editor-in-chief Julian Reichelt. The executive board had been informed by an internal source that Reichelt was mixing his bed and his job. Spiegel, March 13, 2021. The allegations in question, which were allegedly made by several current and former employees, included abuse of power and exploitation of dependency relationships, as well as inappropriate management behavior and cocaine use. The first point in particular was the focus of media interest. Reichelt had been having affairs with female colleagues for years, whom he then promoted or dismissed. The accusations were vague and based on rumors. This was probably one of the reasons why the commercial law firm, which had commissioned the group's compliance department to investigate within the Bild editorial team, came to the conclusion a few weeks later that Reichelt had indeed had affairs with female colleagues, but that no related abuse of power could be established. Moreover, the relationships had been consensual. However, as the anti-sexist normal consciousness does not care whether people voluntarily go to bed with each other or not when it is the superior and a subordinate, the Springer Group had to worry about its already not too good reputation despite the acquittal of the Bild boss, who will from now on share the chairmanship of the editorial offices with Alexandra Wurzbach. For this reason, those responsible announced that Springer would be updating its internal rules of conduct. Intimate relationships within the publishing house are to be notifiable in future. You can find out what goes on inside the Bild editorial offices in the documentary series The Bild. Macht. Deutschland, G, which was launched on Amazon Prime in December last year. The industry magazine Horizont writes quite aptly about Reichelt's management style. Reichelt is very direct and impulsive, his dealings with employees are often very rough. His furor can affect younger colleagues as well as older ones, blacks as well as whites, women as well as men, and he doesn't stop at authority either. 10 or 20 years ago, such a tone would not have been worth mentioning, especially not at Bild. Editorial offices were run in an authoritarian and patriarchal manner. Editors-in-chief shouting around in stressful situations was not uncommon, some even threw objects around, threw editors out only to summon them back the next day, or locked reporters in until the text was finally finished. Such incidents were not dealt with at all or only at a late stage, for example at Der Spiegel, whose founder Rudolf Augstein sometimes received his assistant in a bathrobe. There were affairs in the past as there are today, among colleagues and between bosses and employees. Reichelt's predecessor Kai Diekmann met his wife Katja Kessler at Bild. But times have changed, and the Bild boss of today should know that March 14, 2021, times have changed. The post-Fordist deregulation of employment relationships and the accompanying intensification of competition have meant that the restriction of arbitrariness is now less and less regulated by labor law, but imposed on the working subjects themselves. This applies above all to the cultural, creative and media industries, where the notorious clamoring for attention, as part of the free development of the individual, has always been state-of-the-art. As few external limits as possible should be placed on the subjects immediately competing with each other, so that they can put on the best possible performance for the purpose of maximizing creative output. In order to achieve this, it is important to ensure that the unleashed human resources such as emotionality, enthusiasm and identification are not distracted unproductively, i.e. that they are not directed towards potential sexual partners within the circle of colleagues. And the new economy, general formal qualifications count for little, as everything revolves around the individual. Characteristics of creative workers. As the personality of the individual moves to the center of value creation and the relationship between goods and consumers, or better, audience, is characterized by more or less intense forms of affiliation, joy, excitement, adventure, pleasure, self-education, moral satisfaction, security. Competition unfolds in the form of attractiveness competitions and attractiveness markets. Since the singularization and subjectivization of capital valorization may appear to be arbitrary, but objective general constraints are asserting themselves in it more than ever, the following applies. Not despite, but because postmodern capital valorizes the realm of the individual, and private, it is increasingly important today that the view of its agents is not clouded by truly individual interests. In short, the measure and determination of the attractiveness of creative labor power containers should be based, in Kantian terms, on disinterested pleasure, whereby the sensual interest in the pleasant, which could possibly break through the creative aesthetic character mask, should be excluded. This demands more libidinal self-control and self-discipline from the performers employed in the contemporary cultural and creative industries than ever before. The fact that it is mainly about the smooth and capital-adequate flow of functions and that feminist arguments function, primarily, as an ideological alibi, shows the aversion of contemporary anti-sexists to consensual relationships between men and women of different hierarchical levels in the workplace. If the interests of female workers really were the focus, the seduction of male superiors, so-called sleeping on top, would provide an additional opportunity for women to land coveted jobs. As this form of advancement is generally denied to men, Alice Schwarzer, who can at least be credited with being genuinely concerned with the situation of women and not with ideological adaptation to contemporary exploitation imperatives, sees the purposeful exploitation of male lust as a pragmatic, specifically female strategy for achieving success in the world of work. There are still many disadvantages for women today, which is why they should fight with all weapons at their disposal. Today, views such as Schwarzer's are considered to be incitement to unfair competition, as the specification of who has to contribute and how should not be based on sensual or even interhuman preferences, but rather exclusively on the imperatives of the market, despite all anti-capitalist mumbo-jumbo and all asexual emotional fuss. The anti-sexist imperative is therefore that the choice of sexual partner should only take place in leisure time, which is becoming increasingly difficult in view of the merging of work and private life. It is therefore not surprising that, after the film, television and art industries, several newspaper houses have now also come into the crosshairs of the moralistic guardians of decency. Not only Bild, but also Tagesspiegel, Deutsche Welle and the Swiss media group Tamedia have been the subject of moral, not judicial complaints in which, and this is characteristic of the post-bourgeois outrage and denunciation furor since Me Too, serious accusations such as threats, assaults and sexual harassment are indistinguishably lumped together with expressions of displeasure from disappointed, former employees. In an open letter, the female complainants at Tamedia described the tone in the company as harsh and cited the sentence from a male superior, "You're not ready yet," as evidence of sexist behavior. Female employees at Deutsche Welle reported a poisoned working atmosphere TAS, January 17, 2020. In the case of Vice magazine, just some former female employees spoke of a macho culture that is said to have existed there, at least in part. TAS, May 25, 2019. While the working conditions, which have been deteriorating in the crisis-ridden journalism sector for years, are not addressed in such accusations, the behavior of male and allegedly morally degenerate individuals is blamed for not being able to pursue their work as motivated, persistent, passionate as desired. Although there was never any talk of sexual harassment or assault in the case of the editor-in-chief of Bild, the Reichelt case was exploited much more by the media than the cases just mentioned. As Reichelt is the editor-in-chief of Germany's most hated newspaper, the matter was presented with relish and glee. Germany's top denouncer, Jan Böhmermann, took advantage of the moment and referred to Reichelt as Count Koks von der Gesanstalt, Count Coke from the gas station, without further explanation, just as he had done almost 2 years ago in the case of Heinz Christian Strache and the Ibiza affairs. And Lorenz Marold, editor-in-chief of the Tagesspiegel, presented, without mentioning Reichelt by name, a Gescriptia for Edgy series about a major tabloid newspaper, whose editor-in-chief does a lot of coke and flirts with young women, Tagesspiegel Online, September 3, 2021. As there was virtually nothing that would have been suitable for a real scandal apart from the accusation of cocaine use, which remained unproven until the end, and the rumor that Reichelt had slept with a few women who worked at the same company, Zeit and Spiegel asked colleagues and ex-colleagues. The following came to light. The employees describe him as vibrant and inspiring, but also as erratic, quick-tempered and hurtful. The morning conferences at which the rhetorically dominant Reichelt regularly attacked his employees are notorious. He beheaded some people as early as 8:30 in the morning, says an ex-Bild woman. The basic problem is the Bild principle, which produces, promotes and allows sun kings like Reichelt, Zeit, March 18, 2021. The fact that women who felt exploited or mistreated by Reichelt Spiegel, March 13, 2021, in more than a few cases, probably also resigned because they were not treated differently by the boss, as perhaps hoped, but just like everyone else NZZ Online, March 13, 2021, does not even occur to supporters of the ideological concept of defining powers, who have lost all contact with social reality. Anyone who is anyone in Germany sees the Bild newspaper as the ultimate evil. The author and stage writer Gisera Bossetti expressed the position of left-wing German cultural citizens against Bild in her YouTube channel Bossetti will read, which is financed by public television, as follows. We don't have to ask ourselves whether Bild-Zeitung is despicable, the answer is, yes. We don't have to ask ourselves whether it is bad for our society, the answer is yes. We don't have to ask ourselves whether the editorial offices of the Bild newspaper are almost exclusively occupied by soul-eating, unscrupulous, malicious, bad people, you can guess the answer. We only have to ask ourselves one thing: how do we get rid of the Bild newspaper? Bossetti concluded with a call for a boycott, which was of course superfluous. Bild readers don't usually watch left-wing ZDF YouTube channels, while their audience certainly doesn't read Bild. The distinguished hatred of Bild, which usually extends to the Axel Springer publishing house as a whole, has been a genuine component of left-wing German ideology since the 1960s. It was not only the Christian, conservative liberal and pro-Western editorial orientation of the Springer Group that aroused left-wing sentiments, but also and above all the person of the publisher's founder himself. His political positions were adopted in 1967 as binding principles for the journalistic employees of his company. the peaceful restoration of German unity and freedom, the reconciliation between Jews and Germans, and support for the vital rights of the Israeli people, the rejection of any kind of political extremism, and finally the affirmation of the free social market economy. Due to his mindset, but also because of his wealth and his hegemonic position on the newspaper market, Axel Springer was seen as the ideal representative of the early West German establishment, which was to be overthrown from the perspective of a socialist student intelligentsia that was forming at the time. The positioning of Springer as the ideal type of his time was entirely accurate. As a supporter of Konrad Adenauer, Ludwig Erhard and Franz Joseph Strauss, he represented a concept of democracy that was limited to equal, free and secret elections, general freedom of movement and the right to private property. Springer, who saw himself as loyal to the state, rejected any social democratization that went beyond this formal understanding. Despite his authoritarian formal ideas of freedom and the associated affirmation of a strong state, which should not allow more democracy than absolutely necessary, Springer was convinced that in Germany it was precisely at the everyday and family level that fundamentally democratic behavior and views could be learned. Springer equated democracy with a positive attitude to life and friendly interhuman interaction, as this would awaken and promote participation in public life. Springer's conservative and at the same time anti-Nazi position was also that of the victorious Western powers. It was based on the realization that the politicization of all areas of life in Germany had led to the worst and that a civilized mentality, Horkheimer, still had to be learned. This left little room for the acclamatory, anti-authoritarian yearnings of peace-moving Germans to break free of boundaries and contributed to the fact that the rebellious students, at a time when numerous former National Socialists occupied central positions within West German politics, business and society, chose the unencumbered friend of Israel Axel Springer, of all people, as their main enemy. As Springer refused to change his principles and stuck to his political positions even in the 1960s, he was anything but enthusiastic about the relaxation exercises of the 68 and criticized their Mao worship and Palestine solidarity as hostile to freedom and anti-Semitic. In the conflict between the rebellious student groups and the state security apparatus, Springer took an offensive stance on the side of the latter, a stance that led to increasingly hateful attacks on the left-wing students in BZ, Welt and above all Bild as the conflict progressed. As much as this was due to his anti-communism, against the background of which he saw a threat to the Christian way of life, conservative statehood and social market economy in the socialist ideas that were becoming fashionable at the time, Springer was primarily concerned with serving as a mouthpiece for those he described as members of the Broad Center and who knew little to do with the left-wing alternative phrases. Springer saw the high sales figures of the Bild newspaper in particular as confirmation of his view. People bought Springer's newspapers because they found their own views printed in them, which, as numerous surveys from this period confirmed, included vehement opposition to the renunciation ideology of Russian and Chinese socialism, as well as the understandable desire not to be bothered by authoritarian demagogues. The left-wing hostility towards Springer, who described himself as a centrist. Radical whose papers walked the fine line between red and brown escalated in the summer of 1967 due to the tendentious reporting in Springer newspapers on the circumstances surrounding the death of Benno Ohnsorg, who had been shot dead by a policeman on June 2, 1967, during the Shah's visit to Berlin. Like the majority of the West Berlin daily press, the Springer papers also presented the protests counterfactually by blaming the students for the riots and omitting to mention the initial attacks by the Iranian thugs, who included members of the Shah's secret service, as well as the apparently deliberate restraint of the police forces present. This resulted in so-called Springer hearings, with which left-wing students and intellectuals prepared a comprehensive Springer tribunal and wanted to initiate the dismantling or expropriation of the company. Criticism of Springer received a further boost after the 23-year-old unskilled worker Joseph Bachmann carried out an assassination attempt on Rudi Dutschke in the spring of 1968, which the latter only just survived. Although the neo-Nazi Bachmann had been carrying a copy of the right-wing extremist National Zeitung at the time of the attack, the leaders of the student movement identified Axel Springer as the main culprit. As a result, thousands of students marched in front of the Axel Springer building in Berlin to block the delivery of the newspapers and to throw stones and incendiary devices at the company headquarters. Despite the undifferentiated and sometimes inflammatory reporting by Bild, which had called, among other things, for not leaving all the dirty work to the police and their water cannons, and compared the protests to SA riots in the early 1930s, the Bild newspaper did not join in the shooting the manic preoccupation with the Springer publishing house and its alleged pogrom journalism, which the student activists equated with that of the National Socialist striker, actually served to conceal their own theoretical and practical incompetence. For a long time, the self-proclaimed professional revolutionaries did not want to admit the fact that the German working class was disinterested in Marxist-Leninist and Maoist doctrines and preferred to be entertained by reading pictures. The students' demands, which included not least that of democratic control of the press, amounted to immediate popular rule, which, if realized in Germany in the 1960s, at a time when re-education had only just begun, would not have led to emancipation at all, but in all likelihood to a Nazi backlash. The daily success of Bild in the democratic vote at the kiosk Axel Springer was a serious insult for left-wingers who assumed that they represented the interests of the people, which they long tried to rationalize with the explanation that workers and employees were being manipulated. The discrepancy between Bild's party political orientation and the voting behavior of its readership makes it clear that, unlike the educated readers of the so-called quality press, Bild consumers with an affinity for the tabloids do not feel permanently called upon by political reporting to make any kind of commitment, i.e. they cultivate a pleasantly enactionist approach to politics. Since the 1960s, no influence of the Springer Group's publications on readers' voting decisions can be ascertained. In the two cities of Hamburg and Berlin, for example, where the Springer papers dominated around 70% of the newspaper market, the SPD was persistently voted for, although the newspapers favored the CDU. This also applies to Bild readers, among whom the proportion of SPD voters was above average. On closer inspection, there is every indication that the publications of Springer Verlag have adapted more strongly to the conditions of the market and thus to the wishes of readers than vice versa. Even if, in view of these findings, Axel Springer's suspicion from 1976 that the student movement and its intellectual collaborators were less outraged by Axel Springer than by the fact that 4 million Germans are so stupid as to buy a paper like Bild is almost inevitable. By blaming Bild for the fact that nothing came of the longed-for alliance between the socialist avant-garde and the working class, the proles, who did not behave as they would have liked, appeared to them as seduced victims. Younger Bild critics, who have readily thrown off such inhibitions, turn the victims of the past into the perpetrators of today. For example, the writer and longtime Titanic author Gerhard Henschel. In a 2005 essay in the bourgeois education magazine Merkur, he unabashedly described Bild readers as morons, rabble, and intellectual lumpenproletariat. Henschel was particularly annoyed by the sex ads that were still appearing in Bild at the time. The ad pimps of the immoral $1 million newspaper with toilet morals, who had eaten away and ruined all the castles of Western morality belonged to people who are concerned about morality and decency, not even touch them with pincers which is why the cultural people or the cultural nation as the Germans are known to be, should ostracize the then editor-in-chief of Bild, moral corrupter Kai Diekmann. Henschel understands prostitution, phone sex and pornography not as an expression of a social and libidinous constellation that constantly denies individuals the realization of their sexual desires and needs as well as their sublimation in everyday life, but as the transgressions of perverts who are personally responsible for the deformed attempts to satisfy their urges, including their consequences, as if history had not shown that political disaster does not come from people who consciously live out their private sexual fantasies within the legal framework, but on the contrary from their psychopathological and lust-hostile opponents. People like Henschel give free rein to their morally grounded disgust at the sexually perverse filth of filth Horst Tomier, or its consumers, the Bild readers and their filthy fantasies Henschel. The guardians of virtue in the German press landscape also included Hermann Gremlese, who spent a large part of his journalistic activity proving to the Bild reading masturbators who need the daily template on page 1 concrete August 2000, their uncultivatedness in sexual matters with a prudery reminiscent of the state-prescribed sexual morality of the Eastern Bloc. The Bild girl has been abolished since 2012. Probably also because nowadays anyone can find the necessary models and contacts on the internet. There are no longer any sex ads in the Bild newspaper. As the tabloids responsible for sex and crime reporting, and therefore also Bild, still show more naked skin than the serious press, the current head of Bild, Julian Reichelt, can also be described as the disgusting editor-in-chief of Bild Böhmermann. In order not to allow market economy aspects to enter the consciousness under any circumstances, a mindset that is notorious in Germany, moral argumentation patterns have to be used to explain the perhorrist filthiness of a newspaper that nobody is forced to read. Back in May last year, before the unsavory compliance proceedings Böhmermann, Der Spiegel found out that the editors around Reichelt were of a small, hand-picked group of young men who shape the tone and tempo of Bild. Various nicknames circulate internally for them. Julian's Boy Group, Barrel Bomb Squad, or Reichelt's Child Soldiers. All in all, The Bild editorial offices are a world as we know it from journalist films. White wine, beer, cigarettes, male chatter v. May 30, 2020. Although women have long been the norm in chief editorial positions at Springer Verlag, the TAS sees the Reichelt system Spiegel as an exemplary case of a toxic corporate culture in an industry that is still far from gender equitable. March 19, 2021.
How far the anti-sexist accusations miss the reality in the workplace is made clear by statements from Bild employees on the subject. Karina Mossbauer, a reporter in the politics department, reported that the politics editorial team has radically changed in recent years and is much less macho than it was 7 years ago. The place has turned itself upside down for once. The fact that more men than women still work at Bild has little to do with sexism or some ominous, patriarchal structures. The deputy editor-in-chief Mandy Sachsa explained this rather by the fact that usually only a few women apply to Bild. She recently hired 3 men, which was due to the fact that there was not a single woman among the 18 applicants. For editorial director Kai Wies, this could be due to the fact that the tone we cultivate, by which I don't mean the internal tone, the tone we stand for, the tone we convey in our paper or the tone we convey online, is not always the tone that women cultivate. In addition, many women apparently simply don't want to take on time-consuming full-time jobs. I definitely remember many women who were in management positions, and Bild as a group is also led by a woman on the board, and I really have seen many female colleagues who had children and then stepped back a little because the job is simply very demanding. You can't do Bild in the editorial office part-time, it's just not possible. Karina Mossbauer, as a man and head of the Bild newspaper, 2 facts that don't necessarily speak for one person. NTV, 21.3, 2021. Reichelt has not exactly been well liked by the media and cultural establishment since he took over as editor-in-chief in February 2017. Unlike the B'nai B'rith Franz Rosenzweig Lodge, for example, which honored him with the first Franz Rosenzweig Prize for his consequent and courageous journalistic work in support of the State of Israel and in the fight against anti-Semitism, Jüdische Allgemeine, November 28, 2017. However, he did not make himself completely unpopular until spring 2020, when Reichelt dared to commit Bild to largely critical reporting on the topic of coronavirus. The fact that no other German newspaper is coming down as hard on the Grand Coalition for its bumpy coronavirus policy, as the Bild newspaper, NZZ Online, March 13, 2021, did not escape the mainstream media. The latter then found themselves in need of an explanation, such as the FAZ in May 2020. From the uncertainty that prevails in the corona crisis, Bild has been gaining the daily certainty that Angela Merkel and the rest of those in power are wrong. There is talk of mass chaos in Berlin, or that if the pandemic continues to go smoothly, the German government will be in need of explanation with its lockdown strategy. The clock is ticking. Couldn't you see it the other way around? The less serious the coronavirus infection is in this country, the more likely it is that the government's current course can be considered correct. FAZ Online, May 26, 2020. Since Reichelt believes that journalism, in contrast to the FAZ's statist guiding principle, is not there to write what the people we write about want to read, Inside.pod, Axel Springer's podcast, episode 15. Even those who consider themselves above criticism despite their constant presence in the media and public eye are not spared Bild's critical inquiries. For example, the most important man in Germany, a Stern, and a Gandalf of the nation, a Frank Schwab, professor of media psychology, the national chief virologist Christian Drosten. In an article from the end of May 2020, Bild reported on a study in which Drosten, together with other scientists from his institution, came to the conclusion that children spread the SARS-CoV-2 virus with the same intensity as adults. The Chairite virologists came to the conclusion that schools and kindergartens should be closed as quickly as possible if they had not already done so. Because several scientists had expressed criticism of methodological flaws after the preprint publication, Bild described the study as grossly incorrect and quoted economics professor Georg Stoy, Cornell University, New York, among others, as saying, "The results seem to be driven by the decisions of the researchers." The thrust of the results is consistent with the public positions of the respective lead authors. Bild, May 26, 2020. After the responsible editor Philip Pyatov sent Drosten an email asking him to respond to the criticism within an hour, Drosten published the request on Twitter along with Pyatov's phone number and email address, wrote something about scraps of quotes without context, and added that he had better things to do than answer the Bild newspaper. As a result, Pyatov not only received countless threatening phone calls and insults from corona-compliant citizens, the serious press also knew no bounds. They accused the Bild editor of mistranslating a sentence in the study and giving Drossen too little time to respond. The Tagesspiegel accused Bild of an anti-Drossen and anti-science campaign. The FAZ saw a perfidious haggling and even the attempted destruction of Drossen at work and summarized, "This is not far removed from the covidiots who gather in their thousands at the weekend and agitate against the state." FAZ Online, May 26, 2020. The accusation of unscientific reporting was substantiated by the fact that the scientists whose criticism Pyatov had published in the article immediately distanced themselves from Bild and its reporting. However, this was not for reasons of content, but because, like all cultured and educated Germans, they stand together in the pandemic and do not want to have anything else to do with Bild. The statements were correspondingly ingratiating and hollow. Bonn statistics professor Dominik Liebel, quoted by Bild, who had commented against Drossen that the author's statistical analysis contradicts their central conclusion, now expressed himself on Twitter as follows: "We can consider ourselves more fortunate to have at C_Drossen and his team in Germany as a center of science. They saved lives." And Georg Stoy tweeted, "I don't want to be part of an anti-Drossen campaign. I was and am not in any contact with Bild. Of course I have the highest respect for at C_Drossen. Germany is lucky to have him and his team." Encouraged by the researchers' tweets, which have nothing to do with the science but all the more with political ideological distinction, they set about explaining to the conspiratorial community of Reichelt followers, Tagesspiegel, how scientific work works. It's a cooperative process, scientists do research and don't already know everything like Mr. Pyatov. They publish and put their partial results up for discussion worldwide. Then it goes back and forth, and only after some time, which can take years or decades, is there a more or less conclusive scientific finding. A Pyatov text, on the other hand, can be rattled off in 20 minutes. Regardless of whether you have a clue or not. No matter what damage you do with it. No matter who you are executing. George Strider via Facebook, May 26, 2020. Since March 2020, Christian Drossen and his loudspeakers in politics and the media have been deciding what counts as scientific. This includes deciding how far that scientific cooperation, praised for the purpose of image bashing, may go. After microbiologist Alexander Kekulé commented that Drossen should have simply withdrawn his study in the preprint because the data was too uncertain and its statistical analysis was insufficient, Drossen tweeted, "Kekulé is stirring up trouble, his presentation is tendentious." FAZ Online, May 28, 2020. Drossen's defamation of dissenting views such as Kekulé's is not an isolated incident. At the end of March 2021, Drossen described Martin Kulldorff, professor at Harvard Medical School and signatory of the Great Barrington Declaration, an exclamation by scientists who, among other things, reject the general lockdown as an effective instrument in the fight against coronavirus, as a pseudo-expert in his podcast Coronavirus Update, without providing any further justification. For Drossen, scientists who spread ambiguities also fall into this category, with which he was aiming at the virology professors Hendrik Streeck and Jonas Schmidt-Shanisset. Without mentioning them by name, Drossen claimed about the statement by the Association of Statutory Health Insurance Physicians, signed by Streeck and Schmidt-Shanisset among others, in which alternatives to the permanent lockdown policy are proposed. I will give two examples of these ambiguous terms. One is learning to live with the virus, and the other is the term permanent lockdown. Both are typical, ambiguous terms in the sense of science denial. In general, the signatories take an absolute minority view. Streeck and Schmidt-Shanisset are, as Drossen announced in October last year, really totally misguided. Coronavirus Update, March 30, 2021, Episode 82. See also Welt Online, April 13, 2021. As the virologist with the largest media presence in Germany, to whom punk bands dedicate songs and in whose everyday life, as he proudly announced, the Bild newspaper does not appear, Drossen claims in all seriousness that he does not actually want to expose himself to the public. I don't need that. There is no measure of success in science, in the form of podcasts or Twitter followers. On the contrary, it's dangerous for a scientist. However, the required restraint is not to be understood as a reflexive self-commitment, but as advice to others. As he considers himself to be the measure of all things virological and medical, Drossen added immediately, "But I'm going to do it anyway, because I've been working in this narrow field of research for so long that I know I can speak freely and largely without error about the wider context of this problem." In his self-importance, unimpressed by all contradictions, he also deals with the relationship between science and politics. Drossen, who has been forcing his way into the public eye on countless channels for 13 months now in order to apodictically call for an even tougher and more comprehensive lockdown in statements that are always the same, claimed, "A scientist is not a politician. No scientist wants to say things like, this political decision was right. Or this political decision was wrong. Or this political decision must be taken next." You won't hear that from any serious scientist. A Coronavirus Update, March 30, 2020, Episode 24. In December 2020, a few months after the statement just quoted, Drossen unapologetically described the statement by the German National Academy of Sciences Leopoldina, written in the style of a political manifesto, as a clear and final warning from science to politicians. The statement is not on an academic meta level, but is really to be understood in very concrete terms. It also shows the results of modeling and numerical estimates and contains concrete recommendations. These recommendations are certainly something that could provide policymakers with a direction. However, it must also be said that if politicians decide otherwise, then they have no longer decided in favor of science. Coronavirus Update, August 12, 2020, Episode 68. It goes without saying that serious German journalists, who eagerly scan tabloid reports for errors in order to silence competitors who deviate from the government's course, are not bothered by the threats of a man of power without a mandate who is virtually lusting after political and public influence. Instead, the deceptions, denunciations and contradictions of probably the most influential government advisor since the Federal Republic of Germany was founded are deliberately and systematically ignored. It was therefore up to a Swiss historian from St. Gallen, Caspar Hirschi, to break the taboo on criticism. Hirschi wrote about the apoliticization of expertise by the Leopoldina in a guest article in the FAZ. Members of the Bundestag were threatened with ostracism by the National Academy of Sciences if they wanted to debate the necessity of the lockdown. The federal government's calculation worked. Only the right-wing populists protested against the tightening of restrictions and inspired the chancellor to make her plea for science, which was enthusiastically received by most of the media. Scientific truth, as represented by the Leopoldina, was treated as a value that beat all other values out of the field. Science was transformed into ideology. FAZ Online, September 3, 2021. As if the Bild newspaper were a science journal and not a tabloid, it set about accusing its editors of not understanding the conventions of scientific research. In this way, the central fact that Drossen and his colleagues had raised the political demand to close schools and kindergartens on the basis of incorrectly produced figures and falsely evaluated results was successfully and with great interest ignored. Anyone could have easily recognized that the Bild report was not a consensus-oriented contribution to a scientific discourse that was understood to be free of contradictions, but simply a warning about the far-reaching political consequences, Bild, May 26, 2020, of a study that was proven to be highly questionable. It is well known that the rigid lockdown policy could not go far enough for the German establishment and its press back in May 2020. However, the concerted defense against a critical article by journalists, who primarily see their task as spreading the guidelines of the government and its advisors as drastically as possible, was not to be expected. The inequality of a widespread indignation and outbursts of rage about Bild a Matthias Dopfner, which resulted from the criticism of Drossen's study, was fueled by media-fueled scaremongering and authoritarian appeals to join in using methods that the Bild newspaper was not without justification, especially in the 1960s. Since March 2020, national German journalism, with the exception of the Spring Media Welt and Bild, has voluntarily followed the motto issued by people like Drossen that we must now scale back political journalism to some extent and let science journalism and content-oriented journalism take the lead. This is important at the moment because otherwise too much public time and attention will be wasted. Coronavirus Update, December 3, 2020, Episode 12. Bild is not adhering to this and, despite the decline in its comparatively high print circulation, has seen a significant increase in digital subscriptions. Its readers certainly do not represent the really interested section of the population in Germany, educated people who are supposed to act as multipliers for the truths of Drossen. Instead, Bild is read by those who tend to have the problem. Nobody understands my worries, nobody sees my problems, nobody hears my voice, which is why Bild is above all an outlet, in the eyes of its editor-in-chief, Inside.Pod, the Axel Springer podcast, Episode 15, because Bild under headlines such as "This is the people speaking, we've had enough." Corona controls only harassment. Bild gives roofers, truck drivers, and tattoo artists a chance to speak about their hardships, which are not only caused by Corona policy. A statist class that has long been hostile to large parts of the population is accusing them of e-populism and punishing them with scorn and contempt. This clearly demonstrates a changed understanding of the media, in which the press and radio no longer exercise the fourth estate, but are supposed to take on a state-protecting system function. Drossen. In contrast to such proto-totalitarian views, the Bild newspaper no longer sees its task in swearing its readers into the ruling ideology, but in controlling the powerful of this country. It thus represents the section of the population that sees itself increasingly deprived of its own material livelihood and more of any everyday joy as a result of the bipartisan course adopted in the name of climate rescue, health-fixated welfare policies, and postmodern reforms. The contemporary left does not want to hear about such material contradictions, which in earlier times they at least tried to grasp as class contradictions, which is why they are calling for a boycott of media houses and publishers that report on them. Everyone should boycott this paper, readers by not spending money on it, journalists, at Bild or Springer, by looking for another job. Companies by not advertising there, and politicians by no longer giving interviews to the paper. Taz, June 9, 2020. What the Bild newspaper was accused of until recently, serving the ruling interests in the sense of a system press, has now been reversed. Bild is proving to be too critical and nonconformist for a society that has become left-wing and whose representatives want to remain untroubled by contradictions. This points to a structural social change in the course of which the formerly affirmative, state-loyal Springer newspaper, which once set out to defend the German establishment in its effective performance, now finds itself in the role of someone who declares war on the establishment. The campaign against the Bild newspaper, which is always aimed at its readership, is not coincidentally reminiscent of the U.S. anti-Fox News campaign, which is currently up to mischief under the hashtag #UnFoxMicableBox. The boycott movement, supported by politicians from the Democratic Party, rival broadcaster CNN, and large sections of the left liberal public, has taken up the cause of permanently removing the channel with the highest ratings in the USA from cable providers' programming. The reason: Fox News and other right-wing media houses had not only spread fake news about the 2020 U.S. elections, ethnic minorities, immigration, feminism, etc., expressed views on the respective subject matter that deviated from what was permitted, but were also, as Democratic Representatives Anna Eshoo and Jerry McNerney virologically put it, key vectors of spreading misinformation regarding the pandemic. Politico, February 22, 2021. Julian Reichelt recently announced that Bild would be launching its own television channel this year. He wants to make television that doesn't lecture people, but shows them what is happening. That gives people a voice and speaks to them from the soul. Bild, April 13, 2021. With regard to Fox News, he should be wished as much success as possible. One of the most formative impressions of the Harold Schmidt Show, which was first broadcast on Sat 1 from 1995 to 2003, was the feeling that a well-prepared, conscientious citizen was on duty here every day, whose job in his case was not to advise bank customers, but to entertain his audience. Dressed in a colorful but never garish combination of suit, tie and men's shirt, with cashier's glasses that always fit a little too loosely, a telephone, pens and a notebook for notes on his desk, an assistant available on call next to him and a photo wallpaper behind him with a view over Cologne at night, where the show was recorded, Schmidt gave viewers, guests and employees the impression of skills that were not held in high regard in the show business of the Federal Republic: objectivity, coldness and professionalism. The fact that for this reason he was labeled either disparagingly or with astonished admiration as a cynic from the very beginning says more about the German entertainment business than about Schmidt himself. The accusation that his format was copied from Late Night with David Letterman, who accompanied Schmidt's show from the very beginning, is a perfect example of this. The fact that entertainment culture is not fed by the inventions of maverick geniuses, but that originality in this area is expressed in the successful variation of established patterns. This basic rule of the U.S. show business taken to heart by Schmidt inevitably provoked accusations of amoralism in the home country of originality and authenticity. By conscientiously transferring the American show format to German television entertainment, Schmidt actually created something original within his sphere of influence: the refusal to get in touch with the audience emotionally, to talk down to them, to serve their political prejudices or otherwise create the synthetic good humor that had previously been considered a prerequisite for mass appeal in Germany, brought a completely new tone to German television. With Schmidt, the audience, trained in the traditional stimulus-response patterns, for the first time no longer knew anything at all, whether he was left-wing or right-wing, whether he was making fun of the viewers, guests and employees, or taking them seriously, whether he was taking himself seriously or playing a role or both, whether he was reeling off a rehearsed program or improvising. The constant side-by-side communication with employee Susanna, who held up the cards with the order of Schmidt's performances and became more and more involved in the show over time, made it clear that for Schmidt there was never a contradiction between professionalism and spontaneity. All of this made him seem not only unusual in Germany, but unsettling. Sometimes you scare me and sometimes you're scary, Manuel Enrac, the editorial director of the Harold Schmidt Show, who acts as Schmidt's sidekick, says to his boss repeatedly and quite seriously. The impression of the uncanny, which had previously occurred in the German show business at best as an unintended effect of the banality of his products, connected Schmidt with other artists who became known almost simultaneously with him and who all began outside the mainstream, only to later give it a different character, including Helga Schneider and Christoph Schlingensief, Piet Klocke and Charlotte Roche. They were all guests of Schmidt without forming a group. They have all developed so differently since the turn of the millennium that it is almost impossible to speak of a stylistic commonality. What they do have in common is the fact that their skills as entertainers have gone hand in hand with a form of comedy in which satire, parody, punchlines and communication with the audience focused on laughter have not become unimportant, but have taken on a new function. What Helga Schneider's ostentatious infantility, the fraying punchline and the oscillation between forlornness and insanity, and Piet Klocke's zero-point rhetoric, which makes every emerging story peter out through stammering, flippancy and misdirected loquacity, Schmidt's is the art of the arbitrarily aborted punchline and the combination of adultness and purposeless play. The fact that numerous jokes from the Harold Schmidt Show are still circulating today as evidence of Schmidt's misogyny, hostility towards Poland and his violations of political correctness in general is evidence of a misunderstanding of his comedy. Unlike Schmidtinander, the predecessor of the Harold Schmidt Show produced by WDR from 1990 to 1994, in which Schmidt appeared with Herbert Forstein and in which jokes were actually acted out, the telling of jokes in the Harold Schmidt Show itself becomes the subject of a strangely skewed comedy. Bad jokes are told incorrectly or good ones are not finished, and if the audience doesn't understand a punchline, an inserted jingle marks it as a sour cucumber joke. In later editions of the show, and even more so in the successor formats produced from 2004 to 2014, first by ARD, then again by Sat1 and finally by Sky, the joke-telling and other remnants of stand-up comedy are increasingly pushed back in favor of comedy that is more reminiscent of Samuel Beckett's characters, which were important for Schmidt's stage career. In the best shows of this kind, the principle of the punchline no longer exists at all. Instead, the time available is spent acting out everyday life situations, in the supermarket, in the children's playground, eating on the train, and at the same time commenting on this game. The different dramaturgical approach to the time available also links Schmidt with Schneider, Klocke and others who were close to him. All of these entertainers no longer fulfill or dramaturgically shape time in the conventional sense, but either kill it with repetitive actions, interrupt it with phases of idleness or use it for seemingly pointless activities. When Schmidt, Enrac and band leader Helmut Zerlett play Guess the Train for half an hour with Frenchwoman Natalie, who reported on the Cannes Film Festival, among other things, for the show, Natalie stands at a train track, says when a train is coming, and Harold, Manuel and Helmut have to guess what type it is. The linear time is only filled as a repetition of a playful ritual and not in the sense of a comedy dramaturgy. Something similar can be found in the early programs that Charlotte Roche hosted for Viva, in which the conversations with the guests were based on digressions instead of providing information about career plans, gossip. A similar principle can be found in Schlingensief's early films, which are based on trashy splatter films in order to destroy their dramatic tension. All these forms of comedy are similar in that they are not funny in the usual sense. They are comic in another sense of the word. They disrupt the expected course of events, appear strange or reassuring. As such, they are testimonies from a period of German television shortly after reunification in which, as a reaction to the restructuring of public and private television, a mixture of courage, excessive demands and carelessness prevailed for a few years, making it possible for artists to become important on television who would previously have been granted a niche segment at best. With the consolidation of a united Germany and its increasing political self-confidence, this temporary freedom was gone. The fact that Schmidt is now also giving up his Spiegel column, his last forum in that public sphere, is a consequence of this disintegration. For 2 years, between 2007 and 2009, Harold Schmidt worked together with Oliver Pocher on the ARD program Schmidt and Pocher. The two shows that had made Schmidt famous, Schmidt-Inander, which was broadcast on WDR with the former editor-in-chief of Mad, Herbert Forstein, from 1990, and The Harold Schmidt Show, which was initially broadcast on Sat1 from 1995, were already a thing of the past. And Pocher was supposed to help Schmidt make a comeback as the successor to his former sidekicks Forstein and Manuel Andrasique. In hindsight, the consequences of the show proved to be a record of a progressive divide in the course of which Schmidt increasingly shed the habitual legacy of his work for theater and cabaret, politeness, ironically relaxed self-control, friendliness even in malice, in order to be able to counter someone who was objectively superior to him precisely through subalternity, sophistication and groundless hubris. While many may still consider Oliver Pocher to be the embodiment of the stupidly bold milquetoast and as such a comedic enrichment, the truth is that even back then he was already the perfectly made-up ass-face that he later became popular as in a milieu that confuses shamelessness with mockery and audacity with satire. On April 24, 2008, Rayhan Sahin alias Lady Bitch Ray was a guest on Schmidt and Pocher, who gave Pocher a jar of her cunt secretion during the show in response to his misogynistic appearances. Pocher reacted in an embarrassed but defensive manner, preferring to hand the jar to Norwegian singer Maria Mina later on, whom he dismissed for her mediocre performance with the words, "That was mega difficult. You didn't hit every note completely, you know that yourself. But I hope the audience will call for you. And here's another present for you." Schmidt did not respond to Pocher's unsuccessful attempt to parody Dieter Bohlen, but rebuked him shortly before the end of the show, with a great deal of self-control, with the words, "Some lousy little guy who, when he's handed a cunt secretion, is so small with a hat and then smacks it into a foreign guest who doesn't understand German. Not cool."
Oliver Pocher, he'll get it next time. Because he not only didn't get it, but also drew attention to himself again at the beginning of this year with targeted denunciations of female influencers as former porn actresses, the Antilopen Gang, who are good for such refreshing interventions, released the track Je Klein Mies Type E in May 2020, in which they edited sentence fragments from Harold Schmidt from the show at the time into their own diss. In doing so, she turned Schmidt into a character that he never wanted to be and could never have played, but which suits him better in the present than that of the cautiously cynical MC. A kind of rapper against his will, whose words can only retain their sharpness and clear-sightedness when they are edited and turned against a fully stupidized present, whose threat can only be answered by those who renounce sociability, good tone and pleasing gestures. The fact that Schmidt was regarded as a politically incorrect bully at the beginning of his television career, using his suit and box office glasses as camouflage to spread insinuations that were previously unknown in German television entertainment, has clouded the view of him from the very beginning. In fact, Schmidt was never a bully, but always a gentleman, and belonged rather, in this respect distantly related to Christian Kracht or Reinhold Goetz, to the postmodern successor of the dandy. A Schmidt-Einander was presented like an entertaining evening program, including interviews with random street people, studio guests who were able to demonstrate unusual talents, with quizzes and jokes as well as the J. Schmidt-Einander Hufdolls who performed erotic dances. However, passers-by were asked nonsense questions like those from Monty Python's Flying Circus, the guest's manual. Intellectual or gymnastic talents were useless in terms of cultural economy, the search game with Herbert Forstein at the pupils' table asked for the letter N every time, and the jokes were either obscene, when Forstein met Schmidt as he fotzi barge from the Muppet Show or was lent out to Polish mothers as a prostitute in one of the episodes incriminated as anti-Polish or they were deliberately flat, as in the endless miniseries Sprichwortforschung. Forstein staggers as a blind man in a chicken costume to a table with a bottle of corn on it. Even a blind chicken sometimes finds a grain. The Harold Schmidt Shows, which first aired on Sat1 in 1995, then on ARD and finally on the pay-TV channel Sky, and was based on the American David Letterman Shows, the offensiveness and crudeness that Schmidt-Einander had adopted from Mad Magazine was greatly reduced. As in Schmidt-Einander Schmidt, who initially appeared solo and then brought in his recording director Manuel Anrak as a partner, also played female roles, regularly made Polish jokes and aimed for an award for the most misogynistic show on German television But from the mid-1990s onwards, the Harold Schmidt Shows increasingly developed into a variation on the minimalist plays of Samuel Beckett, whose dramas were important for Schmidt's theatre career. In the best episodes, almost nothing happened, there were no or only weak punchlines, and television time, which was realistically presented as empty time, had to be replaced by serious children's games such as Guess the Train the Frenchwoman Natalie, the show's most endearing permanent guest, waits for trains at railroad embankments, while Schmidt and Anrak guess whether it's an IC or a regional train, or reenactments of everyday activities. Schmidt writes a dictation as a teacher with His team, Schmidt gives the seahorse in an open-air pool. Schmidt composes a peace song with the audience on the occasion of the war in Iraq. The tendency to take the game, which for adults is just a way of killing time, at its word and bring it to itself, lent the Harold Schmidt show its seriousness. Only in this seriousness did the politically incorrect jokes and provocations, all of which were directed against the good-natured self-image of a reunified and peace-moving Germany, make sense. The fact that the Harold Schmidt show could never be classified as political despite such invective, that it avoided all political cabaret, and that viewers could never be sure how Schmidt felt about coming to terms with the past, solidarity within criticism of the USA, War and Peace, made the show so important for all those who never missed it. Here, for the first time, someone appeared who refused to take sides, which in German entertainment television was usually on the left, without being on the right. Only in the Harold Schmidt show did something happen on television that did not exhaust itself in communication, expression of opinion or vapid entertainment. The fact that Schmidt had his heyday in the years between 1990 and 2003 has to do with the reorientation of television after reunification. For 15 years, it created an openness made possible by disorientation and improvisation, which made comedians and cabaret artists such as Helge Schneider, Pete Klocke, and later Kurt Kromer famous alongside Schmidt. In the last 15 years or so, TV comedy has consolidated and returned to its familiar conformism. The fact that not only Oliver Pocher, but also Jan Böhmermann were sponsored by Schmidt at the beginning of their careers is evidence of this change. The audacity that Schmidt once established against the conventions of television entertainment is amalgamated by figures like Pocher with propaganda for the tolerant, renovated Germany that Schmidt always detested. Not having sufficiently emphasized this difference, however, also seems to have been a mistake of his own, overly self-assured entertainment. That's why the Antilopen Gang are right when they sing. Olli Pocher has no charm, Olli Pocher has no wit / Olli Pocher is Harold Schmidt's only mistake.
One man who was asked on ARD Nacht magazine immediately after the Paris attacks on January 8, 2015, whether he didn't want to make more jokes about Islam from now on in view of the murder of his colleagues from Charlie Hebdo, answered, among other things, as follows: "You have to make jokes that are anti-terrorist and not Islamophobic, because caricatures of Muhammad would offend many people who don't want to kill satirists, and that doesn't have to be the case." He was more pleased with himself than German state television, which wanted to hear something about naturally moderate satire about Islam, and added a year later with reference to Ayman Maziek, but the man is chairman of the Central Council of Muslims, so he must not have heard any questions of fear disguised as care all day, but questions with the undertone justify yourself, or at least you know how these terrorists think. Explain it to us. An even more unpleasant day than mine, I suspect. Anyway, how tiring it must be to hear about such an attack as a Muslim woman wearing a headscarf. Not only do you feel sorry for those killed and their families, you also have to be prepared to hear strangers shouting Muhammad jokes at you in the future, just to test your tolerance and humor. So I answer the stupid questions with a little more empathy for these people than necessary, but overall satisfyingly calm and matter-of-fact, against the pressure of the hysterical media machine. Not bad for my first studio interview. Titanic 4/16, this cynical appeaser, who told the editors of Charlie Hebdo on ARD that the reason for their murder was a very specific conflict of their own, that was not directed at the profession of satirists, this pathetic coward, for whom satire ends where Islam and the feelings of its followers begin, who has calmly and objectively withstood the pressure of a hysterical media machine rushing Muslims through the streets. Tim Wolfe, editor-in-chief of Titanic since 2013, documented the Bahamas editorial team's call not to vote for Die Partei in full on Facebook, before adding, "I wonder what it means that Justice Wertmüller's fear of his own humorlessness, the ultimate Germanness, amuses me more than pretty much anything Die Partei is producing in this election campaign?" I can answer it for him. It means that humorists who try the dancy word amuse themselves, which can be used to characterize a conflict-shy, cozy mood such as the Germans' enjoyment of Victor von Bülow's life's work, have been caught so cold that they have just about thrown the funny at Justice Wertmüller could hang here too, out of the text, and are trying rather tensely to straighten up the attitude they have lost. It means that someone like this on his own Facebook account can no longer really hold the team together and probably doesn't want to either, the majority of whom are increasingly unstable in their collective criticism of Israel and, in the style of the German foreign minister, defiantly counter the few Sonneborn opponents with Netanyahu criticism must still be allowed. It also means that a party and its central organ are actively serving anti-Semitism in its green, murderous variant, not by chance, because of a statement by the party chairman, but consequent, and by no means only through obstinate silence. While Woolf's predecessor as editor-in-chief of Titanic was in dire straits in the September 2017 issue of Concrete in response to the question seriously, Martin Sonneborn defended Sigmar Gabriel against Benjamin Netanyahu. How do you feel about that? What about solidarity with Israel in your party, without even mentioning the insult to the Israeli Prime Minister and its significance? He replied amusingly funny. Martin Sonneborn is a friendly older gentleman who simply can't cope with all the information that comes at him every day. We know that from Dieter Hallervorden and Thilo Jung. Apart from that, Die Partei is naturally pro-Zionist. We want to be part of a world conspiracy, not somehow stand on the sidelines, declared Die Partei, for which he is standing as a candidate. Quite officially, we think it is far too expensive to try to put the stupid Bundeswehr in a position to defend anything at all. We'd rather stick to the good old tradition of proxy warfare and arm states like Saudi Arabia, Libya, Qatar, Iraq, Israel, Oman, Pakistan. Unfortunately, the number of characters in the Iwalomat of the Federal Agency for Civic Education is limited, and we had a hell of a lot of commas in the first sentence, so please complete the list yourself. As Martin Sonneborn's sentence if funny, for the first time my sympathies are almost predominantly on Sigm. Gabriel sighed. I would visit Netanyahu with a couple of bulldozers, turn off his water and humiliate him a bit in other ways, has not led to his swift cold calling at a special party conference in order to vote him out of office as quickly as possible. Indeed, such humorless activities have not even been initiated by a minority, because, unlike the anti-Semitic micro-parties from the left, MLPD, to Brown, Deutsche Mitte, Die Partei can collect more than 1% of the votes in general and more than 5% in the home neighborhoods of the milieu that is increasingly responsible for the overflowing German state humor sector, because, surprisingly, double friendships with, for example, Tim Wolf and me on Facebook are not that rare, meaning that brain damage can be found in one's own environment and is possibly even increasing among people who duck away out of fear, not of their own humorlessness, but of the stigma of insisting on an insight once recognized as correct, even when it is no longer really hip, and therefore of being identified as spoilsport authoritarian bones, vulgo humorless-minded Germans, since it is not only the toleration of anti-Semitic knowledge of Die Partei and Titanic that is to be denounced, what I do not count as one of my characteristics, i.e. an apparently anti-German sense of humor that covers up every outrage, must be negotiated in principle. Lest anyone argue that there is a difference between an intellectual wing and a riot wing in the humor produced by Die Partei, i.e. between sticky teenage dreams of grabbing girls and the defense minister. As far as the Minister of Defense is concerned, it is a bit more brash, the mockery of the Gflintenmuschi, or preteen PP and poop jokes playing with the worst, on the one hand, and supposedly lucid satire, ultimately even schooled in Karl Kraus and Adorno, on the other. It should be noted in advance, both humor variants are mutually dependent. The path at the end of which Benjamin Netanyahu and the state over which he presides will be sent to the demolition squad is one that intellectuals and the merely funny walk together in unison with pussy and burqa. The devastating secret of the success of Die Partei and its central organ Titanic lies in the triumphalistically presented personality deficit of never having been attractive enough for the object of one's own desire and, closely linked to this, the barely restrained enthusiasm for the grand order of a socialist equality party, which, as an infantile horde of brothers in Europe, is increasingly hunting women whose clothing and behavior legitimizes the raw access to their boobs and pussies. The posters read, 4 cunts for a hallelujah. You can see 4 young women from the Partei, or, directed at CSU politician Gerda Hasselfeld, burqa for Gerda, because she has spoken out in favor of a ban on this very veil. Anyone who was still wondering at the end of August 2017 what the demand, compulsory nudity for women between 18 and 25, put forward by Chancellor candidate Serdar Samuncu was all about should be told what Die Partei put up in Munster last year. Burqa ban is not enough, compulsory nudity for all. In September 2015, Titanic, which tried to fool its readers into thinking a Joe was an Abdullah, was even more disturbing, already playing with the motif of rape. Refugee Joe, 52 centimeters, in happiness, asylum my first zone baby.
At the end of his 5 years as the first gay, as he has never tired of emphasizing for years, editor-in-chief of the central organ of Die Partei, i.e. as early as October 18, 2013, the FAZ, referring to a source, characterized Leo Fischer quite accurately. Jo Kristen Eilert, wife of Titanic veteran Bernd Eilert and proofreading assistant at Titanic for many years, is understood. When asked what she will miss most about Fischer, she answered immediately, that juvenile giggle from his office. Neither Fischer, who is a candidate for Die Partei in Frankfurt am Main, nor his numerous fans will have noticed that this accurate description is quite damning and that Fischer is referring to all the cronyism loitering around his office. He doesn't actually laugh either, it's more like giggling, added the FAZ, allowing its readers to experience his humor production up close. Portrait, next to it a photo of the genitals made of liver sausage or other butcher's waste, he types into the field for the instructions to the photo editor. Or is that too disgusting? Oh God, it's going to be such a mess again, Fischer shouts through the editorial office. He thinks about it. In the Wikipedia portal's sexuality, he finds the word spawning brush and immediately giggles. He also really likes the word corkscrew penis and gets all jittery with laughter. The portraits that the trainee then picks out are likely to have been those of Marcus Soder, Gerda Hasselfeld, the then incumbent German Pope, or Erika Steinbach. The genitals made of sausage are probably made together in the tea kitchen, and the result is humor that really scares me. The trendier the neighborhood in Berlin, Leipzig, Frankfurt or Hamburg, the more ironic the tone. Slogans and puns of a political, sexual or merely disgusting nature are not met with whinnying laughter, unlike the bland jokes of the German Philistine, as whom one is used to describing the main opponent and whom one claims to know, as if one were at home in corner pubs or at folk festivals. If it's supposed to be sexually funny, then there are dog pictures with a young woman and a laureate reference. Pugs always goes or just stroking pugs. Choose us or the poster slogan politics to touch you with textile fibers, glued to the drawn silhouette of a female abdomen to represent pubic hair. If it's supposed to be politically funny, then the slogan for more advertising in previously little-used locations, your advertising could be here, is quickly turned into the poster idea, in Nazi could hang here, which was first publicly displayed in 2016, or in the NRW version a few years earlier in huge letters, Nazis hang and then in very small letters, their election posters always at the top Instead of openly admitting that this is an approving reference to the barbaric Sansculotte version of the revolutionary song Je sais ire, with its call for les aristocrates à la lanterne which puts every beer tent gala in the shade, it is faithfully explained that this is all just satire and not an affirmation, ironically broken, of course, of the murderous lust of forced collectives let loose. The justification is quite intellectual and responsible. It's a hint that right-wing extremist posters could also hang in the same place, and because this was of course not what was meant, the follow-up sentence follows, what a sick imagination you have. The NPD in Saxony-Anhalt had already announced on lampposts in spring 2016, we don't just put up posters, which is a perverse reason for the humor Antifa to catch up with them in their very own discipline, but in a left-wing and plebeian, vulgo-emancipatory and funny way. The regulars table host at the trendy Bornheim pub, who sets the tone and cannot be accused of being overweight, had a new one in store for friends of only funny humor. Sigmar Gabriel couldn't hang here, too heavy. In a short interview with Konkret, the flagship intellectual of the German humor front Leo Fischer comes up with two remarkable fantasies of violence, which sound even more oppressive due to the giggling tone in which they are presented. Should we stand by our promise to have the 100 richest Germans riveted after the election? Of course, only after we have created the necessary legal basis for this. Contrast this with the rather funny statement made in January 1986 by the former CDU mayor of Korschenbroich, Wildrich Freiherr von Mirbach Graf von Spee, that a few rich Jews must be beaten to death in order to balance the budget. Since then, this sentence has often been quoted as a warning in those progressive grammar schools that Germany's humor elite once attended when the topicality of anti-Semitism is the subject of discussion. When answering Konkret's nation-stirring question, how should the corrupt car manufacturers be dealt with? The same Fischer reveals that he also understands something of the revolutionary determination of enemies against class enemies, pests of the people and misfits, which begins with public suspicions, is consolidated in the torture cellar and reaches its climax in the show trial with grotesque self-incriminations by the delinquents, who are then handed over to the firing squad. Here, too, I would be in favor of the humane solution of a quick, unbureaucratic rescheduling. That way we spare the defendants and the public a lengthy and humiliating trial with extorted confessions and tears on camera. After all, that's how it's done in China. Of course he doesn't mean it that way. Fischer is not an anti-Semite, and his Stalinist predilections are limited to faithfully parroting Hermann Ludwig Gremlies's crazy comments. However, since he and his cronies are not interested in denouncing cynical conditions, but only in serving the low expectations of satire of an increasingly cynical community, which are no longer any different from those of the former mayor of Kirchenbroich, they have to live with the fact that their own melody is played to them without any humor. The anti-nationalist bloc of Germany, which proclaims, "Nationalism kills in a sentimental German and says Je nationalism is haram je in a submissive German, poses a greater threat to Israel than its armed opponents, not least thanks to the never-ending giggling of colleagues, fellow students, classmates, neighbors and often enough friends, who are in any case ultimately anti-German." When posters depict a smiling young woman in an off-the-shoulder dress next to another woman covered under a black sack with a slit in her eyes and the caption reads, "Je colorful instead of brown, show your face, je," there can be no objection even if the authors call themselves the Hanoverians, and would presumably have no objection to the poster slogan a child molester could hang here. Anyone who, with anti-fascist and of course satirical intent, places an NPD Nazi next to the burqa woman as a reply and calls out burqa compulsory for Nazis, cover up the hackers. Party grey instead of Nazi brown not only avoids any objection to the largest anti-national movement in the world, but instead indiscriminately associates its critics and even more so those who are afraid of it, i.e. especially women, and among them again especially those who, according to the laws of the Prophet, should cover themselves, with self-evidently fascist nationalism. The 12- and 14-year-old sisters Ilner and Sebnem Demir, who have the misfortune of having to live in the same building in Neukölln's Flugafenstrasse with their single mother, who is no less headscarfless, are examples of those who do this, on the first floor of which the Dar es Salaam Mosque resides, from a young male rabble with no refugee but Islamic background, who have at least 52 centimeters in their pants, like only the refugee Joe, and regularly insult the two girls as sluts and whores. These pious young men, who hang out in front of the mosque every afternoon when Ilner and Sebnem come home from school, and Neukölln's Mayor Giffey or other German noodles are not visiting the imam, only use mean words and obscene gestures against the Tuj Muslims, who are not, but must be according to the law of the religiously determined race, to confirm that they have understood the message of Tim Wolf and his colleagues. Anyone who takes to the streets uncovered and thus follows the humorously decreed nudity requirement against burqas need not hope for solidarity from the majority society as a disruptor of the community order. At some point, this will also affect the last armed disruptor of anti-nationalism, scandalously also equipped with German weapons, the Jewish state surrounded by burqa-wearing women and their hipster beards, which protects its borders and destroys the homes of the solidary relatives of the current murder of Jews with bulldozers. Those who applaud these sniggering brutes are people who confront their real interchangeability, the fact that they are not only indifferent to the job market but also to their own pub mates, with a defiant J because I don't care and therefore feel empowered to let bulldozers drive up against Israel, whose fate the whole world doesn't care about, and at some point sing an anti-racist hallelujah against the two Muslim cunts from the airport street. A because I don't care was the slogan under which Nico Semsrott presented himself as a candidate for Die Partei in the 2017 election year. We know that he founded the student newspaper Sophie's Unterwelt in his school days in Hamburg, which played down the red-green left standard program, warning against the surveillance state and so on, in such a crusading manner that it was protected as rebellious with special love by Der Spiegel.
Semsrott is also known for his appearances as a depressive art figure on poetry slams, cabaret stages and on television, and has been a member of the ZDF Hoot Show team since 2017, as has Oliver Nagel, who was the party's second national chairman from 2004 to 2008 and earned his spurs at Frankfurter Rundschau, Taz, Zeit and Süddeutsche Zeitung, as well as a whole host of other contributors to Die Partei and Titanic. Of course, someone like Semsrott, whose brave and original scene AfD voters are poor, was viewed by 1.7 million rebels on YouTube, is not indifferent to the threat from the right, which increases with every raped jogger. Prohorosing them leads the talentless to success with people, especially men between 14 and 59, who, now 3 million strong, appreciate the blandest civics lessons via ZDF mainly because some frock petri pictures are signed with captions such as "Not Missing" or "Sieg Heul," and Martin Schulz is mocked not for his nasty program, but for his lack of success and unpopularity. A because I don't care refers to the others, of course, but nevertheless points to the basic attitude that combines the most unworthy rank shitting on the prevailing anti-national doctrine with the very same school newspaper giggles that break out at the Witzels about the teachers, who would no longer be harmless today, but character assassinating and brutal, if there weren't liaison teachers who make sure that the underworlds published at Germany's grammar schools don't go below the belt. There has always been something cowardly about sniggering. It is collective and never self-confident, but cautious and lurking. You probe the terrain, always ready to retreat in the face of robust opposition. If in doubt, they didn't mean it. If in doubt, they are just a harmless group of pupils who, in their authoritarian rebellion against the teachers, have come up against opponents who are afraid of their humorlessness. In the brutality of the unleashed punk, who as the person in charge or loser to be is the ruthless exposer of the slightest deviation in appearance, gesture or fashion from the required standard, the need for connection to a binding force manifests itself unconsciously and gropingly, to which everyone kowtows because its protagonists, who have already staked out their territory in front of the Dar es Salaam mosque, for example, do not care about any objection to their actions. Those who don't care about themselves have nothing to lose and are all the more liberated to join in the public sniggering about the brown spot on the Pope's back that has been retouched into the picture or the real dark spot on the armpit of a chancellor on pilgrimage to Bayreuth. Transferred to the political sphere, this attitude empowers us to list the Bavarian finance minister Soter in a picture gallery together with the Nazi murderers Uwe Bonhardt and Uwe Mundlos, without a self-made genitalia, but still pondering the question of which of the Nazis depicted could be the sharpest stabber. Or to promote Michel Houellebecq to the side of the worst jihadists without further ado because of a thought-provoking statement about prostitution. Those who don't care about themselves treat the truth, which is an authority, even more unscrupulously than the fat Gabriel, who presented himself and his party as Holocaust victims and yet is not quite as far along in terms of bulldozers as Chairman Sonnenborn, who had demanded his German human right to criticize not only Israel, but Jews in general, which he underlined once again in a remarkable follow-up. I apologize unreservedly for my post on the subject of Sigmar Gabriel in Israel. I didn't know that Netanyahu is Jewish. There's nothing about it on Wikipedia, at least not in the first paragraph. Grumpy Smileyed. Sonneborn's fiercest internal party critic, the party's top candidate for Constituency 2 in Frankfurt am Main, who has been publishing politically correct stuff against the right, racists, social democrats etc. for years and regularly introduces his column with Leo Fischer sounds like Olaf Scholz, Raid Sala, Sebastian Kurz etc. today, is not even capable of the simplest means of stylistic parody. Fischer always sounds like Fischer, i.e. as straight-facedly taught as satire sounds anywhere in Germany today, when it's not doing pure penny dreadfuls. The special ingredient that Die Partei adds to such beer seriousness, apart from the constant praise of beer consumption, a little mockery of the lower classes is never missing, is the manically giggling preoccupation with what can still be achieved below the belt, i.e. in the schlubber. It sounds like this: almost every evening I go to the station district, get drunk for hours and then just want to talk to the ladies. It's the fault of Islamism, whose masculinity is much tougher and bigger than anything we in old, decadent Europe are still capable of pulling out of our schlubs. We must resist all attempts to ban prostitution, even if these attempts are currently only taking place in my head. But we must also curb the influx of Islamic masculinity men if we don't want to lose all prostitutes to them. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to get back to the front line, protecting the borders of masculinity. Yours sincerely, Michel Hooligan. This was published in Jungle World, a newspaper whose readership probably has the highest proportion of Die Partei voters of any comparable group.
The FAZ writes about the author. Anyone who reads his column in the left-wing newspaper Jungle World, where Fischer writes his own Minima Moralia, cannot imagine him as a giggling Dr. Angel. Many would have preferred to find only the intellectual side of him in Titanic, and not the adolescent giggles. The fact that FAZ authors suspect a continuation of Adorno's moral housebook for the educated classes behind every community-strengthening filth makes it clear that adolescent giggling can be lived out as intellectual hooliganism anytime and anywhere, meaning that the problem of Die Partei is virulent far beyond the haze of Neukölln's trendy pubs. The Great Masculinity of Islam is the name of the play from the Jungle Morality, which was advertised with the promise that Leo Fischer sounds like Michel Houellebecq today. In his speech accepting the Frank Schirmacher Prize, Houellebecq apparently only said the following about the French media: all left-wing media, i.e. almost all French media, are in a difficult situation, they lack readers. More generally speaking, the left in France seems to be dying, a process that has accelerated since François Hollande took office. For this reason in particular, the left has become increasingly aggressive and vicious. It's the classic case of the cornered animal that feels the fear of death and becomes dangerous. People who already co-govern the state humor market in Germany via television, which represents a cornered three-party left spectrum that can rely on the cooperation of the CDU/CSU and FDP in matters of fate, a spectrum that is becoming increasingly aggressive and vicious between responsible citizens and antisocial. The authors of such statements, which are difficult to dispute, must bite away at their future as personal enemies, not in mortal fear but in existential fear. Referring to a deceased friend, Houellebecq had said, which Fischer of course did not quote, citizens are kept in a state of continued childhood, and the first enemy that our Western society is trying to eradicate is the male age, is masculinity itself. In this sense, The evolution of French society since Philippe Maret's death, and especially since the return to power of the socialists, has confirmed his prophecies to a breathtaking degree, with a rapidity that I think would have astonished him himself. The fact that France could be the second country in the world after Sweden to punish the clients of prostitutes is something that I think even Philippe Maret would have found hard to believe. He would have recoiled in horror at the prospect. Not so soon. Not so soon. Not in France. Abolishing prostitution means abolishing one of the pillars of the social order. It means making marriage impossible.
Without prostitution, which serves as a corrective to marriage, marriage will perish and with it the family and society as a whole. Abolishing prostitution is simply suicide for European societies. Only in Houellebecq's head and not in European reality, which is led in moral issues by sinister Sweden, whose police and party leaders still lie about the constant Islamic-motivated rape threats against women and girls as well as the Islamic authorship of the numerous attempted and completed acts, is the abolition of prostitution loudly demanded and implemented in Sweden. Only in the mind of an alcoholic and unscrupulous exploiter of women, who only wants to talk to prostitutes because of his long-established impotence, can the monstrous fantasy of the eradication of the male age, of masculinity in general, be carried out. As if the armored desexualized sisterhood has not long been in service in the team of the various commissioners Beck and Wallander in the Scandinavian crime thriller and in the form of a hardened anti-Semitic and Islamophile girl team in the Swedish left-wing government. While the Social Democratic Foreign Minister Margot Wallström blames the causes of the Islamist terrorist attacks of November 13, 2015 in Paris on the Middle East conflict. 2015 in Paris in the Middle East conflict and the dire situation of the Palestinians, i.e. like the Sonneborn Party, she also announced the need for bulldozers against Israel and not Karcher high-pressure cleaners against the Islamic murderous rabble. Trade Minister and Line gave a foretaste of a matriarchy during a visit to Iran, during which she wore a headscarf like her companions in February 2016, which has since banned prostitution, as happened in Iran long before Sweden. The government delegation consisted of 15 people, including 12 women. The Swedish ambassador to Iran is a woman. Through our presence in Iran, we are showing that women can have leadership positions in society. Welt, February 13, 2017. The state of continued childhood, which has always been the essence of Islam and, according to Houellebecq, will be the fate of Western Europe, is directly linked to women's emancipation, which in any case need not fear patriarchy, which has never existed in Islam because the term only partly refers to misogynistic male domination over women. The term patriarchy is associated with the idea of a self-confident personality that masters its destiny as an adult, after the battle with the father and emancipation from the mother, after the liberation of its own sex from the equally childish and brutal allsexuality to genital sexuality. Women's emancipation has not positively but regressively abolished this unfortunate male event, because it was carried out to the exclusion of women. The self-abandonment of patriarchal masculinity as the result of a process of civilization mastered by men in their own lives has failed. This has nothing to do with the liberation of women from the immaturity imposed on them, which could have taken a different course to that of Swedish left-wing politicians with their overwhelming social support. The liberator of women from male domination, i.e. the man himself, had nothing more to offer them and himself than the fortification of the closed couple relationship with or without a marriage certificate, as in a social fortress against the hostile world outside, in which both instincts are poised for lifelong unhappiness, nothing different from marriage in bourgeois times, but with equal rights and intensified by the ban on the man's privileged retreat, the brothel, that the abolition of prostitution would mean social suicide is certainly a deliberate exaggeration. Only those who are secretly in league with Swedish left-wing politicians would deny its truthfulness. The desire for the ban, which is only laboriously justified with the protection of prostitutes, cannot conceal the fact that love for sale can mean an escape from constricting togetherness, but is above all a sign of society's imperfection, and therefore also an admission of its sexual morality, from which part of its cruelty has been taken away in the form of a double standard that is as much fought against as it is tacitly tolerated, even if it is mostly only for men. If this double standard were finally abolished, which is the intention, the individuals sworn to the moral law that cannot be broken would remain among themselves in a totalitarian world that responds to any deviation with draconian punishments for the clients, for example. Elsewhere, these draconian punishments have long been part of the egalitarian entertainment provided by a state that upholds brotherhood and sisterhood as reconciliation with a renunciation of adulthood and thus also lust, i.e. the continued childhood of which one could know from the Islamic world, where it characterizes societies, what monstrosities the eternal children, whose male section menacingly stages itself everywhere as Islamic masculinity men in the fight against sluts, are capable. of inflicting at any time. Those who, like Huelebek, name the doom are still being unsuccessfully giggled away as community-disrupting hooligans for the time being. That can change. A party that has been presenting a Hintner Youth as a youth organization in honor of its member Tom Hintner since 2005 and sent PETA supporter Mark Bennick into the race for mayor of Cologne in 2015 and collected 7.22% of the votes cast for it, had to fall for the most German of all resentments, which unites Islamists and atheists on the left and right, and which is expressed in the simple "we lie better" as well as in the popular "Afiki Afaki, kicker kaki," the first letters of Fiki and Faki are capitalized so that FIFA comes out. They all lie, they all follow a cynical double standard. We expose them. Our Fiki Faki is not only an expression of irresistible good humor, but also of an incorruptibly critical view of a soulless capitalism that they obviously confuse with the advertising industry, which they must hate all the more their own production resembles it. However, the party has already faced anonymous competition in exposing the lies in the election campaign by the system parties. In Berlin, for example, self-made stickers with the sentence "We will continue to lie to you" were often affixed to election posters. Anyone who, like the party comrades, has conformed to the anti-national consensus to the point of indistinguishability and jokes mainly about unsympathetic people like Alexander Golan who have been inflated into public enemies, rubs their eyes when they realize that the competition never sleeps and that the TV satirist Bomerman has eclipsed everything they have ever achieved with a small but successful Erdogan poem. While Bomerman's goat-fucking poem was a reference to Theo van Gogh, the great critic of Islam who took up a fatwa by Ayatollah Khomeini in which he had to deal with the question of whether and, if so, who was allowed to eat the meat of a goat that had been used for sodomitic purposes, i.e. via Van Gogh, who coined the phrase "a goat fucker of the Prophet," has penetrated the heart of the Islamic prohibition of pleasure and has therefore achieved far more than just unfunny silliness. Those who imagine themselves to be left-wing taboo breakers and yet only translate the editorials of the Süddeutsche Zeitung into humorous German using the means of Zote or violent fantasy, bungle together jokes at the lowest level of craftsmanship, which after the third beer every left-wing pub clique can easily manage without membership of the party. What a left-wing pub clique can do, the advertising industry can now do with ease. And the company Die Partei/Titanic is stunned to see its skins swim away even where it thought it had a unique selling point as an inimitable giggle buddy. Some representatives of the German gay movement, which has come to the end of its emancipation after the Marriage for All decision, a decision that was right in spite of everything, and has therefore failed just as much as the women's movement did many years ago, are shaking their own asses all the more vehemently as if there were something special about them that puts them ahead of the conformist rest. An embarrassing party for Jungle World readers who have recently arrived in Berlin and other predominantly heterosexual students, which took place on August 5, 2017 as the Trummertuntenacht at the Schwules Zentrum in Neukölln, may illustrate this. There, the otherwise quite sensible author and editor Patsy Lamore-Lalov greeted a dozen other men in wigs and lingerie who had entered the fag contest as a drag queen with cheerful shouts of "A flatter Lenzia, you horny pig," or Polly Puller or Betty Bucks, and touted the homophile outpourings of the party direct candidate for the Frankfurt 2 constituency as the political starter, without being able to disguise the fact that, with similar efforts at erotic sultriness, depravity and taboo breaking, he is fighting in panic and unsuccessfully against a public opinion that regards his and his fellow campaigners' sexual preference as an identitarian expression of conformity, motivation, and team spirit. What BZ readers, who love watching gay parades, like so much, and what serves the FAZ editorialist as a threatening backdrop against underachievers is the enormous social popularity that homosexuality is currently experiencing. There is no talk of the increasing and tangible Islamic homophobia, has now also reached the fruit juice industry, where the True Fruits Company is as cheerfully gay and nonconformist as Patsy and Leo in the Schwuzi, which is why an intellectually profound humorous criticism of a wanky advertising it was published in the central organ of Die Partei in October 2016. As if everything didn't come from the environment of his own paper and his party, the author explains in disgust. But when I'm asked to consume a smoothie mixed with chia seeds using slogans such as "shake in case of semen congestion," "oral consumption," "you can't get semen faster," or "inseminated and fertilized," I can't laugh at the wanky cheekiness. Why can't he who loves making a male genitalia out of liverwurst with the fisherman, garnishing it with a picture of Marcus Soter and bursting into juvenile giggles along with the whole editorial team, laugh at the wankery of the competition from the advertising industry? But why? He asks himself and explains it to his ever-cheerful male companions in exactly their fruit juice tone. You'd think I shouldn't get excited about sexual innuendos and jokes, since I publish my outpourings in a paper that isn't ashamed of any exposure and never misses an opportunity to get fuckibumsa blah blah blah. Well, I mean to say, on the one hand, it's easy to attract attention with ambiguity that looks confusingly similar to comedy. On the other, I don't care what purpose it's used for. So what now? The smut presented daily on party posters and in the columns of Titanic with all the ho-hos and ho-hos is not funny, but only pretends to be? Or is it only permissible as a comedian to dispense with comedy and engage in latrine humor if it serves a higher purpose than the vile interest of sales? Yes, I would like to go even further. It is the not new, but now all shame boundaries for the disdainful purpose, this defilement of a good profession, the jokes and antics, by their subordination to the sales purpose, which ensures that the sperm gets stuck in my throat. End quote. You can tell it's getting profound now. Now comes the explanation of what distinguishes the right humor from the wrong one. For in this world, the sales purpose also ennobles the joke, but if it is naked, seemingly pointless, then it is in bad taste, because where would you get with mere pubescent old man fun if it doesn't at least promote consumption and purchasing power? To a more pleasurable world in the end? Shoo, it's out. In the past, people would have spoken of a immorally purified world that they wanted to help with bans on obscenities. Today, it is the invocation of a more pleasurable world, which is celebrated as the materialization of the at least consumption-free dream of something obscene, which must be imagined as the contradiction-free reign of cross-generational pubertal and often enough prepubertal pleasure with pee-pees and farts. For the time being, the fight for this end of history still has to be waged with crude means, which always include the firing up of Islamic mass murder, as a house brand, so to speak, how one gets from True Fruits with its swollen fruit juice offer to the car rental company Sixt, and what this has to do with the distinction between comedy and its misuse, which looks confusingly similar. This actual trade secret of an absolutely talentless juvenile giggling troupe is hereby revealed, on page 3 of Titanic from August 2016, a fake advertisement was printed, which was kept in the typical Sixt look black and orange. It shows a photo of the shot-up white truck that the mass murderer in Nice drove into a crowd of people on July 14, 2016, killing at least 86 people. Underneath is the slogan, "For everyone who likes to move people." Cheap rental cars, also in Nice, 6.DEA. 2 months and a court injunction later, the humor criticism of the fun perpetrators, which was actually directed against the company True Fruits. The same principle is being applied here as with the company Sixt, which sued for an injunction against an ad parody in Titanic. Sixt likes to use satirical methods, often with sexist and racist motifs, to attract attention quickly and sometimes pays off offended people from its large coffers as long as it is reported on free of charge, i.e. advertised for them. But once the car rental company and its own methods are placed in a news context that really suits its business, namely the mass murder in Nice committed by rental truck, then of course the fun stops. Gag sells. But it can't be more than a salesman. Car rental only has so much to do with mass murder that mass murderers can rent cars as instruments of murder. The Sixt company has never advertised murder, let alone mass murder, no matter against whom. It has only done what could cost the German satirical front its life, namely to use its funny methods to the point of being unmistakable and, believe it or not, for advertising purposes. The Sixt company was already one step ahead and provided Titanic with the absolutely politically correct, guaranteed anti-racist and anti-fascist joke template with a truck back in May 2016. If for all those who have a Golan in the neighborhood, it says above his portrait and underneath, "Rent a cheap moving truck now." This tit-for-tat response to Golan's comments about his neighbor Boateng was used by the disgrace to exploit the Titanic 2 months later with boundless violence. In fierce competition with an opponent who succeeds on the market with the same satirical methods, the existential angst, allegedly directed against the marketing of purchasable products, in reality struggling for interpretative sovereignty over the sole purpose for which satire may exist, no longer only triggered juvenile giggles, but in this case inevitably also roaring laughter at 86 cruelly murdered people. Unimpressed by the decision of a German court, the Titanic humor criticism of the advertising industry ends like this. Let an angry old man in this case put it this way: advertising is ultimately just penetrating wankery. Don't you think so? Then swallow these lines on the smoothie bottles. Ladies and gentlemen, we ask for your attention. This is our new meaningful chia yellow. But be careful, the chia seeds can seed themselves in your teeth. It would be advisable to clean your teeth carefully. In other words, True Fruits is now called Sixt and all advertising is haram, which is why this humorous criticism concluded with a consequent sigh: you want to drive a truck into a True Fruits factory. We are familiar with these fantasies of destruction disguised as sighs of relief, which others have already seen too and will continue to see too. Immediately after September 11th. 2001, many, including anti-German leftists, found nothing wrong with the fact that the commandos of armed architectural criticism, as Wiglaf Drosti remarked a few months later, quite consensually and with a chuckle, flew into the Twin Towers as the harbingers of an armed critique of capitalism and thus also of advertising. And the most that was given was a little sympathy for the cleaning ladies who possibly lost their lives alongside the bankers and real estate sharks who were served justice as unfortunate collateral damage. Drosti works for the openly anti-imperialist competition, but the functionaries of the German Fun Party, which was founded in Frankfurt in 2004, can also boast skyscrapers. In March 2011, Die Partei Hessen illustrated the slogan, "A less skyline with the Muslim Brotherhood," with the intact Twin Towers, but a person falling to his death and two grinning party members with difficult names and possibly a migration background from a predominantly Muslim country in front of them. The addition for reinsurance purposes on the same poster, "We integrate everything," can no longer conceal the fact that the authors understand integration to mean the cross-cultural, malicious laughter of Muslim brothers and cynical Germans at an anti-imperialist mass murder. The comrades in North Rhine-Westphalia liked it so much that they put the motif on Facebook with the note, Die Partei NRW hat Die Partei Hessens Foto geteilt. On September 11, 2011. In honorable memory of Stefan Charbonnier, Jean Cabot, Georges Valinsky, Mustafa Arad and the 8 other murdered comrades of Charlie Hebdo. In solidarity with Ilner and Sebnem Demir from Nukoln and without any empathy with the master of German burqa fashions, Chairman Ayman Maziek and his brothers and sisters, I call on all listeners of this lecture and all readers of the written version to do everything in their power, without fear of their own humorlessness, to thoroughly sour the funny life and work of Messrs. Tim Wolf, Martin Sonneborn, Leo Fischer and their numerous sniggering claqueurs.
If the fact-checking genre abolishes the division of labor between informative and commentary journalism, figures such as Will and Jan Bomerman stand for the leveling of the boundary between the professions of presenter, entertainer, satirist and newsreader, which are organized according to the division of labor. Although she is the presenter, presenting is what Will can do least of all. It would require the ability to equally comprehend contrary opinions, to sharpen contradictions, to take each discussant seriously and at the same time not too seriously, and to productively ignite the dynamics of the argument through skillful occasional partisanship. Will regularly does the opposite. She shuts down any lively debate right from the start by irrevocably assigning the role of the progressive and the right wing, the cool guy, the annoying obstructionist, the expert and the fool to all discussants before they have a chance to speak by announcing the morally correct general opinion. If there is nevertheless regular bickering in the discussion, it is not because people are arguing, but because bickering is being avoided. Just as Will practices moderation as opinion-making, Jan Bomerman practices satire as its own opposite. Not as the destruction of a prevailing mendacious morality, but as a mischievous apology of this morality, basically as anti-satire, say kind of personal union of Will, Harold Schmidt and Karl Eduard von Schnitzler. Bomerman also unites functions that were separate in the media business of the bourgeois era, those of the entertainer, the critic, the newsreader and the government spokesperson. Such an abolition of the division of labor in the name of a moralism that impregnates all niches of society is characteristic of the liberal professions of the Woken sector. Wokeness not only denotes a sensitivity, suppleness and non-objective openness that functions as startup capital and rejects any demarcation or judgment from the outset as repressive. It is also characterized by a diffusion that has become a dictate, which can take the form of transdisciplinarity, communicative competence, cultural sensitivity, co-working spaces, productive flow, workshops, integral feedback and self-evaluation. The concept of creativity itself is also connoted with holism, merging horizons and group therapy. It is no coincidence that the triumphant advance of the creative professions began in the early 1980s, when industrial society was in decline in all Western countries and it became increasingly clear that the much-vaunted service society would not be able to take its place. Historically, creativity as a supposedly productive potential always becomes important when traditional forms of artisanal, industrial and intellectual production are in crisis. In the history of political economy, creativity is therefore a fading concept. The diagnosis that the woken professions are more a symptom of a crisis than a contribution to its solution, despite the moral arrogance of their exponents, can help answer the question of which sector these professions belong to. Karl Marx used the term Lumpenproletariat to summarize the traits of unproductive, economically depreciated milieus, in which impoverished aristocrats and artists, private scholars, crooks, bankrupt small businessmen, itinerant traders, prostitutes, impostors and anarchists romped about. The fact that this sounds like a dirty word was intentional.
For unlike the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, the lumpenproletariat was not in a position for Marx to achieve an adequate awareness of its own economic position. On the contrary, those who belonged to it developed an inappropriate pride in their own uselessness, which found expression in a mixture of idealistic hubris and social conformism. Marx saw this exemplified in the artist Bohemia, whose protagonists subjectively saw themselves as a proto-revolutionary avant-garde, although objectively they were unproductive parasites who lived off the remnants of social wealth, in which they participated at best as heirs, but not as producers. It is striking that Bohemian and subculture metaphors play an important role in the history of the self-staging of the woke milieu. The term digital bohemian was coined in 1995 by the artist duo Elisa Rose and Gary Danner, who founded a multimedia laboratory called Station Rose, with which they produced digital art. In German-speaking countries, Sascha Lobo and Home Freeb took up the term in 2006 in their book, Wir nennen es Arbeit, We Call It Work, in which they describe freelance members of the media professions as digital bohemians, and criticize permanent employment as a form of restriction of professional freedom. Lobo's performance still draws on the iconography of punk and presents himself as the self-ironic heir to a grubby underground. The online marketing rock stars still feed off the image of the uncivil, daring, precarious and therefore revolutionary, although in comparison with the artistic bohemia of the fin de siècle, it has become unmistakable that the revolution in whose name the neo-bohemians are competing is entirely in the service of the society that they ostensibly want to revolutionize. Despite its crude idealism, the Bohemian society of the turn of the century, without which the works of Marcel Proust, Thomas Mann and Bertolt Brecht would have been unthinkable, did indeed function as a social niche in which anachronistic manners and tastes were temporarily preserved, but also experimented with new ways of living and working without elevating them to the norm. In the woke professions, which represent today's decaying form of such creativity, there is no longer any trace of playful self-relativization and enjoyment of spontaneous deviations. In these professions, decreed morality replaces aesthetic experimentation, and instead of wanting to know as little as possible about the state, their actors want to dictate to the state who it should take action against and who it should protect. Superscholarship instead of a desire for freedom of purpose. State conformism instead of libertarian distance from the state are the hallmarks that distinguish wokeness from Bohemia.
It would not be so successful with these trademarks if the state did not accommodate its protagonists with support programs, cooperation, and open cronyism. In this respect, the post-bourgeois state creates its own conformist dissidents in the woke, who drive it forward until the bourgeois conditions of its possibility are completely undermined. If this is what the woke revolution looks like, it is not a promise but a threat. Infantility is not fit for satire. Every parody bounces off Baerbock's jumping around or Habeck and Özdemir's Indian game. This is the end of a traditional political art, unintentional comedy. Its last masters were two conservative politicians who are sorely missed today.
The most recent absurdist drama performed by the Green Party ensemble on the stage of the German Bundestag was entitled Meshing.
The word refers to the mixing of the surnames of spouses in a hybrid name, which is possible under personal law in Great Britain. The Greens would also like to see this possibility in Germany. If a Mr. Schneider marries a Mrs. Muller, both could then be called Schnuller. The Greens find this form of surname formation more original than the hyphenated double names that many of their party members have. Helga Limburg, legal policy spokesperson for the Green parliamentary group in the German Bundestag, promoted Meshing to Die Welt as a refreshing innovation that is a very charming. Limburg is unconcerned by the fact that this would nullify the purpose of family names, which is to refer to the life historical genealogy to which their bearers remain connected even if they take on a different surname. After all, not only the Greens, but also the Free Democrats and Social Democrats want adults and young people to be allowed to regularly change their gender in their passport entry according to how they feel about themselves. In comparison, replacing the family name with a nonsensical combination would be a moderate reform, and its mixture of pathetic seriousness and infantile arbitrariness. The Meshing idea resembles the social behavior of top Green politicians, which can be described as the corruption of politics and childhood or as the betrayal of fantasy to stupidity. When Annalena Baerbock used the yellow markings on the floor for a game of Ye Heaven and Hell during her visit to Finland, where she was negotiating on the expansion of NATO, and jumped from box to box like a 5-year-old, she did not take Pippi Longstocking's maxim I make the world the way I like it at its word, but applied it to the dog of Realpolitik. In Pippi Longstocking's case, the maxim was neither a plea for thoughtless wishful thinking nor for escaping reality. Rather, it contained an appeal to change the world in which you live so that you feel as comfortable as possible in it. When Baerbock becomes a girl for a few minutes during a state visit due to the arbitrary association of the bunker system with impressions of her childhood, only to talk about Putin and Erdogan again as foreign minister, she proves to be more grown-up and therefore more politically threatening than Pippi Longstocking. In fact, the worrying thing about the appearance of the Green ministers in the Scholz cabinet is not so much their childish naivety as the adult self-confidence with which they impose their not childish, but childish fantasies of happiness, not only on their own sovereign, but preferably on the whole world. I am Robert and this is Sem. We are ministers. Robert Habeck introduced himself and Sem Ozdemir to members of an indigenous tribe in Brazil to explain that they were German chiefs, comparable to rainforest chieftains, and had come to learn about environmental protection from their hosts, because the forest in Europe had been destroyed 1,000 years ago. However, it would be unintentionally comical to find such hubris, with which habitual critics of colonialism declare themselves to be tribal chiefs and their hosts to be minors. It goes without saying that the gesture of the uncle from the west, who jovially duets with the jungle dwellers and lets them paint his cheeks, echoes the colonialist's habit of being a landowner. And of course, the humiliating exaltation with which the ministers treated their hosts seems like a parody of the positive racism that Greens usually like to see at work when children in Western countries enjoy dressing up as Indians. But to merely laugh at such perversities would be to miss the point. For what is characteristic, and new, about today's green infantilism is that it has been fused with the self-confidence of a civil society, whose members are sure that even their most embarrassing blunders are morally upright and therefore beyond parody. Accordingly, the unintentional comedy that was characteristic of old West German politicians has been replaced in their behavior by a voluntary comedy that is lived out with aggressive self-assurance. Satire can no longer deal with this comedy because the dissonance between aspiration and reality, intention and realization, which could ignite the laughter provoked by satire, has been leveled out. The unintentional comedy of many politicians of the old Federal Republic, from Heinrich Lübke to Helmut Kohl and Edmund Stoiber to the young Rudolf Scharping, has been overtaken by the spirit of the times with Habeck, Baerbock and company. With their disappearance, a cultural asset of the 20th century is lost that was not only cultivated by cabaret artists, but also appreciated by the objects of satire. The television cabaret of the old Federal Republic, from Dieter Hildenbrandt's Je Scheibenwischer to the Je Satirefest broadcast in the third programs, was characterized by a mirror cabinet-like elective affinity between the mockers and the mocked. This was not only evident in the convention that federal politicians themselves sat in the audience, where they listened to the mockery of their party comrades and political opponents, but sometimes also to jokes about themselves. The electoral affinity was also evident in the fact that there was an affinity between cabaret artists and their subjects, which reminded us that politics, especially in democratic states where it is a public stage, can be reminiscent of comedy. Accordingly, the blunders of important politicians evoked the talent of great comedians, whose reenactment they appeared to be. The slips of the tongue and failures of the Christian Democrat Heinrich Lübke, who was federal president between 1959 and 1969, are so legendary that reality and invention have become intertwined in their transmission. The fact that Lübke greeted the population with "ladies and gentlemen, dear Negroes" in a speech in Liberia in 1962 is actually just a rumor. But it is not a rumor, for example, that he commented on the installation of public showers during a visit to Cameroon with the sentence "You people have to learn to get clean", that he forgot the name of the city he was visiting during a speech on the June 17 uprising on the Helmstedt-Holzberg in 1965, that he reported after a trip to Canada that he had previously been there with his friend Karl May, that he mixed up names and his flow of speech repeatedly petered out into self-forgetfulness. In Lübke's misdirections, Heinz Erhardt's intentionally lame comedy resonated unintentionally, which is why the satirical magazine Je Pardon released an LP entitled Je Heinrich Lübke redet für Deutschland in 1966 to defend his unintentional comedy against the hostility of his mockers. Edmund Stoiber's unintentional comedy, on the other hand, which experienced its heyday around 30 years after Lübke and can be viewed on the internet since 2006, when Stoiber gave his famous speech about the Je Problem Berge poaching in the Bavarian forests, as an original sound collage under the title Je Stoiber's stammered works, is more reminiscent of Karl Valentin. When Stoiber says about his private life, "I've gotten into the habit of looking into the garden every day in the morning and maybe executing a flower. Otherwise I tell my wife what all I would do, and then she does it. When he fails to explain to parliamentarians the innovation of the Transrapid connection between Munich Central Station and the airport, if you start from Munich Central Station, with 10 minutes, without having to check in at the airport, then you are basically starting your flight at the airport at Munich Central Station G, or when he says about the state of his sister party, the CDU, that he just a little spray, so to speak, into the glowing lot, into the glowing flood, into the blazing tide is needed to bind it more closely to the CSU. Then he is objectively on a par with the brilliant sketches of Valentin and Liesel Karlstadt. Stoiber was the political master of an unintentional comedy that, in its effort to reflect its own ridiculousness with aplomb, opened up a meta-comedy that could serve as new material for satirical volts. In this talent, he was on a par with Helmut Kohl, who, in his public appearances, repeatedly proved himself to be the established provincial in real life by criticizing uncomfortable seating, notoriously complaining about the communication style of television people, and even physically intervening against egg throwers, as which he was always only mediocrely parroted by Thomas Freitag in Je Scheibenwischerch. With both Kohl and Stoiber, the offensively unintentional comedy sometimes surpassed the deliberate comedy of the satire in terms of subtlety and pointedness. They could therefore afford to reflect on themselves as the subject and object of comedy. Kohl, when he told Gunter Jauch and Thomas Gottschalk his favorite Kohl jokes on ZDF in 1990. Stoiber, when asked about the effect his blunders had on him and his wife, he declared, we both have a sense of humor. She in practice, I in theory. The unintentional comedy of old West German politicians, which was better mastered by conservatives than by the left, but was also represented there, for example by Rudolf Scharping, when he failed to ring the bell at the opening of a festival, was only possible because their representatives were not identical with the role publicly demanded of them, but allowed themselves to fall short of this role again and again or to outgrow it.
West German satire, from Heinz Erhardt and Laureate to the self-deprecating wit of Gerhard Polt, who turned Franz Joseph Strauss' rabidity against Strauss' own social character, was, as it were, the cooperative complement of the satirically skewered. Parodists and parodied, sometimes embodied by one and the same person, contributed to the high level of satire of the time. The insultingly aggressive embarrassment of the personnel of the so-called traffic lights, especially the Greens, no longer has any satirical counterparts. Dieter Nuhr, who sometimes tries, was himself a former member of the Greens and is far too equidistant and politically sensitive to distort what his former party comrades are now doing to the point of recognizability. Harold Schmidt, who developed an objective cynicism at the turn of the millennium that could rival the banality of today's political ridicule, has largely retired. Luckily for him, Helga Schneider doesn't bother with day-to-day politics and has become a nonsense absolutist who would corrupt himself by engaging with cabinet members. Other so-called comedians, first and foremost Jan Bomerman, doubled down on the conformism of politics instead of distorting it. Politicians have already locked themselves up with their peers because of their certainty that good people have to talk to each other and to others in the tone of care psychologists, and have lost that remnant of self-distance that could enable them to laugh at themselves. In the worst cases, they express shame and remorse for their lapses, but never humor. So there is no one who could answer their nonsense with higher nonsense. But rulers who no longer have any fools in whom they can reflect are the greatest imaginable danger to a democratic community. Is that left-wing or conservative? Political scientist Torsten Holzhauser was recently asked on WDR. The question was whether the new party Bündnis Sarah Wagenknecht, BSW, heralds a triumph of left-wing conservatism. Wagenknecht herself had repeatedly described herself as left-wing conservative, which raised fears of a crossfront in view of her criticism of migration policy and her anti-imperialist vocabulary. This historical term for intersections between left-wing and right-wing radicalism usually serves to defend the center against extremisms of any kind. However, political science is also familiar with the formula of extremism of the center, which goes back to the sociologist Seymour Martin Lipset, 4 constellations in which anti-democratic tendencies originate from the same place. And the recent rise of the term state delegitimization is an indication that a policy that classifies fundamental criticism of government action as potentially anti-state undermines its democratic legitimacy by confusing state and government. For such a center, left-wing conservatism sounds like a danger. The left cannot be conservative, or it becomes suspect. In fact, Wagenknecht is conservative out of her own consistency. She wants to re-establish what was considered left-wing beyond the SPD in the old and early Federal Republic, insistence on socio-economic antagonisms, which have been neutralized but not eliminated by the social market economy, defense of the nation-state as a guarantor of social standards, interpretation of foreign policy constellations as an effect of economic dependencies, and, related to this, a revival of anti-imperialism and anti-Zionism. This is an understanding of politics from before 1989, when Christian democracy and social democracy were still dominant. Hans-Georg Maasen's union of values, albeit less prominent, looks like a mirror-image restitution project from the right. By reminding the Christian Democrats, to whom he considers himself heretically committed, of the values they have abandoned, Maasen is appealing to a similar common ground, which is often regarded as outdated, as Wagenknecht with her left-wing conservatism. The main opponents of Maasen's conservatism, which aims to restore the bourgeois Republican spectrum, are the Greens, who gained influence with the erosion of the popular party system between the Christian Democrats and Social Democrats. Seen in this light, BSW and Maasen's party are counter-movements to the triumph of the Greens. However, the fact that they are alliances grouped around an individual who appears to be dissident within the party whose lost substance they embody also constitutes their weakness. In the bourgeois era that Wagenknecht and Maasen embody against each other, parties were not one-person parties. Even the most prominent politicians saw themselves primarily as representatives. In this respect, Maasen and Wagenknecht are post-bourgeois politicians who long for the front lines and ideological solidity of the bourgeois era. That makes them likable. When you hear them speak, you are reminded of clearer times gone by. And it makes them vulnerable. They are standing up for something that is about to be ditched. If there is anything to defend about either of them, it is this objective anachronism. They are from yesterday and testify against a today that is consigning them to the scrap heap. Since the city of Potsdam obtained a nationwide entry ban against Martin Sellner, the former spokesperson for the Austrian identitarian movement and author of the book Remigration published by Antaeus Verlag last March, Sellner's private vacation activities have become a political issue. The reason for this is that the entry ban, against which Sellner is taking legal action, will not be enforced by the immigration authorities as long as Sellner does not use his stay in Germany for political activities. Jan Thiele, lawyer for the city of Potsdam in the legal dispute with Sellner, told the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung that, in accordance with a request from the Potsdam Administrative Court, the immigration authorities will refrain from enforcing the ban until a legally binding decision is available, provided Sellner does not travel to Germany for the purpose of public appearances. In a message published on his Telegram channel in mid-April, Sellner himself ruled out visits to Germany for political events for the time being, but allowed his audience to vote on whether he should soon take a café trip/pleasure trip to the FRG, which was supported by around 90% of users. When and where exactly Sellner intends to go on his pleasure trip remains to be seen. His announcement is symptomatic not so much as proof of the truism that the right are the biggest profiteers of the state measures launched against them, but because it testifies to an increasingly drastic privatization of politically inopportune opinions and activities under pressure from the state and civil society. The meeting of right-wingers and right-wing radicals that took place on November 25 last year in the Villa Adlon on Potsdam's Lenitzsee, which only became public in mid-January thanks to a report by the research network Corrective consisting partly of colportage and conjecture, was the result of such forced privatization. Contrary to the report later corrected by Corrective, it was not a secret meeting to plan a mass deportation of migrants and Germans with foreign roots in the event that far-right forces came to power, but rather an exchange of questionable ideas on more restrictive control of mass migration, especially Islamic migration. The meeting was private, although it was for public purposes. It could be scandalized as a secret meeting, because it was assumed to have a conspiratorial, anti-state intention. Conversely, however, the private nature of the meeting was also the result of the realistic assumption that the same meeting would have been preventively banned if attended by the general public as being at least anti-state, if not anti-constitutional. In a similar way, Sellner is now compelled by the entry ban to do what he likes to do himself anyway, namely to declare possible future stays in the Federal Republic as private pleasure trips, and thus to surround his political concerns, which are associated with his visits anyway, with the stigma of the clandestine. As a result, he and his clientele behave objectively more and more like the conspirators they are seen to be by a government that regards its own staff as the embodiment of the state rather than public servants and considers any harsh criticism of the government to be an expression of hostility towards the state. This confusion has become part of the raison d'etat through the formula of delegitimization of the state relevant to constitutional protection, which, with reference to the activities of alleged corona deniers during the COVID-19 pandemic, can also be used to monitor and, if necessary, sanction political expressions of opinion and activities below the threshold of criminal liability. The concept of delegitimization of the state relevant to constitutional protection expresses a relationship between the state and its citizens that testifies to both panicked impotence and presumed omnipotence. It testifies to powerlessness because a bourgeois state, which no longer sees the foundations of its constitution threatened solely by verifiable organized attempts to eliminate it, but also by expressions of opinion and actions that could undermine trust in state institutions, must treat its own citizens as potential enemies who must be carefully supervised and controlled. This understanding of civil liberties as a conditional relaxation of restrictions on freedom goes hand in hand with presumed omnipotence, because the persecutory gaze, which sees state legitimizers everywhere where it is in fact a matter of government critics, can at best still think of civil freedom as the result of total security, i.e., as the result of its own self-abolition. Citizens, however, who pursue their own affairs and interests instead of always thinking only of the state, who therefore see themselves as bourgeois and citoyens instead of 100% citizens in a contradictory double sense, are precisely the best citizens in the sense of liberal civility, because they know how to make use of their freedom instead of seeing it as a mere favor for which they owe lifelong obedience. Anyone who measures civil liberties according to their utility value instead of merely accepting them gratefully as a gift is already a potentially state-destroying element for the inventors of state legitimization relevant to constitutional protection, the omnipotence that believes itself to be powerless, which increasingly identifies its own citizens as enemy aliens, hostile foreigners or enemies in their own country, is also expressed in the new relationship between the ban on entry and the ban on activity. The fact that Sellner has so far only been denied entry for the purpose of political activity is only seemingly a concession to the distinction between the public and the private sphere. Rather, the reason for the entry ban itself, the Iwansi Conference 2.0, has shown that the logic behind the concept of state legitimization relevant to constitutional protection blurs the boundary between private and public, between vacation and performance travel. This logic does not follow the form of legal proof of unconstitutional acts, but that of rumor, colportage and guilt of contact, according to which Harold Schmidt is now also considered to be openly right-wing because he had himself photographed in August last year at a private meeting with Hans-Georg Maassen and Matthias Matusek, who are also considered to be openly right-wing without having been proven to be engaged in activities that endanger the state, contrary to what many critics of the government who identify themselves as right-wing think. The domestic and foreign policy enemy aliens of the traffic light and their civil society organizations are not only actual or alleged right-wingers. The case of former Greek finance minister Yanis Varoufakis shows that even proven left-wingers can be targeted by the delegitimization investigators. Varoufakis, who today heads the left-wing collective movement Democracy in Europe Movement 2025, DM25, which he co-founded, and who was invited as a guest to the Palestine Congress planned for Berlin and dissolved on April 12 following a ban, has apparently also been banned from entering the country for the period from April 10 to 14. It remains unclear whether the Federal Ministry of the Interior, the City of Berlin or the immigration authorities were responsible for the ban. An exchange of letters between Varoufakis' lawyer and the federal police, excerpts of which were made available by the Frankfurter Rundschau, does not shed any light on the situation either. According to this, the federal police initially informed Varoufakis that no entry and residence ban within the meaning of Section 11 of the Residence Act had been issued against him, only to write a day later, in the context of a possible participation as a speaker at the Palestine Congress 2024 in Berlin, your client was the subject of an alert for national entry refusal, limited to the period of the event from April 10 to 14, 2024. The Ministry of the Interior has so far refrained from commenting, stating that it does not comment on individual cases. It is also unclear what causal connection the entry ban had with the Palestine Congress, which was initially approved under certain conditions and then banned. The immediate reason for the Congress being called off was a speech by anti-Semitic Palestine activist Salman Abu Sitta, who has appeared with Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh in the past and is banned from political activity in Germany. The ban on the Congress is to be distinguished objectively from the entry ban against Varoufakis, because the ban on an event with Hamas sympathizers and Islamist anti-Semites has much greater legal validity than the entry and activity ban against a former Greek minister. The fact that Varoufakis of all people was made an example of was not only significant because he is familiar from the time of the financial policy disputes between the European Union and Germany, in particular with Greece as the main opponent of the then Christian Democrat finance minister Wolfgang Schäuble. It is also significant because it proves that the solidarity with Israel, which has been elevated to a reason of state since Angela Merkel, but is typically more symbolic, is no less indispensable for the self-image of the Green-turned Federal Republic as a moral world champion than the commitment to the state anti-fascist fight against the right. It doesn't matter whether Germany continues to support the right wing after the anti-Semitic mass pogrom of October 7. No matter whether Germany continues to support prospective murderers of Jews in the Gaza Strip under the label of humanitarian aid for the civilian population, no matter whether the feminist foreign policy expert Baerbock admonishes Israel in the face of its military resistance in the style of a toddler teacher that even legitimate self-defense has its limits, no matter that Germany has supported the EU-wide entry restrictions for so-called radical Jewish settlers, who could potentially also be German citizens, which only Viktor Orban did not support. You don't let a radical left-wing pro-Palestinian Greek anti-imperialist into the country, even if he is only voicing what Germany, with its moralistic equidistance in the Middle East conflict and its pandering to anti-Israeli cultural figures, is after all a matter close to its own heart. From this perspective, it is interesting that Bernd Rieksinger of the Left Party has linked the entry ban on Varoufakis with the disinvitation of the socialist and Jew Nancy Fraser from the Albertus Magnus guest professorship promised to her by Cologne University. The connection is factually and legally fraudulent, whether a university disinvites an invited social scientist, citing its domestic authority, because she has signed an open letter accusing Israel of apartheid policies, or whether a bourgeois state exercises its right to prevent politicians it deems hostile to the state from entering the country, are legally and politically different things. Even her fiercest opponents would probably not identify Nancy Fraser as an undesirable enemy alien. Conversely, those who, like the political scientist Klaus Legawi, would be prepared to contradict Fraser on the spot and expose her, would presumably dare to do the same to Varoufakis without being threatened to life and limb by him and his fans. The fact that the Fraser case, which is about the increasingly narrow limits of argumentative disputes at universities, the Varoufakis case, which seems like a late governmental reckoning between Germany and a former European political opponent, and the Sellner case, in which the left-green government personnel expose themselves as a state anti-fascist peace force against the right, are all treated under the premise of a moral political defense against internal and external enemies, despite their differences, is typical of the German confusion between politics and morality. It also fits in with the nonchalance with which a possible revocation of basic rights for Bjorn Höcke is being discussed, because the expatriation of disagreeable citizens based on moral policy rather than constitutional law is considered a more effective means of combating right-wing extremist positions than the courage of political argument. The German government, which considers itself to be the state whose mere custodian it is, neither trusts the institutions to confront recalcitrant citizens in any other way than through exclusion and vilification, nor does it trust itself to take sides and make clear whose side it is actually on, even if it does so through vulnerable political enemy declarations. Accordingly, the enemy aliens that it identifies both internally and externally are not simply the right or the radicals, but anyone who does not fit in with the virtue-signaling moral politics that is the new extremism of the center. From the perspective of such moral politics, it really makes no difference whether the state delegitimizer relevant to constitutional protection is an identitarian neo-rightist like Sellner, a classic right-wing extremist like Höcke, a socialist and Jew like Fraser, or an old-fashioned anti-imperialist and anti-Zionist like Varoufakis. The only thing that bothers the new woke ruling clique about all of them is that they are people who have a worldview, however narrow-minded, against which they measure reality, however erroneously and distortedly. New Greens like Baerbock and Habeck, post-socialist social democrats like Olaf Scholz and post-liberal free democrats like Christian Lindner have not had a worldview for a long time. The only thing they have left of the good old ideologies of the bourgeois age is the relentlessness with which they serve the current political ticket or replace it with another. The convergence of authoritarianism and arbitrariness is what is really dangerous. With a foreign minister Sarah Wagenknecht, as ghastly as this idea would be, citizens would at least know what political pathology they were dealing with, because Wagenknecht, like Varoufakis, is a reliable anti-imperialist who can be fought accordingly. with Baerbock, Habeck and company. On the other hand, who would hand over the same Israel, whose right to exist they declare a reason of state today, to its worst enemies tomorrow, like the inclusion teacher hands over his most unstable to his most obtuse pupils? Nothing is predictable. They have never even acquired the conscience whose bite bourgeois politicians at least temporarily felt. Because they are devoid of any conscience, they are also incapable of political judgment and confuse the truth with whatever comes their way. The confusion of activism with art is only possible in a climate created by a culturally sensitive caste of functionaries. There was once a woman who preferred solid arguments against it. But the bourgeois world in which this made sense no longer exists. In his book Lichtblick, about the history of artificial brightness in the bourgeois age, Wolfgang Schivelbusch describes how the darkening of the auditorium and simultaneous changes in the dramaturgy of light on the stage have changed the reception behavior as well as the social behavior of the audience since the 18th century. By producing aesthetic concentration, i.e., the focusing of attention on what was happening on stage, the ability to temporarily block out everyday reality, to remain silent, and to hold back spontaneous outbursts of enthusiasm or anger, as bourgeois reception behavior, the new lighting aesthetics became the benchmark for the level of development of illusionism, and the motive force for the development of the effect dramaturgy of the new Schaubern. Schivelbusch also notes what was lost as a result of this development. The minor or major skirmishes in the auditorium, which did not necessarily have anything to do with the quality of the play. The mocking gestures of the lower ranks towards the better off on the balconies. The conversations in the audience that did not stop when the play began. All movements in which social life continued to assert itself independently of what was happening on stage were silenced by psychological illusionism. It was only against the background of such a bourgeois economy of effect that scandal and outrage could emerge as specific forms of breaking the illusion. Booing, heckling, and the indignant leaving of the auditorium are still transitional phenomena between bourgeois reception behavior and its transgression. However, when parts of the audience storm the stage without being asked, shout at a speaker, or slap him in the face, this finally breaks the aesthetic concentration and transforms the stage back into a political space like a coup de grace. With the emblematic slap she gave Chancellor Kurt Georg Kiesinger at the CDU party conference in the Berlin Congress Hall in 1968 because of his Nazi past, Beat Klarsfeld demonstrated that the show stage and the political stage were similar in terms of their underlying dramaturgy of effect. By no longer playing her role as a listening citizen, she broke through the game of habitualized political gesture. She acted against that role with a scandal that was a response to the much more serious scandal represented by Kiesinger's past. If today, in view of the Berlinale Award ceremony, an alarmed cultural elite, seconded by media coverage outraged by the one-sidedness of the criticism of Israel, spread there, asks litany-like how all this could have happened, the obvious answer would be, because there was no Beat Klarsfeld in the audience. Admittedly, not everyone applauded when director Basil Adra, Israeli journalist Yuval Abraham, jury member Verena Paravel, and their pro-Palestinian entourage exercised their freedom of expression. And even those who clapped could not always tell whether they were doing so out of conviction or politeness. However, no one ostentatiously left the room, let alone attempted to get up to the podium to give one of the attendees a whack. The transgression would have been far less drastic than in 1968, when it was directed at a head of government. The fact that nothing happened instead, not even a symbolic protest, points to the disastrous state of what is left of the bourgeois public in the cultural scene of the Federal Republic. When Martin Walser gave his speech in the Paulskirche on October 11, 1998, in which he spoke of the moral mace of Auschwitz, Ignaz Bubis offensively refrained from applause and afterwards spoke of the intellectual arson, thus initiating a controversy that was indeed a controversy and became as iconic for the history of the new Federal Republic as Klarsfeld's slap in the face was for the old one. What took place at the Berlinale, however, is not suitable as an emblem. It was not a scandal, but a non-scandal, not a scandal, but the status quo of the German cultural scene, which has come into its own and whose essence lies neither in the constantly invoked diversity, nor in controversy or discourse, but in apathetic affirmation. To shed light on how it could come to this, it helps to take another look at Schivelbusch. What he describes as the public's capacity for aesthetic concentration, which emerged in the 18th century, had an impact on the political sphere in the bourgeois era, as the public's ability to distinguish between the private person and the public role, between inwardness and habitus, politics and morality. Since in Germany, unlike in France or Great Britain, the relative autonomy of the political sphere developed late and only rudimentarily, this ability to differentiate, this is Schivelbusch's point, was tested hypothetically, as it were, in the area of aesthetic perception and judgment. However, the history of éclat in art and politics shows that the targeted disruption of this bourgeois habitus was only ever truly valid and effective when it did not simply disregard such distinctions, but presupposed them. Klarsfeld's slap in the face was not an insubordinate humiliation of Kiesinger as a private person, but rather an expression of indignation at seeing someone with such a political biography speaking in this place and in this function. It contradicted the ideological closure of the political life story in private and was thus itself a blatant, necessarily transgressive political act in the literal sense.
If any politically motivated backwhistle would have been unthinkable at the Berlinale Award ceremony, indeed, such a backwhistle would have caused far greater indignation than all the speeches about Israel's apartheid and genocide. It is because the effect economy of the bourgeois public sphere, the genesis of which Schivelbusch describes, continues to exist today only as a facade by means of which the remnants of that public sphere hide from themselves. Although the litany that art must provoke and question stereotypes is an integral part of cultural bureaucratic rhetoric, in reality the impulse of self-protection, self-immunization and self-apathization under the spell of diversity, respect and recognition, has long dominated the business, making every well-founded slap in the face seem worse than the most brazen lie. The basic gesture of this cultural business, in which freelance or, the difference is blurred, salaried functionaries create their own audience, but want to keep out the rabble, whose repression on the edges of the stage Schivelbusch already lamented in the 19th century, is not fanatical enthusiasm for the bad, but routine toleration of it. Whatever you are presented with, as long as it can be subsumed under the codes of political correctness, moral superiority and aesthetic diversity, you find it incredibly exciting, totally interesting and enormously enriching. The primal liberal impulse that the bourgeois art market of the 18th and 19th centuries always had to reckon with on the part of the people from whom it sought to separate itself, the semi-conscious knowledge that poorly made art that, instead of captivating the public, seeks to morally castigate or politically indoctrinate it, is an insult, is hardly felt in the flesh anymore. But where nobody feels offended anymore, nobody becomes offensive for a valid reason. The ground has been cleared for the scandal, whose history includes Walser and Bubis as well as Klarsfeld and Kiesinger. This is not contradicted by the fact that in today's cultural scene, those who constantly play the offended party are the ones who get the most attention, which is why it was also a safe bet at the Berlinale to champion the Palestinian cause, especially if, like the makers of Je No Other Land, you present yourself as a Palestinian-Israeli artists collective, while a documentary film that would have promoted the IDF would probably not even have been shortlisted, as the cultural bureaucracy, which has expanded into an awareness community, would have seen too much trigger potential in it. For what distinguishes the woke cultural functionaries, who are more to blame for the events of the Berlinale than the handful of protagonists who caused them, from the cultural administration of the bourgeois era, is that they know their boundaries just as little as those between art, morality and politics. Social subsystems, as we can learn from Niklas Luhmann, are finely intertwined and interconnected in many ways, but they cannot be translated into one another. Politics, art and morality are related to each other, but each follows its own law. The woke cultural bureaucracy, which is more like a large shared flat than a functioning administration and knows only voluntary commitments instead of official duties, no longer knows anything about the inherent laws of the political, aesthetic and moral spheres, constantly confuses them with each other and, as soon as it seems morally opportune, mistakes an art for art and demagogy for politics. This is why, even after the anti-Israeli Berlinale outbursts, it can think of nothing else but to call for another, this time somehow pro-Israeli awareness team. Self-imposed rules of conduct, political and aesthetic codes, road signs for every situation, compliance contracts and voluntary commitments are all that this clientele can think of to save the Berlinale. Looking for films that deserve a prize is not on their minds. It is not often that the magazine Text zur Kunst, which is published quarterly with a circulation of 5,000 copies, is mentioned in the more established media. This changed abruptly last fall. On September 20, 2020, you could read in the Taz, "This could cause trouble." In the 119th issue of the magazine Text zur Kunst, the editorial team dares to tackle a sensitive topic. According to the Tagesspiegel, the issue was downright courageous, and Welt editor-in-chief Ulf Postschart outdid himself with adjectives and called the issue an important, substantial, serious debate, albeit only on Twitter. Anyone who thought that the magazine had suddenly criticized the politicization of art, attacked the myth of female writing, or even taken aim at the hostility to pleasure on the occasion of the hunt for pedophiles extending to works of art was disappointed. The sensitive topic, which the editorial team tackled with such courage, has been a slow seller in the feuilleton for years. In the September issue entitled Anti-Antisemitism, Text zur Kunst takes a clear stand against all forms of hostility towards Jews, the editorial team bravely stated in a summary. They have conceived an issue that not only critically reflects the massive increase in anti-Semitic discrimination, but also focuses on the complexity of Jewish art and cultural practices. Anti-Semitism in the art world is discussed here, as are the anti-Semitic implications of the BDS movement and artistic methods of dealing with anti-Semitism. The topic was so hot for the editors that they outsourced it to a kind of guest editorial team as a precaution. Despite the suspicious announcement that they wanted to deal with anti-Semitic discrimination and the complexity of Jewish art and cultural practices, the foreword to the issue makes it clear once again where the reading is heading. It begins by emphasizing, as the title of the issue, Anti-Antisemitism, suggests, our aim is not to put the necessity of a critique of antisemitism to the test in the sense of a relativistic pluralism of opinion. However, this is immediately followed by a big but, as individual statements on BDS have been printed, which represent the preliminary result of an examination of BDS. In their diversity, they show, in our opinion, possible vanishing points of a left-wing critique of anti-Semitism beyond predictable scandalization, which is more necessary than ever in view of a discourse practice that is increasingly proving to be a cancel culture, in which the discursive counterpart is considered an enemy from the outset. The line between the rejection of relativizing pluralism and a diversity that is more necessary than ever seems to be so thin here that one could already guess what the tricky thing about anti-Semitism in the hip art scene is, the anti-Israeli anti-Semitism that is quite naturally at home there. The editorial team's self-stylization as a solitary taboo breaker was not entirely unjustified. The anger was real and the issue immediately provoked energetic reactions from regular authors, advisory board and editorial board members, which were published online as a postscript. These included contributions from Christopher Menke, Mika Brumlich, Suzanne Lieb, Jenny Nachtigall, Julianne Rebentisch, Kirsten Stakemeier and Diedrich Diederiksen, to name a few of the better known. In their conclusion to the postscript to the anti-Semitism issue of Text zur Kunst, the editors were immediately lambasted. One contribution seems particularly groundbreaking to us and another we consider to be an instructive critique. We found his suggestion, in particular, to be productive. There was no longer any trace of the announced opposition to relativistic pluralism of opinion. But it is not only this cowardly backpedaling that makes the so-called anti-Semitism issue so objectionable, it was already inherent in the texts presented in the magazine. The magazine Text zur Kunst was founded in 1990 and can be seen as a symptom of Germany's permanent belatedness. The definitive model was the American journal October, which first appeared in 1976 and immediately became the organ of postmodern/structuralist theory in the USA. Its work clearly preceded the authoritative writings of Butler, 1990, and Spivak, 1988. However, the main difference between the texts on art and October was by no means their theoretical anchoring, but rather the fact that we criticized October's exclusion of pop cultural phenomena and her tendency towards cultural pessimism, end. The fact that articles appeared in Text zur Kunst, especially in the early years, that are worth reading and will presumably continue to appear, went against the in-house dogma, then as now, we are left-wing. Problems arise from this proclaimed self-image, which were outlined in the foreword to the September issue. Anyone who suspects anti-Semitic tendencies in left-wing milieus and addresses them is accused of trivializing anti-Semitism from the right or of being, intentionally or not, a puppet of the Israeli government, which tries to delegitimize criticism of its authoritarian policies with the fighting term, Israel-related anti-Semitism. In Germany in particular, criticism of anti-Semitism is also suspected of being on the side of power, i.e. the hegemonic bourgeois consensus. An inter-party resolution of the German Bundestag, which classifies the BDS boycott movement as anti-Semitic, has contributed to this assumption. In other words, anyone who suspects anti-Semitism, not only where Holocaust deniers, conspiracy ideologues and hate speakers are at work, is all too often seen as complicit with the state, the Springer Press and Islamophobia, and encounters corresponding resistance. Thus, the fear of one's own mourning appears shifted into a series of subjunctives, of which one does not quite know whether, for example, the authoritarian policies of the Israeli government even belong to indirect speech, while, on the other hand, left-wing anti-Semites are apparently automatically not considered conspiracy ideologues and hate speakers, that in view of the apparently expected reactions from the audience, the authors, parts of the editorial team or the advisory board, the question arises as to why this focus was placed on this topic at all. It is certainly not the increase in anti-Semitic attacks or, in the words of the editors, the massive increase in anti-Semitic discrimination, because then it would have had to talk about the perpetrators, which would have given the issue a strongly Islamophobic slant. What is more important is that the issue is not just perceived as an anti-BDS issue, as the postscriptum writers Lieb, Nachtigall, Rebentisch, Stekemeyer and Diederiksen criticized, it really is. This is suggested by the timing of its publication. The entire project was probably motivated by the inter-party resolution of the German Bundestag of May 17, 2019, which not only classifies the BDS alliance as anti-Semitic, but above all urges it to put it into practice. No organizations that question Israel's right to exist should receive financial support. Projects that call for a boycott or support the BDS movement should not be funded. The fact that this key part of the resolution is not mentioned in text zur Kunst is somewhat treacherous. The extent to which the topic was imposed on them from the outside is also revealed by the addendum, which states, the 5 people responsible for anti-Semitism, the September issue of Text zur Kunst, are aware of the contestability and controversial nature of this issue. But anyone who is so aware of the contestability of the product of their own work would not publish it, one would think. This formulation refers to powerlessness and being driven, and thus also to a moment of unconsciousness. Text zur Kunst is the journalistic organ of a self-proclaimed state-critical art scene that would not even begin to exist without state subsidies. In view of this, the suspicion arises that the magazine, on behalf of this scene and in anticipatory obedience, only rubber-stamped what was forced upon them by the state. The fact that those irresponsible, as they call themselves, really reject BDS is rather questionable in view of some of the statements in the addendum. The time frame alone is significant. It takes roughly 20 years to oppose BDS and related initiatives and to allow official politics to overtake them on this issue, only to accuse them of making it difficult or almost impossible for left-wing critics of anti-Semitism to deal with the anti-Semitism of their own milieu. It should be obvious that the Bundestag's decision itself is somewhat out of character and not easy to grasp. The obvious explanation can be found in the pressure that the AfD, of all parties, had built up with an uncompromisingly pro-Israeli resolution aimed at banning BDS. The cross-party resolution passed on May 17 was a very watered-down copy of the AfD initiative. It seems pointless to take a serious look at this resolution beyond that, and the texts on art could have simply sat it out until the expected softening would take full effect. It would not even have been necessary to wait that long, as the federal government had already stated in its answer to a minor question from the FDP in March 2020. In principle, it should be noted that the federal government has no knowledge that would require the termination of ongoing funding following the decision of the German Bundestag on May 17, 2019. To date, it has therefore been completely ineffective, and in December 2020, the Bundestag's scientific service added that the resolution was not legally binding anyway.
Then as now, we are on the left. This means understanding capitalism as a system that produces inequalities and not accepting these inequalities as a given. Art is of course never innocent, part of the problem, so to speak. On the other hand, it can symbolically hold out the prospect of something like a different life, as editor Isabel Grau announced the magazine's program years ago. Now art in the emphatic sense, i.e. bourgeois art, is not only part of the problem, but rather a product of that problem. But the magazine has its epistemological problems with the market. The foreword to the first issue proclaimed programmatically, "Our aim is not to see through the mechanisms of the art business or the art discourse, i.e. to demonstrate to the blinded what lies behind, according to the old ideology-critical pattern." End of quote. In response to the question, market criticism used to be the core of social criticism. What role does it play today? Grau later stated, the market as such does not exist. The art market in particular is made up of different segments, each of which has its own laws. Criticism, including market criticism, is value-creating and thus associated with the market. Apart from the nonsense regarding value creation, the formulation contains a truth that is completely hidden from the proclaimer: the market really no longer really exists. First and foremost, this means that there are no longer any patrons and, above all, no broader groups of buyers. In other words, there is a lack of capitalists. This void has long been filled by the state, which acts as the main patron of the arts. This is neither new nor historically an exception, but it is an absolute exception for bourgeois art in democratic countries. Scholarships, professorships, and public commissions for artists have been around for a long time, but the widespread promotion of artists, organizations, exhibitions, and even publications is much more recent. In the Federal Republic of Germany, the state's widespread involvement in the arts began primarily with the Film Subsidies Act in 1967. It was no coincidence that the subject matter, i.e. the specific art form of film, was the first to be subsidized, as its production costs generally exceeded what could be afforded individually. The Goethe Institute, founded in 1951 more as a language learning center, began its cultural work in 1960 and had its own cultural program from 1968. Influenced by the student revolt, the cultural program work of the Goethe Institute, which was now beginning, was oriented towards socio-political issues and avant-garde art, end. With the Federal Art Collection, the FRG became an art buyer in 1971, albeit with a very small budget. More important than the tightly allocated money was the fact that unknown artists were now being supported and not just the purchase of works by established artists. This was soon followed by the Art Fund Foundation and the German Literature Fund, both in 1980, and the Cultural Foundation of the Federal States, 1988. The Federal Cultural Foundation only began its work in 2002, indicating that the process is continuing apace. One of the most important interventions was probably the establishment of the Artists' Social Security Fund, which first appeared in 1983. This ensured that self-employed artists and publicists enjoy similar statutory social security protection as employees. However, this turned the self-employed artist into a crude mixture of civil servant and unemployed person, at least in terms of their financial security, from whom a considerable part of their self-employment was taken away. This does not simply leave freedom, the dual nature of which is difficult to come to terms with in Germany anyway, untouched. While the Basic Law protects the freedom of art from state interference, the Unification Treaty speaks a completely different language. The position and reputation of a united Germany in the world depend not only on its political weight and economic performance but also on its importance as a cultural state. The fulfillment of cultural tasks, including their financing, is to be ensured, whereby the protection and promotion of culture and art is to be borne by the federal states and municipalities. Protection no longer referred to the defense against state intervention, but became synonymous with promotion. In this way, a perceived legal entitlement, i.e. an ideological claim, was formulated, on the basis of which every artist who is not supported can now immediately see this as an encroachment on their artistic freedom. In 2010, state cultural funding in Germany amounted to €9.6 billion. In contrast, the international art market in the same year had a volume of just around €43 billion, of which Germany accounted for no more than €2 billion. This is not a plea against state support for the arts, which can at least contribute to the creation of art beyond the culture industry. Large parts of the performing arts, be it operas, philharmonic orchestras or theaters, have been subsidized to the tune of 80 to 90% for a long time and would no longer be conceivable without state funding. Private theaters still exist, but only at the cost of performing almost exclusively in the cabaret, variety, and revue genres, thereby aligning themselves with the culture industry. But artistic freedom is subject to enormous conceptual change, and arts funding programs can be affected by changes in parliamentary majorities. While classic encroachments on artistic freedom are legally contestable and generally have no legal standing, the situation is quite different with a failure to promote. This seems to be precisely what the editors of Text zur Kunst are referring to when they say that they fear being compromised as accomplices of the state and the Springer Press. It is clear that they do not have a problem with the state as such, as long as it represents and subsidizes things that are agreeable to their own political way of thinking. The Springer Publishing House had to be cited because it is more committed to solidarity with Israel than the German government. The horror scenario is a state that could be just as serious about its commitment to Israel and enforce this on its employees as the Springer Group does. State support for art demands the commitment of artists to the respective state goals out of completely selfish material interests, which of course may only appear in an ideological form. The complete lack of understanding in the face of this change could also be read in Jungle World some time ago, of course with reference to Israel's cultural scene. Basically, we provide a space, a manager of the Barber Gallery in Jerusalem was quoted as saying, only to immediately add, after the Barber Gallery organized a discussion evening with Breaking the Silence, a controversial organization of former soldiers that criticizes Israeli occupation policy, the city council cut off the gallery's funding. Against this presumptuous and mendacious statement, it should have been written that someone has made their premises available here, which, as they themselves admit, the state has paid for, including staff. Without any reflection, he continues, this is a violation of freedom of expression, says Kritzman. Here, cultural funding is linked to loyalty to the state. The Minister of Culture, Miri Regev, wanted to introduce a law last year that envisaged only granting public funds to cultural projects loyal to the state. End quote. Freedom of expression and artistic freedom are not simply the same thing, nor does a state that cuts off funding to a particular project engage in censorship in the strict sense. Significantly, no legal action is being taken against the Bundestag's BDS resolution. Instead, the cultural scene, which is held in check by the state, is aggressively demanding compliance with the human right to criticize Israel. In December 2020, an alliance called Initiative GG 5.3 Weltoffenheit opposed the Bundestag's BDS resolution. It published a plea signed by the DAD Artists in Berlin program and Hebel MU for HAU, the Deutsches Theater Berlin, the Goethe Institute, the Wissenschaftskolleg zu Berlin and, of course, the Center for Research on Antisemitism at TU Berlin, which states, we refer by name to Article 5 Paragraph 3 of the Basic Law, which guarantees the freedom of art and science. However, one fails to recognize the fundamental conflict when, like Samuel Salzborn in an interview with Der Spiegel, one replies to the objection, but there is a right to freedom of expression, a right. But there is also Article 1 of the Basic Law, which declares human dignity to be inviolable, and Article 3, which prohibits discrimination. This takes the debate and its subject matter to the wrong level, because the first paragraph of Article 5 explains what freedom actually means, namely, there shall be no censorship, which defines fundamental rights as defensive rights. In the second paragraph, the limits mentioned by Salzborn are outlined. These rights shall be limited by the provisions of the general laws, by the laws for the protection of minors and by the right to personal honor. It is not without reason that both paragraphs are excluded from the initiative. It is no coincidence that it is not simply called Initiative GG5, but refers to paragraph 3, which proclaims, art and science, research and teaching are free. In principle, this sentence only serves to understand art and science as particularly worthy of protection, but it fits well, as the conglomerate that has come together is an alliance of the arts and sciences. However, while science and research have long been supported by the state, the relationship between modern art and the state is much more ambivalent. The thrust with which art is associated here with the nimbus of the universities, whose freedom always unfolds within the framework of state funding, expresses the new reality of art in a distorted way. It is significant that the plea on the art side was signed exclusively by representatives of the performing arts and the stage, who are enormously dependent on funding due to the ongoing fixed costs, while the less collective art forms, such as literature or the visual arts, are somewhat freer. The rebellion of those dependent on the state against the state comes at a time when the freedom of universities has long been undermined by project-related third-party funding, which in turn comes to a considerable extent from the state, not to mention public second-party funding. Not least because of its subject matter and audience, visual arts, performance, video, installation and short film, Text zur Kunst at least suspected how precarious the mixture of state art funding on the one hand and artistic freedom on the other could become for them. With its focus on antisemitism, the magazine sought a way out of the dilemma by subjecting itself to the supposed state goal of solidarity with Israel and at the same time courting anti-Israeli antisemitism in the same issue. However, the freedom to reflect does not really exist on stages and in academic institutions of the GG 5.3 initiative. Apart from the hunch, they are far too directly dependent on it. They have their backs to the wall to such an extent that unless they can let go of their anti-Semitic cronies and actions, they can only choose a direct attack on the Bundestag's decision. However, the texts on art have not considered that the relative freedom they are entitled to does not apply to the same extent to every artist they intend to represent, as was shown by the expressions of outrage afterwards. Those who are now rediscovering artistic freedom in the face of a state initiative against antisemitism should first and foremost be countered. If the state is not to intervene in art, it would follow that it violates artistic freedom in a positive sense, precisely by promoting art, insofar as it will always place the promotion under certain of its ideas, i.e., channel it. But that doesn't bother anyone as long as it is acceptable. It is no longer easy to find an artist's biography in which some kind of state or state-financed grant does not appear. This describes a dilemma from which there is no easy way out, or at the moment probably no way out at all. But reflecting on this would be the unavoidable prerequisite for not succumbing to this permanent lack of reflection. Nor is the development into a state-dependent artist per se German, but state-dependent state criticism has a particularly unpleasant tradition in Germany and should therefore be treated with particular caution. With this in mind, it is hardly surprising that the entire edition of Text zur Kunst is primarily concerned with the state and avoids the subject like the devil avoids holy water. Aram Linsel, who dates the emergence of the BDS movement to 2001 in an article that is at least worth reading, also briefly mentions the following: BDS stands in the tradition of anti-Zionist anti-imperialism, which divides the world into good, oppressed peoples and evil, oppressive elites. While before the Six-Day War there was still solidarity on the global left with the state of the Shoah survivors and the socialist ways of life of the kibbutzim, the mood changed after 1967. Now the binary matrix was projected onto the Middle East, which is why the Jewish state was no longer seen as a legitimate expression of self-determination of a people that had been discriminated against for centuries, but as a manifestation of arrogant oppression. End of quote. This sounds almost reasonable in view of the numerous nonsensical statements in that issue, and yet fails to recognize that the projection did not begin in 1967, but merely turned into its opposite. Even before the Six-Day War, large sections of the left were not simply in solidarity with the state of the Shoah survivors, but with the idealization of the kibbutzim. From the outset, solidarity was bought by the illusion that Israel was as little of a state as possible. The Six-Day War was the moment in which Israel proved itself to be a state and, moreover, showed that its military superiority might have something to do with capitalist modes of production. The rupture that began with the Six-Day War, but only became apparent in the further development and above all the Yom Kippur War, and the beginning of the realization of how state-dependent even and especially supposedly free and critical art is, coincided blithely. It was a double loss of illusions, as a result of which Israel became not only a state, but to a certain extent the state, while the debate about the derivation of the state began anew. Furthermore, this process cannot be separated from the final end of the Brandt government, which had already alienated the majority of the left with the Radical Decree in 1972. This decree, which directly linked job security with loyalty for civil servants, had immediately confronted the incipient state support for the arts with its possible precariousness as a threat. This would be a small addition for the art left to Uli Krug's judgment on the significance of the Yom Kippur War. Only against this background can the postmodern reorientation of the anti-Zionism of our day be explained. Whereas the Jews used to be accused of disintegration, it is now their state that is accused of resisting disintegration. The fact that BDS took almost a quarter of a century to form is primarily due to the fact that the promotion of art also had to develop properly.
The entire vagueness of the theoretical texts in the anti-Semitism issue of Text zur Kunst and the editorial framework in which they were published must be criticized on the basis of the concrete elaborations. The central text of the issue endeavors to establish a link to contemporary art. It appeared under the unwieldy title Techniques of Effect, Strategies of Mediality and Processes of Multidirectional Memory in Contemporary Art by Noit Benai and Sabbath Bookman, and could also have been titled, How Do I Write Project Proposals in the Future, i.e., after the Bundestag's anti-BDS resolution? A guide based on concrete examples or a fictitious event. The authors start from the theorem of post-traumatic culture and its originator Griselda Pollock. For Pollock, this term encompasses a wide range of artistic practices in a post-Holocaust world that is simultaneously characterized by its rich image production and the negotiation of various historical events, such as settler colonialism, the Irish famine, the Rwandan genocide, 9/11. Of course, this settler colonialism is not given a national attribute by the authors of the essay, because it has long since taken on such a life of its own that everyone automatically uses the word Israelis. This is precisely one of the main discursive tricks of the article, whose language is as convoluted throughout as the title suggests. However, the text draws its impact from the examination of certain works by three Israeli video/film artists, Roe Rosen, Karen Sitter and Danny Gal. To go into more detail about the films and their framing would be to fall into the trap of the authors, as they endeavor to cash in on all differences with the help of the post-traumatic culture theorem. Roe Rosen, for example, is on the one hand an anti-Zionist and BDS supporter, partly also aesthetically, but on the other hand also a serious artist whose work is not simply completely absorbed in his commitment. Even the invention of fictional artists, in particular the anti-Zionist Justine Frank, denotes a certain distance. In Rosen's case, the commitment of the committed artist repeatedly becomes the subject of art itself, which is why individual works reach beyond the committed. With regard to Roe Rosen, one could therefore have asked how the anti-BDS resolution should be applied to his political commitment and his work. However, as the Bundestag resolution is very vaguely worded and has never been applied, it remains completely open as to what it actually addresses and how. It is not known whether it only concerns events or also artists directly or specific works. But Rosen is not really the subject of the article, nor is Karen Sitter, who is treated as mere staffage, which cannot be separated from the fact that she is the only one of the three people discussed who has not signed any BDS calls or defenses, but on the contrary is one of the signatories of challenging double standards, a call against the boycott of Israeli art and society, and has herself been the target of anti-Semitic boycott campaigns. The two art historians are particularly taken with Danny Gal, a highly committed artist, about whose films they stereotypically state that they do not speak of revisionist relativization. This assertion refers above all to the film White City, the subject of which is a conversation between the German eugenicist Hans F.K. Gunther and the Zionist leader, sociologist and founder of the Jewish settlement movement Arthur Ruppin. Gal suggests a reciprocal relationship that establishes connections between the structural and effective legacy, Palestinian commemorative traditions around the Nakba and comparable historical traumas and tragedies whose memories permeate the present. Gal did not suggest anything, however, but instead openly pursued anti-Zionist propaganda. The German eugenicist Hans F.K. Gunther was better known as Rassen Gunther and was one of the leading Nazi racial theorists. With regard to the individualized constellation of the protagonists, one could defend the film by saying that it only wanted to show that there were certain similarities in the thinking of a Zionist and a National Socialist. Despite such thoughts and all the verbiage in Text zur Kunst, a Taz author understood the intention of the film very well when she wrote on the occasion of its premiere that it was a film in which the artist makes points of contact in the thinking of Zionists and National Socialists comprehensible. The choice of the plural alone makes it clear that it is about the common ground between Zionism and National Socialism, whereby the fact that the latter did not exist without racial thinking as a central element is lost. This one film might be the key to the unnamed context of the whole article if you look at some of its background. The MFG discussed documentary White City by Danny Gal can be seen until October 20, 2019, as part of the exhibition Weissenhof City, The History and Present of the Future of a City at the Staatsgalerie. About the exhibition in question, one reads, the exhibition is supported by the Ministry of Science, Research and the Arts and is funded by the Bauhaus Hut Fund of the German Federal Cultural Foundation. Neither the production of the film nor its screening would have been possible without state funding. The invitation to the event was sent out on May 20, 2019, almost at the same time as the BDS resolution was passed by the Bundestag on May 17, 2019, meaning that the funding had already been allocated. However, the film was screened again a year later as part of an event organized by the Berlin University of the Arts in cooperation with the Berlin State Agency for Civic Education entitled Voices from the Middle East. Among others, the JSUD, Jewish Student Union Germany, and the Wert Initiative. Jüdisch Deutsche Positionen criticized the event primarily because of the film, which they confronted with the working definition of anti-Semitism, IHRA, among other things. With reference to the anti-BDS resolution, which was now available, they concluded their submission. In our opinion, both the University of the Arts and the State Center for Political Education are in violation of the above-mentioned resolution. What is meant is the anti-BDS resolution of the Bundestag. We demand clarification and a statement from those responsible and the cancellation of the next event in the Voices from the Middle East series on September 7, 2020. We demand the enforcement of the above-mentioned resolution and no further funding of anti-Semitic events and collaborations by the Berlin State Agency for Civic Education. This was published in July/August 2020, and the response was published in Text zur Kunst in September 2020. Although it made no reference to these incidents, it unerringly absolved Gal of any of the accusations made by the critics. Despite all the comradely distancing, which is expressed not least in the thanks to Danny Gal for literary reference, which indicates his collaboration, Gal was not particularly grateful for the depoliticization process to which his works were subjected and came back with a protest against the entire edition. Just as the authors beat around the bush, Gal, of course, contented himself with generalities against the edition. Gal is nothing but an anti-Zionist and BDSer, and yet there is a considerable difference to the other BDSer praised in the text. While Roy Rosen works primarily in Israel, Gal is an artist who works primarily in and for Germany. He had already completed his training in Germany and his first exhibition took place in Frankfurt/Main. Since then, he has been making art for Germans, which is regularly honored by German state art funding. In Rosen's case, anti-Zionism could charitably be interpreted as a kind of conscience of Zionism, whereas in Gall's case it is merely an end in itself or the conscience of the Germans, which amounts to the same thing. Since the BDS resolution is unlikely to have any significance for Sitter in terms of content alone, and could mean certain inconveniences for Rosen, but would not jeopardize his livelihood, one can assume that the text was written directly and exclusively for Danny Gall, whom the Bundestag's resolution affects or at least concerns most urgently, since German state funding probably accounts for the majority of his income. The article projects, as it were, a fictitious film series that requires a theoretical construct in order to press the highly diverse works of highly diverse artists in question, who only have in common that they were born in Israel and are Jewish, into an identity that should serve Gall above all. One of the tricks is to imply that if Gall is excluded in future, Rosen or even Sitter would also have to be excluded, as they all somehow do the same thing. The theorem of post-traumatic culture, or the drivel about the complexity of Jewish art and cultural practices, only serve to avoid talking about the anti-BDS resolution and its significance for certain artists in view of the issue's subject matter, which is why BDS appeals and their signing play just as little a role in the text as the funding from German agencies, which all three artists received to very different degrees. This project proposal in SPE then only needed an addition in the depiction of German sensitivities to round it off. The disappointed quintet of Suzanne Lieb, Jenny Nachtigall, Juliane Rebentisch, Kirsten Steckmeier and Diedrich Diederiksen summed up the German sensitivities, the very late and necessary, still incomplete self-enlightenment of the left about the function and history of left-wing anti-Semitism in Germany and the internationalization of its positions on the Middle East conflict and global colonial policy, taken in connection with this, cannot simply be projected and shifted onto an international scene. In translation, this means that we as Germans may not be able to criticize Israel, but above all we cannot prohibit others from doing so and must even offer space to others who are allowed to do so. It has worked well so far, changing it would be madness. But if the five writers had taken another look at the magazine, they would have found their message pre-formulated in great detail and placed on a biographical and historical basis. They were referring to the text entitled Agreeing to Disagree by Christina Nord, who was under contract to the Goethe Institute. This is a translation into English of a text that Nord originally published in German in Merkur. The translation finally allows the text to achieve its true intention, to convey to the world how difficult it is for Germans to take a critical view of Israel and that their own family history can even make this impossible. One grandfather had anti-Semitic books on his shelf until his death in 1981. The other grandfather was a member of the SS. As a descendant, I am not to blame, but I do have a responsibility. And that includes showing solidarity with the survivors and descendants of the murdered European Jews. This solidarity reacts allergically to the blackmailing, discourse-stifling methods of BDS, and it includes Israel's right to exist unconditionally. That is the first imperative, end. In the logic of the text, the more abstract posterity is cryptically linked to the direct descendant, which is why unconditional solidarity with Israel is a direct afterbirth of the grandfather's crimes, but could not really be comprehensible or even effective without such a cross-generational kinship responsibility. To get to the second imperative, I would like to take a detour, Nord continues. The small detour begins with a multi-day intercultural training course run by the Gesellschaft für internationale Zusammenarbeit, GIZ, because the author is preparing to go to Kenya for several years. To make a long story short, naturally, she arrives at the second imperative. Racism blocks the idea of the co-human and common. It is therefore necessary to oppose it wherever it manifests itself. There is therefore a German imperative, which is sentimentally directed against anti-Semitism for familial reasons, and a universal categorical one against racism, and thus naturally also for the Palestinians. Nord's attempt at a resolution is representative of the entire issue. The two imperatives run the risk of leading to dead ends. In the first case, when one derives discourse hegemony from the responsibility to deal with the crimes of National Socialism as Germans and transforms one's own, real or presumed, purification into superiority. This is particularly ugly when non-Jewish Germans want to dictate to Jewish Germans, Jewish Israelis or Jews in the diaspora. In the second case, when the self-accusation leads to negative narcissism, i.e. when it is assumed that the West is to blame for everything that goes wrong in the countries of the global South, without taking into account the scope for action of the politicians, entrepreneurs, military leaders and militiamen there. They thus erase the respective local responsibility a second time and relegate the actors to the place of extras, end quote. That she does not even begin to do justice to her second case, and probably never intended to or meant it seriously, can be seen, if you like, from her comments on Bembe in the same article. The first case is easy to understand. It prevents any insight or even the question of what it means that Berlin, of all places, has become the biggest sounding board for Israeli anti-Zionists. Especially from a German perspective, the surplus value is obvious when the Berlin State Center for Political Education announces that it is giving Arab, Jewish and Jewish Arab writers who want to create a Jewish-Muslim dialogue in Berlin exile a chance to have their say. In this sense, it should be mentioned that Nord, as a walking personal union of curator, Goethe Institute employee and journalist, is, for example, the unofficial PR agent of Avi Maghrabi, who repeatedly tries to resist his appropriation by professional and semi-professional critics and boycotters of Israel and at the same time provides them with a steady stream of material to support their arguments. For example, as a member of Shavrim Shtika, Breaking the Silence, and the film Z32. Their invective against non-Jewish Germans, who want to dictate to Jewish Germans, Jewish Israelis or Jews in the diaspora, is only justification for the fact that they themselves only promote critical Israelis. The dictum then as now, we are left-wing which Nord would certainly subscribe to, does not, of course, leave unconditional solidarity with Israel untouched. For the solidarity of left-wing artists and their supporters is with a very specific Israel, the left, and it is necessary because they themselves, like their cronies in art and culture, need a left-wing FRG, to which they have belonged since the late 1960s. Without the Willy Brandt years, Nord's long-standing employer, the Goethe Institute, would perhaps still simply be a large language school. The BDS cannot be separated, at least in functional terms, from the increasing importance of the state for art, and the Bundestag's anti-BDS resolution, no matter how ineffective it is, has shown, through the gasps of those potentially affected, how much art is dependent on the state. Of course, this could have been seen in the BDS texts themselves years ago. There's a guide to the cultural boycott, for example, expresses the desire of numerous artists to recognize the right of individual cultural workers to receive state funding as tax-paying citizens, as if there were a give and take according to the exchange of equivalents, in which paying taxes leads to a right to funding. However, this would only apply to Israelis if it is not linked to the obligation to serve the political and propagandistic interests of the State of Israel. The propaganda is about the needs of non-Israeli artists, which transforms their dependence on state funding into a civil right to criticize Israel. A movement such as BDS could only emerge and move towards a cultural boycott when the separation between free and state artists was abolished by reality. Art's reflection on its own material conditions and its relationship to the state would be a necessary condition for finally putting an end to the spook. One should not place too much hope in the theoretical possibility of such a reflection, because it is hindered by the fact that it offers no way out in view of the conditions of art. There is, however, a minimal glimmer of hope. The demand for anti-Zionism appears to be much lower than the market, which is distorted by public funding, would suggest. Seems incomprehensible. What drove the anti-racists in Durban, South Africa, to share a table with Mahmoud Ahmadinejad and other eliminatory anti-Semites on the occasion of the UN Anti-Racism Conference? What prompted an Irish Nobel Prize winner and a Swedish best-selling author to join a flotilla loaded not only with wheelchairs, but also with Turkish Islamists? How can it be that the well-meaning always join the obviously malicious? The more the journalists and experts try to emphasize the fundamentally justified concerns of the good guys, the more outrageous the answers they give to these questions become. Iran and other rogue states have skillfully used the UN conference for their propaganda purposes, it is true, but that does not change the moral integrity of anti-racist NGOs and individual activists, say those who are not quite sure yet and who are a little uneasy about making common cause with the angry, bearded men. The more hardened claim that Ahmadinejad never spoke of wanting to destroy Israel, but merely chose some questionable language to express his protest against racist oppression. And while some say that the activists on the Mavi Marmara just simply did not know that there were activists from the Hamas partner organization IHH on board, others are already saying that Israel simply invented the presence of radical Muslims on the ship in order to deceive the world and continue its cruel policies. However, both the good and the angry agree that Israel is the greatest enemy of world peace and that Zionism is nothing other than a form of racism. Anti-racist anti-Zionism is not very old. It is one of the many metamorphoses of the age-old hatred of the Jews, which cannot be separated from the history and development of a civilization based on internal and external domination. As much as hatred of the Jews belongs to this seemingly eternally failed civilization, it is a historically changing phenomenon which, as an indicator of progressive barbarization, points to the fact that the return of the ever-same coincides with an increasing entanglement of society in the disaster it has itself produced. The pathic projection, as Adorno and Horkheimer characterized anti-Semitic resentment, is the constant companion of the rationality of commodity exchange, which, according to the Friends of the Market Economy, is supposed to guarantee a prosperous coexistence of people. The fact that these propagandists of capital have always been convicted of untruth in view of the course of the world has so far not damaged their reputation. Value-based rationality and capitalist illusion are too closely linked for the pathic projection not to be seamlessly integrated into the all-round logical system of the rationalizers in every crisis of rationality, thereby hypostatizing the crisis and restoring the aura of rationality. The manifestations of pathic projection change to the extent that social consciousness is the active consummation of the existing in the minds of commodity guardians. The rationalization of the utterly incomprehensible, the rule of man over man, is constitutively inscribed in their consciousness, and where logic reaches its limits, the rule of madness begins. The obscure systems today achieve what the devil myth of official religion made possible for man in the Middle Ages, the arbitrary occupation of the outside world with meaning, which the solitary paranoid achieves according to a private scheme that is shared by no one and therefore appears to be actually mad. The fatal conventicles and panaceas, which pose as scientific and at the same time cut off thoughts, dispense with this. Theosophy, numerology, naturopathy, eurythmy, abstinencism, yoga and countless other sects, competing and interchangeable, all with academies, hierarchies, technical languages, fetishized formulas of science and religion. G. Horkheimer/Adorno, Dialectic of Enlightenment, page 206. Postmodern anti-racism is also one of these highly successful sects that keep an updated devil myth ready to lend meaning to the meaningless by demonizing those identified as guilty. And as Adorno and Horkheimer's reference to the Middle Ages already suggests, anti-racism also stands in a tradition, albeit one that does not go back that long, which it may deny but, as will be shown, can never shake off.
It is the anti-imperialist tradition that lives from the dichotomy of the oppressed people on the one hand and abstract, conspiratorial forces on the other, which has always been closely interwoven with anti-Semitism. When anti-Semitism became taboo after the unconditional surrender of the Germans, it did not disappear. Neither in the West, where it could appear under the new label of anti-communism, nor in the East, where anti-Zionism became an integral part of the anti-imperialism of the Soviet Union and its satellite states, including its supporters in the West. It was above all the left that popularized anti-Zionism under anti-racist auspices in the West in the course of the turn towards Bolshevism at the end of the 1960s and beginning of the 1970s. The New Left made pacts with the Stalinist parties and competed with them for the more radical hostility towards so-called imperialism. To a certain extent, the Comintern can still be conceded to have pursued pro-Arab and anti-Israeli policies quite pragmatically in the context of the Cold War, but the New Left became entangled, which accused the Soviet Union of a social imperialism for its sometimes indecisive and cautious pragmatism in supporting anti-Israeli terror, became increasingly entangled in its anti-Western delusions, which no longer had much to do with the goal of a free association of individuals as envisioned by Marx. Cultivating their devil myth had become more important than liberation from self-inflicted immaturity, which was soon explained away as pure manipulation by the so-called rulers. And so what was new about the New Left was precisely that it had finally betrayed the emancipatory promise that had once characterized the best parts of the left. The left became synonymous with an anti-Western avant-garde. As the Maoist K-groups formed in Germany, a very specific form of anti-Western ideology emerged in France. So-called post-structuralism set out to deconstruct the foundations of bourgeois society. Its representatives did not demand the redemption of the bourgeois promise of happiness, but affirmed the death of the subject, which was brutally realized under National Socialism and continued after 1945, with an explicitly positive reference to the Nazi philosopher Heidegger. Their mission was no longer the liberation of the individual from the constraints of a collective that had gone wild, but the affirmation of the arbitrarily lashing out subject of the competitive society, which was mystically ontologized as being a. The individual is in an eternal struggle with power, it was proclaimed, and this power could not be understood in any other way than as an ontological, ergo unchangeable reason. In a seemingly critical reference to Heidegger, power or being was denounced as usurpatory and contrasted with the actual, that vapid transfiguration of the naked, tortured body, which should be reflected upon. In this way, ontological nonconformism fitted wonderfully into Heidegger's enclosure of bondage, albeit with the propagandistic surplus value of the rebellious. Post-structuralism, uncritically trumping Claude Lévi-Strauss' structuralist ethnology, initially affirmed the so-called cultures, i.e. above all those barbaric customs and traditions of various peoples and tribes that the bourgeois society of the West had successfully fought against and stripped away. He declared the claim that Western society had something over the peoples of the Third World to be racist, because he had radically broken with the unfulfilled postulate of the Enlightenment that every human being is born free. Instead, every human being must be tolerated in his or her way of being, regardless of whether he or she is a cruel butcher from North Africa or an ever-friendly letter carrier from Bucharest. Any moral evaluation based on general principles was denounced as totalitarian and colonialist. Cold watching was praised as a political alternative to criticism with communist intentions. Post-structuralism projected a program of negative universalism, i.e. a philosophy that thinks totality without the form of social synthesis as the mere existence of ominous structures and allows contradictions to dissolve into an indefinite multiplicity. On the basis of this program, social criticism is not only undesirable, but also impossible. The turn to the individual, which post-structuralism shares with critical theory, is made in extreme opposition to the latter only because its fusion with the social death drive inherent in capitalist logic is to be advanced. In order for the individual to really transform into an existence that recognizes its life as being toward death, it must first detach itself from all social conventions, ties, and identifications. In other words, it must renounce appearances and become real. Against the background of this negative universalism, today's postmodern anti-racism propagates the homeland without a landmark, Horkheimer/Adorno, Dialectic of Enlightenment, page 208, which, according to Adorno and Horkheimer, the anti-Semite also secretly dreams of. The anti-racist theorist, like the folkish theorist, adopts the anti-Semitic pattern of the rootless Jew, often also the Gypsy, and then accuses the Jewish people of not behaving in accordance with the ideal of pure negativity. Like the ethnocentrist, the anti-racist also hates the Jews' imagined homelessness, with the difference, however, that the latter openly expresses the envy that the ethnocentrist seeks to conceal. If Jews want to shed their homelessness and become a people in the midst of peoples, then they are targeted by anti-racism, which accuses them of pettiness, particularism, even nationalism. The anti-racist subject identifies with the anti-Semitic image it has of the Jew and gives free rein to its hatred, which is fed by a lack of reflection on its own position in social objectivity when the Jew tries to change this miserable reality. The anti-Semites are in the process of realizing their negative absolute by their own power. They are transforming the world into the hell they have always seen it as. Adorno/Horkheimer, Dialectic of Enlightenment, page 209. Anti-racism is the accomplice of anti-Semitism, because both make the Jew a pariah and insist that he remains so. And so what the folkish right says is wonderfully compatible with the postulates of a universalist left that believes it can expose peoples and nations as constructs. Both shy away from the realization that the power of people can be abolished because they produce the second nature themselves, albeit blindly, through their inverted social practice. Both thus postulate a counter-enlightenment whose center is the will to submit to one's supposed fate. In his 1967 novel Dirty History, Eric Ambler presents a main character who becomes stateless through a mixture of coincidences and stupidity. Arthur Abdul Simpson, as the tragic anti-hero is called, is the son of a British soldier and an Egyptian restaurant owner, was born in Cairo and went to school in Great Britain. But because Simpson has done some crooked business, the state becomes aware of him and checks his personal details. They want to get rid of him and therefore claim that his parents were not married, which means he can be stripped of his British citizenship. But Egypt also refuses to grant him citizenship because he concealed the fact that he had already served time in prison when he applied. Simpson is suddenly stateless and, in his attempt to become a legal subject again, gets caught up in an adventurous story, the outcome of which will not be revealed at this point. Eric Ambler's novel is an important contribution to shedding light on the figure of the stateless person. He describes his plight with compassion but at the same time refuses to stylize Arthur Abdul Simpson as a hero. Instead, Ambler portrays him as a man who is simply unlucky. Although Simpson does not always act as cleverly as he believes himself to be and sometimes gets deeper into trouble because of his naivety, Ambler never loses sight of the big picture, circumstances in which the protection of individual freedom and the right to physical integrity and mobility are inextricably linked to the guaranteed membership of a nation-state. These are conditions in which what appears to be so natural and eternal, namely national affiliation, always remains precarious, because it is ultimately the sovereign who decides who is to be considered a legal subject and who is not. In recent years, the figure of the refugee and especially the stateless person has become the main reference of anti-racist theory. Zygmunt Bauman's writings come to mind here, but above all Giorgio Agamben and Etienne Balibar. Their theme is no longer the oppression of certain sections of the population by others, but the complete exclusion of individuals and entire groups from humanity as constituted by the nation-state. In anti-racist theory, the Holocaust serves as a paradigm for this policy, although the exclusion of the unhuman was famously escalated by the Nazis to the annihilation of the opposite race. The difference between exclusion and planned mass murder is anathema to anti-racist theory. Indeed, it even tries to dismiss the extermination as incidental, such as Giorgio Agamben, who in his book, What Remains of Auschwitz, denigrates the survivors as pseudo-witnesses and describes death as an epiphenomenon. The repression of the Holocaust is thus paradoxically the necessary prerequisite for using it for one's own theory. Political anti-racism always refers to the Holocaust, even when it does not explicitly speak of it. The terms it uses, be it deportation A, camp, or very popular, other A, identify the Nazi extermination policy with current mechanisms of exclusion and thus implicitly equate the Holocaust and nation-state refugee policy. Anti-racist theory today is therefore an anti-fascist form of Holocaust relativization. In this sense, for both Balibar and Agamben, the Jew functions as the basic anthropological figure of the stateless, which is reproduced socially in historically contingent manifestations. The deeper cause of the misery of anti-racism is therefore the refusal to perceive the essence of anti-Semitism and, above all, the Holocaust. The origins of this intellectual and moral renitence can easily be traced in the history of theory. Both Balibar and Agamben are united by their reference to Hannah Arendt, who was undoubtedly the first to deal fundamentally with the phenomenon of statelessness. In the second part of The Elements and Origins of Totalitarianism, she outlined the decline of the nation-state in the wake of the First World War and described how this was linked to the emergence of national minorities on the one hand and a huge mass of stateless people on the other. While the former found expression in more or less ethnic movements whose aim was to found their own nation-state or to unite with an existing state, the stateless were condemned to find a homeland that would take them in and at least formally grant them citizenship rights. This wandering, which, as Arendt writes, is not coincidentally reminiscent of the image of the wandering Jew, was primarily a consequence of the collapse of the so-called nation-states of Austria-Hungary, the Tsarist Empire and the Ottoman Empire. But what began as the collapse of the multi-ethnic states quickly spread to the West. Hannah Arendt wrote, the minorities of Eastern and Southern Europe and the stateless, who poured out in large groups and finally as compact splinters of people over the whole of Central and Western Europe, greatly accelerated the process of disintegration of the nation-state insofar as the nation-state form of life now excluded ever larger groups of European people and relegated them to a no-man's land in which there was neither justice nor law nor any form of regulated human coexistence. Totalitarian governments, which in the course of their policy of world conquest had to seek to destroy the nation-states anyway, then deliberately sought to increase these stateless groups in order to disintegrate the nation-states from within. Denaturalization and deprivation of citizenship were among the most effective weapons in the international policy of totalitarian governments, because they were able to impose their own standards on foreign countries, which were incapable within their own constitutions of guaranteeing the most elementary human rights to the persecuted. Whoever the persecutors chased out of the country as an outcast of humanity, Jews, Trotskyists and so on, was also received everywhere as an outcast of humanity, and whoever they had declared undesirable and troublesome became a troublesome foreigner wherever he went. End quote, page 563. It seems almost arbitrary that Arendt cited the Jews, among others, as an example of these persecuted people, but of course the fate of the Jews cannot be equated with that of the Trotskyists and so on. For the Jews, as we know, were denaturalized in a much more radical sense. The Nazis sought to murder every Jew, without exception and regardless of their faith or political activities. Arendt substantiated her thesis that denaturalization was used as a weapon by the totalitarian states with a circular letter from the Foreign Office from January 1939, which actually reveals an instrumental relationship to antisemitism, because the expulsion of the Jews is understood as a means of justifying one's own policies. This idea is central to Arendt's attempt to understand antisemitism exclusively in political terms, and not in terms of ideological criticism and psychoanalysis. The tendency to rationalize anti-Semitism, which would later have a tremendous after-effect with the Eichmann book and its thesis of the debanality of evil, can already be found in the Elements, first published in 1951. However, one should not make things too easy for oneself. For the rationalization in the passage quoted does not at all consist in emphasizing the truly instrumental character of the Nazis' policy of expulsion. Rather, what is rationalizing is the claim that anti-Semitism can be used as a weapon. The contradiction becomes apparent when one takes a closer look at Arendt's quote. According to Arendt, the Foreign Office letter quoted states that these persecutions are not so much about getting rid of the Jews as about carrying anti-Semitism into the Western countries where Jews have found refuge. In other words, the mass expulsion of the previously robbed Jews was intended to incite the desire for the extermination of Jews in other countries as well. Although in 1939, when the letter was written, the decision on the final solution to the Jewish question had not yet been made, the expulsion of the Jews, a policy whose principle was still a Jews out. Already referred to the final solution. The expulsion of the Jews was undoubtedly motivated by anti-Semitism, but at the same time it was itself a direct manifestation of this anti-Semitism. The expulsion was not so much a means or a weapon, but rather a step on the way to the annihilation of European Jewry. In no case, however, was the denaturalization of the Jews, as Arendt wrote, a means to destroy democracy. The end-means relation, which Arendt attributed to Nazi policy, was actually reduced to absurdity by the Nazis, because the murder of the Jews no longer had any purpose beyond itself, extermination for the sake of extermination. The indissoluble connection between this form of irrationality and pathic projection, i.e. between calculation and delusion, is lost on Arendt. It seems logical to attribute the Holocaust essentially to the network of command and obedience. The perpetrators would then only appear as functional cogs, their individual decisions would be declared as secondary as their personal, admittedly socially mediated delusion. It is hardly surprising that such an explanation of the Holocaust suits post-structuralist theorists well. After all, Arendt tends to negotiate, then even more explicitly in Eichmann's book, an independent structure of modernity in which people appear primarily as cogs in the machine. However, it should be noted that for Arendt, unlike her postmodern exegetes, there was a difference between political and moral judgment or, as she called it, political and personal responsibility. In 1964 she wrote, "There is no such thing as collective guilt or collective innocence. The concept of guilt only makes sense when it is applied to individuals."
These comparatively simple things have become somewhat more complicated through what I would like to call the theory of the cog in the wheel. When one describes a political system, how it functions, what relationships prevail between the various organs of the state, how the huge bureaucratic apparatuses work and what channels of command exist, then one must necessarily speak of all the people whom the system uses as functionaries, that is, of cogs of all kinds without which the administration does not function and cannot be kept going. In court, however, no system, no history, no historical tendency, no ism, such as anti-Semitism, but a person is rightly put on trial. End of quote. Although this separation between political analysis and moral blame can limit the structuralist exculpation of the perpetrators, it must nevertheless be understood as an expression of a fundamental deficiency in political analysis. For the gap that lies between the hierarchical system, which has become unquestionable, and the individual decision, in other words, the gap between structuralism and existentialism, indicates that Arendt was unable to think of the relationship between totality and the individual as a dialectical one. One of the most serious consequences of this deficiency is the desperate emphasis on Jewish subjectivity when it comes to anti-Semitism. Because the Jews in the structuralist view only have to take their place as unavoidable victims alongside the merely executing perpetrators, as can be exemplified in Agamben's glorification of the Musulman, Arendt emphasized Jewish subjectivity in order to protect the Jews from being reduced to what they were in Auschwitz, victims. In doing so, she not only transformed the anti-Semitic problem into a Jewish problem, but also named a place from which resistance against the Nazis would have been possible. It was no coincidence that Arendt broke with Zionism in 1942, precisely because the Zionist conference in Biltmore refused to accord central importance to the establishment of a Jewish army within the Allied forces. In the opinion of the majority of the conference, the rescue of the Jews to Palestine and the establishment of a Jewish state should instead be at the forefront of all activities. Two opposing perceptions of anti-Semitism clashed in Biltmore. The Zionist one on the one hand, which did everything in its power to make itself independent of the Allies' anti-fascist struggle, because it had recognized antisemitism as an eternal one that reproduces itself constantly regardless of how the Jews behave. Hannah Arendt's belief in a causal connection between Jewish action and non-Jewish reaction on the other hand, from which it followed that antisemitism would be overcome if the Jews took part in the struggle for the liberation of the world and, incidentally, courted peace with the Arabs. To return to the figure of the refugee, if one takes the outlined contrast of Zionist particularism and anti-Zionist universalism as a basis, then the Jewish refugee proves to be a dazzling figure, torn between assimilation to the country that takes him in and a self-confident commitment to the Jewish people. In 1943, after the break with Zionism and at the height of the extermination, Hannah Arendt published an essay in Aufbau entitled We Refugees. In this text, she described how hard the refugees in the USA tried not to be seen as Jewish refugees, but as ordinary immigrants. According to Arendt, they were concerned with normality, but this was necessarily linked to an attempt to suppress the suffering of the Jews trapped in Europe's hell. One consequence of this intended, but utterly unsuccessful repression is that the suicide rate among the optimistic, apparently well-assimilated Jewish refugees has risen enormously. The guilty conscience of having escaped drove them to their deaths. Thus the extermination of the European Jews, which the Germans were driving forward, also reached those who had been able to flee Europe. Those about whom Arendt writes in the first-person plural are not just any refugees, they are Jews, members of a people who were not only to be expelled, excluded or discriminated against, but completely annihilated. Yet Arendt, who explicitly attempted to define the new type of refugee, strangely omits this very difference, as if she herself were suppressing the horrors that were taking place in Europe. She wrote, The meaning of the term refugee has changed with us. Today, refugees are those of us who had the misfortune to arrive in a country without means and were dependent on the help of refugee committees. The differentia specifica that Arendt identifies for the new type of refugee is not one at all. Refugees have always been dependent on help from others. But never before had they fled from a society that had united to form a cross-class murder collective. Only by concealing this difference could Arendt describe the refugees as the avant-garde of their peoples. According to Arendt, their avant-garde function consists in the fact that a history is no longer a closed book for them, because they should know that immediately after the outlawing of the Jewish people, most European nations were declared outlawed. For the first time, says Arendt, there is no longer a separate Jewish history. It is linked to the history of all other nations. In Arendt's universal perspective, the Jews are only the first example of an outlawed people, the first sacrifice, which as such has the special significance of bringing the truth about the situation to light. The Jews only have to confess their fate, then they constitute an avant-garde of truth. It is this thesis that the refugees are the avant-garde of the peoples that anti-racism eagerly adapts and updates from Arendt. The updating it undertakes consists of equating or at least paralleling current refugee groups with the Jews during National Socialism. It is no coincidence that the favorite object of anti-racism is the so-called sans-papiers in France and, as a spearhead, the Palestinians. Even if it often seems as if the anti-racists are motivated by empathy for the refugees, who are undoubtedly often enough in a dreadful situation, a closer look reveals that they also have an instrumental relationship to the refugees. This can be seen, how could it be otherwise, above all in the theoretical writings of anti-racism, and not necessarily where people take care of church asylum, help with visits to the authorities, shelter and food. Which is not to say that the activists mentioned don't often have exactly the same thing in mind as their master thinkers. The best example is Etienne Balibar, a hero of the movement, who in 1990, immediately before the wave of racist riots in Germany that caused a worldwide sensation, published the volume Race, Class, Nation in German together with Emanuel Wallerstein, which must be considered one of the fundamental works of anti-racist theory. In it, he developed the thesis that there is a neo-racism that no longer refers to race but to culture, a thesis that is particularly popular today when it comes to immunizing Islam against criticism under the heading of Islamophobia. Balibar's neo-racism thesis is linked to the opposition of Western universalism and racism, i.e. the decisive rejection of the Enlightenment, which is condemned as a colonialist project. It is hardly surprising that such tirades are met with approval in Germany. And so the Marxist Etienne Balibar has actually made it into the publication series of the Federal Agency for Civic Education with one of his writings, which in terms of content does not break with his earlier writings in the slightest. In the book Are We Citizens of Europe? Originally published in German in 2003, Balibar, as the title suggests, addresses the question of how European citizenship should be conceived to meet the challenges of the so-called post-national age. The term was largely coined by Habermas. He addresses in detail the problem of how to organize the construction of a new type of political entity that is neither federal, national, nor imperialist. This would require the constitution of a European people that both produces and legitimizes unity. The construction of Europe as a new type of political community presupposes the invention of a democratic form that overcomes the contrast between a national sovereignty that has become largely fictitious and a continental leadership role that is distant from the people. He is therefore concerned with leaving behind the contradiction between national interests and Brussels bureaucracy by letting the European people themselves make the decisions. Balibar bases this on the concept of European citizenship, in which he sees the legal expression of a post-national collectivity and universalism that is no longer determined by the mechanism of exclusion. Paradoxically, however, in Balibar's conception there is no longer a state that could grant this form of citizenship, but only a political community that positions itself against the state conceived as a structure. Consequently, the common will of the people in post-national democracy is not established by consensus, but in this Balibar follows Jacques Rancière, in Struggle. Show that only a radical recognition of negativity, that is, a political conception in which citizenship is founded in the struggle against the structural processes of exclusion, can give an emancipatory meaning to the concept of community belonging. End of quote. Like his teacher Louis Althusser, Balibar also imagines the state as a subjectless structure, but does not draw the ontological consequences of domination like his master or the neo-Leninist ones of Nikos Poulantzas.
On the contrary, Balibar adopts an almost anarchistic, radical democratic pose. Only in the struggle against the excluding structure could a true, because universal, community emerge. Because representation always implies bureaucratization, i.e. a distance from the people, the European sovereign, according to Balibar's conception, is only conceivable as a direct democracy. Consequently, he defends himself against the fear of the masses, for a violence has long been there, whether insidiously or brutally unleashed, in the consequences of a policy of exclusion and the dismantling of social benefits and social rights, in racism and ethnic cleansing, in the return of war. Balibar 2005-14. So because everyday life is characterized by violence, let this mad logic melt in your mouth, there is no need to be afraid of the masses. Like his comrades, above all Jean-Luc Nancy and Jacques Rancière, Balibar also advocates an anti-statism aimed at direct democracy, whose vanishing point is the people. But because Balibar, together with Wallerstein, had unmasked the people as a social construct, the people, which rebels against the rule of the nation-state, must be substantially redefined. Balibar is concerned with dissolving the ethnic and nation-state fixation and creating an open citizenship, which he calls a citizenship without community. The models for this new type of European citizen are the illegal refugee and the inhabitants of the French suburbs. United in gangs, which Balibar euphemistically calls popular components of the social and political, they attempt to achieve the necessary representativeness and generality by intensifying the struggle against the quasi-colonial forms of modern exploitation. For Balibar, the struggles of the sans-papiers against state power are outstanding moments in the development of active citizenship, or, if you like, direct participation in public affairs, without which there will be no civic polity, but only a state form cut off from society and suffocating in its own abstraction. Balibar 2005-97. The vitalism is unmistakable, here struggle and community, their abstraction and suffocation. The warriors of this military community are, according to Balibar, the modern proletarians. In view of the fact that Balibar was a member of the Communist Party for decades, it may come as no surprise that he chooses a substitute object for his longings at a time when not much is left of the revolutionary class struggle. And obviously Balibar can even rely on Marx, who famously proclaimed that the workers have no fatherland. However, Marx was demonstrably wrong with this assertion. National Socialism, at the latest, showed that the workers not only did have a fatherland, but also wanted to belong to a master race that believed itself to be engaged in an apocalyptic struggle against an abstraction that suffocated the community. In other words, one must repress National Socialism in order to continue to demand the establishment of direct democracy. Supporters of direct democracy must do everything in their power to dispel any suspicion that the people they want to rule are potentially or manifestly anti-Semitic. To this end, anti-racism uses three methods. 1. Relativization of the Holocaust, i.e., the statement that the extermination of the European Jews was only one aspect of National Socialism and that the oppression of the working class, the gypsies, women, the disabled, etc. was at least as important. 2. Perpetrator-victim reversal, i.e., the supposed proof that the Jews today, especially the Israelis, are the new Nazis and therefore have nothing to complain about. 3. The glorification of the subject of direct democracy. Its struggle is per se good, progressive and naturally anti-fascist. Even when these subjects, such as the Islamists from the banlieues, are out-and-out anti-Semites and supporters of a repressive society. It is evident that these patterns of justification already contain numerous anti-Semitic components. However, this anti-Semitism of the penitent judges is only openly expressed in their admiration for the Palestinians. The Palestinian as a manifestation of the coming community. Balibar makes no secret of this admiration. He regularly denounces the supposed Israeli apartheid, calls for a boycott of Israeli universities and signs anti-Israeli petitions. On the occasion of the Gaza War in 2008, for example, the massacres in Gaza are the latest phase of a war that Israel has been waging against the people of Palestine for more than 60 years. The aim of this war has never changed: to use its overwhelming military power to eradicate the Palestinians as a political force, a force capable of resisting the permanent appropriation of their land and resources. Israel's war against the Palestinians has turned Gaza and the West Bank into two gigantic political prisons. There is no symmetry in this war in terms of principles, tactics, and effects. Israel is responsible for starting and intensifying it and for ending the recent lull in fighting. Israel must lose. It is not enough to call for another ceasefire or more humanitarian aid. It is not enough to push for the resumption of dialogue and to acknowledge the concerns and suffering on both sides. If we believe in the principles of democracy and self-determination, if we accept the right to resist military aggression and colonial occupation, then it is our duty to take sides against Israel and for the people of Gaza and the West Bank. We must do what we can to prevent Israel from winning its war. Balibar 2009. On the one side, Balibar sees people, on the other an overwhelming military power. Here too, he discovers the opposition between the concrete people and abstract power, which he thought he could already observe in the banlieues. For him, Hamas automatically becomes what it is according to its propagandistic name, a resistance organization. The fight is actually only a defense, the destruction of the enemy is therefore justified. It would be cheap to dismiss this call for a suicide attack, which more than 100 British academics have signed, as Balibar's private whimsy. Rather, the indissoluble connection with his writings on racism and the construction of a post-national community cannot be overlooked: the resistant people, most of whose members are stateless, on the one hand, and the apartheid state of Israel, which thinks of nothing but exclusion, on the other. The Palestinian ethnic struggle thus appears as the epitome of democracy and self-determination, and the Palestinians as the vanguard of peoples who are trying to assert the universalist principle. It is they who are leading the struggle against the quasi-colonial forms of modern exploitation, as Balibar had already formulated it in relation to the Sands Papers. The connection between anti-racism and anti-Zionism is almost palpable here. It is somewhat more subtle with another anti-racist start theorist, the aforementioned Giorgio Agamben. He declares the extermination of the Jews to be an epiphenomenon and hallucinates Guantanamo as a new concentration camp. The perpetrator-victim reversal found in Balibar, however, disappears in Agamben's vehement anti-Americanism. In contrast to Balibar, Agamben refrains from publicly taking sides with Hamas. In his main work, Homo Sacer, Israel is barely mentioned, and when it is without explicit reference to the current situation. And yet even in his work, it is the figure of the stateless person that leads him to the Palestinians with somnambulistic certainty. In Homo Sacer, Agamben presents the stateless person in the spirit of Hannah Arendt as a figure who radically questions the innexus of nativity nationality. If refugees represent such a disturbing element in the order of the modern nation-state, it is above all because they break up the continuity between man and citizen, between nativity and nationality, birth and people. and thus plunge the original function of modern sovereignty into crisis. The fugitive who flaunts the distance between birth and nation brings to light for a moment on the political stage that naked life which is its secret precondition. Agamben 2002, 140. The admiration for the refugee who, in Heidegger's words, illuminates the truth of being is unmistakable. In complete contrast to the moral behavior of anti-racist activists, Agamben's words reveal that the supposed compassion is nothing but hypocrisy. The actual motivation is the glorification of the refugee, the Innu proletarian, who is supposed to build a new community in which all particularism, above all Jewish particularism, is eradicated. The love of the other is rooted in the hatred of the other, the existential other, to use Carl Schmitt's phrase. As with Etienne Balibar, in Agamben the refugee is the bearer of a new universalism of the excluded, which is directed first implicitly and then explicitly against the nationalist atavism of the Jews. This is best seen in the notes on politics. First of all, the refugee is described there as the only conceivable figure of the people in our time, which grants us today insights into the forms and limits of a future political community. Agamben 2006, 22.
For Agamben, the refugee par excellence is the gypsy, because the gypsies are not even a Jew people, but the last descendants of a class of outlaws of another age. V. Agamben 2006, 58. They are pre-national relics that, in a world in which nation-states are losing importance, suddenly become the appearance of a cosmopolitan future. According to Agamben, the gypsies make it clear that the people is only a collective imaginary that would lack any substantiality without the state. For those who have understood how to take a firm look at them, the perverted and tenacious mechanisms that control our political imaginary lose their power at a stroke. The fact that we are dealing with an imaginary should have become clear to everyone, now that the concept of the people has long since lost all substantial reality. Assuming that this concept ever had any real content, it was emptied of all meaning by the very state that presented itself as its guardian and its expression. Agamben 2006, 60. The status of the gypsy as a stateless person indicates that a people is only the empty support of state identity, that peoples without a state are oppressed and exterminated with impunity, so that it becomes clear that the definition of a people can only be state identity, and that the concept of a people only has meaning when it is legally codified in that of citizenship. Agamben 2006, 60f. The fact that many of the so-called gypsies are of course not stateless at all, and fortunately have a passport, is not taken into account by Agamben, because he is only interested in a theoretical figure, not in the concrete lot of the individual. But because, according to Agamben, the gypsies are not a people, the question arises as to who he means by the peoples without a state who are supposedly being exterminated. It is, how could it be otherwise, the Palestinians. Agamben 2006, 60. To a certain extent, Agamben even superficially adopts a Zionist perspective here. After all, the experience of the anti-Jewish pogroms in Russia in the 1980s was the initial spark for the emergence of the Zionist movement. The Zionists realized that only the establishment of a state could protect the Jews from one day being oppressed and exterminated with impunity. If Agamben now emphasizes that the persecuted can only find an admittedly still precarious security through state protection, then this could be read as a historical justification of Zionism. For this interpretation, however, one would not only have to overlook the relativizations that consist in the fact that he equates the fate of the Jews in the diaspora with that of the Palestinians and the Basques, but also note that he does not have the legitimacy of nation-states in mind. After all, the movement of his critique is the construction of a post-national community. Anyone who finds this as emancipatory as Agamben himself should be aware that this project coincides with the end of Israel. His demand for the future is to be understood no differently. Before the extermination camps open again in Europe, which is already beginning, the nation-states must summon up the courage to question the principle of birth and the trinity of state-nation territory based on it. It is not easy to show from here how this can be done in concrete terms. It may suffice to suggest a possible direction. And which direction will Agamben take? It is well known that one of the options considered for solving the Jerusalem problem is for the city to become the capital of two different state entities simultaneously and without territorial division. The paradoxical situation of reciprocal extraterritoriality, or rather a territoriality, that this would necessarily entail could be generalized into a model of new international relations. Agamben 2006, 28f. Such a two-state solution, it must be clear to everyone, would mean in practice that Israel would no longer be able to protect its citizens from anti-Semitic terror. And accordingly, Agamben also clearly identifies who is to be regarded today as the pioneer of a post-national future. Quote, 450 Palestinians deported by the State of Israel are now living in a kind of no man's land between Lebanon and Israel. These people certainly form, as Hannah Arendt suggests, the avant-garde of their people. But not necessarily or not solely in the sense that they form the seed of a future nation-state, which would probably solve the Palestinian problem just as inadequately as Israel has solved the Jewish question. Rather, the no man's land in which they took refuge has had an impact on the territory of the State of Israel to this day, perforating and changing it in such a way that the image of this small snow-covered hill has entered into its very heart, more than any other region of Erez Israel. Only in a world where the spaces of the states have been perforated and topologically deformed in this way, and where the citizen will have learned to recognize the refugee that he himself is the political survival of the people conceivable today. Agamben 2006, 30. If we know what kind of Palestinians Agamben is talking about here, then it also becomes clear what he means by ye perforate ye and ye perforate sh. The avant-garde of the peoples that Agamben is referring to is made up of members of Hamas and Islamic Jihad, who were deported by Israel to the no man's land in 1992. It was in the Marj al-Zouarj camp that the first close contacts were made with Hezbollah, which initiated the Palestinians into the tactics of suicide bombing. Among the Palestinians who were apprenticed to Hezbollah at the time were later members of the Hamas leadership, such as Rontizi and Hanai, people who were responsible for numerous suicide attacks that riddled Erez Israel and its inhabitants in the bitterest sense of the word. Agamben formulates his partisanship for radical Islam somewhat more suggestively than Balibar, but in terms of content, there is no room between the two. Because anti-racism glorifies statelessness and celebrates it as a concept of the future, it is fundamentally anti-Zionist. It represses the misery associated with statelessness because it believes in great ideals, the realization of which would make reality even more terrible than it already is. One thing we could have learned from Brecht is that under capitalist conditions, the passport is the noblest part of a human being. A person can be created anywhere, in the most frivolous way and for no good reason, but a passport never. But he is also recognized for it if he is good, while a person can be so good and still not be recognized. Brecht, Flüchtlingsgespräch, 7f. In this respect, the so-called national liberation movements, which every leftist turns up their nose at today, also had a truth content. As long as they did not constitute themselves as a defensive nation against Zionist threats and thus at the same time as a thoroughly universalist master race, of which Pan-Arabism and Islamism are the best examples, but rather intended to give the stateless a homeland, for example the First Democratic Republic of Armenia, they had a thoroughly humanitarian character. The so-called catch-up modernization coincided with the attempt to completely subjugate the world to processive value, but at the same time it was a fetishistic and understandable objection to the capital superfluousness of a large part of the species. From the insight that only those who are placed and protected by the state as political subjects and owners of themselves have the opportunity to participate in social wealth, the modernizers drew the conclusion that the masses must be subjected without restraint to the imperative of exploitation and mobilization, with all the known consequences. However, this form of rule initially prevented society from breaking apart into marauding gangs, as can be observed everywhere today. This disintegration is nothing other than the most advanced manifestation of the post-national age that Habermas, Balibar, and others rave about. In an era in which radical Islam and its anti-racist apologists in the West openly propagate the total war of all against all and all against Israel, anti-nationalism is simply barbaric. It should be countered by an association of individuals that takes Israel seriously as the state of stateless Jews and defends it as a condition for the possibility of a reconciled future. In his 1882 pamphlet Auto-Emancipation, written immediately after the wave of anti-Semitic pogroms in Russia, the pragmatic Zionist Leon Pinsker demanded, that Messiah's day, on which the international will disappear and the nations will merge into humanity, still lies in the invisible distance. Until then, the wishes and ideals of the peoples must be limited to creating a tolerable modus vivendi. End quote. The expectation of redemption that characterized Judaism for centuries has certainly disappeared, or at least been largely forgotten. No one in their right mind will blame the Jews for this, for it is not they who are to blame for this forgetting. It is others, the Germans and their helpers, who wanted to erase the idea of liberation forever and did not start with the Jews by chance. And it is others, radical Muslims, who want to complete the work of their predecessors and have taken up the banner of hostility towards the Jews with loud war cries. Thus, the Jews did not become the avant-garde of nations through the founding of the state, as the enthusiast Moses Hess still believed, but remain the outsiders they have always been in a world that despises them. Hans Mayer once wrote, as a result of the founding of the State of Israel, however, the antitheses of the former Jewish question were merely expanded into world politics. The previously isolated Jewish outsider in the midst of a non-Jewish population became a Jewish outsider state in the midst of a non-Jewish community of states. Mayer 1977, 451. The mere fact that every resolution on Middle East policy must also be directed by political friends and allies of the State of Israel to include a clause in favor of the existence of this state, i.e. a commitment to non-destruction, confirms, Mayer continues, that anti-Semitism represents an unbroken danger even after Auschwitz. The fact that the State of Israel must exist is the scandal, not that it exists. The betrayal of the idea of reconciliation is not the fault of the Jews, who saved themselves into a state of their own, but of a society that constantly strives to eradicate the Jews, and with them the idea of reconciliation, once and for all. And this is exactly what Eric Ambler recognized, to come back to him. The end of his dirty history, from the year of the Six-Day War and the blossoming of radical left-wing anti-Zionism, is a rejection of post-national anti-racism and a clear statement in favor of Israel. By the end of the book, its protagonist Arthur Abdul Simpson has found his mission, namely the founding of a nation-state. I believe, however, that a sovereign state with its own passports, founded solely to help the stateless in their search for official identity and in their struggle against the powers that be, is long overdue. For reasons that should be clear, the name of this state must be kept confidential for the moment, but I am convinced that I am doing humanity a service by founding such a state. Ambler 1978, 300. The program of postmodern performativity theory can be summarized as follows. It attempts to put its own thesis to the test, namely that lies become truth through repetition. Truth, as Jacques Derrida, Michel Foucault and Gilles Deleuze agree with the American philosopher Judith Butler, despite the differences in their philosophical and political views, is not an essence, as Butler calls such metaphysical remnants of Western thought, but an arbitrary agreement that is believed in all the more firmly the more often it is repeated. Accordingly, Butler has ritually repeated her theory of recognition as a means of understanding anti-Semitic violence ever since she sought to legitimize her barely concealed sympathy with the Islamist terror of Hezbollah and Hamas in the wake of 9/11. She made the most recent attempt in this direction in an essay published in German translation in the weekly newspaper Je Freitag after the mass murder of October 7, which attempts to understand the origins of Hamas violence without relativizing its atrocities. Butler asks, is there a way to value all lives in the Middle East equally, and to mourn all victims? She ignores the fact that there is a difference between lives in the Middle East falling victim to necessary acts of war or anti-Semitic pogroms that are collectively cheered and accompanied by torture, rape and sadism. Her understanding presupposes the relativization she claims to avoid. The essay contains all the key words that have accompanied Butler's transition from a queer theoretical critique of gender binarity to the deconstruction of Israeli statehood for 20 years. Butler does not want this deconstruction to be understood as an expression of anti-Zionism, but of a specific Jewish identity. In addition to talking about life as an indeterminate collective singular that does not qualitatively differentiate between individually living people, their stories and experiences, one of these key concepts is the term recognition, borrowed from Hegel, which tends to be equated with the appreciation for Butler, recognition of all suffering regardless of the question of how it was caused denotes an undifferentiated empathy, while Hegel's concept of recognition presupposes the perception of the non-identity of subject and object and thus the limits of intersubjectivity. Butler links this concept of recognition to a history of violence in which all people are entangled and which hardly allows for a differentiation between legitimate and illegitimate acts of violence, those covered by the state monopoly on violence and those that call it into question. De facto, however, Butler does differentiate between forms of violence. As an object of knowledge that wants to be understood, she considers forms of violence on the part of subaltern groups, which she contrasts with state violence. The contrast that guides Butler's reflections on violence is this difference between subaltern and state, concrete and abstract violence. She first developed the concept of violence in her Adorno lectures published in 2002 under the title Critique of Ethical Violence, which marked the beginning of her preoccupation with the theory of recognition, a word that had no meaning in the book Gender Trouble. Published in 1990, the Adorno lectures are linked to her earlier works, above all the essay Hass spricht Hate Speaks, published in 1997, by the attempt to locate violence less in institutions that are regarded as external and abstract than in speech acts with which individuals maltreat one another. Ethical violence refers to forms of hurtful speech that should actually be kept in check by the taming of immediate, anarchic violence through the state monopoly on violence. By defining ethical violence as a form of violence that permeates all social action and can only be countered through acts of performative dissidence and not by invoking the state as the guarantor of the monopoly on violence, Hass spricht functions as a kind of hinge in the transition to Butler's critique of political violence, as presented in the 2013 book Eam Scheideweg. Judaism and the Critique of Zionism, published in 2013. There, a subaltern Jewish identity is played off as supposedly subversive against the Jewish state's monopoly on violence. If one wants to pursue the question of why Butler, after her deconstruction of heteronormativity in the 1990s, discovered herself as a Jew and the delegitimization of the Jewish state as her task, one would have to start with the systematic ambiguity of her understanding of bourgeois statehood. In Hate Speaks, she argues for a performative rather than a legal approach to tackling discriminatory speech. She explicitly contradicts the conventional understanding of censorship, according to which it is a state instrument in the fight against anti-state activities. Rather, censorship is present everywhere, just as political power is only seemingly monopolized by the state, but actually permeates all speech acts and all social behavior. Since it is omnipresent, it must be countered everywhere. Appealing to the state for protection from political persecution is therefore naive at best, authoritarian at worst. This idea of violence diffusing into society as a whole and the reservations about the state as a guarantor of civil liberties can be characterized as inverted liberalism. If the weakness of classical liberalism lies in its inability to grasp the contradictory nature of bourgeois statehood, and to view the state merely as a means of ensuring economic framework conditions, Butler renders the state invisible in that it is everywhere and nowhere. By denying its significance for the history of bourgeois freedom, individuals mutate into postmodern guerrilla fighters. Gender trouble was already characterized by ignorance of the progress that the right to vote and stand for election, or the right to abortion, represented in the history of women's emancipation. The fact that all these advances provide evidence for granting the bourgeois state a positive role in the history of gender emancipation does not suit Butler either theoretically or ideologically, and unbehagen der Geschlechter. Butler criticizes Helene Sixus, Lucy Rigore and Julia Kristeva because they still presuppose a psychosexually based female essence. Butler's position, on the other hand, is brutally nominalistic. Since for her bisexuality is discursively constructed, she opposes any feminism that assumes a commonality of interests among women. A bourgeois liberal would perhaps respond to this, leaving aside the constructivist fallacies of this position. Could it not then be an indication that the concerns of the women's movement in Western countries have in fact now largely come to an end? Not because everyone there is free, but because the advocacy of individual and social freedom has passed to the individuals, who only have to answer to themselves for what they do with their lives. Because this conclusion would be too unspectacular for Butler, the most banal acts of life are transformed into struggles for recognition, and every normal person is a performative guerrilla warrior. This leads back to the question of why, for her, the commitment to Jewish identity is compatible with the defense of Palestinian anti-Semites. Like the myriad gender identities that Butler brings to bear against the tyranny of essentialism, this identity expresses rage at the loss of lost substance. Rage that Israel is an imperfect bourgeois state and not the state turned deconstruction. Just as Butler's critique of heteronormativity reflects contempt for the fact that women in bourgeois society are literally equally valid, namely a normal, fallible, profane living being instead of de subaltern Butler's deconstruction of Israeli statehood expresses frustration at the fact that Israel does what any bourgeois state would do in its situation: defend itself against an eliminatory threat using the necessary means of violence. Butler and many who echo her view this as a matter of course is treason. How can Israel defend itself when it was founded to protect the defenseless? Israel, however, has no choice. The women who fought for the right to vote, not only for themselves but for all those with whom they had nothing in common but their gender, had no choice but to have one, because they knew that every human being has only this one life. Butler's career shows the intellectual price you pay when you deny this evidence. And interviews, Judith Butler likes to refer to her early interest in Baruch de Spinoza, not without adding that she was naturally interested in the megalomaniacal parallel between Spinoza and my 14-year-old self. She does not seem to have overcome this adolescent rebellious megalomania since then, and probably still feels like a kind of contemporary revenant of the philosopher who was expelled from the Amsterdam synagogue in 1656. Particularly in her anti-Zionist furor, she sees herself persecuted by the partisans of Israeli settler colonialism, who exercise a hegemonic control of Judaism, just as Spinoza was once banned for thinking against the prevailing tradition. But even apart from this rather biographically motivated identification, the thought structure of the author of Rationalist Ethics exerts a great attraction on Butler, who has increasingly devoted herself to ethical questions in recent years and has published something of an ethics herself with her critique of ethical violence. She was particularly taken with the affirmative character of Spinoza's doctrine of substance, according to which, in Butler's words, a thing strives to persist in its being. Butler, who nevertheless has the reputation of being a critical thinker, draws the dialectical consequence from this, that dwelling on the negative can produce a reversal of the negative into being, that something affirmative can emerge from the experiences of individual and collective destruction even in their undisputed irrevocability. Leo Strauss, on the other hand, who is generally regarded as one of the founding fathers of the neoconservatism for which Butler has nothing but anti-imperialist contempt, drew a different conclusion from his reading of Spinoza in view of the complete negativity in which bourgeois society ended. He was not concerned with creating meaning, which still seeks to derive the positive from destruction, but with saving a political order in which the safeguarding of life is guaranteed, if necessary, also through the use of political violence. It is no coincidence that Strauss came from Zionism, which Butler's current project is to delegitimize. Baruch de Spinoza and the nominalist problem. In pre-modern thought, the problem of the disjunction between concept and thing still appears to the greatest possible extent as an a priori solution that would merely have to be caught up with by thinking. God as the supreme concept, to which existence is also to be attributed, is conceived as the identity in which consciousness and the world of the senses are always already in unity, whereby the possibility of knowledge of nature appears to be guaranteed. Faith and knowledge, or rather theology and philosophy, are congruent. Belief in the existence of God is not presented as a subjective state of mind, but as socially effective knowledge of an eternal entity that, as a real existent being, establishes and determines things. In this sense, thinking is conceived as mere contemplation, as thinking about and conceptualizing the mediation that exists in God. The realization at the beginning of the modern era that concepts are not images of eternal ideas, but human constructions, brought this idea into crisis. In its critical turn against the idea of the reality of concepts, nominalism conceives of them as mere names, as things of thought, under which sensual things are to be subsumed for the purpose of classification. Generality and objectivity are thus transformed from a predetermined entity, removed from human influence, into a result of thought and its operation. Nominalism means, strictly speaking, the end of the absolute sense, the devaluation of the metaphysical reality of universals, which nominalism had inaugurated, degrades the objective theology of the Middle Ages to a subjective doctrine of faith. At the same time, the assumed unity disintegrates. With God, the instance in which truth is established evaporates into a mere flatus vocis. Nominalism inevitably raises the question of how the names can be reconciled with the things they are supposed to designate, whether the mediation to be performed by the individual is successful, or whether thinking does not remain helplessly stuck on the surface of sensual things, and thus cannot make any binding judgment about them. Baruch de Spinoza's system represents an attempt to escape this dilemma. In his endeavor to transform the world, which had disintegrated into an inside and an outside, into residential cogitans and res extensa due to the modern turn to the subject, back into a unified one in order to put the context, which had become uncertain, back on secure ground, he constructs an absolute substance. This should make it possible to grasp the particular and the general as being in unity, by drawing the particular into itself and dissolving it. Spinoza's substance is an inseparable totality. There is no determinacy that is not contained in this absolute. Every particular that appears to be independent has become a mere law of the underlying substance, an appendage. Nature is recognized through itself and not through any other thing. It consists of infinite attributes, each of which is finite and perfect in its kind, in other words, in accordance with the whole. Spinoza's substance is conceived as the general of the specific substances, as an abstraction from everything that constitutes them as particular, and in this respect as their negation. The conceptual unity gained in this way is also understood by him as a real unity. Thinking can only grasp reality by equating that which does not resemble it with itself. This constitutes its idealistic moment, due to its mastery of nature. However, to the extent that the concept summarizes the individual moments in order to achieve identity, it also separates itself from them by transcending their immediate suchness. As much as it represents the unity of that which is subject to it, it also becomes independent of it and is not itself. Concept and thing fall apart and cannot be brought into immediate agreement. Reality only reveals itself as divided within itself. However, instead of pursuing this contradictory relationship of identity and non-identity and incorporating it into reflection itself, Spinoza hypostatizes the concept, the negation of the particular, and takes it immediately for the thing itself, the substance for the essence of the substances, for their general principle, from which they could be founded and derived. Spinoza's philosophy claims to be an explanation of the world that is as perfect as it is completely rational, and it strives to satisfy this claim by projecting the logic of concepts onto nature. The order and connection of ideas is the same as the order and connection of things, which is why it is not in the nature of reason to regard things as accidental. Rather, they should be understood as necessary. Insofar as Spinoza sets the concept as the thing itself, his thinking becomes entangled in tautology. Thinking no longer refers to something separate from itself, to something to be thought, but only to itself. It only recognizes itself and assumes this knowledge to be knowledge of nature. It cannot approach nature at all, or only by subjecting it to its operations and making it equal to itself. At the same time, however, it misses it as an independent quality and cannot fulfill the self-imposed claim of knowledge of nature. This is precisely where Leo Strauss' critique begins in his discussion of Spinoza's critique of religion. Strauss recognizes that Spinoza does not succeed in explaining the world clair et distinct. This would require the success of the philosophical system. Man must prove himself theoretically and practically the master of the world and the master of his life. The merely given world must be replaced by the world created theoretically and practically by man. Spinoza's ethics tries to be the system, but it does not succeed. The clear and distinct account of everything that it presents remains basically hypothetical. Here Strauss, on the one hand, very clairvoyantly recognizes the central aporia of every philosophical system. By absolutizing the concept, it misses what the concept is about and for the sake of which it is formed, the non-conceptual.
Accordingly, philosophical systems are characterized by a break at their center, the transition from their first principle to that which is to be grounded in and follow from this absolute. The transition from logical unity to empirical manifoldness is only possible as a leap. On the other hand, Strauss stops at this statement and does not make it the starting point for further epistemological reflection. In this way, he also affirms the relationship between concept and thing that pushed Spinoza to project his system in order to save objective knowledge, and which he, failing to achieve this knowledge, only reproduced. Strauss does not criticize the subjectivism of nature-dominating thinking that seeks to determine things by subjugating them to itself. Rather, he sees such thinking as an eternal form in which valid factual knowledge is attained, which as true knowledge in the simple sense is nothing but knowledge of the world or cosmology. Strauss' affirmation is reflected not least in the fact that the epistemological problem is fundamentally an ahistorical one, the identical basic constellation of which he has seen at work since the days of Athens and Jerusalem. It has only changed insofar as it has been concealed and is awaiting rediscovery through interpretative recollection of what philosophy meant in the past. End quote. At the same time, however, he recognizes that the form of subsuming thought, which wants to bring everything under its concepts and does not rest until it has made everything equal to itself, ultimately makes any form of transcendence impossible. No outside remains, nothing that is other than the self-referential concept and its identity. The world freezes in pure immanence, in the recurrence of the ever-same, in which nothing else is conceivable, no progress can be formulated. It tends to become the closed totality as which it was conceived in the philosophy of systems. At the same time, however, all meaning, the salvation of which the systems were after all concerned with, disappears from the world, mere existence becomes the meaning of itself. By making objectivity a mere extension of the subject and thus critically dissolving the idea of transcendence and banishing it to the realm of mystery, the Enlightenment simultaneously evaporates the concept of truth into the doubling of what already is. Things are what they are, and any attempt to see more in them than their immediate suchness is, yet to be dissolved, superstition. Strauss also recognizes this development, which Theodore W. Adorno attempts to capture under the title of the loss of metaphysical experience, and turns it against modern science and its positivism, which he sees not least as the result of Spinoza's all-encompassing attempt at explanation. His search for a clear derivation of all phenomena from a rational Urgrund represents the most comprehensive, or the most ambitious, program of what modern science could possibly be today. But the program, as Strauss sums up his criticism, cannot succeed because it arbitrarily excludes all those aspects of the whole that cannot be understood clearly and distinctly, and which he understands as revelation. Because for Strauss the dominant relationship between nature and spirit is an anthropological and therefore unchangeable one, he cannot develop the contradictions of Spinoza's conceptual operation and the hubris that it establishes, which sets thinking as the ground of the world. Rather, in his critique, human consciousness breaks down into two areas that are abstractly opposed to each other. Spinoza reifies mental mediation so that nature and spirit coincide in the concept of substance, in which the separation seems to be abolished, a deception that he has to pay for with the loss of experience. He no longer reaches nature, which he nevertheless wants to explain. Strauss tears apart what Spinoza hypostatizes in the conceptually established identity of the world of things and thought in order to conceal the continuing difference between the two. While Spinoza postulates the unity of the separate, Strauss aims at separation, which he wants to restore as transcendence in order to escape the net of immanence that science has drawn over the world. He immortalizes the break that he recognizes in Spinoza's system as experiential existential knowledge of God as the Redeemer, as soteriology, in absolute opposition to scientific cosmology. This absolute opposition does not exist in pre-modern belief systems. There, the doctrine of salvation is in agreement with the explanation of the world as physical, albeit not without contradictions. Otherwise, theology could never have developed as an attempt to rationally determine and clarify these contradictions. From the point of view of science, there is only determination and deduction. There is no room for the non-causal and thus for freedom in this way of thinking. But because science cannot explain everything, because there is always a moment that it must, by decision, exclude from itself, it is not everything. Rather, it can only be revelation that brings the unexpected, the humanly unforeseeable, into play, which cannot be explained away by science, no matter how hard it tries. Philosophy, the search for evident and necessary knowledge, is based on a non-evident decision, on an act of will just like faith. However eloquently this claim of rational refutation of the possibility of revelation may be raised, it cannot conceal the fact that its foundation is an act of the will of faith, and that to be based on faith is fatal for any philosophy. In this, Strauss not only resembles Hannah Arendt, who also requires the miracle of the new beginning in order to be able to think freedom at all, he also lays the foundation for later neoconservative arguments, those of Irving Kristol, for example, who introduces religion as a corrective in order to defend enlightenment and liberalism against the self-destructive tendencies inherent in their pure reason. Strauss is not concerned with formulating a primacy of faith or revelation. Rather, what he postulates is the absolute separation, the absolute contradiction of reason and revelation, of Athens and Jerusalem, which cannot be resolved and cannot be decided. Thinking had to face up to this contradiction, it had to endure it if it seriously wanted to say something about the last things. Modern thinking, on the other hand, has suppressed this problem by striving to synthesize the two moments, whereby it has also lost the question of truth and meaning and has dissolved into the question of mere feasibility. What Strauss wants to set his thinking against is the self-destruction of reason, which he wonders whether it was not the inevitable result of modern rationalism as opposed to pre-modern rationalism, especially Jewish medieval rationalism and its classical, Aristotelian, and Platonic foundation. Here Strauss gives the culturally conservative answer to a question he posed earlier, which is astonishingly reminiscent of formulations from the dialectic of enlightenment, but to the extent that the systematic effort seems to succeed in completely liberating man from all non-human bonds, doubt grows as to whether the goal is not fantastic, whether man has not become smaller and more miserable to the extent that systematic civilization progresses. Ibid, page 52. The latter, because he had not excluded the possibility of revelation, was still seriously concerned with the ultimate justification of the whole, while modernity, in its decision to exclude the possibility of revelation, had cut itself off from a central moment in the search for truth. Strauss' epistemological reflections, which find expression in his interpretations of Plato, Maimonides, the Torah and Spinoza, have their place in the philosophy of history, which Strauss himself takes as their theme, reflection on the possibility of emphatic knowledge in a society that gave rise to National Socialism and Auschwitz. Catastrophes and horrors of a magnitude never before experienced, writes Strauss, had shaken his confidence in the power of modern Western culture, to such an extent that he asked himself whether the two pillars of modern society, reason and revelation, were not more solid as such than their synthesis, from which modernity has drawn its faith in progress. And because the two components are in fundamental opposition to each other, we are ultimately confronted with a problem rather than a solution. Strauss distrusts synthesis, the resolution of contradictions in thought, which he sees as a fake solution that strikes back at thought itself and destroys it. He becomes conservative out of a desire to save reason. Strauss does not want to let go of the concept of truth, which is more than the doubling of the existing. But because he cannot find this reason in the objects in a society in which the most terrible and meaningless things have become reality, he hopes to save it by recovering pre-modern thinking, a thinking that was still aware of the contradiction between fact-based knowledge and salvation-based belief and whose reason was not yet closed to metaphysical experience that goes beyond the here and now. Strauss is addressing a problem that also preoccupied Adorno throughout his life: how is criticism that transcends this context still possible in an accomplished context of immanence? As much as the appearance of total identity can only be broken through immanent critique and not by externally opposing it with another principle, this critique also requires an additional element, spontaneity, which is frowned upon and excluded by the principle of identity.
The disappointment, however, that philosophy does not awaken from its dream entirely without a leap, in its own movement, that to do so it requires that which keeps it under a spell, something different and new. This disappointment must not be reified and hypostatized as the revelation of a transcendent sphere. As obvious as it may be to see salvation only in a transcendence that exists in itself in the face of the failure of enlightenment and civilization, as well as the completed catastrophe that the term Auschwitz stands for, there is a danger of evaporation into theology without history in such a messianistic movement of thought, a danger that Adorno had already criticized in Benjamin. On the other hand, he set the intellectual development of a possibility that, although closed, is nevertheless contained in the real, should no transcendence without that which would be transcended. For if the absolute only exists in relation to the conditional, and talk of the absolute would otherwise be completely meaningless, then it would be quite bad and abstract to designate this relationship solely through separation. If the absolute cannot be without the conditioned, then the conditioned itself falls into the absolute and is still a conditioned. The transcendental appearance of concepts can only be saved from disappearing if it can be broken down as having grown out of the historical process, a process that also liquidates it again. The attempt to hold on to it by going back to an earlier consciousness is doubly helpless. On the one hand, this does not reverse the historical process that led to the disappearance of this form of consciousness, in this case pre-modern rationalism. On the other hand, it cannot identify itself before reason, is born out of necessity, which it transfigures into a religious category. The decision to believe resulting from rational argumentation is not the substantial belief that it thinks it is. Strauss conservatism is second-hand, a neo-conservatism in the truest sense of the word. Last but not least, the modern moment is reflected in Strauss' strict opposition of faith and knowledge, which did not exist in antiquity. The fundamental opposition between reason and revelation is not a universal problem, but a historical one. It only arose as such with the demise of objective metaphysics at the beginning of modernity. Strauss' misunderstanding, which is probably rooted in his mistrust of synthesis, enables him, however, at the same time, to oppose any form of political theology and existential ontology, to defend political judgment against German ideology. Judith Butler and the Counter-Sovereign. The concern of Strauss' political philosophy is to rescue the ideals and promises of liberalism from the regression inherent in liberalism itself, which he precisely identifies in Carl Schmitt and Martin Heidegger. He is concerned with rescuing reason, for which he needs a point beyond reason, so that it does not run dry in itself. Because this leads Strauss to regard the conflict between reason and revelation, between immanence and transcendence, as undecidable, he criticizes any attempt to eliminate this conflict by tracing it back to a common Urgrund, a being, for example, as a contrived solution that is part of the problem and not its solution. Strauss' attempt to use his philosophy to defend a political order in which the immediate exercise of violence is abolished through the monopolization of violence is directed immediately against the cult of sacrifice and martyrdom in German ideology, and draws not least on Greek classicism and its criticism of myth. He is far removed from an interpretation such as Heidegger's, which views Plato and Aristotle as a decline into inauthenticity and wants to return to the undivided unity and diffuse multiplicity that it believes it recognizes in Parmenides and Heraclitus. Strauss recognizes and criticizes such thinking as a metaphysics of death that works towards the establishment of a countersovereign that seeks to eliminate contradictions by dissolving them into an all-encompassing totality, in which the only difference that still exists is that between friend and foe, actuality and inauthenticity, or, in post-structuralist terms, deconstruction and metaphysics. Following Heidegger's ontological difference, Judith Butler also strives to establish such a countersovereign by constructing a prior that absolutely transcends the individual and their distinctions, calling them to duty. And not only on a philosophical level, for example when it equates criticism with annihilation and thus declares it unethical, but also on an immediate political level by explicitly equating distinction and thus judgment with liberal philosophy and its metaphysical ideas of individualism and self-determination. As Jill Stauffer summarizes Butler's remarks, this should be countered by a way of thinking that extends our conception of human rights to those who act outside the sphere of what we usually consider to be human behavior. The fact that Butler speaks at this point of jihadist fighters and Palestinian suicide bombers, who would have to be integrated into such an ethics of nonviolence, and that she characterizes this as a lesson from the Second World War, shows what she understands by the transformation of absolute negativity into an affirmative being, the struggle against any power of judgment as a condition of the possibility of defending even minimum civilizational standards. If we do not want to understand the universality of rights in the sense of a practice in which Western culture imposes its particular perspective on all others, then we must recognize that what is universal is constantly being produced. Only an articulation and rearticulation of what is human, unrestricted by exclusions, can be the only real alternative to the bad practice in which a dominant culture violently imposes itself on its others. The extent to which the philosophy of deconstruction speaks the language of the countersovereign can be gauged not least by the fact that it cannot be ruled out with certainty that the author of Hassan Rouhani's speech to the UN General Assembly drew on the theoretical fund of the ethicist of alterity from Berkeley, ignoring differences between societies and globalizing Western values as universal ones represent another manifestation of this conceptual mindset that negates peace, security, human dignity, and exalted human ideals. Yet another reflection of the same cognitive model is the persistence of Cold War mentality and bipolar division of the world into superior us and inferior others. The catastrophic impact of violent and extremist narratives should not, in fact, must not be underestimated. The creation of illusory identity distinctions and the current prevalent violent forms of xenophobia are the inevitable outcome of such a discourse. End quote. In such harmony, the post-structuralist rehabilitation of existential ontology is distorted beyond recognition. On May 27, 2003, as part of the closing session of the Algeria-France colloquium organized by the Institut du Monde Arabe in Paris, Jacques Derrida discussed Algeria-France. Homage to the great figures of the dialogue of civilizations with the Algerian philosopher Mustafa Cherif on the future of civilizations and the relationship between Islam and the West. During this discussion, Cherif lamented that the West's aberration and impasse consisted in turning away from the present absence of the true, which Muslims call God, through excessive subjectivity and indulging in worldly reason alone. On the other hand, Cherif continued, it is important to hold on to the fact that existence presents itself in the form of mystery, of the open, which withholds itself in withdrawal, which withdraws itself and demands to be accepted as such. Islam, the heart of which is the relationship to the unconcealment of the present absence, is thus understood as a commitment to the mystery, as fidelity to the revealed message g, and the commitment to existence characterized in this way is confirmed in numerous basic orientations that are firmly anchored in the memory of Muslims. It is striking that Cherif conceives of God or Allah in exactly the same way as an incomprehensible and uncatchable pre-existing entity that occupies the individual and which must be satisfied, as Heidegger does with the eventfully communicating being. Derrida's answer was accordingly, propagandist of the unnameable architrace, of absolute difference in itself, for which he invented the neologism difference, which he argued that the mystery of the absent present should not be tied to a particular belief, idiom or territoriality, but should be thought of in terms of a universal democracy in the making. What he called for in his response to Cherif and with reference to his book Marx's Ghosts, was a genou international that would declare war on all imperial and imperialist hegemonies against the terrorist violence of traditional state sovereignty, which is determined by the fact that it shuts down the play of differences and subjugates them through domination. A genou alliance must be forged. This must be a mere community of struggle, purified of all qualitative determination, since only such a desubstantialized movement, which does not pursue materially limited goals, can assume the responsibility imposed by difference, which consists of ensuring openness and preventing closure. Now Alain Badiou likes to present himself as an opponent of Jacques Derrida, whom he, together with other French post-structuralists such as Lyotard, Nancy or Le Calabarth, classifies as a modern sophist who sabotages the concept of truth with his deconstructive thinking and his postulate of the end of philosophy.
Badiou wanted his manifesto for philosophy to be explicitly understood as an antidote to the postmodernists who were trying to overcome metaphysics with his Platonism of the manifold. However, in the second Manifesto for Philosophy, published 20 years later, Badiou confessed that he had reconciled with Derrida and that it was not least the realization of having the same enemies that ultimately made fraternization possible. Badiou describes the common adversary as the servile dogmatism that turns philosophy into a component of Western propaganda and manifests itself in the ideology of democracy and human rights, among other things. Heideggerization of Plato. If we take a closer look at Badiou's philosophy, it quickly becomes clear that even his earlier demarcation against Derrida et al. Stems more from an interested misunderstanding or a pronounced need for distinction than from any substantive basis. If Badiou wants to characterize post-structuralism as a Heideggerian position in order to connect his critique of Heidegger's thinking to it, then it must be stated that the points Badiou makes against fundamental ontology are similar in every detail to those that Derrida also formulates and wants to be understood as a critique of Heidegger's metaphysical remnants. While Derrida concedes to Heidegger on the one hand that he has succeeded in penetrating into a more original realm, he criticizes on the other hand that Heidegger's being is still thought too much in terms of the human being, with the danger of essentialization and thus a relapse into humanism. Heidegger does not fully succeed in naming the inhuman of that absolutely empty and open non-place of the preorigin, as which the preceding trace is to be characterized. Rather, Heidegger's explanations are characterized by the attempt to relate being to human existence, whereby ontic impurities creep in that need to be overcome. Finally, Derrida postulates that the formulation of difference that he has tracked down succeeds in overcoming Heidegger's shortcoming. This difference carries Heidegger's distinctions in the sense that it is older, yet not in a vulgarly temporal, but in a radically original sense than being. It represents the aontic ontological difference itself, which also makes being appear in the first place, and is thus difference without essence par excellence and as such the undeconstructible that eludes all determination. In a similar vein, Badiou characterizes Heidegger as a thinker with a creative potency of universal rank, who succeeded in deciphering as something that absolutely transcends appearance, and who, through this discovery of the impossibility of salvation, was granted a great thing, the patience to exist essentially. Nevertheless, Badiou criticizes Heidegger for allowing the oblivion of being and thus the misguided development of thought to begin with the Platonic separation of idea and reality and with his interpretation of truth and thus of being as an idea. Heidegger thus deprived himself of the possibility of thinking truth as radically empty and open. Instead, he branded the Platonic interruption and the resulting unbinding of being from all phenomena as the starting point of nihilism and ultimately fell back into a feudal socialism because of the adherence to the myth of presence that it heralded, which also explains his National Socialist commitment. Instead of asserting unboundedness as a form of being and characterizing the realm of the manifold as the inescapable, bottomless ground of that which shows itself, Heidegger succumbed to the nostalgia of the essential and attempted to restore those sacred figures of the bond that were believed to be lost, for whose critique his thinking would have provided the necessary instruments, if it had not shrunk back from its own consequences, thus, the basic determination, the fate of. Heidegger was not his adaptation to the political doctrines of the particular, of blood and race, but to those of universality and equality. Badiou therefore undertakes to defend Platonism against Heidegger's criticism, arguing that the ideal paradigm of mathematics, first formulated by the latter, represents the basis for thinking of being as an inconcludable manifold, and thus makes truth appear as a generic process that helps this form of being to find expression. At the same time, however, Badiou emphasizes that he is a sophisticated Platonist, not an ordinary one, and that as such he puts forward his own interpretation of the Platonic idea. His interpretation, schooled in the postulated realization of the absolute groundlessness of being as being, does not want to understand the idea as a being in itself in the heaven of ideas, but rather as a pure medium of representation by means of which the individual inscribes himself into the infinite process of truth, and which itself cannot be represented in turn. There is no idea of the idea. Incidentally, this absence can be called truth. In his reformulation of the Platonic theory of ideas, Badiou repeats exactly those objections that he already raised against Heidegger and which he would like to be understood as a critical overcoming. Similar to the ordinary Platonists of the ideas, Heidegger would also think of being as substantially locatable and thus as too object-like and static, whereas pure dynamism and absolute unboundness should be insisted upon. The fact that such objections merely represent a certain shift in emphasis within Heidegger's fundamental ontology, but not a criticism of it, can be seen in the discussion of the forms of the doctrine of being that both follow Edmund Husserl's phenomenology and differ from it. Heidegger already conceived of the preordered entity as dynamic in itself, insofar as it is supposed to happen and it corresponds to its mode of being to become beings. It is not meant to be a thing, but a principle that brings forth, that includes space and time in itself in equal measure as it is removed from them and releases them from itself. Heidegger thus effuses the anti-relativism mediated by the omnipotence and uniqueness of being that he posits with an aversion to static, thing-like thinking, and existence is conceived as being to nothingness. Of the compromised eternal values, nothing remains but trust in the sanctity of the being that precedes all things. Contrary to Badiou's statements, Heidegger's own ontology of the manifold merely exacerbates and attempts to totalize the anti-thing dynamic that already comes to bear in his work. It is also to be implanted in the Platonic doctrine of ideas and, as a result, explicated according to the existential ontological reading. The fact that this appropriation can only take place by means of a forcibly proceeding mental operation, insofar as Platonic philosophy could not know such self-referential movement at all, as Badiou would like to identify it as its productive core, is thereby presented as evidence of a sophisticated thinking as a superior one. The unbound, purely intrinsic dynamic, which is to be given its due in Badiou's postmodernly trimmed version of Platonism, is a reflection of the social movement that dissolved the pre-modern ontologies, which Badiou, in this a faithful executor of Heidegger, now wants to restore by means of this very dynamic, complete absurdity that cloaks itself in the nimbus of the profound. Ontologization of the mastery of nature. The development of thought is mediated by man's emergence from the natural context and the historically associated subjugation of nature to human purposes, which represents enlightenment and domination in one. Consciousness is both an expression and an instrument of this process, a mediated process, which, however, forgets its mediation by the very given that it rises above and transcends through its result, namely the independence of the mind vis-a-vis the immediate given. Consciousness increasingly declares its achievements to be the actual and subordinates the forms in which it carries out its operations to the thing to be recognized as its essence, no longer understanding them as forms. In this way, the mind succeeds in imagining itself as the first and thus the constitutive, by stripping the thing of its own qualities and attributing them solely to the subject and its thinking, which in this way makes nature, which confronts it as an alien power, equal to itself, so that it can dominate it, break the constraints of nature and thus gain its autonomy. It is the dialectic of the Enlightenment that progress and regression, stepping out of the compulsion of the immediate given and dominion over nature, both external and internal, have historically always remained inseparably entangled. The a priori that the mind ascribes to its productions is an appearance mediated by the independent form. Every concept is necessarily subtracted from a non-conceptual from which it is formed and to which it goes. Thus every general principle of a first also proves to contain abstraction in itself and thus to be a product of thought which, contrary to its intention of identity of concept and thing, simultaneously refers to the particular as non-identical, which eludes conceptual fixation, and which is ostracized by it as subordinate and thus inferior. Plato's philosophy is a faithful echo of this very movement. Its charismos, the absolute separation between the heaven of ideas and the world of appearances, is an expression of the hypostasis of the spirit as the cause of all that exists, which goes hand in hand with the degradation of the sensual, which Plato even declares to be illusory and non-existent. The mind and its logical forms, by means of which it seeks to order and control nature, are thus declared to be the ontological ground of the world.
The fact that Plato thinks of the relationship between the realm of ideas and the sensory world as a unity at rest in itself is due to the static nature of the ancient polis, on which his conceptual definitions are based, and which he sees threatened by tendencies towards dissolution, against which he in turn seeks to restore his philosophy. The particular and non-conceptual is regarded as insignificant, only relevant in its subsumption under the general, in its equalization with the concept. The hypostasis of the mind is at the same time the hypostasis of the order that is to be achieved through its operations, and which can only be attained if nothing foreign slips out of it, if there is no outside. The countability of that which is grasped, under the term, becomes an axiom. Availability establishes the alliance of philosophy and mathematics that has lasted ever since Plato fused the Eleatic and Heraclitean legacy with that of the Pythagoreans. His late doctrine, according to which ideas are numbers, is not a mere excess of exotic speculation. Numbers reflect the contrast between the organizing and holding spirit and that which it finds opposite itself. So when Badiou praises Plato for prescribing the mathematics of philosophy as a condition, he is praising the very ruling principle that declares the mind and logic to be first and identity to be absolute. The uncritical adoption of mathematics as an ontological entity, which Badiou intensifies by declaring it an actual ontology, thus always implies a preliminary decision towards idealism that runs counter to all self-explanations of a materialistically intended theory. This finally breaks through in the paradoxical formulation of a materialism of the idea, which Plato would have created and which Badiou, far from even acknowledging the contradiction inherent in such a conception, has taken up the cause of saving. By confirming the concept formed by the thing in the idealist tradition as more existential than the non-conceptual, he hypostatizes the deficiency inherent in the concept as abstraction, which can only grasp the thing by refraining from it, and declares it to be the ontological determination par excellence. That which beings in the world is only the matter of its idea or mathematical logic, and this is thus the antecedent from which everything emerges, as Badiou further explains. The driving force, however, to make the less of the concept its more, is everywhere the old Platonic denial that the nonsensical is the higher. The Enlightenment and its dialectic did not stop at Plato, just as he criticized the pre-Socratics by quasi-secularizing them, so that his abstract general ideas ultimately took on the role that the gods once held. He also fell victim to criticism, which drew the consequences that were already inherent in his philosophy. The absolute separation of the pre-ordered entities from the world of the senses had become obsolete as soon as these entities were posited as concepts, i.e. as units of what was empirical under them, and were thus characterized not only by their independence but also by their relatedness. Aristotle's philosophy is characterized by an argumentation that accuses Plato of reifying ideas and thus of doubling the world in the inanimate self-heaven of ideas, but nevertheless seeks to save the category of the essence of sensory phenomena by trying to gain this from the things themselves, from their substantiality. Aristotle thus does not deny that there are objective ideas. However, he transforms Platonic transcendence into immanence, which seeks to grasp the essential general concepts as related to the particular individual and inseparable from it. At the same time, by making mediation one of the fundamental categories, he promotes a dynamization of thought. The abstractions, in which Plato's sensible only participates, can now become the actively influencing a priori and thus the Aristotelian unmoved mover, which they could not represent in the externality and strangeness of the heaven of ideas. It was thus the critique of Platonic chorism and the absolute transcendence it posited that dynamized ancient thought, just as it was the dynamic thus released that shattered and ultimately dissolved the very notion of substantial entities. A mythology whose critique already represents Plato's philosophy itself has set into play the endless process of enlightenment, in which, with inescapable necessity, every particular theoretical view repeatedly falls prey to the devastating critique of being merely a belief, until even the concepts of spirit, of truth, indeed of enlightenment, have become animistic magic. End quote. In the attempt to constantly trace the unknown back to the known, by making it equal to the subject and its thinking, the non-identical is subjected to the principle of identity from the outset. It is not recognized and attempted to be recognized in its specific quality, but is set as a mere example of the general, as abstract material of logic to be subsumed, whereby the result is always already predetermined. Nothing must remain outside, everything must be reduced to pure immanence, until ultimately there is nothing left but the absolute tautology of the self-referential process. While Aristotelian philosophy, in accordance with the contemporary state of the social institution and the position that the individual still held in it in the face of the real superiority of nature, is characterized in its conceptual moment by a naive realism that regards the outside world as an immediate essence, the turn to the subject mediated by the emergence of bourgeois society made such ideas the object of criticism. It was anything but coincidental that Aristotle experienced a renaissance at a time when the naive immediacy of medieval Christian Platonic ontology was shaken and another attempt was made to save Christian authority by means of the category of mediation. In the course of the effort to intellectually justify the traditional order and then in the dissolution of this order, which was only furthered by the reason thus released. The appearing immediacy of the external world, which was hypostatized in the old ontologies, was recognized as mediated in its turn, as immediacy for the consciousness of the subject and not as merely being in itself. In this modern turn to the subject, the criticism that Aristotle formulated against Plato's notion of the choristic E in itself E of ideas was in a sense turned against Aristotle himself and his objective concept of essence. At the same time, in accordance with the idealist reversal, synthetic mediation, the act of thinking and abstraction, was always hypostatized anew, so that the object to be recognized was emptied and reduced to a disordered and conceptless manifold, abstractly confronted by the isolated consciousness, which constituted the specific object as such in the first place by placing its concepts of understanding into it and forcing it under its categories. The bourgeois revolution of the mode of thought Kant ultimately declared subjectivity to be the very immediacy that it criticized in ontologies and their essences. It did not develop the contradiction that it had perceived in the concept of immediacy, i.e., it did not resolve it, but sought to resolve it by attributing the mediating power to thinking alone, by devaluing in her conceptual nominalism the metaphysical universal reality to signa rerum, a chorism of the general and the particular was constituted, which represents the reversal of the Platonic. What in the latter was regarded as an idea in itself now has the character of a subjective concept. Far from having solved the real problem, which is not one of thought alone, but one of the coercive connection of domination, subject philosophy reproduced it on a new ladder. The subject, too, was finally drawn into the process that had previously befallen the objects. The more that which was to be cognized became a mere product of cognition, the more the moment of determination was attributed solely to the subject as its activity. The extra-subjective world remained behind as a desubstantialized thing that only subsequently received structure and order through the human mind, whereby the object was degraded to a mere result of the conceptual work that had coagulated in it. Adorno, Negative Dialectics, p. 98, in which the subject proves to be a form of reflection of the specific confrontation with nature. Alfred Sommerfeld first drew attention to the fact that in it, the general and necessary activity of the spirit, social labor, is inevitably concealed. It receives the real semblance of its independence through the projection of free-floating labor onto the pure subject as origin. The generality of the transcendental subject, however, is that of the functional context of society. The process of abstraction transfigured by philosophy and attributed solely to the subject takes place in the actual society of exchange v. End quote. Thinking and being were affirmed as split and strictly opposed to each other, whereby the natural being of the individual, his corporeality, was reduced to mere material of the intellectual synthesis to be achieved and reified. In the end, all that remained of living subjectivity was the independent point form of pure apperception, to which it was reduced in its detachment from everything objective, the merely formal, always identical I think, which was then sublimated by Kant into the transcendental subject. In this way, the natural substrate of the individual, his creaturely particularity, was not only declared to be inferior and subordinate to the conceptual general, a dequalified residuum. In the course of this, the subject itself, rising above nature, became impoverished, an equally abstract and reified self, defined only by the categorical forms of pure thought hypostasized as its essence, was formed as the antithesis to the world as an indeterminate multiplicity. Finally, under the ever-increasing pressure of social generality, the consequence already decided in the subjugation of the individual to the conceptuality mediated by the mastery of nature was drawn. Finally, the transcendental subject of knowledge as the last memory of subjectivity itself is abolished and replaced by the all the more smooth work of the self-acting mechanisms of orders. So when Alain Badiou not only declares the world to be the material of mathematical logic, but then goes on to explain that people are also only sure examples among others in the game of differences and identities between manifold things that these logics regulate, then he has neither a first or ontological principle, nor a principle that has escaped the constraints of identity at hand. Instead, he does nothing other than rationalize the project of mastering nature, which in its own course sets the individuals, whom it should help to liberate from the compulsion of nature, as its mere moments of passage, and thus confronts them as a mythical second nature. Far from seeing through this state of affairs and making it comprehensible, Badiou rather reifies the forms in which the social process is reflected as the basis of a theory of being in which he sees the actual destiny of human beings and their world brought to the point. In his theory of mathematical set theory as the actual ontology, one of the most advanced forms of formal logic, an emergent and highly mediated one, is assumed to be the most original, the Urgrund of beings. In order to be able to assert mathematics as such an ontology, the world must be made equal to mathematical logic and both must be forcibly dissolved into one another, a consequence that Badiou draws with self-confidence. He agrees, also in this a faithful disciple of Heidegger, with Parmenides that being and thinking are the same thing, and that it is therefore also the same to say a thing appears, or to say it is represented in a logic. The world in which the thing appears is this logic itself in the sense that it is unfolded with respect to all the manifoldnesses that are inscribed in it. So instead of reacting to the contradictions of reason that result from its entanglement in domination and control of nature, and thus conceptually unfolding the dialectic of enlightenment, Badiou counters it with an ontology that, invoking Plato's authority, seeks to impose on it the very principle that has dissolved and overcome classical ontologies, not least the Platonic one. Not recognizing the apparent immediacy of the social forms that appear as independent as mediated, Badiou confuses them with the first nature and institutes a modern, secondary ontology that has little more in common with Platonic theory than the name it invokes in order to bask in the light of its authority. In accordance with the absurdity of wanting to posit the categories of nominalist criticism of naive realism as themselves directly realist, Badiou can only decree his theory. It is an act of violence against reason, in which the theorist simultaneously makes the forms of mastery of nature immediately his own, declaring them to be the innermost and most causal principles, and thus declaring mastery to be the eternity of the now once given. Modern ontology is mimesis of society, about which one can no longer do anything because it has become an independent context, an inscrutable second nature, and which one would therefore like to appropriate once and for all in anticipatory obedience. It is identification with the aggressor. Enthronement of subjective arbitrariness. The empty, mere material, bare of any mediation, which necessarily precedes the idea of a purely subjective synthesis as its condition, and with which Badiou also begins his analysis of existence, is itself not the immediate thing as which it appears, but something that has been created through abstraction from its specific quality and inner determinacy, something that has been stripped of its clothes. Badiou's pure thing before all specificity is thus far from being a first principle, a category of reflection, a result of the nominalist theory of knowledge and its critique of pre-modern conceptual realism. When Badiou writes that a thing is not yet an object and is to be considered as such before its process of creation in individual and symbolic contexts, this corresponds to the idea that seeks to determine every quality as a function of the subject and understands the object as a mere residue that would be given meaning entirely from the outside. While nominalism and its emptying of objects can be understood historically as an expression of human emancipation and the development of reason, the conclusions that Badiou draws from his nominalist position characterize the abdication of reason in the sense that the idea of a conscious appropriation of objects, which went hand in hand with the enthronement of the subject, has turned into its opposite in his case. Nominalism, which stood at the beginning of bourgeois society, denies things their independent meaning in order to subsume them to the logical forms of human consciousness. It places objects under the unity of reason by transferring this unity to things and seeking to recognize them as their essence. Even if this procedure owed itself from the beginning to that tautological movement, which subordinates to things as substantial that under which they were placed by the subject for the purpose of their mastery, the self-referential placement was nevertheless mediated by the real working out of the constraint of first nature, and thus by the realization of freedom. However, tautology as a manifestation of continuing domination, by means of which reason rose above the coercive context, could not be completely suppressed, and the suspicion that the objects in their subjective apprehension simultaneously eluded it, always represented the reverse side of the bourgeois phase of reason, as was shown not least in Kant's definition of the thing in itself, which is prior to all appearance and which the human mind cannot recognize. The more the forces of working on nature, which were released by reason and at the same time owed to the dominion of man over man, became independent, and the more they therefore used the particular only as indifferent material for their self-referential movement, the more those doubts gained the upper hand, and the bourgeois idea of a rational arrangement of the world, through its knowledge, increasingly gave way to a view that resigned itself to the superiority of the existing. The more controllable the world became, disqualified by its dissolution into the action of the subject, the more alien and abstract it became to consciousness, appearing to it as a heteronymous entity, to which it could not reach and beyond which it could do nothing. The crisis-ridden social context, which proved in very real terms that the rational phase of the bourgeoisie had remained a mere utopia, meant that rationality could no longer be perceived as uniform. It too remained entangled in the coercive context, and where this is not made conscious by reflecting on its resulting impotence in order to save its claim after all, individuals succumb to the socially imposed disintegration and disparity, without being able to recognize it as such. Whereas in the nominalist position against conceptual realism, the emptying of the object was a mere moment, a moment of synthesis, by means of which the subject made the thing the object of its knowledge, which it claimed to determine rationally, in postmodern thought, and not only Badiou's, it undergoes a decisive turn. Emptiness and indeterminacy are declared the absolute in cheerful affirmation, the origin and first principle from which everything else is to be derived. From the specific determination of the thing as a thing that is also an undying, it follows that it is nothing other than a manifold not a manifold, however, that is somehow material, but a manifold of manifolds and a manifold of manifolds of manifolds. And so on. The stopping point of the infinite regress, the dissemination, as Badiou calls it with reference to Jacques Derrida, is necessarily also a manifold. It is the manifold that is the manifold of no manifold, the thing that is also nothing, the empty manifold, the empty set. Insofar as ontology is the science of the thing, of the pure something it requires a line of reasoning for which the empty set is the starting point of the whole construction Since mathematics, inspired by George Cantor's reflections on set theory at the end of the 19th century, was able to demonstrate that it is not only possible, but also rational to construct pure manifolds from the absolute void, it has proven to be the actual ontology, as Badiou goes on to explain. The solution to the problems of existence requires of thought a place for appearance or existence which, while it is the condition of all existence, does not itself exist. Through the set theoretical exposition of this placeless place, the argument comes full circle, the dynamic indeterminacy of being as being is proven, as the activity of that principle from which all existence draws itself and which eludes all determination. Rather, man can only remain faithful to its eventful productions if he wants to be the subject and not merely the existential form of the oblivion of being man. When Badiou declares mathematics qua ontology to be the essence of all that exists, he falls prey to the illusion of formal logic, which sets its forms as absolute and unmediated, as valid in and of themselves.
But against this appearance of immediacy, the logical forms are to be deciphered as mediated. As thought, they refer on the one hand to something to be thought, to the non-logical as a condition of their possibility, i.e. to the primacy of the object from which they are subtracted, and on the other hand to the subtracting, i.e. the thinking subject. Logic is the mediated moment of the connection between subject and object, which is just as inevitable for recognizing the thing as it is limited, insofar as in its necessary independence it simultaneously systematically misses the thing to be recognized and forces identity by bringing the non-conceptual under its concepts. Only when thinking is aware of the mediatedness of its forms and their inadequacy to be able to say the thing immediately and reflects this in itself, can it avoid the hubris of hypostatizing itself as the first principle that sets the world out of itself. None of this necessarily contradictory determination of thought under the prevailing conditions can be found in Badiou, rather, logic is posited as a thing itself. Not only does he obscure the referentiality of forms of thought to objects that they do not themselves posit, but he also conceals the subjective moment that is contained in logic as conceived, as abstracted from the object, and thus elevates subjectivity to something that precedes every object. Only in this way can he posit mathematical forms as the absolute by eliminating all mediation and assuming that what is subjectively organized for the purpose of cognition is objectivity par excellence, a justifying principle to which subjectivity would then have to subordinate itself for the sake of truth. Far from being self-attributed, Badiou's concept of existence is anything but asubjective. Rather, his ontology is a prescribed one. It is the result of a tautological circular argument that consigns transsubjective bindingness to an act of positing subjectivity. In accordance with this short circuit, which seeks to conceal its immanent arbitrariness by attempting to impose what is subjectively constructed on the world as its innermost structure, and can only do so by attempting to override reason, Badiou takes account of this when, anticipating the violence of his projection, he attempts to refute all objections. His theorem depends, he explains, on an orientation of thought that is a philosophical choice and not the result of an argument. At least unconsciously suspecting that mathematics and its forms are not immediately identical with the world, Badiou can only decree that this is the case, which is why the ontology he posits cannot be proven conceptually, but must be declared the result of a subjective worldview. A being becomes sayable as soon as a decision of thought removes it from any instance of presence. Against Heidegger's late attempts to make the subject disappear completely into being, Badiou, who aims for immediate politics, propagates a return to being and time and its projection in a preliminary determination, which is why the existentialist moment comes more to the fore again than was the case with the post-structuralists criticized by Badiou. Already with Heidegger, the most intrinsic possibility of existence of 43 consisted of deciding in favor of the abstract authority of being, whereby being was set as the enforcer of the decision and thus the decreed actuality was presented as the determination of the subordinated supreme entity, whose innermost truth should consist in not being subject to any determination. The decision thus became an end in itself, which could only ever prove its actuality in retrospect. The origin and the possibility of the idea of being in general can never be researched by means of formal logical abstraction, i.e., not without a certain horizon of questions and answers. It is necessary to seek and pursue a path to clarify the fundamental ontological question. Whether it is the only one, or even the right one, can only be decided after the walk. This corresponds exactly to Badiou's distinction between knowledge and truth, whereby truth is the result of an overpowering that transcends every order, which happens to the individual, disinteresses and perforates them, and thus leads them out of the confining knowledge of presence. A truth, is called the real process of fidelity to an event. Basically, a truth is the material trace of the eventful addition in the situation. Every truth is thus post-eventual and says nothing specific about the situation, except precisely its multiplicity as such, its fundamental inconsistency. Truth is thus defined by Badiou as tautological doubling, as empathy in the absolute emptiness and incomprehensibility that is always already presupposed, while knowledge, in its effort to be conceptually defined, is banished from the outset to the realm of limited and restrictive opinion and characterized as an escape from the empty stage of being into the enforced rule of comprehension and determination, of statistics and law. In this attack on thinking, which wants to be more than the mere reproduction of predetermined structures, even if these are structureless, Badiou's ontology proves to be a rationalization that not only wants to impose on the intellect the violence that has its origin in the dominating constitution of society. Rather, in this way it moves society itself out of the focus of critique by instituting the abandonment of meaning mediated by the self-referential and crisis-ridden movement of capital as the actual meaning. The negative social generality, which as a self-purposeful tautology tolerates nothing but itself, which permanently enforces its self-identity by force and which confronts the individual in such an independent way that they no longer know what to do with the context they reproduce because they can no longer reach it, is hypostatized by the representatives of the post-modern theory of being as the true essence of things, and any thinking that does not wish to abdicate before the proclaimed ontology is denounced as an essentialist and thus, as it were, mythological idea. Only in this way can the affirmative invocation of the return of the ever-same, in which there can be nothing new, also succeed in simultaneously appearing as a reflected continuation of enlightenment and a critique of domination. Each individual is called upon to subordinate himself to the emptiness set as an absolute and thus to participate in the construction of the body of truth, which materializes in the wake of a quasi-fateful event. Badiou's thinking thus proves to be a propagation of heteronomy, a desire for the self-conscious disempowerment of man, to whom his surrender to predetermined principles is to be sold as his actual dignity and mode of being. In fact, there is no social phenomenon that Badiou would not like to see transformed into a moment of community of struggle for the existentially conceived being, whereby his desire for absolute dissolution of boundaries goes hand in hand with a meticulous compulsion to categorize. Each phenomenon is assigned to one of the four ontologically conceived truth procedures: politics, science, art, and love, and as such should be completely instrumentalized and subordinated to the collective of truth. I understand communist to mean any becoming that places the common above egoism, the collective work above self-interest. Let me also take this opportunity to say that love is communist in this sense if one assumes, as I do, that the real subject of love is the becoming of the couple and not the satisfaction of the individuals who make it up. The individual must subordinate himself with all his impulses to the struggle for the unfolding of the unnameable void and its multiplicity if he wants to become a subject of the truth process. Accordingly, Badiou's philosophy is also characterized by a rancor against the individual as a being of nature and instinct, for example when he states that when it is a matter of love, sexual desire as such is withdrawn from the power of truth. It is therefore not the corporeal moment of cognition that could point to reconciliation, in that thinking is encouraged to reflect on what is indeed suspended in it, but what it is not itself, in order to become aware of the violence done to the particular in the prevailing society. Rather, the corporeal is declared to be the inauthentic, from which the individual must refrain in the course of his incorporation into the body of truth, which he must always self-consciously subjugate anew, thereby doubling the historically constituted disintegration of subject and object. It is this context of all-encompassing mobilization in which Badiou's reference to the Apostle Paul has its systematic place. For Badiou, Paul is a militant activist who remains faithful to the exuberant eruption of an event by reducing Christianity solely to the resurrection of Jesus, to an event whose only proof consists in the fact that a subject professes it. The fact that Paul's proclamation lacks any kind of object and does not refer to an existing event, but rather stages something that transcends and supplements all beings, results in the impossibility of any attribution of the discourse of truth to historically already constituted quantities. In this way, Paul succeeds in setting a process in motion that does justice to being as being and at the same time brings its universal singularity to bear against the established abstractions.
These abstractions are attempts to inscribe unity into eventful being, and to force its elusive multiplicity into the status/état of the order of the one. As such, they represent the enemies of truth to be combated, who had confronted Paul in the form of Greek philosophy and Jewish law. The postmodern mythology of origins, its transformation of the difference between concept and thing into an absolute inherent in all existence, necessarily leads to the perpetuation of the existing, and to not being able to think of historical development in an emphatic sense at all, or only before the eternally identical alternative. Is justice being done to multiplicity, which, depending on preference, can also be called difference, Derrida, or dispossession through discourse, Butler, or is it being betrayed? In itself, there is no crisis of a truth process. It is opened by an event and unfolds de jure into infinity. In being as being, everything is always already set as existing, even if the respective phenomenon has not yet appeared, because its mode of existence consists precisely in its non-existence, it is nevertheless understood as always already existing. Accordingly, Badiou not only treats transcendence as a negligible category for analysis, both in his reference to Plato and to Paul, but he also considers the idea of a transcendence of existing conditions to be due to the dominance of inauthentic thinking, which perpetrates itself on ontology, from which there can be no escape. Every phenomenon contains in its phenomenal singularity the measure of its existence, and this is, so to speak, the measure of the identity of a thing to itself. Every moment is therefore always already a total one and always contains all its determinations immediately within itself, which is why any thinking reference to others not only appears unnecessary, but is rather understood as an act of violence that disrupts unity. This is also the foundation of the fact that Badiou disparagingly refers to the post-structuralist philosophers, who are so similar to him in this respect, as sophists because of their thesis of the death of the subject, who, by means of deconstruction, work towards the interruption and thus the crisis of the truth process. Badiou also sees the Jews and the Greeks as such destroyers, who undermine the truth by linking it to an object, the Greeks via the logos, the Jews via the law, whereby both, by introducing a mediating authority, block the universality of the proclamation. In order to be able to declare Paul an anarchic fighter against the state in this way, Badiou must completely abstract from his codified reconciliation of Christianity with Roman law in the letter to the Romans, chapter 13, verses 1-7. In contrast, Paul's discourse as a discourse of the Son is an anti-dialectical one, which emphasizes the imminence of the salvific event and leaves the idea of transcendence behind. Christianity, Badiou continues, is incompatible with law and philosophy insofar as it does not aim to mediate separate moments, but rather immediately stages the inseparability of the absolute. It is a naked confession and subsequent unknowing fidelity to an eventful eruption of pure universality, and as such a subversion of the dominant regimes of discourse, the militant break with the logic of the law. If, however, as Badiou confidently postulates, progress is excluded because the process of truth is a timeless perseverance, that only lends consistency to the someone that we ever are, then the problem arises as to how change can be conceived at all in this absolutized immanence and its tautological determination of being and time. This must necessarily come from outside and, logically, it is precisely at this point that transcendence comes into play again. In the form of mathematics, which in the empty power of the letter is the infinite inscription of the pure manifold, the predicate less manifold The eventful inscription, endowed by Badiou with a kind of metaphysical consecration in its all-encompassing absoluteness, makes it possible to regulate the unthinkable. A kind of topological thrust of being causes the manifold of pure being to appear in such a way that there is a local mutation in appearance when the bearer of being of appearance begins to appear locally. The invocation of transcendence thus follows from the theory, from its inconsistencies and discrepancies, and is thus the result, and by no means the realization of a first, as which it claims to be. At the moment of positing, the introduced transcendence is immediately denied or retracted again and replaced by a tautological circle, insofar as the change in the existing that is actually impossible from the construction of existence, but nevertheless stated, is presented as the immediate mode of the underlying being that occurs in the existing. Being as being and appearing in the world, which are supposed to be separated by an unbridgeable gap of ontological difference, become an identical quid pro quo, in which one vouches for the other as if borrowing from it. Coinciding when the construction requires it, absolutely separate when it needs to be shielded from critical reflection, which would inevitably draw it into the dialectic of subject and object, from which it is supposed to be excluded. In this way, Badiou constructs a modern myth in which everything is supposed to be equally inextricably linked, without a qualitative criterion being able to be specified. Rather, emptiness and the mutation that arises from it become the defining concepts. In this approach to the indivisibility and blindness of the natural context, Badiou's thinking can be characterized as an empathy with society, which posits itself as a pure structure of immanence. While classical epistemology in its Kantian form confronted the subject characterized by formal logic with the world without dissolving it into the subject, but rather still reflected the primacy of the object in the thing in itself, Badiou's philosophy, on the other hand, aims to incorporate any objectivity by making it identical with the subject. Truth is entirely subjective. It belongs to the order of a confession that expresses a conviction concerning the event. If Kant's thinking can be characterized as an attempt to save objective knowledge of nature on the ground of nominalism, then Badiou's remarks are the expression of that postmodern strategy of empowerment that takes the subject and its productions to be the immediate thing itself, and that wants to make the hubris inherent in this disappear, by declaring its own intention to be the being of being and thus to be demanded by the highest authority. While such philosophizing and what Adorno formulated here in relation to Husserl's phenomenology can also claim unrestricted validity for Badiou's ontological system, precisely in the treatment of the so-called problem of constitution, emulating mathematics, which in the name of the strictest stringency can proceed at will, set manifolds, vary, the arbitrariness of the absolute soon fulfills its political function. Badiou is concerned with the constitution of a subject that is no longer restricted in its subjective frenzy by any object or reason, a subject without a counterpart, so to speak. In such a theory, in which not only is the subject no longer confronted with anything that could remind it of its narcissistic overestimation of itself, but in which any thought of the objecthood of the subject itself is to be exorcised, unbridled hatred of nature is reflected, it is an ontologization of sacrifice and death. This can be seen in Badiou's stance against human rights, for which the number of dead is the only criterion because they glorify the individual, as well as in his stance against Judaism, which he wants to make atone for the prohibition of images and sacrifices imposed by its law. Moses, the man of the letter and the law, is projected by Badiou as the originator of a sovereign denial. The denial that civilization has always been and that Badiou now wants to eliminate in favor of the enthronement of the unenlightened drive. For him, the Jews become the antagonist par excellence, who had already tried in Paul's day to use the law to inscribe the event-driven universal into the order of the one, which is the order of the state, and thus he subordinate it to Jewish particularity. Is it any wonder that Badiou sees the Jewish state as the institution of oppression par excellence, which must be dissolved in order to free the infinity of the absolute from its imprisonment by those against whom the apostle also fought, because they considered themselves the owner of God? The attempt to drive out any thought of the dominant separation of subject and object and thus of the real irreconcilability of what exists inevitably becomes a battle against those who remind us of transcendence and are therefore declared the existential enemy, be it Judaism, which in its prohibition of images remains negatively loyal to the idea of reconciliation, or Israel, in its refusal, which has become a state, to submit to the role of victim. The process of liberating the absolute that Badiou wants to set in motion is understood as militant activism against any form of thinking that could curb absolute subjectivity and its militancy, by reminding us of the profane interest of survival, which for Badiou falls under the category of corruption and decomposition. The ethics of truths presupposes the unique operation of naming enemies.
According to Badiou's stipulation that nothing may be said about the event, as otherwise it would be given an essence and inscribed in the state order of the one, fidelity to it is ultimately only defined by being a struggle against those who are identified as its adversaries. In modernity, the economy has joined the law and the logos, against which a contemporary politics of truth must fight. The capitalist monetary abstraction is certainly a singularity, but one that takes no account of any singularity. A singularity that is just as indifferent to the permanent infinity of existence as it is to the eventful becoming of truths. Badiou, Paulus, page 17. In this way, he is able to stage an eternally lasting, crisis-free process of truth, and can only do so by propagating an eternal campaign against those whom he identifies as the embodiment of mediation and qualitative determination, and thus as existential enemies of truth, and to whom he imputes his own intentions in pathic projection, the usurpation of the absolute. The explanation of the world from nothingness and emptiness is no less mythology than its explanation from a first principle determined in terms of content or substance, and the paths to redemption guaranteed by it are sublimated magical practices, regression and relapse into sacrifice. The indiscriminate denial of every positive, the stereotypical formula of nullity, disregards the prohibition of naming the absolute just as much as its opposite. The obsession with positivity, which is reflected in Badiou's abstract negation and the absolute narcissism it reinforces, is reflected in his hatred of the authority that refuses to allow the idea of irreconcilability to be driven out. The Jewish religion does not tolerate any word that would give comfort to the despair of all mortals. It attaches hope only to the prohibition of calling the false God, the finite the infinite, the lie the truth. Badiou's political project, for which he cites the Apostle Paul as his cue, is to exorcise the last memory of this in order to finally become positive. It is also against this backdrop that we should understand when, on the occasion of the so-called Arab Spring, he called on the wild and magnificent peoples of Tunisia and Egypt, in Le Monde, to get rid of the dark compulsion of the state, as the people and only the people are the driving force that makes world history. As if to fuel the anti-Zionism that has helped shape the uprisings from the outset, Badiou tried, true to the motto, "People rise up. Storm break loose." Badiou attempted to invoke the common creation of collective destiny by writing into the movement's manifesto that it should launch a Pauline revolution against the law, because this law is a corrupting and lulling, and, it should be added, ultimately mosaic, work of art against the emptiness of pure diversity. In this respect, it is anything but a coincidence that Jean-Luc Godard, who describes Moses as his arch-enemy, offered Alain Badiou the role of the famous French philosopher for his latest work, Film Socialism. Quote, "Cinema has been affected by the overpowering of the television communications cycle as a loss of aura, just as photography was affected by painting or the mass press by literature in the 19th century. This puts an end to the old cinema, and it is precisely at this moment that you, the Nouvelle Vague, but above all you, Jean-Luc Godard, appear on the scene. This is how Youssef Ishapur characterizes Jean-Luc Godard's work in his book-length conversation with him and praises Godard as the one who succeeded in restoring cinema's aura and re-establishing it as a hot medium against the icy coldness of a frozen cinema, television. In his much-cited essay on works of art, to which Ishapur is probably alluding here, Walter Benjamin reflects on the innovations that have entered art through photography and, more fully, through film. According to Benjamin, these new forms detach the reproduced from the realm of its relationship to tradition and brought it closer to people by depicting it in its immediacy. What atrophies in the age of technical reproducibility of the work of art is its aura. Walter Benjamin, The Work of Art in the Age of Its Technical Reproducibility, page 13. In this respect, it is already a distortion when Ishapur, referring to Benjamin, opposes film to photography and describes it as auratic art that has been depraved by television. While for Benjamin this was certainly a development to be affirmed, and he actually called for the destruction of the aura, because this offered the possibility of a getting hold of the object at close range in the image, or rather in the image, in the reproduction, the problematic nature of the destruction of the aura should be reflected on against Benjamin's argument. If the aura is the appearance of a transcendence guaranteed by the context, then its dissolution is contradictory. If, in the development of art, the traditional conventions through which the work is mediated with the superindividual canon of forms lose their power of integration, then this means an increase in individuality and rationality. At the same time, however, the same movement also means that the tension between the general and the particular is lost through the destruction of universals, so that the particular work becomes a mere suchness that seems to refer to nothing but itself and thus threatens to become tautological, a self-sufficient identity that is what it is. Art thus threatens to become a literal facticity, which is irreconcilable with art. The dissolution of the given meaning also raises the problem of meaning in general, as this is determined in the relationship between the particular and the general. In this respect, the antinomy of the bourgeois individual is repeated in every single work. The rational dissolution of the heterogeneous order leads to atomization, to individuality, which seems to exhaust itself in itself and therefore requires a construction of form based on the isolated individual. But nothing guarantees in advance that the unity of form, which the work of art strives for, can also be found when everything overarching has been eroded by the Enlightenment and banished to the realm of myth. The history of bourgeois art is characterized by the effort, if not to resolve the antinomy of nominalism, then in turn to shape it, to gain form from its negation. In this, the history of modern art is not merely analogous to philosophical art, but the same. The fact that the need to make suffering eloquent is the condition of all truth also applies to the truth of works of art. Art that is able to lay claim to success can therefore only be art that helps suffering to find expression. However, it cannot do so immediately, for then it would be nothing more than a duplication of what is subjectively felt and imagined. Only if the real appearance of isolation can be reflected is the idiosyncratic moment, to which art owes its existence, not in danger of drifting towards regression. Only as the objectified, as the deformed, is it able to enter into a certain opposition to empiricism. Since society, disintegrated by domination, produces the isolated individuals from itself as it needs them for its reproduction, the suffering that this society produces can only be experienced individually. The atomized are the only conceivable place of experience. In this way, the constitution of authentic works of art presupposes the subjective impulse, and in this respect the work of art is subjective. However, as much as the work of art requires this subjective mediation, which allows the moments to come together in the constellation that results in the form, it does not dissolve in it. Rather, the individual is compelled to objectify his experiences and impulses, and in this process he is confronted with the demands of the material on which he can only achieve aesthetic objectification. The construction, if it succeeds, is therefore by no means an outflow of mere subjectivity, or even subjective arbitrariness. Rather, its success is measured by the extent to which it transcends immediate experience through critical reflection, by leaving it to the material. This is how the primacy of the object asserts itself in art. The material is that which confronts the artists. In addition to the materials in the narrower sense, such as colors or sounds, these are also the found procedures, the historically developed aesthetic forms. The material itself is therefore historically mediated. Social development is reflected in it. Just as it is not absorbed in its genesis, it cannot be separated from it. The demands that the material makes on the subject stem rather from the fact that the material itself is a sedimented spirit, a socially preformed thing through the consciousness of human beings. The instructions that the material sends to the composer are constituted in immanent interaction, and the composer changes them by following them. Form is no longer, as it was in traditional art, preordinate to the works, but at the same time it cannot arise immediately from the material either. Rather, it can only be thought of negatively as a rational reflection on what has been handed down, which does not live up to its own claim and thus does not stand up to reason as heteronymous. The center of art is thus salvation, which, however, is only conceivable in the unfolding of a contradiction. Form as positive is not possible because no reasonable general exists in which the particular would be absorbed without violence, whereby art that fails to represent such a harmonious general becomes ideology and a lie. Nevertheless, art cannot renounce its claim to attain form, to objectify itself. For art to be, form must also be. This is the aporetic situation in which art finds itself today and from which salvation must be conceived, rescue of appearance, which is lost because it has no existence before rationalization. The successful work of art is a thing that is not absorbed in its thingness, but at the same time points beyond itself and in its existence is more than it is, empirically appearing, freed from the burden of empiricism. However, this transcendence must result from the structure of the work itself, from the constellation of its moments and not from the artist's intention, who believes he can place it immediately into the work. Commanded transcendence is not one, since as a mere doubling of subjective intentions it would not be removed from the instrumental context of society's effects. The existence of the work of art and the content it brings to appearance should coincide immediately, thereby taking the work of art back into empiricism, into immediate existence. This is precisely what Goddard is trying to do when he wants to restore to film the aura that film itself has destroyed. Following Benjamin, Adorno notes the tendency of film to shatter the attribute of aura. In its image realism, film comes closest to itself where it excludes all appearance and thus all transcendence from itself, and this to a degree that realist painting and literature, and even photography, did not suspect. Accordingly, according to Adorno, it is precisely what is contrary to film, the contradiction against the means of reproduction of the medium, that gives film its power. The aesthetics of film will rather have to refer to a subjective form of experience, which it resembles, regardless of its technological origin, and which constitutes what is artistic about it. Image realism, which corresponds so closely to cinematic technology, has a profoundly persistent moment in its destruction of the aura, the affirmative affirmation of the surface, which is depicted as it appears and which realism rejects as romantic to penetrate. In this respect, Jean-Luc Godard's critique of the documentary principle of cinema verite manifests a moment of truth, the invocation of the principle of stylization directed against its realism, but also against producer cinema. The politique d'auteurs of the Nouvelle Vague, which the early Godard joined before turning away from it in the 1960s, aimed at the creation of a new film language, a cinematic form in which the director stands in the foreground as an independent author. However, Godard was not interested in reflecting on imagery, because it suggests an immediacy that is ideological. Rather, he was concerned with rescuing the imagery that had been sabotaged by what he saw as undesirable developments in cinema. As early as December 1956, Godard published the article Montage, Mon beau souci in Cahiers de Cinéma, in which he praised editing, which begins after the actual directorial work, as the technique that makes film an artless art in the sense that the subjective essence of reality can be penetrated in this way. A well-edited and edited film is the artless art par excellence, insofar as it does not provide a representation of reality, but the immediate experience of reality itself. The cinema of his time, against which it was necessary to rebel, Godard suggested, separated cinema from reality and thus robbed it of its possibilities and potential. The avant-garde positioned itself against representationalism and realism in order to rebel against the concept of meaning, which had become stale, and against the assertion that existence was meaningful, which had become a lie. To the extent that art was somehow also an image, its context, through the appearance of its necessity, confirmed that which it depicted as meaningful, however tragically it may have fared, however much it may have been denounced as ugly. But Godard is concerned with the opposite. As much as he suffers from what he perceives as meaninglessness, he wants to give reality immediate meaning, he wants to introject meaning into it. Instead of reflecting on the decay of meaning and making it a moment of aesthetic production, he attributes its decay to contemporary cinema, from which film is to be wrestled in order to return to meaning. His filmmaking is understood as a visual striving, an effort against the conventions of naturalism, in order to realize a metaphysical cinema. While the avant-garde in its most advanced forms became aware of the impossibility of sacred art today, Godard tries with all his might to jump from the aesthetic construction, the stylization, immediately into the absolute, and all failure does not bring him to reflection, but increases to an even more dogged attempt. At the same time, he separates the impossibility of his undertaking from himself and projects it into the outside world as aggression, as a concerted attack on the image. The problem facing Schönberg is the conflict between the transcendentally binding, the absolute, for which he is searching, and aesthetic construction, free composition. Schönberg, however, works out the conflict and does not settle it violently. It is his unwavering immersion in the material that forbids any emergency solution and ultimately makes it impossible for him to complete the opera. It remains a fragment and, thus does the absolute the honor of not faking it as something existing, something that has been handed down without loss, even if this negates it. Fetishized immediacy of the image. Godard's cinematic work is characterized by an equally bizarre and characteristic intertwining of constructive process and absolute image fetish. The image as a subjectively produced thing, brought about by camera and montage, appears to him as the absolute, a thing that has become, which Godard explicitly emphasizes in its production and playfulness against all naturalism, and yet as a natural thing in which the trace of its genesis disappears. Everything is simultaneous in the image. Its synthesis consists in the fact that it brings together what beings side by side in space, transforming the formal principle of simultaneity into the structure of the certain unity of the pictorial moments. This process, however, is one of synthesizing what is separate, what is intention, so that the seemingly unified form of the work is also a semblance, objectification and equalization of tension in the picture, which without this tension would not be an aesthetic synthesis, but a differentiationless synthesis. The tension sedimented in the image between the temporality of the moments and their stillness in the form is not resolved by Godard, but dissolved unilaterally. Instead of allowing material and construction to work off one another, he hypostatizes the simultaneity under which the different is placed in the production process of the image. Thus the picture is no longer a certain unity of its moments, but an extension of a formal principle that rises to the absolute by subsuming its moments under itself and making them appear as mere epiphenomena. It is the illusion of absolute simultaneity constituted in this way that allows Godard to turn the image into an absolute. The formal principle of the mastery of nature, the subjective disposal of the material, establishes itself as something objective, as something absolutely timeless that knows no differences. He allows the materials, that which is heterogeneous to the subject, to disappear in the form, which thus becomes total in the same way as it dissolves, as it can only be form in its contradictory reference to something else. Art requires something heterogeneous to it in order to become it.
Otherwise the process, which in terms of content is every work of art in itself, would have no point of attack, would be empty in itself. The work of art becomes authentic only where it carries out this contradiction immanently, objectifies itself in that which it consumes within itself. But Godard wants nothing to do with this contradiction. Distance and mediation are anathema to him. He wants to banish the heterogeneous from art. The relationship between spirit and material should be one of immediate convergence, in which the construction takes possession of the material and subjugates it. It confronts the material in an abstract way and preforms it according to its already fixed intentions. In this way, it suppresses any possibility of reflection on its non-identity and thus on the contradictory overall context. The primacy of the context, which the principle of construction achieves in the material, turns into the loss of spirit, that of immanent meaning, with its domination by the spirit. The material is moved entirely externally, by projecting nothing but subjective meaning into it and thus imposing it on it. As a mere doubling of the subject, the work takes on the appearance of something that is in an immediate relationship with it. Godard's fetish of the immediacy of the image thus results from the dissolution of form into subjective power of disposition, which rules autocratically over the material. Its absolute objectivity is a hypostasis of subjectivity revolving in nothing but itself, which expands into immediacy and simultaneity par excellence, for which film, with its depictive character, seems to provide the ideal typical conditions. Even where the novel makes use of dialogue, the spoken word is not spoken immediately, but is distanced by the gesture of narration, perhaps even by the typography, and removed from the corporeality of living persons. Thus novel characters themselves, no matter how meticulously they are described, never resemble the empirical ones, but rather, through the precision of their depiction, may only distance themselves further from the empirical, becoming aesthetically autonomous. This distance has been introduced into the film. The appearance of immediacy is indispensable to it, insofar as it behaves realistically, and here Godard behaves more realistically than the much maligned realistic film, the classic narrative cinema. Accordingly, Godard sees precisely this distance of the novel as its weakness, as its lack of integration into reality. When asked whether he had tried to write before he started making films, Godard replied in an interview for L'Express in 1959, "Yes, of course. But I wrote, the weather is nice. The train pulls into the station, and then I sat for hours and pondered why I couldn't just as well have written the opposite. The train pulls into the station. The weather is nice. It's easier at the movies. At the same time, the weather is fine and the train is pulling into the station. This is something inexorable. You are swept along by it." In its simultaneity and immediacy, the image therefore has something, according to Godard, that literature cannot achieve. It is directly anchored in events, while the written word always comes too late, and not just in art, but in general. This is precisely where I think something goes wrong in science. And that's because people first look at things and do research together, and then talk to each other, and then express everything in a literary form. But with the head start they have, or the reality they have seen with their own eyes, something happens when they describe it afterwards, and everything has completely changed. The history of cinema is the great history because it is projected, whereas in a book it is reduced. Godard wrote in Histoires du cinéma. That such a naive notion of immediacy in the act of seeing is an untenable idea, even for the natural sciences, and their positivism is probably demonstrated not least by the fact that the Centre National Recherche Scientifique has not even responded to Godard's written proposal to make a film project about cancer in order to analyze it in the way of seeing and thus advance cancer research. Indeed, to solve the problem of cancer once and for all. For Godard, however, it is the all-encompassing ideal by means of which he wants to tear down the barriers between reality and art that would have depraved art. Immediacy is both his starting point and his utopia, and at the same time the means by which he strives to achieve this utopia through editing and montage. There are all sorts of things one could despair of, but existence itself cannot despair. It is conceived as something that already exists, which is only disguised in the state of inauthenticity of the image. By constructing an all-encompassing totality in this way, by means of which he strives to combat mediation in order to be able to return to actual seeing and thus to truth, Godard proves himself to be both a descendant of Heidegger and a companion of postmodernism, especially of those contemporary forms that want to overcome postmodern sophism Badiou via the concept of the political and push towards activism. Godard himself drew the conclusion from this constellation when he had the postmodern fighter for the being Alain Badiou appear as a great French philosopher in his last work Film Socialism. In its affirmation of domination and mastery of nature, the immediacy Godard strives for also means an attack on aesthetics. After all, art is determined precisely by its distance, by its reflexive character mediated by it, even if this mediatedness itself appears as immediate beings. This constitutes the enigmatic character of art, which Godard wants to liquidate in order to short-circuit reality and image, if not make them identical. Precisely because works of art objectify themselves through the artist's activity, they do not dissolve in their thingness, in this apparent immediacy. The dual character of art as something that separates itself from empirical reality and thus from the social context of effects, which nevertheless falls into empirical reality and the social context of effects at the same time, comes to light immediately in the aesthetic formations. These are both aesthetic and fait socio. Works of art that mean something are characterized by the fact that they are autonomous in the sense that they do not merge seamlessly into reality, but possess an apparent character that lifts them from the given. In this, art corresponds with thought, albeit in its own language, which is not a conceptual one and needs to be unraveled. That is why art needs philosophy, which interprets it, in order to say what it cannot say, while it can only be said by art by not saying it. End of quote. The given, from which authentic art escapes, is by no means merely depicted or recorded in purely material terms. Rather, it is in one sense the expression of beings as they are, as it simultaneously transcends them and points beyond them. The dual character of art, that of autonomy and fait social, is always expressed in tangible dependencies and conflicts between the two spheres. Godard is neither willing nor able to reflect on and resolve this contradiction. Rather, he strives to level it out in order to create clarity. It is the autonomy of the work of art that he opposes when he states that in his films he strives to find out what rhythm makes the film represent life. His intention is to rebel against the artificial, commercial and deadly rhythms that turn film into an independent institution, and thus alienate it from existence and make it impossible to properly approach worlds without a great subject. In E. Pierrot Lafauge, it finally becomes clear what a turn such a concentration on the arid abstraction of existence must contain, directed against the particular and at the same time related to the always already existing. In one scene, Godard has the male lead, Ferdinand, proclaim the goal of art that he is striving for. No more describing people's lives, only life, life itself. What is between people, the space, the sound and the colors. That's where I want to get to. Here, Godard hypostatizes something detached and mediated in the first place. It is life itself, that he wants to grasp as an absolute, radically detached from the empirical individual and which, in this form abstracted from all particular content, he can only get hold of as an empty and qualityless principle, no matter how much he embellishes it with colors and tones in the description. Godard has to let Ferdinand fail with inner consistency. But not because the film reflects on the impossibility of the endeavor and turns it into a thematic moment. Rather, Godard stages Ferdinand's failure through his attempt to achieve the representation of the absolute by means of the novel, i.e. by means of a genre that is attached to narrative form and its distance, an attachment that Godard increasingly perceives as an inability, not least as his own. Instead of unfolding the contradiction inherent in the concept of truth, that it is something that has become and is therefore conditional, which makes an absolute appear to which it refers, Godard unwaveringly clings to the idea of being able to get hold of truth in a positive way. Art should not be the possibility or anticipation of the absolute, but its immediate evocation, if only it succeeds in getting rid of its mediating character. This drives him to dissolve the narrative structure of his films ever further. It is the image alone, in its immediacy and simultaneity, that has special access to life itself above all other media.
That is why it is also the image that can reveal this life, in order to escape the separation of the visual and the narrative, of feeling and understanding, of nature and spirit, which is lamented by the female lead Marianne when she confronts Ferdinand with the impossibility of love. You only have words for me, but I look at you with feelings. But it is Marianne herself who cannot love because she is addicted to material things and has no understanding for Ferdinand's attempt to bring about the representation of a life itself, in order to enable the reconciliation of those who have broken apart. At the end of E. Pierrot Lafaux, Ferdinand admits his failure when he first kills Marianne and then kills himself by blowing himself up with 2 sticks of dynamite wrapped around his head. In the final scene that follows, the camera pans across the sea, which merges indistinguishably with the blue of the sky and the sunlight. Godard alternates between the voices of his 2 dead main characters, quoting from a poem by Arthur Rimbaud, "She is found again." What? Eternity. It is the sea joined with the sun in one. It is Godard's eclecticism, the arbitrary citation of works of art for the purpose of illustrating subjective sensitivities and regardless of their specific content, that helps his fans, who recognize the countless allusions, to gain distinction, but thus degrades the works used to mere objects of demonstration. Adorno already criticized Godard's attitude in a letter to Fritz Lang, who appeared in Le Mépris. The film itself seemed to me to be badly mutilated, less with regard to the perspectives of the delightful Bardot than to the fact that the scenes relating to the Odyssey had been cut together in such a way that the relationship, which is apparently supposed to be the center of the concept, no longer became clear at all. In fact, it is Godard's resentment of American cinema as well as his misogyny in general and the relationship problems with Anna Karenina in particular that he projects onto the material in Le Mépris, with outward reference to the Odyssey. The self-extinction of the characters, the violent abstraction, if you will, from their empirical lives, brings about the differenceless and amorphous unity that Ferdinand desperately and futilely tries to bring about in his written attempts. Godard's concept of reconciliation proves to be an escape into myth, into the horror of the diffuse. Godard will take up this theme again in his later film, Soigné droit. There, the death of the idiot/prince played by himself is accompanied by the comment, "Death is the way to the light," meaning here the light of that cinematographic reproduction that represents the full reality and thus helps existence to its right.
Godard's ontology of cinema. According to Godard, cinema has a privileged relationship with reality, and from this relationship, mediated through the form of representation or imagery, arises the possibility that cinema, in its imaginariness, can achieve an immediate correspondence with reality and represent life in an immediate way, because it is of the same material as history itself. The most fleeting kiss, the smallest pistol shot in cinema, has a stronger metaphorical relationship to history than literature. In the midst of the present, in the midst of life, cinema simply encounters it, it reports it is the recorder of history, it could be the recorder. Cinema thus becomes the subject of subjects, e.g., the instrument with which all things and all ideas can be recorded in their entirety. As Richard Brody formulates as a conclusion in his Goddard biography, everything is cinema. In it, Goddard not only affirms the real appearance of the image's lack of distance, he downright hypostatizes it, so that it grows into something that could be called an ontology of the image, even an ontology of cinema, which expresses itself in a veritable explanation of the world along with the associated metaphysics of history. Because, for Goddard, reality and cinema must be one, philosophy of history and film theory, and, ultimately, history and film become one and the same. What is all too often interpreted as Goddard's Marxism, the propagation of an undivided unity of the processes of life, production and distribution, and what is more an idea of the free craftsman turned against modernity and its differentiations, is an expression of precisely that immediacy and simultaneity that he wants to put into action against the disruption of the image that he states has made history a violent one. Texts go back further than cinema, although the first texts were connected with money, the very first written tablets, that was bookkeeping. But the first pictures were not bookkeeping. A picture is peaceful. An image does not lead to war, it is its interpretation by a text that leads to war. Goddard sees the image as a fullness before any interpretation, whereas the narrative, i.e. linguistic and written tradition, presents itself to him as an evil machination, as an attack by money on this original unity. For him, the text in its distance and reflexivity to immediate existence is a phenomenon of decay that undermines the power of the visual and takes it under the direction of interests. In this way, it is responsible for the contradictions and crises of modernity. Once again, Judaism is used to personify the destructive tendency of the text. Moses, whom Goddard describes as his archenemy, was the one who suppressed the visual explicative tradition and helped the narrative one to break through. I think that Moses cheated. He saw, and then he translated, insofar as he wrote, the tablets of the law, and then, at that very moment, everything was fucked. Because what he had seen, even the burning bush, was finished. It always went through a translation by a moderator or a presenter or a writer or something. Goddard shares this rancor against Moses with the postmodern zeitgeist philosophers, not only with Alain Badiou, but also with Judith Butler. She describes thinking that adheres to the primacy of the object as behaving like the one who receives the word from the rock and brings it down to us from the mountain, and it is this invective against the Mosaic law that already contains the anti-Semitic effect that is then expressed so openly in her moral philosophy. The Jews were the original enemies of the visual and the image for the reason that Moses, when he returned from Mount Sinai, did not depict what he saw, but brought the tablets of the law with him, i.e. a written record. At this point, Goddard directly attacks the Jewish prohibition of images, the prohibition of images that reminds us of the knowledge of the irreconcilability of the world. God embodies in him the reconciled connection between spirit and nature, the absolute, which humans cannot represent positively in the unreconciled society without eternalizing it and thus betraying it. Insofar as it is the prohibition of images that, in its strict negativity, does not allow the hope of reconciliation to be driven out, the extent of affirmation and regression that Goddard attacks this very prohibition of images with such vehemence seems all the more drastic. Reconciliation, the true whole, is actually already in the world. It has merely been forgotten or suppressed and must be helped to find its expression again. Such is the tenor, soaked in actuality, which not in vain breaks its way into anti-aesthetic rankness. Insofar as art requires the emphatic claim to truth that lies in the idea of reconciliation, art, which can only rid itself of the mimetic moment at the price of ceasing to be art, is at the same time referred to the prohibition of images, a paradox that pervades and characterizes every work of art. Every work of art is a system of incompatibilities, whose validity is measured by whether the reconciliation that the law of form prepares for the contradictions emphasizes their real irreconcilability all the more, or whether these contradictions are forcibly arbitrated, as Goddard makes it his task to do in his belief in the healing power of the image. The resurrection of the image. It is anything but a coincidence that it is precisely at this central point in his oeuvre that Goddard's anti-Semitism finds expression, his hatred of the Jews as those who are deprived of what is real, a hatred that can be psychoanalytically deciphered as envy of those who hold on to the negativity and therein to reconciliation, who do not seek to force it as blackmail. Since the time of Moses' presentation of the tablets of the law, Goddard explains, history has been determined by the book, and those who keep the books are mere accountants who are to blame for the fact that reality, and thus both history and the stories, can no longer be adequately understood. The declassification of the visual, which goes back to the original Mosaic sin, has prevailed in history and thus also in art. Literature, for example, is there to prevent images from expressing something else. It was only with the emergence of cinema and its forms of representation that the possibility arose to help the image to its resurrection and return it to its traditional place. Accordingly, Goddard dedicates his large-scale project Histoires du Cinéma to demonstrating how the image was liberated at the beginning of cinema and how language later took possession of the image again. This renewed subjugation of the image was once again brought about by replacing the explicative essence with a narrative structure by means of the invention of the screenplay. In my opinion, it was an accountant of the mafia, the Jewish mafia, as Goddard specifies elsewhere 50. The Jews were once again at the forefront of this renewed attack on the image due to their old tradition as enemies of the image. This is also the reason why Goddard sees Hollywood as a profoundly Jewish project, as a modern-day cesspool of sin in which the image has once again been robbed of its healing power and subjected to the inauthentic power of linguistic narration, which brings distance into the world. According to Goddard, it is the Jews who are responsible for the decisive cultural deficiency of society, because in their preference for the text over the image, in their bias against the image, they have thwarted the possibility of grasping reality. The Jews as the people of the book had deprived the image of its explicative power, which was also and not least to blame for the aberrations of cinema noted by Goddard. This is the reason why the Jewish people are cursed. It is not only that reality can no longer be understood because people have lost the image, or because the image has been colonized by writing and vision by narration. Rather, it is the reality that is withdrawing in this way that is now paying back the imaginary, which is moving away from it, for what it has done to it. Before the Second World War, Goddard explains in Histoires du Cinéma, viewers in the dark movie theaters burned the imaginary to warm the real. Now reality takes revenge and demands real tears and real blood. Once again, film theory and historical metaphysics, cinema and history come together in Goddard's portrayal and become one in their movement. The revenge as which he rationalizes the annihilation of European Jewry in order to wrest meaning from it takes place in precisely those forms, by means of which cinema has been robbed of its privileged connection with existence and its resulting historiographical essence. In those of the modern sound industry, for example, whose actual history Goddard strives to tell. The symbol for stereophony, as his film JLG/JLG says, can be brought into the scheme of a Star of David. The triangle pointing upwards stands for the projection of sound, the one pointing downwards for the reflection of what is projected. In history, he continues, there was Germany, which projected Israel. Israel reflected this projection and found its cross, and the law of stereophony continues to exist. Israel projected the Palestinian people, and the Palestinian people, in turn, carried its cross. This is the true history of stereophony. This idea drives Goddard almost manically, and he stages it again and again. Andrew Sarris writes about his film Je Notre Musique that Goddard talks about Jews, as if they had triumphantly left the extermination camps in order to immediately expel the Palestinians from their homeland. Even after existence in the form of Auschwitz had taken its revenge on the narrative and its bearers, cinema had remained faithful to the narrative and the word. It was the fatal failure of the film industry not to find or produce footage of the extermination process, a failure for which Claude Lanzmann and his film Yeshua stand paradigmatically, which for Goddard advances to a contemporary revenant of Moses and his prohibition of images. The idée fixe that drives Goddard is that, in the face of Auschwitz, cinema has once again failed in the face of reality, which is why the disaster continues. The victims of yesterday, who ultimately only fell victim to the consequences of their own tradition, became the perpetrators of today, as they stubbornly clung to their tradition of the book and the linguistic tradition. Thus, not only the colonization of Palestine is the inevitable consequence of the unbroken subjugation of the image to the word, as the image of the natural development of stereophony suggests. At the same time as the liberation from National Socialism, Goddard explains in Histoires du Cinéma, a new quest for world domination began. That of American Hollywood cinema, founded by Jewish gangsters. Just as Hollywood destroyed French cinema after the First World War, it destroyed the entire European cinema, with television and money, after the Second World War. Accordingly, in his latest work Film Socialism, Goddard presents it as if the liberation by the Americans in October 1943 was the worst thing that could have happened to the inhabitants of Naples. At the same time, this scene is probably a late response to Roberto Rossellini, with whom Goddard fell out in 1962, and his film I Paesaggi. In the Naples episode of Rossellini's film, the African-American soldier Joe gives his army boots to the Italian orphan Pasquale, whose parents have been killed in an Allied bombing raid, when he sees that the boy comes from a similarly poor background to his own. The predominance of Mafia Jewish American cinema and its narrative structure is also the reason Goddard gives for his own failure to penetrate the immediate nature of the image he was aiming for. He himself was still infected by the plague of Hollywood and its colonization of the image through narration, an infection that still characterized the entire Nouvelle Vague in its merely apparent opposition to traditional cinema. But while directors such as François Truffaut had surrendered to the disease without resistance, he, Goddard, knew of his infection and, by reflecting on it, could work towards his cure, which would also be the cure of cinema. 56. The more Goddard insists on this cure, which he seeks in the short circuit of the absolute and the image, and which necessarily cannot succeed, the more he condemns those whom he holds responsible for his failure and the more manifest his antisemitism becomes. The immediacy of the image, which Goddard hypostatizes as a utopia, may be a real appearance, but at the same time it is always apparent. Despite all its seeming detachment, the film is a mediated one, not least because aesthetic construction flows into it in the form of script, camera angles, image editing, etc. Goddard is well aware of this. Goddard is well aware of this, as he criticizes documentary cinema for being naive by neglecting these questions and the jeu politique d'auteurs that determines them. Cinema, he argues, has a special access to life itself, but because this life itself is essentially fabricated representationally, it must therefore also be filmed and edited artistically. When you photograph a face, you photograph the soul behind it. He has Bruno Forestier say in Le Petit Soldat, photography is truth, and cinema is truth 24 times a second. But cinema is not this truth in the sequence of images, as is characteristic of Hollywood cinema, which is characterized by narration. Rather, its narrative structure is one of domination, as he explains in ICIETA Lurs. Step by step, we are replaced by an unbroken chain of images, thereby enslaving each other. Each image in its place, just as each of us in our place in a chain of events over which we have lost all power. It is sentences like these that are often enough received as Goddard's critique of reification, as an analysis that allegedly corresponds to Adorno's critique of the culture industry, which also earned Goddard the Adorno Prize in 1995. On closer inspection, however, his remarks turn out to be part of his worldview, moments of his philosophy of immediacy, and thus the opposite of criticism. The concatenation that Goddard sees as needing to be broken is the domineering structure that is owed to the narrative character of Hollywood film and the television that has grown out of it. The image must be freed from it in order to give it back its true power. It's not about saving the apparitions or the image. It's about saving the images from their concatenation, from their chains, from the 24 images, in a second, from the dead speed with which they flash past us. The forms of rhythm change, montage, crossfading and slowing down that he uses are intended to serve this purpose. In other words, everything that Goddard calls decomposition. As soon as you stop an image in a movement that consists of 25 images, you realize that there are suddenly a myriad of possibilities in a shot that has just been filmed, depending on how you stop it. All possible permutations between the 25 images represent a myriad of possibilities. By means of this technique of decomposition, Goddard strives to arrive at a new form of the image, which is at the same time the ancestral one, even if it has been forgotten in the course of colonization by the book, and which must now be painstakingly reappropriated. Goddard sees his work as a project to make poetic scientific discoveries, in order to uncover an existing but buried absolute by means of subjective procedures. Goddard wanted to achieve with his technique what cinema had special access to in its pictorial nature, but what naturalism could not represent in its image realism. A metaphysical cinema that could fulfill its transcendent task and restore the image's immediate effect. His film Je vous salue Marie can be seen as the only major attempt to put this transcendental into the image, to bring the image closer to the transcendental, with which it has a special connection. The result is dilapidated expressive valors, falsified imitations of natural beauty through objectivity. the absolute, which has been withdrawn from the world in its saving effect since Moses' refusal to show the burning bush, is depicted by Goddard in the image of the sunset, the clouds drifting across the sky and the wind blowing through a cornfield. The result of his hollow pathos is nothing but kitsch. If the attempts to define kitsch tend to fail, then at least the one that makes the criterion of kitsch whether an art product, even if by emphasizing the contrast to reality, expresses the awareness of contradiction or deceives about it, would not be the worst.
The fact that the attempt to depict the transcendental, existence itself, which it cannot despair, also leads to the devaluation of the life of the individual, to the devaluation of the body, can be seen in the inwardness phase that Goddard strives for, which goes hand in hand with his depiction. "It's not the body that has a soul," says Marie in the film, quoting Antonin Artaud, "but the soul has a body. In order to correspond to this soul, the body must be degraded and sexuality rejected. Life," Marie continues, "is in not the expansion into the world, but the withdrawal into oneself for all eternity." Goddard's pathos, with which he attempts to stage the transcendental, his hope in the healing power of the image, goes hand in hand with a frontal position against the torturable Leib. This is also evident in his conception of the extermination of the European Jews and the opposition to Claude Lanzmann's Shoah conveyed through it. His obsession with the depiction of the extermination process is less about the suffering and death of the individuals who fell victim to it than about the healing power that arises from the depiction by giving the image back its essential historiographical power. The depiction of violence thus turns into its affirmation and thus into aestheticization. Already in A Weekend, Goddard offers the violence of an anarchist cannibal troop against the unleashed violence of bourgeois society. The violence that Goddard wants to show and criticize as a characteristic of the bourgeoisie when he depicts how aggression escalates at The Weekend, as if the monopoly on violence has been suspended, so that the wild drivers beat and drive each other to death. This violence suddenly turns into a kind of cure for the stated disease of modern society. Goddard has the leader of the cultural revolutionaries proclaim, "The horror of the bourgeoisie can only be overcome by more horror." Goddard's contemporaries understood the message. Every viewer, as George Alexander summarized in the 1968 Jarbuch film, should decide, for barbarism or for militant humanism, for the bloody death throes of the bourgeoisie or for the equally bloody birth of a new society. But as in A Le Petit Soldat, Goddard fails in his project. While in the first part of the film he still succeeds in creating scenes that are reminiscent of successful satire in their absurdity, his forest commune becomes nothing more than a clownish troupe. The violence, set in the immediate image, becomes a trivializing farce. Goddard must have realized this failure himself. In the closing credits of the film, he inserts the inset, "The end of cinema." At this point, his political phase begins, in which he strives to leave narrative cinema behind in order to reach point zero, via his technical poetic research, from which cinema can be rebuilt. Where his pilgrimage to the sources of the audiovisual leads can be seen in the Shakespeare adaptation King Lear. In this 1987 film, Professor Pluggy, played by Goddard himself, reinvents cinema, but at the cost of his life. He dies to the sound of church bells ringing in the distance, and Shakespeare Jr. V, a descendant of Shakespeare who is searching for the poet's lost works in the movie, explains, "Yes, they were daffodils. Now I understand that Pluggy's sacrifice was not in vain. Now I understand, through his work, the words of St. Paul, the picture will come at the time of the resurrection." So the filmmaker gives his life to redeem the world through the resurrection of the image that he has brought about. Life itself has been achieved. Goddard's pilgrimage reaches its goal to the same extent that it gives meaning to self-sacrifice. Nowhere is what was once the central theme of critical theory more present than in France. While Adorno is celebrated in Germany with congresses that clearly reveal the aim of an embracing strategy, in France the critique of the Western episteme initiated by the dialectic of enlightenment is at the center of academic and political discussion. However, nowhere is the danger of turning into a new irrationalism as great as there, where the interest in a subversion controls theoretical work and discourses compete in the radicality with which they break out of the prison of reason. Ever since Foucault launched his attack on Occidental humanism in the order of things and archaeology of knowledge, there has been no stopping him. Derrida and Deleuze, Guattari, Lyotard, Baudrillard have unleashed a frenzy of subversion in which the analytical potential of their theory is increasingly crushed by the pseudo-radicality of the deconstructions that replace one another. This ambivalence can be exemplified by Jean Baudrillard's book The Symbolic Exchange and Death. Superficially, this text is a reflection on May 1968, on the reasons why all forms of opposition to the system failed then and now. Baudrillard does not look for the answer in the lack of class consciousness of the workers or in the petty bourgeois attitude of the intelligentsia, as parts of the student movement did. Rather, he sees the problem of opposition in the fact that it is opposition to the system, in the true sense of the word, an opposition that is not only tolerated by the system, but actually produced by it, because it needs opposition to maintain itself. University Marxism and the trade unions, the rebellious intelligentsia and the Communist Party, it was all these elements of resistance that mended the threatening cracks in the system in 1968 by giving individuals new hopes and motivations, hopes that, in their fixation on revolution and class struggle, seemingly pointed beyond the existing, but in reality had the primary function of giving individuals the necessary stamina and energy to endure the hopelessness of this world by promising them a better hereafter. The opposition was and is not a threat to the system. On the contrary, it is the most important instance which, thanks to its ability to make sense of the senseless, is still able to save the whole from catastrophic collapse. The backdrop against which these theses are formulated is a revision of the theory of capitalism, which Baudrillard develops in direct confrontation with Marx. For Baudrillard, too, capitalist society is characterized by revolution, not a socialist revolution, however, but a capitalist revolution, which he describes as a structural revolution of value. The system of exchange value, he argues, frees itself from its reference value, the use value, by completely detaching the production and consumption process from any purpose. It transforms the labor process into a mere code in which all elements have become interchangeable, and labor itself into a meaningless and purposeless service that is reduced to simple presence, to the performance of time. With the scientification of production and the construction of a gigantic technical machinery, workers become mere agents of production who no longer produce anything in the true sense of the word, but merely celebrate acts of production, are labor mannequins, whose main characteristic is no longer their exploitation, their existence as raw materials in the labor process, but rather their replaceability, their interchangeability and virtual superfluousness, labor as deferred death. According to Baudrillard, the life that still exists in this economy of death is not a real life, but a simulated one. The structural revolution of value has the consequence that the entire category system of political economy is reversed, whereas in the past phase of the law of value, the market law, described by Marx, it was ultimately use value that made the whole system possible and sustained it. In the present phase it is exchange value alone, which now only reproduces itself and at best drags use value along with it in the form of a surrogate, whereas under the market law it was living labor that, through its contact with past, objectified labor, saved it from destruction and transience. It is now dead labor, production that has become code, that brings about a systematic revival of the political economy, in order to save the system from complete collapse. Production and use value, surplus value and class struggle, all these basic figures of a dead order are simulated, staged in order to conceal the secret, the complete senselessness and nullity of all production. The world is flooded with a stream of simulacra, simulacrum, Latin for shadow, image, which hide the superiority and omnipresence of death behind the facade of a pseudo-life. The dead, killed reality of labor does not die, it is kept alive as an artifact that, by repressing death, makes its domination definitive. This concept of a structural revolution of value undoubtedly has a number of advantages over Marxist orthodoxy. It makes it plausible that, under the conditions of the machine mode of production, reification, the immediate fusion of the material elements with the economic determination of form, is no longer limited to money, but rather, in the machinery, or rather in the automatic machine system, an extension of its reification. It shows that value and its specific measure, abstract, homogeneous, linear and uniform time, is no longer maintained in opposition to production and the use values that emerge from it, as it was at the beginning of the capitalist era, but that it moves into production and marginalizes living labor. And it makes clear with all desirable clarity what consequences it has for the theory of revolution when the fundamental contradiction of bourgeois society dissolves with the transition to industrial capital on the side of abstract sociality, not, as classical Marxism still assumed, on the side of labor. However, as convincing as many of these considerations may be at first glance and as close as they come to Adorno's parallel thoughts, there is no right life in the wrong one. A closer reading gives the impression that Baudrillard totalizes certain individual phenomena far too quickly and throws the conceptual instruments of dialectical theory overboard all too easily. It is certainly correct to emphasize the enormously increased importance of constant capital and the diminished weight of variable capital, but can we conclude from this that there is only dead labor, that living labor has always been a simulacrum, a manifestation of dead labor? Can we ignore the fact that even under the high capitalist dominance of the technical scientific apparatus, work is still suffering a wearing out and consumption of physical and mental substances that will continue as long as living labor is not completely replaced by robots? Are not the crises and depressions that are once again shaking the capitalist world system today an indication of the continuing validity of central theorems of the critique of political economy, such as the law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall? And wouldn't a theory that proclaims a structural revolution of value first have to name criteria by which to measure how far this revolution has taken hold here and now, where we stand in the transition from the market law to the structural law of value? Baudrillard, however, is not really interested in such a theory, just as he considers theory in general, the endeavor for objectivity, foreknowledge of the object, to be a lost labor of love in the face of the absolute undecidability of things. His goal is not knowledge, but the legitimation of permanent protest, and since he is simultaneously aware of the system's ability to absorb and neutralize all resistance, he shifts subversion to the last Archimedean point that remains in a reified world, death. From the fact that this society represses death, although it does business with it, he concludes that one only has to confront it with what is repressed in order to bring about its collapse. The most minimal injection of death would instantly produce such an excess, such an ambivalence, that the whole game of value would collapse. Baudrillard therefore does not hesitate to attribute a subversive quality to suicide, nor does he shy away from claiming the same for terrorism and hostage-taking. Whereas the conventional strategies of subversion, strike, class struggle, political demonstrations, regularly ended in negotiations between opponents and at best led to a different distribution of power, terrorism explodes the power structure by evading calculation and exchange per se. It forces the system to respond to the symbolic challenge with the real, physical death of the terrorists. And this is precisely what spells the end for the system, that scorpionization, with the mobilization of a huge apparatus of power against a handful of desperate perpetrators. It makes a fool of itself, loses sovereignty and thus power. In responding to the multiple challenge of death and suicide, the system must kill itself. However, Baudrillard does not stop at this macabre apology of terrorism. Because, in his view, the system is ultimately based on deferred death, the only way out is the suspension of this suspension, immediate, violent, mass death. There is no other alternative. One will not abolish this power by preserving life, because then no reversion of the given has taken place. Only the return of this life, the retaliation of deferred death with immediate death, is a radical response and the only way to abolish power. The only alternative, Baudrillard concludes with his characteristic consistency, is not leisure or non-work, but sacrificial death. And elsewhere it says, that is why the only possible strategy is catastrophic, not dialectical. Things must be taken to the extreme, to the point where they turn into the opposite of themselves and collapse. You have to play death off against death, the radical tautology. Turning the system's own logic into an absolute weapon. Against a hyperrealistic system, the only conceivable strategy is, in a sense, pataphysical, the strategy of a science of imaginary solutions, i.e. a science fiction of turning the system against itself, at the extreme point of simulation, a simulation that reverses itself in a hyperlogic of destruction and death. This sounds very martial, very radical, downright nihilistic, and Baudrillard himself has also made a firm commitment to nihilism in a recent work. However, one should not be deceived by such self-interpretations. The death revolt does not arise from a nihilistic devaluation of all values, but is rather based on a desperate humanism that does not want to accept the degradation of man to the environment of the system and therefore mobilizes the last human being that is not yet fully integrated by the system, death. The dialectic thus finds its involuntary confirmation. The same Baudrillard who cannot banish life far enough from the economy of death now reintroduces it by way of its biological end, but now as a constitutive, overpowering fact, as ens realissimum, which holds the world together at its core. The system that is supposed to have been transformed by the structural revolution of value into a contentless combinatorics, in which the simulacra of the first order, ethics, the metaphysics of man and nature, etc., suddenly turns out to be extremely sensitive, as an order that can be challenged by a gift, that has a face to lose and is not as sensitive to anything as a sacrifice. The entire theory of the structural revolution of value is thus revoked, in a similar way, incidentally, to the way in which Marx abandoned his analysis of capital in favor of a metaphysics of labor. The revolution of value does not really create a new order, it does not establish a system of laws of its own, but merely takes the logic of symbolic exchange. already characteristic of archaic societies, to a new level without changing anything about its primacy. Not unlike the primitive societies described by Malinowski, Moss and others, the highly capitalist society is also supposed to be subject to the law of reciprocity, the cycle of gift and countergift, and it is supposed to be possible to override this repressed but nonetheless effective structure. Not unlike the Trobrianders, categories such as challenge and a loss of face are supposed to retain their validity under the rule of the code, as if the code also still obeyed the laws of honor and status consistency. Baudrillard has been accused of a preoccupation with sociological procedure. In view of this ontologization of symbolic exchange, however, one must rather speak of a complete failure of sociological and historical reflection. If the metaphysics of death ultimately proves to be a metaphysics of life, a belated offshoot of Western humanism, it also demonstrates the latent inhumanity that has always been inherent in humanism. Baudrillard totalizes his indignation at the non-living of life to such an extent that only radical destruction, the annihilation of the inanimate, remains as an expression of life. In doing so, however, he once again theoretically inflicts on the victims of the system the violence perpetrated against them by society. Anyone who, like the author of the epilogue and, in principle, Baudrillard, is only able to see a lemurs in the inhabitants of today's cities of the dead, whose disgusting liveliness in fact deserves nothing but to be destroyed, is less far removed from the distinction between life worth living and life not worth living than he thinks. And those who are only able to speak of the possibility of total destruction with words such as temptation and fascination are carrying out the same aestheticization of violence that Benjamin identified as a characteristic of fascism. Viva la muerte was the battle cry of the Phalangists in the Spanish Civil War, and this could also be the motto of the new philosophy of death, which seeks to break the rule of death by turning everyone into corpses for good. With Baudrillard, humanity's self-alienation has now also reached that degree in theory that allows it to experience its own destruction as an aesthetic pleasure of the first order. Walter Benjamin. An epilogue to the afterword that Gerd Bergfleth, one of the translators, thought he had to add to Baudrillard's book. I have seldom read such a mixture of perspicacity and absurd abstruseness. Bergfleth uncompromisingly tears apart the many illusions surrounding Baudrillard's aestheticization of violence. He highlights the system's ability to absorb and neutralize even catastrophe and makes it clear that terrorism is only the faithful mirror image of the system, its nihilistic double.
But all this is only to chase away an undesirable competitor, and to be able to sell one's own catheter prophecy all the more undisturbed. One cannot believe one's eyes when, in this 1982 text, attention is suddenly drawn in italics to the return of the sacred J, which is to be heralded in sacrificial death. There is talk of this yes to the sacred passion of death J, which suspends and destroys the old society J and constitutes a J new community. There is talk of the religious, unifying power that emanates from sacrificial death, and which is so powerful that it is quite unthinkable that it would be for nothing in the world and not reach us in a miraculous way. Adorno's statement that dead cells of religiosity become poison in the midst of the secular is fully confirmed by Bergfleth. The rise of a new world and the mystical communion of the new community are celebrated in a language that, with a pretentious immediacy, dismantles all the irrationalisms of the past century, as if the world had not already had its experiences with such charismatic fuss. It blathers on about the Elysian oneness of all beings and the blissful return to the exhilarating alleluia of the world. It blathers on about the rebirth of tragedy, the tragic festival of death and spreads like a youthful Protestant clergyman about the new community, which rises above all interest groups and gains a new access to the world in the intoxication of its selflessness. One can only respond to such strenuous efforts to confront people with the reality of their death with a variation of a Horkheimer phrase. The Führer has already done this much better, and his monograph on Carl Schmitt entitled Politics of Friendship, Jacques Derrida attempts to save the polemology-based political theology of the Crown jurist of the Third Reich Waldemar Gurian, by proving that every distinction between friend and foe is based on being referred to one another. Without this, enmity is just as unthinkable as friendship, which proves that the separation made in the distinction is based on a prior affirmation of togetherness in the allocation j. This affirmation that cannot be brought to representation and presence as a presence, substance, subject, being, existence, j can no longer be integrated into the space of an ontology, precisely because it opens up this space in the first place. The common belonging shared indifference are inscribed in every movement from the outset, as a kind of original socius undermines and blurs every flush separation and decision due to its absolute and irreducible antecedents and reasserts itself, albeit surreptitiously, as a deconstruction of these concepts at work in the concepts themselves, against every distinction and differentiation conceived as coherent in itself. At the same time as attempting to rescue Schmitt, Derrida also attests that Schmitt did not succeed in breaking out of the classical logic of opposites and directing thought towards an experience beyond or this side of this oppositional or polemological logic. Heidegger, on the other hand, who shares Schmitt's concern for the purity of the opposition, which is why he too cannot be exempt from the criticism of metaphysical residues in his thinking, nevertheless succeeded in going back behind those determinations in order to penetrate into a more original realm, in which he relinquishes the possibility of a determining derivation, which Derrida interprets as Heidegger's progress in knowledge. In contrast to Heidegger, Schmitt's decisionism remains rooted in the idea of the classical, free subject endowed with will, which believes that it can bring about the event qua decision. However, since with this concept of the subject he introduces an instance that, due to its self-awareness, nothing happens to it, not even the singular event that it believes it can bring about on its own initiative. For example, in a state of emergency, Schmitt's concepts ultimately reveal the modern depoliticization of a world, which is nothing other than the truth of a metaphysical concept of the political that is completed in it. A theory of the subject is incapable of taking even the slightest decision into account. But this must apply a fortiori to the event precisely in its relation to the decision. End quote. While nothing could ever happen to Schmitt's subject, and thus also no event worthy of the name, the thinker of being succeeded more sustainably than the theorist of decisionism in leaving the sphere of subjectivism behind. And Heidegger had opened up a sphere prior to the subject in which the eruption of the unforeseen could occur, which in its absolute singularity, interrupts the course of history. Only a way of thinking that does not exclude such an event, which is as unpredictable as it is not self-consciously bring about, but makes it its innermost driving force, can claim to formulate an adequate concept of the political. The resulting reference to something that is irrevocably prior to the subject is the norm presupposed by every decision, which establishes a heteronomy that undoubtedly does not conform to the decisionist concept of sovereignty and exception. A decision is ultimately unconscious, as nonsensical as that may seem. Where I have no choice, where I decide about what I am unable to decide and what I cannot decide, what I must necessarily decide out of freedom, their life itself is still given to me by the heartbeat of the other. A rhythmic pulsation gives this heart, will perhaps give it what is called blood, and gives it the strength of its heartbeat. End of quote. Derrida, who appears as a critic of Heidegger's overly contemplative and rustic concepts of being, reminiscent of the Black Forest farmhouse parlor, does away with such almost mythical invocations of concepts such as force or heartbeat, which, in their contrived concretism, are reminiscent of something like primal forces, which he accuses of a metaphoric of proximity and ear of simple and immediate presence, but does not shy away from concrete blood metaphors himself, in direct proximity to Heidegger's archaisms and primordial metaphors. While the preceding referentiality regressively points to a timeless or timelessly suspended origin, the associated concept of event is intended to progressively open up the theoretical construction to the future, to the expectation of a temporal event that allows change to be conceived. The arrival of the newcomer is the absolute other that breaks over me. I insist on the verticality of the event, because the surprise can only ever come from above. That is why it is not simply a religious way of speaking when Levinas or Blanquot speak of the Most High. It only means that the event as such, as an absolute surprise, must break over me. Why? Because otherwise I would see it coming and there would be a horizon of expectation. In the horizontal I see it coming, I see and predict it, but the event is that which can never be predicted. An event predicted is not an event. End of quote. The arrival of the event, which can only appear as impossible before its arrival, but which is not to be confused with its non-existence, disarms the subject, who he remains or must remain absolutely powerless and helpless in the face of the always unique, extraordinary and unpredictable arrival of the other, the event of the other. I must remain absolutely powerless. End of quote. This is also what defines Derrida's concept of politics. only a decision induced by the eventful eruption of the preceding other could do justice to the concept of decision as such, to bring a completely new element into play. A decision made by a subject through deliberation and reasoning would not be a decision, but a calculating continuation of the existing, just as a calculating machine merely applies a coded rules. Rationality of this kind does not represent a break or a rupture, a leap or a new beginning, but merely the self-preservation of the subject. Sovereignty, on the other hand, only manifests itself when the individual puts himself at stake in the game into which he is thrown, into the absolute state of exception through prior exposure to the primal force, which even Carl Schmitt's decisionism misses by trying to tame it qua subjective decision. The moment of decision must remain heterogeneous to all knowledge as such, to every theoretical or constitutive determination, even if every conceivable knowledge and consciousness can and must precede it. The latter cannot predetermine the leap of the decision without turning it into the irresponsible application of a program, depriving it of what makes it a sovereign and free decision, in a word, a decision tout court. End quote. Derrida, whose declared intention is to shake and overcome classical thought and its subjectivism, proves to be its heir and consequent continuator. His concept of freedom is constructed as abstractly and subjectively as only that of the tradition he believes he is opposing. Freedom is not supposed to be the subjectively mediated realization of the potential dormant in the object, but rather complete independence from the object, its abstract negation, the sovereignly conceived leap from all determinacy. What Derrida understands by sovereignty here, even if he ultimately intends to turn it against the subject, is the unreflected extension of the social principle of individuation, stubbornly clinging to the self-sufficiency of the subject Adorno, whose freedom consists in breaking with everything that is not itself. Even knowledge and consciousness, i.e. reason, should not be allowed to mediate the leap, since as determinants they are an undermining of freedom, which for Derrida coincides with absolute arbitrariness due to its absolute indeterminacy.
Politics, if it does not wish to fall prey to the verdict of metaphysical depoliticization, is always conceived as a decision towards and responsibility for the deconstruction in actu, arising from the undeconstructible, which makes democracy an infinite task. Democracy can never be brought to presence, but is eternally in the making, thus always inadequate, per se postponed, and irrevocably consecrated to the future. The attempt to ontologize the political that appears in these formulations serves to repress the violence that sets the stage for society's division based on domination, as becomes particularly clear in Derrida's writing Lawfulness, where he introduces an ontological difference between law and justice and sets the latter as the undeconstructible, which functions in a similar way to irreducible friendship and infinite exposure to the unpredictable, radical openness as radical hospitality and radical justice as ontologically conceived determinations of true politics. Deconstruction is mad about this justice, because of this justice it is mad. At the same time, this means a turn towards irrationalism. Rational discussion of what justice could be is not possible where such discussion is understood and rejected as a domineering neutralization of justice and where it is cheerfully admitted to be crazy and insane. With Derrida's abandonment of any conventional understanding of justice and its transfer to a realm that must be unassailably prior to anything empirical, the possibility of its historical realization is simultaneously postponed, until the end of time and beyond. In principle, it can never become reality. What the more original realm opened up by Heidegger is, according to Derrida, the prearche originarite, and the origin of the origin, which is not only more original than the origin, but at the same time also a voracious maw of a multiform abyss that transcends all common notions of time of a before and after. What this realm, ultimately conceived by Heidegger as coming from the event, is, has not only been discussed by Theodore W. Adorno in Negative Dialectics and the Jargon of Actuality, but also Klaus Heinrich in a lecture given in 1990, it is the modern myth and the victim. Indeed, as Heinrich writes in A Critical Intensification, the transformation of thought into secondary cult. For Heidegger, there is a primacy of the cult over mythology, insofar as mythology, with its patterns of explanation, always stands at least to some extent at a distance from the cults and interprets what happens in the cults and makes differentiations that Heidegger does not want to accept in his attempt to return to separation. Heidegger is not only concerned with myth of origin, but with a cult of origin, as Heinrich writes in a formulation that goes beyond Adorno's explanations, with making thinking and reflection itself cult-capable, by short-circuiting it with the thing to be reflected upon. This short-circuiting of concept and thing, which is at the same time an attempt at an immediate retraction of the subject-object split or an elimination of the subject-object relationship, which Adorno also repeatedly presents in an epistemologically critical manner in Heidegger's philosophy, can only be achieved by declaring all beings to be being toward death, and a sacrifice that must be offered to being as an indeterminate nothing. Just as beings must not be characterized by any other destiny than that of being a sacrifice, being must not know any other destiny than that of an abyss that bursts open and snaps shut, demanding the sacrifice of beings in order to be able to reveal itself. This is Klaus Heinrich's repeatedly used characterization of Heidegger's ontological difference, a term that first appears in the 1929 essay Vom Wesen des Grands and becomes central to Heidegger's writings after the infamous Care, which Derrida then also strongly refers to. Already in the running ahead into one's own death, and the determination, which goes hand in hand with the determination, and can only become striking when being reveals itself, in being and time, the care represents the preparation of a moment that was always already present in Heidegger. The idea that determination does not come from the subject, but is granted to it by being, whereupon the individual must seize this favor and project himself according to it, is then merely accentuated even more strongly than before in the talk of ontological difference occurring independently of the subject. By declaring the ontological difference, the difference between being and beings elevated to the in-between, to be the creatively active subject itself, Heidegger takes the subjectivism of his philosophy to the extreme, just as he strives to hide it in his construction. In this way, he can present his philosophical program as the sending of the original instance par excellence, to which he merely lends his ear so that it can communicate itself and its truth through him. The ontological difference becomes the origin in Act 2. The difference between beings and being not only exists, but also breaks open. And only if, where and because it breaks open is it now possible for a double reference to beings and being to be established. This is no longer symbolic talk of something that breaks open in between, but with the breaking open of the difference, if one were to experience this directly, one would also really get to the point. So Denken. Directly approaching this breaking open difference until it snaps shut. The term Denken, which Heidegger uses here, is, as Heinrich further states, not a word of remembrance, such as Benjamin's word Eindenken, but conceived as a real thinking towards the active origin, whereby it is actually he who attracts, who sucks, if he then breaks open, and it is not we who imagine that it would be so, that it would exist. In Heidegger's figure of thought, the reflective subject is thus also disposed of with beings and released for sacrifice. It is not human beings who make the determinations in their socially mediated confrontation with nature, but the active origin itself that occurs in the ontological difference. In his ontological difference, Heidegger does not merely establish a difference between being and beings, let alone reflect and develop this difference conceptually, but he hypostatizes it to the original difference par excellence, to the incomprehensible abyss, about which nothing can be said except that it enables the mutual relation of being and beings. Every qualitative version of a constitutive origin proves this origin of reflection to be mediated by the very thing that it is supposed to constitute. There can be no talk of an antecedent being without it being set off from the beings to which it is supposed to be antecedent, whereby the assertion of its absoluteness and immediacy is denied the moment it is made. Any specific relationship between the two moments would provide information about the separation of concept and thing, which is supposed to be torn down in the original concept, and about the fact that subject and object are not and cannot be in immediate unity, contrary to the self-imposed claim, except in death and the annihilation that leads to it. Heidegger himself seems to have an inkling that philosophy of origin proves to be impossible. After all, in Being and Time he aptly demonstrates to the substantive ontologies of his time that they elevate a being to being or endow an ontic with ontological consecration, i.e. that their concepts and principles of origin are fraudulent. However, since he wants to radically adhere to the concept of origin, he is forced, almost naturally, to complete the path to the vanishing point that has always been marked out by recent ontology, and is compelled to radically purify and empty his preceding principle of all content. For as soon as he had fixed the determination of being to any moment of being, he would not only have fallen prey to the criticism that he himself had practiced against contemporary ontologists, but would also have been defenseless against the question of why he stops at this particular being and does not take in the whole fullness of being. At the same time, however, this would have abolished the ontological difference in the realization that origin can only be spoken of with regard to what it is supposed to be the origin of, in other words, in the realization that there cannot be an absolute origin in itself. However, if being were nothing and yet the being of beings, then, according to the imminently logical thought, it would be exempt from the accusation of being a mere duplication of being, because the latter ultimately exists and is thus the opposite of nothing. However, this in no way solves the problem that drives Heidegger's thinking about ontological difference. No matter how abstractly he conceives of being, he can only ever speak of his supreme concept in terms of what it is supposed to represent. Every attempt to say something about being inevitably refers back to the beings from which it is formed. Because thinking is always the thinking of something, because the non-conceptual is therefore constitutive for the concept and thing cannot be immediately short-circuited, Heidegger also remains necessarily bound to that which is factual, the overcoming of which in being should nevertheless be guaranteed so that it can be the origin preceding everything factual. The intention to hold on to the unmediatedness of being, which seals itself against any failure, is expressed in a permanent excess against everything that could remind us of this mediatedness. Adorno thus identifies a kind of philosophical compulsion to wash in Heidegger's thinking, which must be and remain insatiable due to the aporetic construction that does not want to know anything about its own aporia. And that is why this thinking, in a kind of manic, even paranoid effort, is constantly urged to expel every trace of reminiscence of beings from itself. The thinking of ontological difference cannot be carried out in any other way than as an excess against that which is not absorbed in the empty concept. It must become a permanent revolt against the objective, because this objective reminds it of its own falsity and impossibility. From the proclaimed non-being of being, which it must almost necessarily assume if it is to remain radically separated from all beings, emerges the compulsion to take a permanent frontal stance against the objective, from which the absoluteness of ontological difference is to arise. This is the philosophically immanent reason why Heidegger must assume a being unto death. That being must be sacrificed to being if it wants to participate in the truth of being. In this way, Heidegger believes that he can become aware of truth in a way that does not recognize the origin through thinking, which would imply a distinction between subject and object or between concept and thing, but in a way that reaches the origin through thinking and experiences it immediately as a thing itself and brings it to bear. This thing is not the strengthening, invigorating origin of nature to be reached here, there or there, but the origin, the one origin in actu, which cult thinking reaches. In his 1929 inaugural lecture What is Metaphysics, as well as in Vom Wesen de Grands, the notorious Care zum Arianes, return to the event, is already indicated, which was intended to correct what, according to Heidegger's own statement 2 years earlier in Being and Time, had still been thought too metaphysically and too much from the subject. The determination formulated there, with which the subject wanting to escape the oblivion of being was to project itself onto being and thus onto its mortality and nothingness, reminded Heidegger himself, not entirely wrongly, too much of the philosophy of the subject, against which Being and Time was nevertheless directed. And so he now formulates in What is Metaphysics, but how else could humanity ever find its way into the original thanksgiving, except in such a way that the favor of being, through the open reference to it, grants man the nobility of poverty, in which the freedom of sacrifice conceals the treasure of its essence. Sacrifice is the departure from beings on the way to preserving the favor of being. This sacrifice is not to be consciously directed towards something, because such an objective inevitably transforms the sacrifice into a means that is directed towards an end qua utility calculation. This, however, immediately reduces the context back to the rationality of end-means or the subject-object relationship and subjects it to the calculation and utility that is the whole point of Heidegger's construction. Sacrifice must therefore be an end in itself and tolerates no calculation. Such calculation disfigures the essence of sacrifice. The addiction to ends confuses the clarity of the fearful timidity of sacrificial courage, which has assumed the clarity of the fearful proximity to the indestructible. The thinking of being never seeks its hold in a being, because this staring at the being prevents it from sacrificing this being, but directs its attention to the being to which it would like to grant a place. It opens itself and thus keeps itself open for the arrival of beings, which it cannot, however, bring about itself and over which it cannot dispose. The sacrifice, which marks the farewell to beings, which can only allow the favor of being and thus the truth to emerge, is native to the essence of the event as which being claims man for the truth of being. This is already a record of what was to follow with the works begun in 1936 and completed in 1939, but only published posthumously in 1989 on the 100th anniversary of Heidegger's birth. This was to be brought to a conclusion with the Reflections on the Event, which were first published in 1936 and completed in 1939, but only posthumously in 1989 on the occasion of Heidegger's 100th birthday, and which were praised as Heidegger's second or even, in part, as the actual main work, the return to the very event that creates and demands the sacrifice. In the remembrance of the origin in actu, which Heidegger wishes to institute with his philosophy, but his beings, so that it bears the clearing into which it stands in at the same time, which clearing west is the clearing of concealing itself, that is, of being as event. In the other beginning all beings are sacrificed to being, and only from there does being as such receive its truth. Being, however, west is event. Only man has the distinction of standing before death, because man is unstable in being, death is the highest testimony of being. End of quote. Following Victor Farias, Klaus Heinrich identifies Heidegger's National Socialism, disappointed by its Realpolitik, as a reason mediated by real history or society. After Heidegger had initially placed himself in the immediate service of the National Socialist movement and hoped, indeed demanded, that his philosophy would assume something like leadership in the National Socialist state, he was dissatisfied with the developments in 1934 and the establishment of what he understood to be a bureaucratic state apparatus by the NSDAP. He saw this as a turning away from the German Revolution and a kind of betrayal of its original movement character, from which he expected a complete transformation of German existence, but which a state apparatus could not achieve, as Heidegger, after the elimination of the left-wing SA wing around Ernst Röhm, formulated his criticism. However, his disappointment did not manifest itself in a renunciation of National Socialism. Not only did Heidegger remain a party member to the end, but he also continued to try to hold on to the original idea of a National Socialist revolution and keep it alive, which led him to fall into ever new trumped or surpassed figures of the Nazi cult of sacrifice. Until in 1936 he arrived at the most exaggerated and totalized form of the sacrificial ritual. In fact, everything that exists is destined to be sacrificed. Existence is, so to speak, suspension, and everything falls back again, is, so to speak, a sacrifice to being. But something else happens here. Truth only emerges at the moment when something, and conceals it with other things, for example, that it is actually sacrificial material. The truth and the insight into the inevitability of sacrifice are simply switched into the same gear here. This is the most terrible passage of truth in Heidegger's entire opus, and not only in this book. Significantly, Heidegger's turning away from the Nazi state and his introduction of the movement character of National Socialism into philosophy also marks the way in which the thinker of being set the course for post-war philosophy, in order to finally advance from the Hitler of thought, Martin Buber, to the philosopher of post-fascism, Gerhard Scheidt, who refers to the hidden being instead of positive values. As Gerhard Scheidt puts it, Heidegger is the master thinker of the crisis, who, since Being and Time, published in 1927, has been working against the mediations that have fallen into crisis with capital in order to restore the social unity threatening to break apart in a different way, and at the same time to make it eternal. The anxiety and worry as the dominant feelings of the crisis were given meaning in his existential philosophy, Volksgemeinschaft meaning. The construction of the people out of the constant threat, the affirmation of the whole by virtue of being toward death, the affirmation of state and capital in the hypostasis of sacrifice and annihilation, in alignment with which the possibility of overcoming the crisis is projected, hypostasizing or ontologizing the crisis as a solution to the crisis. The social content of Heidegger's philosophy is to swear the society to sacrifice and annihilation, and thus to transform it from the society of commodity guardians into the collective of persecutors, the Volksgemeinschaft, in order to enforce a new form of synthesis and cohesion that preserves the untrue whole from crisis-ridden disintegration. In contrast to the usual National Socialist propaganda, which sought to paint a positive picture of the future, Heidegger emphasized the catastrophic and apocalyptic character of the German Revolution, from the very beginning, the break with everything that had gone before, mediated by the freedom of the victim. The path to assuming the guardianship of being, on which the Germans were traveling, was tantamount to the sacrifice of only beings. A sacrifice is the devotion of the human being to the preservation of the truth of being for the sake of beings, which is removed from all compulsion because it arises from the abyss of freedom. End of quote.
This becomes clear not least in antisemitism, which, as the Schwarz Heft made completely clear at the latest, forms the vanishing point of Heidegger's reflections on the relationship between beings, being and sacrifice. Klaus Heinrich writes that the folkish and anti-Semitically charged forms that pay phenomenological homage to the principle of racial selection already appear in Being and Time, whereby he subsequently does not seem to take his own findings regarding Heidegger's figures of thought seriously in a strange way, probably also because the explicitly anti-Semitic statements in the Black Notebooks were not yet known at the time of the lecture. The book Vom Arianes, Heinrich writes in this context, is very carefully stylized, and the author sees himself as the outbidding and outdoing philosopher, who thus holds something up to the vulgar Nazi front of thought and organization where it can never reach in thought. And yet Heinrich does not understand the anti-Semitism that shines through in Vom Arianes, with which Heidegger presents the Jews as the opposite side, as such an exaggeration of Nazi anti-Semitism, but rather as a lapse with which he participated in the hatred of Jews as a general consciousness. This is much worse than if he had been a stable anti-Semite, so to speak. He was part of the ordinary anti-Semitism of his time, which is why he made the lapse. The great counterposition, which he just wanted to leave unnamed, emphasized with goose paws and yet not rendered harmless, appears in the middle of the remarks that come from the event. Gerhard Scheidt formulated in 2001, also in Inevitable Ignorance of the third volume of the Schwarz Heft, which was only published in 2014. It is a strange paradox. On the one hand, there is hardly an openly anti-Semitic statement in Heidegger, and yet he describes himself, to Hannah Arendt, as an anti-Semite. Heidegger deletes the footnotes of German idealism, so to speak. He completely refrains from personifying the real abstract, as anti-Semitism did. It remains the blank space of a philosophy that is completely filled with the construction of the people. The convolutions of his language result from the fact that Heidegger omits the ideological center of the National Socialist state, racist and anti-Semitic projection, and at the same time affirms it in toto, that is, with its center. But the fact that Heidegger's philosophy is essentially folkish, racist and anti-Semitic, although it does not name the enemy image of these projections, the Gegenvolk, is not only confirmed by the philosopher's practical commitment to National Socialism, but is immediately clear from the way in which he only concretizes the actual Volk, which was only spoken of in a very abstract way in Seine UNDZ. With the concept of the counterposition which appears in the middle of his remarks, Heinrich on the one hand very precisely captures Heidegger's thinking, for whom the Jews embody the counterprinciple, similar to Alfred Rosenberg's counterrace to the sacrificial Dacian, which exposes itself to death and surrenders all beings in order to root itself in being. For Heidegger, the Jews personify the uprooting of all beings from being And at the same time, Heinrich seems to miss Heidegger's anti-Semitism when he apostrophizes it as ordinary, and seems to suggest that the thinker of being, in all his exaggerations and trumps, has fallen back on the vulgar Nazi front of thought and organization, against whose racial thinking Heidegger polemicizes in an arrogant and historical way that it is still owed to the modern thinking of the subject. The question of the role of world Jewry, Heidegger writes in his Schwarz Heft, Black Notebooks, which were only published 25 years after Heinrich's lecture, is not a racial question, but the metaphysical question of the kind of humanity that can take over the uprooting of all beings from being as a world historical task without any ties whatsoever. End of quote. The calculating existence, contrary to the willingness to sacrifice and oriented solely toward self-preservation and utility calculation, which Heidegger attributed to the Jews, constitutes the peculiar predestination of Jewry for planetary criminality, as it says in a sequence in the manuscript of the History of Being that was deleted for publication in the complete edition. Precisely because Heidegger remained averse to the National Socialist doctrines of race, including their biologism, he was able to develop the pathic projection of anti-Semitism in its purest form, in which the abstract side of the capital relationship is to be captured and made tangible, as Gerhard Scheidt notes, Rechenhaftigkeit and Weltlosigkeit, in the sense of the lack of rootedness in being, of Judaism are the ontological figments of the imagination for the constitutional state detached from personal dependence and the crazy forms of finance capital. It is precisely in this respect that Heidegger's anti-Semitism proves to be the most forward-looking. It is not without reason that the notion of a Jewish addiction to mere beings, which in its evasion of death can never touch being, and which must be countered by sacrifice and annihilation in order to defend against the supremacy and superiority of those same pressing beings, is reminiscent of the slogan that Islamists today shout at both the West, understood as Jewish, and the Jewish state of Israel, You love life, we love death. After the military defeat of National Socialism, Heidegger then made a further and final surpassing of his care to the Arianes, which was a turning away from subjectivity, which finally made him the great reference point of post-structuralism in terms of content, which was fascinated by Heidegger's constantly varied formulation that man is to be understood merely as an event, an effect or an appendage of being. In the years surrounding the first publication of Being and Time, the doctrine of the antecedence of the whole over the parts enraptured all apologetic thought as a model, just as it still does the adepts of jargon today, wrote Adorno in 1964, a few years before Heidegger's final reimportation to Germany, about French post-structuralists such as Jacques Lacan, Michel Foucault, and Jacques Derrida. Heidegger now explicitly elaborates to the end on what had already been foreshadowed in his talk of ontological difference and continued in that of the event. In his own early version of the relationship between being and beings, for example in Being and Time, these two still appeared to be two separate moments that had to be brought into unity, i.e. that required mediation. Heidegger thus once again attempts to seek the point of identity that is as indistinguishable as it is indeterminate, the point at which everything coincides so that he can release everything out of itself, the origin in actu, the difference that springs up eventfully. The criticism of the subject-object relationship and the attempt to get back behind it is also extended to the relationship between being and beings, which should not appear as two separate moments, but as two effects from one and the same ground, neither the empty nothingness nor a dark confusion, but the event. In his 1957 essay Identity and Difference, which Heinz Kimmerl describes as the founding document of the philosophy of difference in his introduction to Jacques Derrida, Heidegger writes that we stubbornly fail to recognize the prevalent interconnectedness of man and being as long as we only imagine everything in terms of orders and mediations, whether with or without dialectics. It required a leap from this attitude of imaginative thinking away from the common notion of man as the animal rationale, which in modern times has become the subject for its objects, towards the realization that these titles subject and object have in turn already arisen from an imprint of being. It is the matter of thinking conceived one step more objectively, being conceived from difference. In the essay The Path to Language, published 2 years later, Heidegger once again specifies what he wants to be understood by this. In contrast to the way it is still conceived in Vorn Ariines, thinking must wean itself off the abyss, to fall into the opinion that here being is conceived as an event. But the event is essentially different because it is richer than any metaphysical determination of being. Being, on the other hand, can be thought in terms of its essential origin from the event. It is not being that is to be understood as an event, says Heidegger at the end of his eternal self-surpassing, but rather it is the event that allows both being and time and being to be and to temporalize. If we do not want to fall back into metaphysics, we should by no means imagine that being as event west. But the other way around, in its origin of being, in the origin of its being, as it west, being owes itself to the event. So it practically corrects itself from year to year in a very insightful way. All considerations that deprive the event of some of its sovereignty are temporarily pushed aside, warded off. His turn to the event is now followed by a kind of turn in the event with which Heidegger wants to finally ennoble the difference hypostatized as ontological to the absolute subject, which lies before any subject-object split. Due to the obvious contradictoriness of his construction, the thinker of being has thus been preoccupied all his life with a figure of surpassing himself, which will then also drive post-structuralism. The permanent attempt to expel the last metaphysical, whatever that means, factual residue from the concepts, a factuality that is both necessarily and irrevocably attached to the concepts, insofar as they are concepts of something.
The movement of self-surpassing is thus as futile as it is permanent as long as it does not turn into the direct destruction of beings, or is recognized and the critical consequence drawn from the fact that it springs from the impossibility of modern ontology. The event should no longer be thought of as being essence, substance or the like, but as an indeterminate bringing forth qua difference event. It is supposed to be a pure principle of worlding and timing, which as such cannot be represented in thought, because it is thereby transformed into an object and thus immediately missed again. This is precisely the point at which post-structuralism can connect, with its idea of a being that is unassailably prior to everything empirical and, in this absolute separation from presence, is at the same time supposed to be the generating capacity that makes things appear. Derrida then invents his neologism difference for what Heidegger calls being conceived from difference, which he wants to be understood as an irreducible primordial synthesis, a disappearing primordial trace or. Hyperbolic surpassing it only becomes comprehensible when it has already occurred and founded an existent, in which, however, it has already withdrawn again and is once again inaccessible to thought, eternally disappearing into the abyss of ontological difference. The problem that in the history of philosophy all attempts have necessarily failed to derive the particular from the general, the conditional from the absolute, the many from the one, the appearance from the essence, and whatever else there may be in terms of these facts, is solved by both Heidegger and post-structuralism, which is equally obsessed with questions of origin, to the effect that the gap between the two is solved as an ontological difference, that the gap between the two seemingly torn moments of the context, which must not be thought of as mediated, because mediation and mediatedness would imply the critique of origin thinking, is itself thought of as origin, which, however, is then no longer to be a conventional origin lying in time, but the origin par excellence. Precisely this rift will then be called ontological difference by Heidegger, but will now be thought cultically. The origin, as the expression of a productive difference, is thus never just something that is the first beginning, the first origin, because then the question would immediately come into play as to whether there is an earlier beginning. Rather, it is origin in actu e and denotes this gap, this rift, this fug, this difference from which beings actually emerge. With this figure of thought, not only Heidegger's philosophy, but also post-structuralism stands in the tradition of idealism and metaphysics, which can only be overcome by means of the permanent figures of surpassing that are so characteristic of this way of thinking. Instead of allowing the impossibility of idealism and origin thinking to push us towards dialectics, the origin should be placed deeper and deeper so that it becomes that Derridean prearche originarite, which, as the origin of the origin, is more original than the origin. Since the problem of derivation, which motivates the figure of surpassing, cannot be solved in this way, but instead always returns as and like something repressed on a new ladder, the figure of surpassing must always be staged anew. It is necessarily and irrevocably imminent to the striving for the origin in actu, even if it is described as a thought construction in actu, as in Derrida's work, which only gets rid of the derivation by prohorosing it and trying to make it disappear in the event of origin. The event itself ensures what happens, derivations are already an intervention in the event's power to happen. The ontological difference, which is stylized as the origin, as the great rift, this most abstract womb metaphor as a substitute for fate in his philosophy, which we get to know in the event in actu, now takes over the determinations of existence vicariously or, if you prefer to express it psychoanalytically, projectively. And this is now the real exchange of the subject of movement. Now, all of a sudden, the real determination of existence living in Kierkegaardian terms, fear and trembling is elevated to a determination of this representative fear and trembling subject of being. This is the end point of Heidegger's existentialization and ontologization of socially mediated fear, which was also criticized by Adorno. Fear, trembling and neediness, emptiness, lack and anxiety are to be repressed and worked away in a kind of identification with the aggressor, Anna Freud, by declaring them to be the supreme destiny of the event to which individuals are indissolubly divironized, a virignization from which they are now to draw their sovereignty. The event fascination of our day thus proves to be all a domestication of the catastrophe that could occur at any time, at the same time a rehearsal in this and at the same time the training to seek what has explosive power in it as something secretly expected. End of quote. Sovereignty begins, Derrida writes, probably also implicitly alluding to the Untitled chapter in the Phenomenology of Spirit, with the absolute renunciation of meaning, with the absolute risk of death, with what Hegel called abstract negation. It is significant that the master-servant chapter, in which there is no mediation in the struggle for life and death between master and servant, is one of the few passages to which Derrida refers positively, seeing himself almost as a kind of anti-Hegel. Quote, if one could define difference, one would have to say that it opposes the Hegelian abolition everywhere as limit, interruption and destruction. By a resorting to abolition, this economy of life limits itself to the preservation, circulation and reproduction of the self, as well as of meaning. The independence of self-consciousness becomes ridiculous at the moment when it turns into dialectics. Laughter alone transcends dialectics and the dialectician, but it only breaks out with the absolute renunciation of meaning, with the absolute risk of death, with what Hegel called abstract negation. To relate mature writing to sovereign action is to establish a relationship in the form of the non-relationship, to inscribe the rupture into the text, to bring the chain of discursive knowledge into a relationship to a non-knowledge that is not one of its moments, to an absolute non-knowledge from whose unground the accident or the deployment of meaning, history and the horizons of absolute knowledge stand out. It will not be a certain non-knowledge that is circumscribed like a figure by the history of knowledge, which is exposed to dialectics and which enables the intervention of dialectics, but the absolute excess of every episteme, every philosophy, and all science. Moreover, the destruction of discourse is not a simple neutralization in the manner of deletion. It multiplies the words and drags them into the abyss of an endless and groundless substitution whose only rule is the sovereign assertion of the game stripped of meaning. It is not a restraint and a withdrawal, not the infinite murmur of a blank speech that erased the traces of classical discourse, but a kind of potlatch of signs that burns, consumes, and wastes the words in the joyful affirmation of death, a sacrifice and a challenge. Jacques Derrida, From the Limited to the General Economy. An unreserved Hegelianism, it is also the concept of event that, alongside ontological difference, will play the central role in Derrida's appropriation of Heidegger, insofar as this event reveals the absolute strangeness of the antecedent being that allows the event to occur. With this figure, however, the corporeal and rational subject is at the same time depotentiated vis-a-vis the overpowering event and degraded to the passive recipient of orders from the preceding event of difference, against which it must not sin if it does not want to fall into the Heideggerian oblivion of being or escape the Derridean irresponsibility, into which the undeconstructible calls the individual. This can be seen not least in Heidegger's demand for a most original dehumanization of man, which concludes his work on the event. Derrida, in turn, speaks of a visitation that imposes responsibility in a situation of heteronomy on the individual and forces deconstruction to coin the concept of a passive decision.
Decision, according to Derrida, is, contrary to the classical idea, nothing active but rather a near active passive obedience to the law of the other. It is in its structure always another decision, a rupturing decision as a decision of the other. In me. Of the absolute other in me, of the other as the absolute that decides about me and me, which Derrida wishes to express in the concept of hauntology, which is the same linguistic aim as his artificial word difference. Just as this is indistinguishable from classical difference on mere hearing, and only on reading, Derrida assumes a primacy of writing. The letter inserted instead of the e is intended to indicate that this is not a conventional difference, but difference in and of itself. Thus hauntology sounds like ontology when spoken, but on reading one recognizes the moment of ghostly haunting that lies therein. But the other whom I obey, whose decree I obey, this other must be infinitely far away, or a ghost. Or dead. Obeying the dead, that is the problem. When I say, I am Derrida applied, it means that I am being addressed in the name of who knows whom, the dead, a ghostly or spectral entity. I must therefore obey a ghost. End of quote. When thinkers with a more immediate focus on political practice, such as Alain Badiou or Slavoj Žižek, criticize Derrida on the grounds that his theory prevents the making of politics due to its passivity, and Žižek then attributes and explains the stated turning away from revolutionary politics to an ethical theological Judaic turn in deconstruction, Derrida's a Jewish attitude to transcendence, i.e. his messianism, must be overcome in order to return to radical subjectivity, then this not least reproduces a contradiction in Heidegger's thinking of being itself, which Badiou and Žižek seek to resolve by charging it with anti-Semitism in order to be able to perharescence it. Heidegger's oeuvre is permeated by the question of whether the individual can actively contribute something to getting out of the oblivion of being, or whether they are condemned to passivity and, apart from remembering the origin in actu and keeping themselves open to the event, can do no more than wait for the appropriation of the event. On the one hand, he speaks of the risk to be taken of sacrificing beings to being in order to break the supremacy of being. On the other hand, such instrumental and calculating access to being is supposed to justify the supremacy of being, since being, in its hiddenness and eventfulness, does not tolerate domination. It is no coincidence that Žižek's remarks are reminiscent of those of the late Carl Schmitt. What Bruno Bauer calls Judaization is the establishment of the waiting state, the increasingly comfortable waiting room set up for an unforeseeable time. End quote. While Derrida, probably not least because of his Jewish heritage, he focuses on the latter moment, which is reminiscent of the Messianic, thinkers such as Badiou and Žižek are increasingly concerned with the activist moment, which they want to release for their revolutionary politics. In places, Derrida also uses an almost mythical, not to say with Heinrich, cultic invocation of the pre-existent being, which paints philosophy and thinking as a whole as a kind of sacrificial site, but in which a quiet reservation or a self-denying distancing always resonates at the same time. His essay Heidegger's Ear, for example, which concludes the politics of friendship, Derrida concludes with the words, "But the God to whom one addresses oneself beyond onto theology, who would no longer be the God of philosophers and knowers, no longer the ground of being or causa sui, the one to whom one addresses oneself in prayer and who is able to hear the prayer, indeed to grant the request, this God, if I have understood correctly, would be a God to whom sacrifice is possible and undoubtedly necessary." End of quote. Just as a metaphor originating from Heidegger and restituting the sacrifice can be found here, the language, which immediately takes on distance again, if I have understood correctly, is an attempt to somehow find a balance with Heidegger's Germanic abolism, Adorno/Skolem, to free it from its Germanism in order to save it. That this is not possible without breaking with the central points of Heidegger's philosophy, and thus with this philosophy itself, and that Derrida therefore seeks reconciliation where it cannot be found, is shown not least by the fact that he then repeatedly gets caught up in Heidegger's contradictions and drags along his mythological concepts, to which he can only formulate a certain distance retrospectively and externally. While Derrida thus seeks to transform philosophy into a place of difference, which he equates with justice in his late writings, Alain Badiou is concerned with revitalizing the immediate political moment contained in Heidegger's existential ontology, which, however, faded into the background in the course of his turnaround in the 1930s and then finally in his post-fascist phase. For Alain Badiou, too, who is now the founder of a new heroism, the orientation towards the moments of spooky visitation, as Derrida does it, is too passive, insofar as here the subject is already symbolically sacrificed to the overpowering structure of being, even before, yes, according to Badiou's, at least implicit reproach, without this subject ever being able to actually sacrifice beings to being. To focus on the arrival of the newcomer, and to use a génie international to ensure the openness imposed by difference and prevent closure, in other words to function as a mere guardian or shepherd of being, Heidegger, is not activist and therefore political enough for Badiou. There is subjectivation is Badiou's objection, which leads him to take a stand against Derrida and other thinkers of deconstruction. The question now is how the compatibility of this thesis with a possible ontology is to be conceived. But that the subject process is compatible with what can be said, or is said, about being is a real difficulty. When Badiou, in an attempt to solve this problem, ultimately arrives at the determination that the being of the subject is to be a symptom of being it becomes clear that he degrades the subject to an effect of the structure of being, just like Derrida and Heidegger before him, to a symptom, to which Badiou would then, however, like to concede the political power to bring the event to bear as an event, insofar as an intervention is required so that the event appears as a name and it does not go unheard, but the possibility that arises through that very event is seized. Deconstruction, on the other hand, Badiou accuses the proclaimers of the end of philosophy, whom he accuses of both arrogance and inadequacy, of burying truth and those four inconclusive procedures that stage this truth as a set of generic character, consequently universal, and committed to infinity, along with the subject, love, art, science and politics, from and with which the heroism Badiou envisages is supposed to create point by point the true, not merely animal life. Finitude, the constant ruminating of our mortal being, or in short, the fear of death as the only passion, these are the bitter ingredients of democratic materialism, a materialism of the body and the drives that must be overcome. Life is what copes with the drives. End quote. Badiou, like Heidegger, who elevated it to the existential fear and shifted it to being or event, also tries to work away the fear of death by mocking it as animalistic and claiming that existence escapes its finiteness in the spirit because, as Hegel correctly recognized in the preface to the Phenomenology of Spirit, the life of the spirit, which is free life, is that which endures death and sustains itself in it. The life to be created by the new heroism is one that overcomes the instincts in order to endure death. It is the sacrifice to be made to politics. In fact, I place heroism on the side of discipline, the only weapon available to the true, as well as to peoples, against power and wealth, against the futility and waste of the spirit. End of quote. The fact that Badiou speaks here of peoples and not of individuals shows not only how much he understands life and the body from the victim, but also from the collective and the community. He not only demands the subsumption of an I under a we so that truth can become accessible qua procedure, but also explicitly declares that the political question is not the least bit interesting to him if it is exclusively the question of bodies and their survival. The true political starting point was always, what is true life? Which can also be expressed in this way. What is collective life in the order of the idea? We are not at all on the side of bodies and their survival, but on the side of the actual possibility that the collective body can actively share a basic idea of its becoming. Action that is concerned with bodies and their survival, i.e., the integrity of the bodies of individuals, is, as he says disparagingly, at best the repairing bricolage of a state pragmatics. No idea, however, is ever commensurable with such merely pragmatic action, which, as a kind of general therapy, has no legitimate reason to appropriate the word politics. End quote. Once again, politics as fidelity to the idea demands the sacrifice and surrender of life, so that it can detach itself from its finiteness and mortality, by enduring death in order to participate in the eternal truths, and their fragmentary creation in the presence of the worlds. It is precisely with this concept of the idea that Plato comes into play, to whom Badiou refers as a sophisticated Platonist, not an ordinary one, not least because he founded the main current of ancient philosophy with his theory of ideas, which postulated that access to the true was inherent in the immortal part of man, i.e., that which exists in excess in man in the inhuman. It is impossible, Badiou reads Plato with Heidegger, to have a concept of what is human without engaging in that eternal, ideal inhumanity that authorizes man to incorporate himself into the present in the sign of the trace of what changes. Whoever does not recognize the effects of these traces, in which the inhuman commands humanity to go beyond its existence, must destroy these traces and their infinite consequences in order to hold on to a purely animalistic, pragmatic concept of the species. End quote. For Badiou, too, as for Heidegger and Derrida, it is the inhuman surplus that appropriates itself to man and calls him to his responsibility, a grace without the need for miracles. This surplus commands man to go beyond his existence and to incorporate himself into the eventful change and the truth procedure triggered by it in order to help build the political body. If he does not want to live an animalistic existence as a human animal, that is merely addicted to self-preservation, material needs and immediate drives, for which he must quasi-refuse to obey orders and obliterate and eradicate the traces of the event that is breaking in. The given situation and the human animal, the beings purely in it and its knowledge are always persistent. The truth separated from this mere knowledge and the subject, as a fragment of a truth procedure, on the other hand, must be open to the event. The existence of a truth depends on the occurrence of such an event, a rupture in the real world that makes the truth an exception, that breaks through the order of persistence and supplements the situation by introducing something new and hitherto unthinkable into it. The event is to be thought of as the arrival of that which is beyond all experience, as the ontologically groundless and as transcendental discontinuity. End quote. However, Badiou would not be himself if he did not immediately attempt to logify the state of exception himself in order to incorporate it into his theory structure, which operates with the concepts of mathematics, that is as domineering as it is hermetically sealed, in which everything, because it belongs to the rules of that very mathematics, is supposed to be absolutely logical and comprehensible, even if it concerns chance and the exception. The mathematics of the event postulated in being and the event and conceived in terms of set theory, is intended to present that random point that cannot be organized from that from which it emerges. The event, which Badiou characteristically introduces in the same way that Carl Schmitt introduced the sovereign, who decides on the state of exception by transcending the old order that has fallen into crisis. The event both belongs and does not belong to the situation. It is present in the order of the given and stands outside it in order to unfold in the interior-exterior of a historical situation in a twisting, torsion of its order, the being of non-being, that is, existence. However, while Schmitt in political theology, and only there, still captures something of the real relationship between law and the sovereign, both within and outside of it, and thus apparently does not yet ontologize it. Whereby Schmitt at the same time, which becomes flagrant in the concept of the state of exception, compulsively abstracts from the state of nature between states and considers the state in isolation, thus ultimately ontologizing it. There is no longer any sign of this contradiction in Badiou's affirmative mathematical ontology. Once again, violence is completely repressed. By claiming, by means of his ontological short-circuiting of mathematics and the structure of being, that the mathematics guaranteed by being expresses that the ontological status of truths is a state of exception, Badiou can not only postulate that his thinking is not formalist, logician or idealist, but on the contrary strictly materialist, because it corresponds to the structure of the world. Rather, the man who characterizes himself as a partisan of the doctrine of emergences is also certain that he has thus refuted those Marxist critics who accuse him of introducing an eventful miracle element, and to whom he now believes, since he has shown, while maintaining pure immanence, that the event is intrinsic to the truth process and yet an exception and functions like an operator that simultaneously separates and includes that he has calculated how to overcome deterministic and mechanistic materialism in order to prove himself the truly faithful heir to Marx and his dialectical materialism. In his thinking, Badiou argues against what he, like Heidegger and Derrida, describes as a metaphysics of presence that avoids and neutralizes excess. There is a hypothesis about being This consists in the fact that in our thinking of multiplicity, we do not externally impose restrictions on this with Badiou, who openly admits that the problem arises in the first place from his adherence to the ontological concept of being, which is stubbornly directed against any contradiction that could prove the impossibility of ontology. It is in axiomatic decision Badiou begins his book Being and the Event, to break with the arcana of the one and the many a decision that ultimately leads him to the postulate, being as being is, strictly speaking, neither one nor multiplicity. Since ontology, as the science of being as being, is inevitably dependent on the representation of thought in thought, the problem arises, how does it avoid opting for multiplicity in relation to being as being? It avoids it by the fact that its own point of being is emptiness. Consequently, ontology states that presentation is manifold, but that the being of presentation, that which is presented, eludes the dialectic of one/many because it is empty. In this way, Badiou, just like Heidegger before him, constructs his incoherent point of absolute emptiness and nothingness, from which he then allows everything to spring forth. Badiou conceals the violence inherent in such a movement, which abstracts from all objectivity and creatureliness, by referring to mathematics and here in particular to George Cantor, to his reflections on the empty set and the subsequent construction of pure manifoldness from the absolute void, which he declares to be ontology. Through the set theoretical presentation of emptiness as the condition of every existence, the dynamic indeterminacy of the occurring being as being is proven. The construction of such an absolutely pre-existing point of pure emptiness, which is supposed to be creatively active, is the ideological doubling of the real abstraction that capital performs on the individual in order to relate their concrete work to each other as abstract general and to reproduce itself in this process and to be able to become an automatic subject Marx as an exploiting value. This also outlines the method with which Badiou represses violence. Mathematics makes it possible to abstract from the torturable libe from the outset. When Badiou, as the communist he claims to be, speaks of the commodity, whose form people are at the mercy of as long as they agree to it, then it is only in pretense, because he has no concept of this form. He only pretends to think mathematically precisely in order not to have to think the opposition of exchange value and use value in the commodity. With the drives of corporeality and neediness, which is non-ontological count just as little in his theory and are conceived as something to be overcome, as they were in Heidegger's day, the use value is also to be suppressed. In this way, the decision against commodities, which he demands, becomes the decision to extinguish the use value together with the animal bodies, to offer it as a sacrifice to the sane spunct of emptiness, as Heidegger once offered beings to being. In his Manifesto for Philosophy, published in 1989, Badiou, who stylized himself as a Platonist, describes Derrida, who was portrayed as an opponent, as one of those modern sophists who, with their deconstructive thinking and their postulate of the end of philosophy, sabotage the concept of truth and thus politics, which is one of the procedures of truth. Although Badiou declared in his second Manifesto of Philosophy, published 20 years later, that the realization of having the same enemies had made reconciliation possible, what is significant here is what he still criticizes in his current writings about Derrida's theory of unconditional openness and unconditional hospitality, that these are not suitable for determining enemies. The identity of the other, as Derrida conceives it, sets no limit to this concept. Whether God, man, woman or animal, mere otherness makes the law of reception an obligation, which is a very dangerous view. For, how can we accept this imperative if the other is a conquistador, an armed colonist who wants to plunder, or a Zionist who wants to seize Palestinian land? The unconditional openness of an ethic of welcome and hospitality amounts to a sacralization of the existing and its misery, because it does not want to and cannot determine who is to blame for the misfortune of the displaced. The ethics of reception recommends being ready to receive with good reason, but not to fight to ensure that this unfortunate odyssey no longer has a reason to exist. This means that such an ethic of openness cannot participate in the truth, cannot be part of a truth procedure, because an ethic of truths presupposes the unique operation of naming enemies, which is thwarted by unconditional hospitality. Because nothing can be said about the event that supplements the situation and thus initiates the truth procedure, if one does not want to fix it and inscribe it in the order, thereby immediately reducing truth to knowledge, fidelity to the event can only be determined by the struggle against those who are identified as its opponents. Contrary to consensual ethics, which tries to avoid divisions, the ethic of truths is always more or less militant, combative. For the concrete manifestation of its heterogeneity to opinions and established knowledges is the struggle against all sort of efforts at interruption, at corruption, at the return to the immediate interests of the human animal, at the humiliation and repression of the immortal who arises as subject. The ethic of truths presumes recognitions of these efforts, and thus the singular operation of naming enemies. End of quote. Badiou thus accuses Derrida, with reference to Heidegger's concept of being, of disposing of truth as the procedure of a subject faithful to the event, which makes deconstruction susceptible to Zionist usurpation, or at least not defensive enough against it. On the other hand, he criticizes Heidegger for still being too attached to presence, thus repeating the well-known figure of surpassing, which seeks to free the structure of being, conceived prior to all particular reality, from all quality and limitation in order to bring it to the fore as an actually true universality. The fact that Heidegger still had something like a longing for the lost origin, which led his ontology on a path of proximity, on which he attempted to draw the figure of being as care and gift, as presence and opening, had led the great thinkers astray, and at the same time turned him into a petty bourgeois Nazi. Badiou's aim, writes Gerhard Scheidt in reference to his critique, is to purify Heidegger's ontology and Schmidt's political theory of everything that still seemed to cling to them in terms of positive historical references, or at least could remind us of the ideological and practical means by which National Socialism put extermination into action. He only wants the core of National Socialism, a policy of extermination purged of all concrete, positive reference to race and history. In certain respects, Badiou judges the German Revolution of 1933 from the perspective of the Fortress Europe of 1941, and seems to overlook the fact that Heidegger and Schmidt, like the usual Nazi propaganda, also switched from a fixation on Germanists to a perspective that only wanted to define itself negatively through the Gegenfolk of the Jews. And indeed, Badiou repeatedly brings up a unification of Germany and France as a state counterproposal to the current European construct. The latter is merely a hodgepodge taken from everywhere from which, without an affirmative principle of unity, no European power can be created that would be comparable to the emerging superpowers of Russia, China or Brazil. Europe will remain completely impotent as long as it remains a conglomerate of middle powers whose only interest is the development of globalized capitalism. It needs a political invention. This fusion, i.e. the creation of a single space of power, would therefore be entirely creative. The global situation would change. France plus Germany, that would be a great power. Let's merge with our German neighbor. And then we'll scare everyone, which is a good start for a state. End quote. Because the break with the existing order, which National Socialism carried out in 1933 with its German Revolution, was formally indistinguishable from an event, Heidegger, who himself, like the Nazis, was addicted to presence and abundance, was unable to recognize that this German Revolution deviated from the event and was thus incapable of unfolding anything like truth. When a radical break in a situation, under names borrowed from the real truth processes, convokes not the void but the full particularity or presumed substance of that situation, we are dealing with a simulacrum of truth. End of quote. According to Badiou, Heidegger, in contrast to Derrida, recognized the necessity of the enemy's explanation for the truth procedures, but fell prey to the Nazis and their simulacrum of truth via the substance he longed for. Only a subject that does not bind itself in the slightest to any form of particularity and definiteness, but rather commits itself to the empty, abstract and thus infinite universality, can satisfy a truth procedure. To this end, Heidegger's focus on poetics, which is always characterized by proximity and presence, must be overcome by a focus on mathematics as true ontology. Once again, Badiou brings Plato into play here, whose mathematic, in its abstraction from nature, does what the poem of Heidegger's favorite philosopher Parmenides could not do: to present separation and de-objectification, and thus to bring into being the unbinding of ontology, which liberates the thinking of being at the origin from its poetic concatenation with natural appearance, and founds fidelity to being on the name of emptiness, In order to bring the radically subtractive dimension of being to bear, the poetic ontology, which finds itself in the dead end of the excessive presence, in which being eludes itself, must be replaced by the mathematical ontology, in which dequalification and non-representation take place. At first glance, Badiou may thus appear to be the more modern thinker than Heidegger, insofar as he does not place the original or pre-Socratic unity at the center of his reflections, but rather the separation made by Plato's mathematics, which reflects a progress in the ancient mastery of nature. However, not only is the explanation of the world from emptiness and distance as first principles no less mythological than a similar explanation from fullness and proximity, but Badiou's shift in emphasis does not break new ground here either, which he believes he is entering. Heidegger is already always and constantly occupied with eradicating the last metaphysically named remnants from his thinking of being, i.e. reminiscent of content or factuality, and fights against the defense mechanisms in the sense of a too narrowly conceived being, which also cause the speech of the event to repeatedly fail, as if it were speaking of being as Heinrich characterizes Heidegger's permanent self-corrections and outdoing. Thus, Heidegger's ultimate ontologization of the ontological difference to the event corresponds precisely to the hypostasis of the very separation that Badiou believes he can critically argue against Heidegger, which is evident not least in Heidegger's replacement of the concept of the clearing of being, in which the latter presents itself in its unconcealment. Here Badiou, whether consciously, in order to present himself as a great innovator, or unconsciously, remains to be seen, does not take note of Heidegger's development, which repeatedly surpasses itself, according to which it is the event that actually first brings about being, standing outside all conditions, thus really the great freedom that corresponds to the sovereign disregard of all real freedoms. This liquefies truth and, just like Badiou himself, turns it into a present event medium. The essence of truth occurs.
However, everything that is actual in terms of the event of truth belongs to the abyss in which being reveals itself in such a way that it conceals itself. Being reveals itself and its truth in the event as that which does not reveal itself. The rememberer no longer has the truth in that which lies open before him, but that which hides itself from him is now the pledge of truth. It is therefore not a value, however positive, to which Heidegger's concept of truth refers, but the hidden being, i.e. the real abstraction that Badiou wants to be understood as a subtraction or separation from any presence. The assertion postulated by Badiou that the truth of mathematics emerges from being as being not only allows him to put forward the meta-ontological thesis that mathematics represents the historicity of the discourse on being as being. Rather, his ontological short-circuit enables the construction of a tautological theory structure in which mathematics opens up thinking to the subtractive apprehension of truth and the subject, whereby every mathematical theorem per se tells of being as being, i.e. has an ontological character. Because mathematics derives its validity from being, each of its discoveries is a truth about being, so the gigantic circle goes. Because Badiou defines mathematics as ontology by arbitrarily attributing to it the ability to make the truth and the subject conceivable in its being, he can then claim, immanently logically, but just as arbitrarily, that the mathematical discovery of the infinite merely expresses the infinity of being as being or enables the realization of the essential infinity of being. It was not the emergence of capital with its tendentially infinite form change that made the idea of a pure and infinite movement in itself, unknown in antiquity and the Middle Ages, possible in the first place, but a mathematical invention. There is no extra mathematical concept of the infinite, there are only vague ideas about the very great. As openly as Badiou himself describes the arbitrariness of his hypostatization of mathematics to ontology as an axiomatic decision, which authorizes mathematics to do what he imposes on it, he openly calls it a strategic decision to attribute infinity to being, which led to the risky reopening of the question of being at the transition to modern times. The thesis of the infinity of being is necessarily an ontological decision, i.e. an axiom. Without this decision, it will always remain possible that being is essentially finite. It required the sheer courage of thought, a willful incision into the order of ontological finitism, which could just as well have been defended. End quote. By elevating the infinite to an existential status, including a repetition automatism and a seal of existence, Badiou proves himself to be an ontologist of capital. It is no coincidence that in his definition of the infinite he seems to be talking about money, which is both a commodity like all others and a special commodity that emerges as a general commodity from the circle of other commodities so that they can express their value in it. There exists a natural multiplicity that is such that a rule is associated with it, from which it emerges that at every moment of its application there is another, whereby the said multiplicity is not one of these others, although they all belong to it. End of quote. At the same time, however, he is an ontologist of the crisis who no longer believes that value can be an automatic subject, as it were, by itself. Just as for capital every standstill of the self-referential and, according to its own concept, eternal change of form means crisis, Badiou also wants to save the universal from every confiscation by a particular, so that true universality can be realized. This proves that Badiou is ultimately not talking about money, but about the sovereign, who also belongs to the existing order and yet stands outside of it, and who, through the revolutionary destruction of the particular, is to bring the universal beyond the exploitation of capital and its calculative nature to immediate fruition. Thus the architecture of a historical decision to preserve the possible infinity of being develops, an infinity that, as soon as it is removed from the grasp of the one, and thus in opposition to any ontology of presence, multiplies itself beyond all areas of representation. What the philosopher of empty universality strives for is the formation of community purified of all material residues, which has left behind any positive reference to the particular. To this end, instead of representing oneself in finitude, i.e., indulging in self-preservation, it is necessary to know oneself completely encircled and permeated by the omnipresence of the infinite, i.e., to offer and sacrifice the merely particular existing to universal being. Alongside Spinoza, Marx, and Freud, the universal project of de-objectification and departicularization is inextricably linked to the name Paul, the greatest ancient Jew. St. Paul was Jewish and said before Spinoza, before Marx, and before Freud, the law, because it separates, must be abolished. If there is religion, it is for everyone. There are neither Jews, nor Greeks, nor Romans, there is the potential thought for all. He was a great Jew, then. Badiou has the Jewish mathematician René Fulmer express in his novel Claim Block Iciba what a good Jew should be like for Badiou. This Jew is not the universal, which cannot be particular, but the one who proclaims the universal in his singularity. Similar to Judith Butler's desire to understand Jewishness as an anti-identitarian project, in order to deconstruct not only Israel but also Judaism itself through an ethics of dispersion, for Badiou the real, and not merely virtual Jew, is a destroyer of the law and thus of Judaism itself, which is why Badiou says of himself that he has always been of the opinion that the word Jew is the one most associated with universalism within identities. Jew was one of the names that obscured community identities and national identities by transferring them to universalism. I was therefore stunned by the abrupt reversal of the word Jew into the opposite sense, towards identity and towards an identity-based state, the so-called Jewish state. For this reason, the Israeli-Palestinian question cannot be posed in terms of neocolonialism, but rather Israel itself can only be understood as an anti-Semitic country. The Nazi German Revolution, formerly indistinguishable from an event, had staged a simulacrum of truth by regulating its break with the existing order not under the sign of the universality of the void, but in the name of the closed particularity of an abstract set, ensemble, called the Germans or the Aryans. However, this does not get rid of the void. Rather, the void avoided by the simulacrous promotion of an event substance with its universality returns again and must always be repressed and fought against anew so that substance and presence can be. Hence fidelity to this simulacrum has as its content war and massacre. These are not here means to an end, they make up the very real of such fidelity. In the case of Nazism, the void made its return under one privileged name in particular, the name Jew. End of quote. This name was the name of names which would have designated which people had to disappear so that the German substance could perpetuate itself. While fidelity to an event, and thus to truth, affirmatively makes the essential infinity of emptiness its operator, fidelity to a simulacrum must fight the very emptiness that it wants to displace in favor of presence, and persecute and destroy those whom it associates with this emptiness that persecutes and haunts the simulacrum. This is why the Nazis had also declared the abstract universality and eternity of truths that addressed all people to be their enemy, to which they had ascribed the name Jew, and released it for extermination. This is why the exercise of fidelity to the simulacrum is necessarily the exercise of terror. End of quote. If the Zionists have now drawn the conclusion from anti-Semitism in general and the National Socialist extermination policy in particular that only a defensive Jewish state can prevent a repetition of persecution and murder, then for Badiou they have not only betrayed the revolutionary universalism that he attributes to their real and not just virtual Jew as an essential destiny. Rather, they had also taken over the name Jew, and thus the predicates in the name of which the atrocity was committed, from the Nazis, which they were now trying to claim for themselves and transform into something positive qua victim ideology. Not only, according to the objection to Israel, Zionism, and its victim ideology as attested to by Badiou, does the Nazi extermination policy against millions of people, they called Jews, not lend the identity predicate in question, Jewish, any new legitimacy, and no surplus value. Not only can no atrocity help anyone to gain special respect and allow them to take shelter under such a predicate and demand exceptional status, not only had those who nevertheless attempted to ascribe a predicate to themselves not learned the lesson of National Socialism, that the intrusion of any identity predicate into a central role for the determination of a politics leads to disaster, but rather the Zionists and the Jewish state were continuing the Nazi policy in their own way, which before anyone eyes drew all consequences from making the signifier a Jew into a radical exception. According to Badiou, the possibility of annihilation only became conceivable through the radical exceptions that the Nazis attributed to the Jews, and the Zionists would now claim this kind of negative selection for themselves and try to derive surplus value from it as well as a special role for themselves and their state. On the one hand, this resonates with the traditional Christian anti-Judaic resentment against the chosen people who claim to be favored by God, which is why Badiou declares Paul to be one of his heroes, who fights all those who want to subordinate the event-related universal to Jewish particularity, and who thus stages a religious rupture with established Judaism. On the other hand, this figure of thought expresses Badiou's post-National Socialist anti-Semitism, which accuses the Jews of still profiting from their annihilation and imposing on the rest of the world the supremacy and particularity resulting from the fact that the name Jew is placed above all other names due to the history of persecution and extermination. And in the victim ideology that constitutes the campaign artillery of contemporary moralism, this unprecedented extermination of the European Jews by the Nazis and their accomplices is held to be paradigmatic. In and of itself, extermination would underpin the political, legal, and moral necessity to hold the word Jew above all usual handling of identity predicates and give it some kind of nominal sacralization. End of quote. The fact that Israel in particular, as a Jewish state, has torn the name Jew away from the revolutionary and universal and turned it into a particular predicate means that it has also adopted the terror and violence of the Nazis, which it must now exercise against others in order to protect its identity, conceived as a presence, from the essential emptiness of being that haunts it, and which would thus become the new Jews, the Palestinians who are in danger of becoming the victims of a project of genocide. Israel, in its greatest possible distance from what the name Jew had once historically meant, threatened to become a place from where the creation, in the abandoned former place, of a new wandering begins. Ought Palestinian become the new name of the true Jews? End of quote. For the person Badiou calls the real Jew in his novel, there is no greater danger than the policy of conquest, subjugation, and land seizure as well as the physical liquidation of the Palestinians, which Israel pursues under the name Jew, a name that no longer has any meaning until it is radically expropriated from the Jewish state and liberated from it. And moreover, if more and more Jews let themselves take the direction of this state, we must conclude that Israel is a country where there are ever fewer Jews, a country in the process of dejudaization, an anti-Semitic country. End quote.
While the danger from enemies such as the Nazis threatens from outside and only physical people can fall victim to it, the danger of losing one's name always comes from within, which is why it is little wonder that the principal threat to the name of Jews comes from a state calling itself Jewish. End quote. In the period between Paul, who fights against the particular containment of the universal by Jewish law and declares that there are no more Jews, and the founding of Israel, which once again claims particular identity as a Jewish state, there are good Jews for Badiou with Spinoza, Marx and Freud, because he ascribes them to the essentially empty infinity. The ancient Israelites, however, like modern Israel, were usurpers of the universal, which they wanted to subordinate to their Jewish particularity, which is why the Jewish state today should be fought like the Jewish law in Paul's time. Badiou, who would probably like to see himself in the role of a modern revenant of the apostle, thus represents, like Heidegger, an anti-Semitism that argues its own history, which dismisses any appeal to racial ideas as vulgar and petty bourgeois, and justifies its hostility to Jewish particularism with a specific relationship to the universal, which is said to result not least from the Jewish idea of chosenness, from an original offense, namely Jewish existence itself, insofar as it presents itself in an identitarian mode. End quote. In this respect, in Badiou's anti-Zionist delusional world, the Jewish state cannot be a neo-colonial or apartheid state like others, but must be provided with an existential dimension of crime. A Nazi state, which seems to be even worse than National Socialism because it not only murders the law-fighting Jew, who had entered the world with Paul, like the Nazis, but destroys him from within, that Jew who aligns his singularity with the universal and thus offers the particular beings to the essential emptiness of being. And that is why, for Badiou, the Palestinians cannot function as victims of one state among others, but must also be endowed with an existential dimension, as the new Jews, who now have to fulfill what Badiou had attributed to Paul, who was declared the greatest Jew of antiquity, the construction of a new place. Inasmuch as Palestine represents not only a local situation but stands in as a symbol of all humanity, the real intention is to propose something like a new place for all the people living on earth, a place at once concrete and spiritual, both entirely local and committed to the universal. End quote. Palestine is thus virtually elevated to a place of possible redemption, where the weal and woe of humanity is decided. Badiou's philosophy accompanies the massacre by Hamas on October 7, whose Politburo member Osama Hamdan subsequently also described the Jewish state as an entity of neo-Nazis, that represents the true threat to humanity, international peace and security in the region and in the world, which is why the confrontation with this Nazi entity is an international and humanitarian task for free people and nations. For the French philosopher of the event, the Nazis Jew to perish becomes the redemptive anti-Zionist globalize the Intifada, the slogan under which leftists, Arab nationalists, Muslims and right-wing extremists have come together worldwide to demonstrate against the Jewish state and call for its destruction following the mass murder of Israelis by the Palestinian offshoot of the Muslim Brotherhood.